What a beautiful day it is in the Copper Box Arena in London. We started off with a bang yesterday, going all the way 14 hours of Apex Legends competition. And the fans who are here early are the same ones who are here today from the APAC region. Dreamfire fans lining up to meet some of our top performers and definitely some of the top performers in the Global Series conversation. We will see if another region steps up today and changes the dialogue. But for now, APAC certainly seems to be on top, although North America and EMEA having their shots at glory. That's for the overall standings. We'll dive into that in a little bit, and all that is to come in day 2 of our ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Welcome back to the show. My name is Randy. I'm joined on the desk this morning to kick it off with Spider, Tiff, and Dia. Welcome, guys. It's a great day, and Tiff, we have so much in store for people watching.
We definitely do. We saw so much action happening throughout the beginning of the group stages yesterday, but it's going to keep going. It's an honor to be here telling the story of these players, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
Dia?
I'm really looking forward to what we have, especially because on the second day, it's really important for the teams, especially that haven't put themselves into the winner's bracket, the upper bracket, to be making the push, and especially the adjustments that come with international play.
Yeah.
Yesterday, it's a lot of sorting things out. Today is where international competition really kicks in, because you have 3-4 hours to find your peak play style.
You know, I kind of likened it to a marathon the other day, where you start off and you get that initial burst of energy, but then you also feel the initial moments of fatigue. And then once you get running for a few miles, you then start to level out and find your pace. And Tiff, it feels like a lot of teams are doing that today.
It definitely does.
And I think X said as well, Dia, you were mentioning pacing-wise, one of the teams we'll be focusing on today as well, maybe missing out on that initial start pace and scrambling a little bit today, hopefully a day for them to turn things around.
I imagine so, and as you alluded to, it is really about figuring out the pace that other teams want to play at, because how conservatively you play is a constantly shifting bar at any level of Apex, but especially in international competition.
Well, I'm excited. You know why? Because this is one of those moments where you kind of start to really derive the narrative. We had two groups play twice yesterday, but we've had teams now, B and D, that we'll get into in a little bit, playing another game, their second game, and that is Group B as well. Tiff, what does it mean to kind of sit back, whether you had the good game or the bad series, and now be able to finally play for the second time, mentally for these players going into it?
Mentally for the players going into it, we get to hear from Arcan later, who can really dive more into that, because up here it's a totally different ball game from what they're feeling in the booth, let me tell you that much. But if you have a good series, you have solidified yourself already within that winner's bracket, right? You know that you found yourself in the top 20. My bracket stages are going to look a little more smooth sailing. But if you're used to being in that winner's bracket for teams like North Eption, right? They finished second place in group stages and made it to the winner's bracket. That has got to feel good. But right now they're sitting in 37th place. So for them, for the rest of their series, they're going to have to level it up.
Interestingly enough, North Eption is one of the teams from APAC that has performed really well from APAC North. And alongside Fnatic, we would have expected them to be in those top moments in that top bracket side. Now, obviously, they've got a lot of work to do, still more to play. Dia, I want to kind of shift the conversation to something that may strike people off guard. Yes, APAC. Yes, South America. Very exciting things. But Alliance and TSM still performing probably as the two favorites as we may have expected coming into it.
Exactly, and this is, as you say, to be expected given their performances in the regular season. TSM, obviously, for those of you watching at home, if this is your first playoffs, they do this more or less every time. And Alliance, they've been looking really good as well, but that's mostly because of the flexibility that we saw from them in the regular season. It's applied very well to international competition, and as you and I talked about yesterday, Tiff, the experience that Apex as a whole continues to provide to its players is making it so that this first bump for effect, this first jump into LAN, is all the smoother.
The effect, one of the things you'll be noticing if you watch any of the games today, or if you saw anything from yesterday, he is on fire. Let's take a look at how the standings overall yesterday shaped up for our teams. Alliance, TSM on top, but Dark Zero, Ascend, and Fnatic right behind them, Tiff.
I mean, look, you heard in Hal's interview last night, beginning of the day yesterday, I had made a statement. I said, the stage is where dreams are made. He comes in his interview afterwards and said, I'm here to crush dreams. And I thought that was a profound statement. They want to go back to back, and they leveled up in that second series that we got to witness from TSM, just 20 points south of Alliance, and you called it the effect. Well, I'm going to call him the Grim Reaper.
Ooh.
I really think that that is the level that Effect is playing at here that we are witnessing on LAN. But Dark Zero finding themselves in third is pretty peculiar considering how much they were contested.
I mean, when he shows up, you don't have long to live. Grim Reaper might be something that sticks for Effect, but also a lot of teams, Pulverex, Naked, that we had highlighted yesterday from our APAC region doing so well. But you've talked a lot with our South American teams, Dia. What do you have your eyes on as we head down towards the bracket of where all the teams stand as of now?
A big part of South America is adapting from what they've found to be the region, the regular season, into international competition where there's a lot less forgiveness. You can get away with things in South American Pro League that you cannot get away with on the international stage, and it's to a larger degree than a lot of other leagues around the world. So a lot of our South American teams, they are really lickety-split on changing things up, and several of them that I've spoken to going into today are already considering shifting to a more conservative, perhaps zone-centric play style in order to avoid some of the variance that they've been experiencing playing off the edge.
Listen, I mean, you already have a lot of variables at LAN, adding more to the gameplay style. Sometimes teams do decide, let's keep it simple. Let's take the complexity out of what we're trying to do. No pun intended. Complexity obviously did take out a couple of the South American teams or their routes later on in those fights that ended up going the way of LG Chivas. But most importantly for those watching, we saw a surge of performances from a region that has notably played well, but maybe not this well as a whole. Of course, I'm talking about APAC and APAC North specifically, two of the teams that I want to highlight here, Fnatic and Naked respectively. I'll open the floor to you, Tiff, first, and Dia to get a comment on these two teams.
I mean, immediately, what jumps out to me, they've all finished 2 of their map series thus far. Naked was able to take home 2 victories, and that's the first time for them on LAN, right? They're the one of 2 teams that came originally from those preseason qualifiers in APAC North of Year 3, with the other one being Northeption. But the performance between Naked and Northeption has been a stark difference. Leica, as that in-game leader, has just been so profound in making those decisions that are paying off dividends towards that end game. And just watching the way they approach, they just look for smarter fights, Dia, right? So they know if I push this, I'm immediately going to get thirded, I will lose the game and know that I'm playing for second. They're looking to win.
It's so funny that we bring up 2 APAC North teams, and we can't help but bring in a third to the conversation, just to make sure that we have it all rounded out. And I have to agree with you, Tiff, because Naked and Northeption really do contrast each other, and it pivots us into a conversation about what it means for Fnatic to be here as well, because they're not even in that same spectrum of teams. Instead, we're looking at Fnatic as being this very consistent APAC North performer that doesn't have one play style or the other.
All right, well, that's very good to kind of highlight that group, but let's talk about individuals, consistent performers on the day, because now we go even more minute to, yes, the effect, but not just that. Some on the other side, like you said, Fnatic and Northeption, the fact that we have Zainu as well to kind of contrast. We're going to bring up a graphic here to talk about them, I'm pretty sure. Let's take a look at this, Tiff. I mean, Effect couldn't have had a better day. Zainu, how do we feel about this performance at LAN showing up with Dark Zero?
I look at these numbers and I have to say that Zainu didn't get to play out the full games. You think back to Harvester on World's Edge, that contest with Aurora stifled his ability to really get out. There was often times in that second series of the day where Zainu or one member of Dark Zero was just trying to get out with their life, and maybe you remember, right, Jen Burton on the Caustic, able to get Zero back in, but not actually Zainu. So these comparisons are great. Yes, they're both young guns, but Effect is a Grim Reaper.
He is, and I think what really differentiates these two players is how they start plays, because you and I spoke about this yesterday, Tiff, but Zero is such an influence in Dark Zero, and we consider where Zainu came from, played throughout the Split 2 Pro League on Meat Lovers, got picked up by Dark Zero really late in the season. The whole purpose behind this is because Zero is an IGL, feels comfortable going, this is what we're doing, go kill them.
Yeah.
And if Zainu isn't doing that, it's because he's not being set up for success. Whereas Effect, he's the one that starts the plays himself.
Yeah, and one thing just to note on that, if you missed it, we looked at the kills, obviously. That's the highlight to stand out. Both have 23 assists. So it's not like they're not involved in quite a lot of kills. And I think that ultimately is what ends up making the difference, Tiff. I mean, just quickly, we don't note that enough. We talk about kills a lot, but not necessarily how they're contributing to an overall team fight.
There are often times where a teammate will have significant significant more damage, but another teammate will have all the eliminations, and that is just dependent on the role that they are playing. You can break it down, maybe that's an entry fragger, a refragger, and then someone that plays anchor. And I know Hal spoke on it yesterday evening. They had switched their roles around, and even Raven tweeted out this morning a little bit of clarification.
Yeah.
Evan Verhulst is now the anchor of TSM on Catalyst, and it will depend on their legend how they go about that. And for the guys, in case you're wondering, Reps is now the refragger, and that is why we saw so many monumental moments from him yesterday.
It's nice because he finally gets this really big spotlight, right?
Right.
Reps has so often been the anchor of TSM, that is the silent player, and people who watch Apex competitive credit him with a lot of their success as well, but he tends to be a little bit quieter, so it's nice to see him popping off in international competition.
Well, Reps has been here a while. Effect, one of the members that hasn't actually been here before, but has done really well. In fact, he had a funny little tweet that we like to bring up. Damn, LAN is easier than I thought it would be. One of the funny comments about this is that Arcane was saying, I like this tweet because there's only really one chance you can do it. You have to be your first time at LAN, and you have to play really good on day one. And so Effect will give you that. It is a little easier maybe than most people thought it would be for you, but we'll really see if that continues into day 2. Speaking of day 2, let's hit the schedule for what's to come. B versus D will kick off our group stage today. It's 10 a.m. BST right now. It's like 2 a.m. in North America, so no one I know is watching, but A and D will follow up at 2:15 and start being a little friendly to the West Coast. B and C, of course, will end our day, 6:30 p.m. BST, and we will continue to see the teams in this bracket, like XSET, play again at the very end. We'll wait and see to make sure that's all correct, but it looks like B and D for sure will be where we kick things off. And I think leading into the teams that are playing there, you know, B obviously has a game less than all of these other teams. That's sometimes mentally difficult. Sometimes you actually get a boon from showing up and playing again, working on your mistakes right away. But in terms of the actual 20 teams that we'll be seeing in today's lobby, I'll start with you, Dia. Just kind of give us a high-level overview of what we're going to be seeing in our first bracket graph.
As you said, this is just the second time that Group B is able to play, and that's where things get a little bit difficult. You pointed out earlier, Tiff, that those teams that have picked up a win can feel a little bit more comfortable, and that means that Group B is playing in a lobby with some teams that feel like they can experiment a little more.
Yeah, and Tiff, I mean, obviously we've seen teams in the D side get plenty of experience. Pioneers have done well. LG Chivas have won multiple games.
Look, LG Chivas is getting contested, and that was the story of yesterday when we had witnessed them in C versus D, because you never really knew what was going to happen, and a lot of that alluded to Noctum, their decision on where they wanted to go. Will that contest happen again on Stormpoint? I went back and looked just how quickly it was, because if you remember correctly, Noctum was like dancing between trying to go to the mill. They wanted a third-party Dreamfire and KCP. Then when they actually went to Fish Farms to face off against El Presidente himself, 22 seconds is all it took for them to be eliminated at Fish Farms. So if I'm Noctum, I gotta go lock it in today and maybe go somewhere a little less chaotic.
I wouldn't go fishing today if I was Noctum, but that's okay. They learned yesterday. Here's the thing I want to say. We always focus and highlight the teams heading into this. So many storylines in not just the group, but obviously in this specific group. So Tiff, I'm going to start with you. Who's your one to watch in B and D specifically?
Perfect. I talked on them a little bit earlier today, but mine is going to be North Eption, that trio consisting of Taida, Satsuki, and Reize. Now, trust me, I spoke to Muscle and I was trying to get an inquiry about what these teams were looking at changing against Split 1 playoffs versus Split 2 playoffs, and they were focusing hard on the environment, right? I spoke to Taida and he said, I want to win, but the first thing I have to do is make it out of the bracket stage. So if you can start on that bracket stage in the winner's bracket and find yourself then from the finals, it makes it a little more smooth sailing. But they do have their work cut out for them because they're sitting in 37th place right now, and that cutoff point for the winner's bracket for Split 1 playoffs was 100 points.
Wow, wow, a lot to prove and still doing pretty well. Dia, who do you have your one to watch for this B&D group?
My personal team to watch is going to be ATH. They, coming out of South America, had a lot to prove themselves. First LAN for all of these as well, and ATH did look really good on Storm Point yesterday, but today we start on World's Edge, where they had a tougher time. I spoke to them before the games. They land over at Lava Siphon and had a difficult time with the rotations yesterday. They felt like they were getting caught out. They're changing up how they play and are one of the teams that, as I alluded to, is thinking about playing a little bit more zone-centric. But the thing is, they've got their eyes on a contest that may be coming to them.
It's gonna be interesting. All of these teams, maybe not the teams that we were coming in and highlighting before the tournament, but certainly making storylines now. I'll stick with the tried and true, the traditional, as you know, the host has to do sometimes. XSET, the #1 team coming out of North American Pro League. They were better than Dark Zero, who had a great surge at the end. They were better than many teams, and they came in looking like this would be the tournament at LAN that they finally have a chance to raise the trophy. But it's again the old story right now of TSM, of Alliance, overshadowing this squad that has been maybe the most consistent team in the entire Split 2 across all regions. They've only played one game. I know they're not happy. Nocturnal tweeted about the fact that he didn't have a good game and didn't have a good day yesterday. Will he continue that today? He says today isn't going to be a good day. I know we're going to have a little bit of a feature on him later on in the show, which should be very exciting for those who want to get to know him. Tiff, I think you spent a little bit of time with Nocturnal, but we will save that for later. Right now, it is time to get into the games, because guess what? Day 2 is kicking off here in London, and we've got our casters ready to start the show. So get hyped, get ready, and let's kick off the chaos.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Welcome, Copper Box Arena, to another day of the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 LAN. I'm so excited to be joined with Genome once again. Genome, day 2 of playoffs already. We are really speedrunning this, but I think the desk covered this perfectly. APAC really showing up. NA, I mean, we know that TSM and Alliance have basically already qualified, but they got to show up here too. We got EXA in this group. We got to see them really show up. What was going on over there? I know LG, had a really good start to the day, but we got to get this ball rolling out here.
I mean, 39th in the overall standings right now. I mean, that is not a sentence I thought I would be saying. I absolutely thought they would be up there with TSM, Alliance, Dark Zero at the start of this tournament, let alone at the end of it. So, look, if they made their way into the elimination bracket in the coming days, that would be one of the wildest tournament events I think we've seen at LAN.
It'd be crazy. And for the day, we are going to be starting on World's Edge as displayed here on the screen. First 3 maps, World's Edge, and then we're going to do the typical swap over to Storm Point. And we saw how detrimental this was for certain teams, like we just highlighted, where they have more success on one or the other, and their compositions may play into it. World's Edge providing you much more of a passive-aggressive playstyle where you want to take things a lot slower, versus Storm Point, you have to be quick with those rotates, especially in that open ground. That's why we've been seeing a lot of Bangalore. Those smokes really come in clutch. We've been seeing the combination of the Bang and Blood, rarely, but of course the highest pick rate that we've seen thus far has been the Seer.
I mean, the pick rates have been crazy this season, Vicky. I mean, well, especially this LAN, right? We have such a crazy amount of variety. The highest used team comp is only 17%. During the split, when Seer and Cat were going crazy, this was up to I think it was 60%, something like that. It was much, it's a lot more variety that we're getting to see here at LAN, which is fantastic. And as you said, on World's Edge, we're seeing a lot of caustic from some of these teams coming out, as well as some other picks. But yeah, it's been very interesting. Now having a look at some of these drop spots, Ath over there in Lava Siphon, they got that to themselves yesterday. Honestly nuts for where this team is in the overall kind of picture of things. So I'm going to be very interested to see if that continues today, especially when we get up to see what's happening over in Skyhook.
Just be honest, Genome, you're expecting that to be contested, okay?
Oh,
you're expecting, especially looking at the overall score of what we've had so far after the first day. In general, this lobby has struggled a bit. I would say that maybe the best team between groups B and D here is between 100 Thieves, who are currently, or rather LG Chivas, who are 14th, 100 Thieves that are 17th currently, and then we have Riddle, who after what we just saw yesterday, really putting APAC to their name, and then Noctum, actually, from South America, really putting in the work that they possibly can as we take a look at World's Edge, going through Monument, stats. Love these changes that we've had throughout this season. That's where the real beef is, but thank goodness my construction building still lives, Genome, and it's going to be moving over here, the Lava City, close to Big Mod in the new stacks area.
Man, they must have had a really big Chinook to pick that building up and just drop it over there and stack.
Put it over here.
Yeah. That's one big helicopter. Maybe the dropship did a specific run just for that. Look, I'm still just flabbergasted that
At the northwest side?
that AF got that lava siphon to themselves yesterday. So, you know, we've got on. Again, shout out to Sven, who's always chucking these maps up and giving us that info, the most updated info. But even that can change, right? And certainly some of the players, some of the teams were saying, as we talked to them earlier today, that there was still last-minute changes, maybe some surprises to come. So if we do get E6, XSET, and Noctum, 3 teams that were put down for Skyhook West / Trials, I'm not expecting that, right? I think someone will go for Lava Siphon because at the moment, Survey Camp and Epicenter is also unclaimed. So there's definitely spots for that. And we haven't even touched on Jailings versus Moist potentially at Overlook.
So true. When I took a look at the drop spots here, as we get to take a look at the map and where everyone's going to be dropping right now, I was seeing how congested that northwestern area that you were mentioning is and how we could possibly see these contentions happening in Lava Siphon.
Oh yeah, okay, so it's definitely changing. It's definitely, okay, Moist versus Jailings, that is definitely happening in Overlook. I think we've got 3 teams at Lava Siphon, definitely at an Element 6 down there. There's another one that's hidden because there's so many teams dropping down there right now, and XSET do look to have Trials and Skyhook West to themselves. It's got to be Noctum.
Oh, he got the alternator already off the rip. Swapping right over, though, is Oxygen, who are just going to be able to loot Mirage et Trois. But I really want to take a look at how this contention is going to go down in Lava Siphon with so many teams in that area. And if we get to take a look at where the circle is going to be pulling, expect the fast rotates coming in from FaZe, from Tree. They could get involved in a potential 4th to 5th party. Gambare Otosan also going in from Harvester. They'll also have information with a ring beacon. Okay, so we are going to be taking just a little quick break here, but the teams are going to be able to play through what they need currently as we get set up, guys. Thank you again for your patience. But talking back about what we're going to be witnessing from some of these drop zones, we got a sneak peek. I don't understand,
Exactly.
you know, but how are you going to tease me out here?
Well, at least now we have some further information, right? And honestly, the teams do as well. So they're going to be able to rethink perhaps what is going on there. Because, as we said, some of the teams weren't revealing where they were going, okay? You know, when we look at the potential drop spot map, and you've got E6, XSET, and Noctum all at Skyhook West, that's changed completely. It was only XSET that continued there, which honestly makes a little bit of sense, right? Because, you know, that has been their home for a while. They're this team who plays so well in that edge play style because they come out just absolutely stacked from Trials every time. Now you get the smart loot from the Prowlers inside Trials as well, so it's been a little bit of a buff there after a couple of changes to how that PvE section works. But, oh man, ATH, their hearts have got to be sinking, right? They just went from having the best POI in World's Edge to themselves to sharing it with, like, they're on bunk beds
3
now.
other squads, and if that fight takes way too long, expect there to be either what we just mentioned before, Gambare going over there, or FaZe. It works either way, because even if the circle doesn't stick into the south side, because we did see that commonly yesterday, regardless, if they want to play by the edge, they can benefit off of that. I do want to retouch with what you were mentioning with XSET landing in Trials and getting that smart loot, and usually being that edge-heavy squad team that likes to go for that playstyle. What do you think needs to change up from their performance yesterday, which seemed very abnormal? And I mean that because this is a squad that usually stays very consistent. They were the top team in North America to lead up to the playoffs for Split 2. What is going on for day one? Is this just a ramp up? Are we going to see more inconsistencies maybe for the teams that did perform yesterday? It's a lot that plays into it.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot there, isn't there? I mean, XSET in particular have been someone who experimented with a lot of different things. They were talking about playing, you know, Pathfinder and Rampart, you know, with that buff to the zipline, the range, the speed, all that kind of stuff that helps him out is, you know, made him a potentially viable rotational tool now. But, you know, considering, you know, that we have seen some you know, some things over in Trials. Yeah, look, I think now they've got it to themselves, they should be doing better today.
And speaking of XSET, I want to see what Nocturnal's got in store for us. I want to see what the rest of the team has to say. Let's tune in to Nocturnal's video.
Hey everyone, I'm SpiderTiff, and today I am joined by Nocturnal from XSET. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Since we are here at ALGS here in London, let's go ahead and kick back to the beginning. You know, gaming, it's always kind of been an influential part of your life. Can you take me back to the days of Nintendo and kind of how that manifested here?
Well, it started with depression. Depression and video games were my escape, so I played a massive amount of video games, and basically I just delved into a second life of every single video game I played, and just enjoying every world you get into, every new atmosphere, every new rank ladder, because like I played Halo 2 and like saw the rank ladder go up and down, and it's like, oh my god, seeing these numbers, it's just fun. I was like 9 years old, like cursing out dads on Halo 2, just being an absolute just
Menace?
squeaker. The squeaker,
Oh.
you know, the Xbox squeakers, you know, just like cheap mics. They always sound like they're gonna blast your ears because they're so loud. I was one of those kids, and then got way too competitive, and it followed through to Halo 3 and every other game that I touched.
Made you who you are today. And speaking of that, how would you describe yourself as a player?
I do everything. Like
Yeah.
I anchor sometimes. I frag sometimes. I've been fragging pretty recently. I've been the top 5 KD, top 2 KDA for Pro League or something like that, or kills. Like it's impressive. Like I feel like I'm getting my life in order, and I'm like finally, you know, doing positive things for myself, and actually it's transitioning my gameplay. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, it's been quite consistent. Actually, I read an article, I believe it was like KOB Esports, and it was for like the APAC North teams. They were highlighting that.
Yeah.
But one of the teams that they mentioned as well to watch out for the London LAN Split 2 playoffs was Xset. They were marking down the consistency across various legends. I know that you like to dabble in Rampart, and I remember some really nice key moments, but what do you think led to that consistency that you guys have been able to maintain?
Lack of caring, honestly. Like,
Okay.
because like we knocked out the first 2 weeks, like a first and a second or something like that, and like after that, it's just like it's free sailing. We noticed that we were #1 with a week down for the whole pro league, and it's just like, okay, we just have fun with it. Like we don't really care at this point. Like that's just the honest truth. Like the less I care as an IGL and as a player, I've noticed is that the better we do. The more I have fun with it. So you know, I shut off the Imperial Howl and try to have fun with it and troll my brains out and just do whatever I want for games. So.
I mean, it's working.
Yeah.
And do you think that you're able to just shut things off because you have so much trust in your teammates?
Yeah, absolutely. Because like, I mean, it's hard to not shut off your brain and just trust fun. Like fun is like literally the backbone of. He'd benefit any team. Like he's just simply just a treasure to have, and I trust him in and out of game. Sykes is a liability.
Poor Sykes.
I mean, he thinks he can do it all, you know?
But can he, though?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
But he tries to over-IGL me, and I just tell him to, like, sit back, like, little bro, like, what are you doing? Chill out. Like, you don't IGL me, I do the other, like, the inverse.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I can be a little bit lax because I know my teammates are there to just back up anything mistakes. Like, I don't really try to make them mistakes intentionally, but I will try to have fun at least.
You did talk about your IGL, and I recently listened to a podcast, and you were talking about kind of how you developed as a player, and you cited Hodzik as one of the main kind of reasons for that, almost like a second father for you. You didn't want to disappoint him. So kind of talk to me about how that helped develop you as you are now, obviously, just finding success.
Well, when you have an inner monologue that sounds like Hodzik, anyone would do better.
I think I would too.
Yeah, because you sit there and you think of a play, like ahead of the play, and you think of a play of ahead of the play, ahead of the play, like when you think ahead, like where you think of like chess.
Yeah.
And if you think of like, oh, well that's just plain stupid, and you hear that in Hodzik's voice, and it's just like you hear that for 4 years now. You know, sometimes you just become a little bit not perfect, because everyone's not perfect, but close to perfection in your gameplay.
Fighting down below with Sentinels. Xset showing good work there with the Sheila. Oh!
You were ahead of the game, first place with a week down.
Yes.
You got 4th in London, 2nd in Sweden. What is it going to look like
In hand of Nocturnal as it currently is.
No, honestly. Top 3 keeps my job. Top 5 keeps my job. Like, I aim for consistency. If I get a first place, cool. But like, I like consistency. I like to keep my job. I like to keep my paycheck. Like, I will do. If I win, I win. If I get top 5, that's where I'm happy. Anything below that, what the hell am I doing?
Well, I have bigger hopes and ideations for you guys. I want to see you guys hoisting that trophy on Championship Sunday. So will we be seeing you guys hoist that trophy?
I think a comfortable second place. Like I'm feeling like I'm feeling a furious second place. I'm feeling
like to turn the brains off and just completely send it?
Yeah, I'm feeling like we're gonna kill the entire server, and whatever happens, happens.
Well, I mean, thank you so much. I'm sure we have plenty of people that are at home grinding inside their houses, cheering for Xset, wanting to see you guys hoist the trophy, even if you're okay with the top 5.
I'm okay with top 3.
Win. This man's gonna win. Don't let him fool you. Nocturnal and
I
Xset
stay
are...
humble.
I'm not going to stay humble for you, okay?
That's fine.
I'm going to sit here. They will be hoisting the trophy at the end of Split 2 playoffs. Thank you so much, Nocturnal, for joining me
I blame
today.
you if I don't.
Yeah,
Nice.
you can.
Nice to have a scapegoat.
Man, hearing that, this is why we highlight mentality so much, Genome. Hearing Noc's story, hearing the way that he approaches the game in general, there's a reason why after Sweden, I had his former team as one of my in-game banners. I couldn't let that go. I'm absolutely obsessed with the way that their journey has progressed. From the Nox team to Hodsick and his growth, looking at the performance yesterday though, it goes against what we were seeing in that video. We definitely expect a different approach for today's games.
Well, if we listen to what he was talking about there, the part where he was saying that, we like to just be having fun. We don't want to necessarily have to, sweat too hard, but it's kind of hard not to give it your all, to have that locked-in mentality when you're here at LAN. But if they're saying they're kind of the opposite of that, they just want to be a team that's, pulling out those weird picks, the Pathfinder and what have you, it's hard to sort of maintain that level of composure at LAN. Maybe that's part of why they haven't done so well here.
And it ties into them experimenting with things and getting ahead of the meta before other teams do. That's why they're so good at what they do. They have confidence in not just their team play, but in their decision making and having fun with the characters that they know that they could progress the meta with.
And this is a very different situation to the split. As he said, they knew that they were going to make LAN already after a couple of weeks. I think we could have seen the same out of them if they'd had a couple of good, maybe 1 or 2 good series to start off the group stage with, and then been able to, get into that, the exit troll that we know and love at the end of the split, just the same like they could here at the end of the group stage. But now it's a completely different situation. They've got their backs against the wall, 39th overall, and they have to have a good series or 2. We know they've got it in them, but it remains to be seen.
Again, it's the difficulty looking at both these groups. Most of the teams that we are expecting to really have a high performance all the way through, just falling short than what they were expecting within that performance. And that's why I think day 2 is going to be the spiciest, because I think things are going to change up a lot. They've already gotten a hang of things for group stages yesterday, going into the stages today. You even heard Hal, actually, when we closed out the stream yesterday, talk about, we're looking to be 2-time winners, we're looking to be the best. Today, it was day number 1. We were able to be, relaxed about it, if you want to call it relaxed, when they were top fragging. But other teams now see that opportunity and they're like, you know what, it's true. Sure, we didn't perform to the best, but we want to be able to really perform to the top potential that we can for day 2. No more wasting time. And while we do wait, thank you guys so much for your patience. We will get started with the game soon. In the meantime, Blaze, tell us what you got.
Hey, Vicky. I am hanging out with the fans as they are in line at the signing booth for Dreamfire and MP White, some of the loudest fans I've got a chance to meet all weekend. Are you all having a good time here at this event? Yeah! Woo! You heard them when we kicked off the show yesterday, cheering for their favorite teams, coming out with a few wins, but the dedication of these fans being able to come out here, show their support, see these favorite players, it's been absolutely awesome out here as we see the awesome Dreamfire players over here getting the signings in. Are you been having a great time this event, man?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, there we go, right there. Now, as we come on through, these players, they've been hanging out, getting their photos in. It's been a good vibe, that family environment, that community environment that we love here in Apex so much. For you guys that couldn't make it here, my heart goes out to y'all, but don't worry, I'm gonna take y'all around the venue. We're gonna see everything else, okay, Vicky? But I'm gonna go over there and check out some of these merch booths, and I'll be back to you in just a second.
Hey, thank you so much, Blaze. First off, I just gotta know, our fans know how to drip it up. They got the Riz up with their outfits. They're looking fantastic. Talk about the fact that we have so many fans that made the trip over here. You highlighted it yesterday, actually, on our Block Genome. 20 days to get over here just to attend the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Talk about some dedication out here for the Apex Legends fans. That's what I like to see across all communities. That's why I love these type of LANs. Only time that we not only get to see these teams compete against each other across region. Nance, what are you doing?
They're leaking the strats, apparently.
Let me see the script. And they're laughing about it, too. They look like having a good time. But, aside from the dedication from the fans, the dedication from these players that have put in so much work to even be here in the first place while they just wait before we just jump right back in. Just getting set up here, everybody. But it's going to be a good time to see how a lot of these teams shift.
Yeah, Oxygen's here. They're right on the cusp at the moment, sitting at 20th overall. Of course, not everyone's played the same amount of games at the moment, so, some players just having a little bit
nasty.
of a nap, apparently.
With the
hand warmers under the chin? Okay, interesting.
Is that a strat? I have to pick that up. I didn't even think about that. Just keeping, gotta keep your neck warm before you get necked by any other team. You know, you gotta be careful with that. Taking a look at our other teams here.
Your phony there?
Back, yeah.
I'm gonna say, I didn't recognize him without the hat.
You know what? True, but I saw him in the back, like, have it in his hand. I don't know if he just, like, took it off temporarily.
Are you allowed to wear a hat?
But, like, while you play?
Yeah.
How do you wear the headphones? I guess over that?
Yeah. Actually, wasn't there? I feel like there was this was a ruling thing at some point where, like, someone wanted to wear a beanie, and it was like, yeah, how does
that's a little self-check beanie.
How does that interact with the the noise cancellation from the headphones, all that kind of stuff?
Check the beanie. Especially when you see players, like, affect the way that they're popping off. When he made that tweet yesterday, I was like, you know what? You are absolutely godlike, but check that PC. It was too crazy. There's so many standout plays.
There's still two things in my mind about that. One is that, look, they are absolutely destroying everybody. But two is that that's happened before with Alliance. Like, not with effect here in the team, right? That was with previous iterations of the roster. But they have stomped group stage before and then failed completely to show up in the finals.
That's why when we keep highlighting that team in general, we keep bringing them up because there's a reason why they're the top 2 team right now that have already qualified for the winners bracket. It's because it's not just effects, just hard carrying exactly. Yes, he's popping up, he's having those individual moments, but we obviously know the rest of Alliance, Yuki, Hockey's, they're amazing in their own regard.
All three of them, honestly, really put together. One of the best teams we've got here, just head and shoulders above the rest right now, it seems. I guess going back to some of the contests we might be seeing coming up, we'll get this game ready and started up again, Vicky. I mean, Xset are going to be loving the fact that E6 and Nocturne have gone down towards the Lava Cypher for several reasons, right? One, because they get it to themselves now and they can just play their normal game, rotate out as usual and start clicking some heads, but B, because that means it's even harder for all three of those teams to pick up points, to get through to the winners bracket, and therefore cause further problems. Like, that's something you've got to understand if you're watching at home. You maybe haven't been, sort of keeping up with the drop spots as much, is that really trying to eliminate the other teams that contest you so that you're not having to deal with them either in winners bracket or in the finals lobby when you get there is actually a very, very important part of this whole LAN.
And it goes into a lot of the 50-50s that we saw at the very beginning and how a lot of teams would go for the first 3 or even the last 3 maps without even securing a single point because they kept going for it. They want to secure that drop spot, but then it acts as a double-edged sword. You don't want to get off of that drop spot. Maybe you want to wait to keep it going for other groups that you have to face off against, but then you also are denying yourself the opportunity to keep yourself in contention for other top leading teams in the overall scores as we still progress through the overall groups. Because again, I know it's obvious, but the main thing that you want to rely on is to start in that winner's bracket. You also have a little bit of extra time so that way you can have more freedom to get some practice in for that finals bracket. So it really means a lot, aside from the fact that you don't have to worry about playing for your life out there.
Having a look at some of the comps that we picked up in that first game, and we just got the little bit of a hint starting out. It's crazy to see how some teams have changed over the years as well, Vicky. I mean, we keep talking about Alliance. Obviously, there's roster changes, but there's also style changes, composition changes, and FC Destroy, I will remind you, at one point actually got kicked out of Apex Scrims because they were just inting everybody too much. Or at least that's what the other teams agreed upon. And they were like, we just don't want to practice with you anymore. But I mean, I think that was a little bit unfair, honestly, because they genuinely are that aggressive and they do that kind of thing in real games, right? Like, that is not an unrealistic sort of version of them in the server. Or at least it was in the past. But now they're on like a Newcastle Watson comp. I mean, it's just a complete other extreme for these guys.
And looking at that comp and looking at other teams that haven't had the same fortune as others when it comes to getting the ring console on their POI, if they are running the Watson and you don't have a ring console in your POI and the next ring console is miles away and you have to work, oh, okay. All right, we got the dolls coming out here too. Oh, LG with the good taste. I see you, Neon Genesis. Shout out to LG. Speaking of LG, but we're talking about the contest too here. It's so important if you are running the Watson comp to be able to have that ring console available to you in your POI. I did see on social media some back and forth between even sniped on a green, like, you know, like staging's really hurting. Sweet had said it too. It's been really difficult when you're running a comp that's specifically to be able to rotate based off the rings, and then not having the ring because your POI in that specific game does not give you the RNG blessing.
Yeah, well, that was the unannounced change, right, that we saw. At one point, you know, the tweet came out, I think it might have been from Colgin. Either way, it was, oh, hey, there's a ring console, and it just appeared out of nowhere in Landslide. And, you know, as part of how those ring consoles work and how it's determined that they pop up, I believe that's actually, you know, reduced the amount of ring console spawns in staging. Right, so that's part of what Sweet was talking about there, because, you know, staging for the longest time, you've seen very top teams land there. It's got very good rotational paths, you know, priority to a lot of that southwest side of the map, and, you know, decent loot, right? So it's always been a, you know, I would say like maybe like a top 5 spot in World's Edge.
Yeah, and if it isn't staging that's blessing you with that ring console, then I also saw Snipe mention now it's so bad to the point where they like to try to rotate from staging into getting extra loot into Landslide, and then that could also open up more opportunities to change up your rotation depending on if the circle's going either south or north, that it could be that potential 50-50 where instead of rotating south from staging, up around in case the circle pulls all the way over to the east, you just go on the other side. By the way,
is that
that's
a real
me.
player, or is that is that a mannequin? I actually can't tell.
Oh my gosh.
What is it? Oh.
Shout out to Riddle Order.
I'm forgetting the movie. Like, what? My Weekend at Benny's. What is it? The.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Aww. Oh, and we got some signatures out here too, man. Shout out to the fans out here who woke up early to sit down in the Copper Box Arena. You guys are the best. Gonna be able to get some signatures out here from some of your favorite players. Speaking of finding out what's going on out here, who's in the crowd, we're gonna send it over to Blaze once again to check out the action.
Oh, yeah, it is. Hola. Hola. Yeah. What's up, everybody? Blaze here, and I'm with the man himself, Pokies, all the way from Brazil. My man, how are you doing, and how has the event been?
Hey, actually, I'm doing really, really well. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. And I'm here, like, broadcasting for Brazil. And I love these guys playing out there. So it's so great to be here representing my entire country.
Awesome, and it's so great to have you here. What was the journey like coming all the way from Brazil and being in London? Have you ever been to London before?
Yeah, the last time was on playoffs 1. Okay. Yeah, so it's 12-hour flight. So that's so great because I've been sleeping the entire flight. So yeah, that's so good for me. And that's good that only 4 hours of time, the difference. So that's good for me.
Oh yeah, that's real simple right there. Now, all yesterday we saw some exciting matches in group play, and we got another exciting day of group play. What were some of your favorite moments that you saw in the team, from the teams and the players that you were rooting for?
Yeah, that Vexlon moment was really good. That he wiped the energy. It was crazy. And Effects game, that guy is a beast. So yeah, it's so good. And my Brazilian fellow, so I'm always cheering for them, and that's all good, and hope they're doing good today.
Nice. And how's the watch party been going? We got everybody in Pokey's watch party. Make sure you guys come out here, check them out. Any last bit of shout outs you want to give out there to your fans?
Yeah, actually, I really appreciate all the viewers here and the people always supporting me. That's so good to be here. And not only here, but with my fellow Brazilian guys and Portuguese from Portugal and such. That's so great to be here, and I feel honored to.
All right, well, it was a pleasure having you. That's going to do it for me and Pokies for now. Casters, take us back.
Obrigado, Blaze. Welcome, Pokey. It's going to be a good time here. And once again, thank you so much for your patience to those sitting in the Copper Box Arena, to those watching at home. I know you've been waiting eagerly. Let's get started. Let's not waste any more time. We are starting game number 1 on World's Edge.
Let's go! We get straight into some of these contests. It's heating up in Lava Siphon. Not just the lava, not just the hot zone, but how many teams that are going to be dropping there. We had some great info from Xset and Nocturnal just before, so it's going to be fascinating to see how they get this POI to themselves, or will it be a contest? We've got to change up already from that first start of the game. Element 6 dropping into Trials. Exit have chosen Skyhook West. It does look like there's no way. There's no way after that they're going to get this to themselves.
What?
I think they're actually going to get Lava Siphons to themselves. But there are still contests going on. We've got Jailings versus Moist up in Overlook.
I'm appalled. I'm appalled. J-Ling's now rotating away. It's Overlooked 50-50 that you also had called out earlier on. It is going to be happening right now as we get to take a look at how this is going to be played out. You see Moist on the north side of Overlook, going to be able to loot some of those buildings, the truck on the other side here too. Doesn't look like there is a crafter there, but it does look like there is a survey beacon to maybe get some information on the players that's around. No, J-Ling's is covering it a little bit on Overlook, but it's about paying attention to how they're going to approach this here and trying to get to the rooftop first for this 50-50 fight.
Yeah, so Moist kind of had some of the buildings, the caravans, and then Jailings have gone for that, the jungle gym and the dome house there. That's how they've kind of split the loot up to start with. You can see Horizon, Sia, Bang, very good for a contest. And then going up against Moist, who are playing exactly the same composition.
And I like how you highlighted that. That's so important because, looking at how some of these teams play these contests, they purposely rotate around their composition to be able to have the upper hand in these early 50-50 fights. As you can see, JMW trying to get the ping. He's got the Nemesis in his hand. He's got the beam already, gets the crack. That's why the Nemesis is so good on drop. It does so much damage so quick.
And with a 2-4, I mean, I feel like scopes, honestly, are one of the things that can change a contest up like this. If you get that early, you can decide not to just bum rush the other team. You sit back, you do get the poke, and if they don't necessarily have the sights, it can be a little bit harder to get that opening to make that, that first foray for yourself.
And it's that mirrored composition too. You have MT on the Seer, you have Pricey on the Bang, you have Waltzy on the Horizon. Now you can see right here on the high ground as they still try to contest. J-Ling's on the other side of the sniper tower, but playing around this, they still have the armor disadvantage. We saw that there was blue on J-Ling's side, but it doesn't matter. Gets the crack. Is MT gonna try to follow up from that? He's got the thermite to force him to funnel out, but no, out of position is MT. Waltzy trying to give him suppressed fire at a different angle.
Yeah, it looks like it's a trade though. I think we're still in a 2v2 here. Pricey and Waltzy versus Nags and JMW. Oh, the smoke's very important there, but it looked like MT, I believe, only had a Mozambique when he went in, just trying to finish off that Nemesis damage from Pricey.
Sometimes the Mozambique is all you need and a dream, but are they going to let this reset actually happen? And this is the armor advantage too that I was mentioning.
Yeah, Fury is coming in off the back of this score. These guys have taken way too long and climatized the team. They're always looking for kills, and here I think they're about to find a bunch.
Oh no, Furia, this is what we were wondering here too. Sometimes when these contests just take way too long, this is exactly what happens. Meanwhile, Furia's coming in with a purple and 2 blue Evo shields, but out of position here too. Did you notice right there, Moist had found the opportunity to get away the moment that they saw that Furia was coming in from their south.
Well, I guess that's, you can't chalk that one up either way. It was a stalemate, really, by the time that Furia got there. So, not putting that in either way. Pricey has gone down in the meantime. J-Lings actually have all 3 up, so it looks like they're going to come out of this better than Moist at the very least.
They were able to get the reset with the res, and then while Furia was moving in, they didn't see the position of where both teams were, so they were still able to get everybody alive. But Waltzy is the only one alive from Moist, and even worse now, I don't think they're going to be able to get MT's banner since he did die on that south side of the sniper tower, and that's exactly where Furia is trying to ape.
That said, the other 2 teams look like they're really getting into it here with Furia and J-Lings. Have they disappeared underneath? It's sometimes a little bit hard to tell this corner on the map with the zip line that goes down to the train tracks here. Oh, they might have actually spotted out where Waltzy was. I thought he was going to get away with this. Pricey, okay, he's still alive at this point.
I know this third party is extremely important to see how Furia plays this, but with the side-by-side and with this fight taking more time to see maybe a side-by-side of where that next circle is going to be going, because it's inevitably going to show which of the other teams are going to be able to circle, keep the action that they're already hearing. The inclusion of the evac towers may indicate now that Furia know that this fight is taking way too long, get some information once they take to the skies, and they're going to be able to start rotating around this fight and maybe try to find an opportunity to counter-rotate J-Lings and maybe that last member of Moist if they are able to find them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the initial
Ooh,
contest that took too long, right? It's the third party as well. Furia, a team that we would say are a pretty decisive fighting team, but not able to find it in time.
Dino, it's not even about the rotate. They're not even trying to counter-rotate. They're literally just trying to find the Moist stragglers. They said nobody gets left behind, and by that, I mean you are going to be the heads on the stake. Our first KP out here as Panders is going to be able to find Pricey. Let's jump into a listening with Furia to hear how they're going to be able to approach this next circle and this fight.
Is it bad?
No, I could hear it like barely, but it's weird that I'm hearing it at all. Yeah, I'm 100 off. I can get it.
Well, we could go Geyser.
I'm down. Yeah.
That'll be safer. We can get a player scan. Well, that team will probably be there. But we can kill them.
I just ran it. I kind of forgot that balloon existed.
Let's head in that direction.
Did they raise that balloon?
Did I just see a guy? No, I'm just crazy. I'm just crazy. Did they what? Raise the balloon?
Yeah.
I doubt it.
I felt way higher than normal.
Old sniper mag. Wow.
I need heavy mags.
Level 2.
I have one.
I just knocked a Bangalore to zone. You might be in.
Wait.
They're in gas somewhere then in Overlook.
They are in gas. That's the Seer team that I knocked. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
If he didn't res there.
They might be here. I just knocked him again. I mean, wherever they're at, they don't have meds. Someone's here.
I knocked Ryzen.
Someone's here? Yeah. 110 on him.
Yeah, I'm going inside.
I'm going right side.
I'm inside right now.
I'm right side.
No eyes on them. They're on the rocks.
Yep. Yeah. You can rise ult them maybe.
Yeah, I will.
Almost got Gibby. I'm batting.
Good ult on them. Good ult on them. Good ult on. They're all in bubble.
Yeah, I'm going left.
They're all in bubble.
I'm going left.
The castle went to the right side.
I'm above. I'm waiting for bubble. 74 blue. 74 blue.
21 on the south.
I got Caustic.
Yeah, with you.
On me, Gibby. It's just Gibby. Right here. No bubble. He's hit for 40.
I have to reload.
Hit for 40.
Yeah.
Just kill him. You need to kill him soon because we're going to get thirded. Right here. We're going to get thirded. You need to get out of here.
Kill him.
I'm leaving.
We need to kill him.
I'm batting right now.
Hey, kill that Gibby if you can.
Nice. Play your left now.
Heal.
I might be able to get away. They're rezzing him.
They are rezzing. You need to try to get rid of or stop that.
Gibby's running over there.
That's the other team.
No. The Seer's the other team. They're bubbling.
They're chasing them. Gibby didn't res.
We saw the third-party opportunity. You heard the comms. They knew that the longer that fight took, Fire Beavers was right on their tail, and that's not all here too, Genome. There's another squad moving in, and that's going to be North Epson coming in from Big Mod.
Might get the fourth party happening here. Have Fire Beavers overcommitted just to get that one kill on Pandas because they are going to be in the zone when North Epson does get eyes on them. And you can see now, oh, okay, that's good. At least there's a little bit of cover here where they can get their health back up. But North Epson going to be walking behind that mobile shield.
Very scary situation. The Meatball Slinger hurtling in his direction. G7 Scout and Prowler in the hands of North Epson to work with on the other side here.
Ooh.
Good way to play on the outskirts of the circle here, but look at the 30-30 is fully kitted. Oh my goodness, with the Skull Piercer on top of that. I do believe that is in the Replicator, which works into this rotation too. They are able to get through stacks into Big Mod providing the materials that you need to try to get a craft.
Yeah, well, Fire Beavers, with that initial crack onto them, don't really feel like pushing forward. That allows Fire Beavers to go back through the tunnel, and they'll be fine for now. North Epson got to get back out and look for some more prey. Unfortunately, just, initial trade, not good enough from them.
This has just been so chaotic for our first game at the very beginning. Furia out, Noctum out, Moist Esports out. We've been able to catch all the action firsthand ourselves. Meanwhile, Jailings somehow still alive. We're able to reset off in the circle. You heard it in the listening with Furia that they got a knock on the horizon. Now there's Jailings still alive, now more alive than what we just witnessed from Furia, who are back in the lobby. And they're going to be trying to rotate to see what's going on. the ring is closing in, so they are going to be able to get out.
Well, it's been so hectic so far that we haven't even been able to talk about where the ring's going,
right?
What is happening in the rest of this game. The teams who are playing for the end zone, not for a couple of sneaky KP at the start here. So going back towards that zone, we're looking down here at Lava Siphon, obviously, and the south end of it is where a lot of the action is going to be this time. So as you can see, we've got Element 6 as well as FaZe down the bottom here.
This is crazy. Again, I would love to have that side-by-side of the circles so that way you guys can see where the circle's pooling, but with the action that we've seen over on the northeastern side of the map, this circle is pooling to the southwest side.
There's a double knock, by the way, on A6.
Oh my goodness. With the 30-32 here from Strafing Flame, Oni having to be careful though. He's getting, what is this, a light show? The charge rifle on one side, on the other side, you have to watch out for the catwalk. In both directions he was getting hit with a charge rifle.
Ooh, luckily,
nice
Frex does have the gold knockdown, but yeah, as you can see, so much coming in from every direction. You've got Ath in the southern Lava Siphon building there, pinging away at them. FC Destroy up from the tunnel. Crazy Raccoon Pioneers. There's just so many shots on so many sides. FaZe literally are living in a tiny house right now.
What's scary is that they're living on the bottom part of the tiny house, and with now the exhibit being pulled up here and having to share this space with 3 other teams, being on that top platform is great, but in the line of sight of 2 squads at once, you have to worry about the teams that are looking at you from the tree area, which will be KCP, who usually rotate through that south side since they go from Mirage Etoile all the way down here past staging. Then you have to also worry about the squads that you're sharing the other side of Lava Siphon with that can have you in their sights, that could take the high ground where the ring console usually is. That's going to be where Gambare Otosan is going to be hanging out in too. So being on the top platform, great, but without cover, you're going to be in a difficult situation, especially with all the charge rifles that we're currently seeing in the lobby.
Yeah, I think it's a good spot once tree gets cut off,
yeah.
But you know, before that, it's kind of tough. You got just too many angles to worry about, I think. So Blackhand, in comparison, very happy in the Lava Siphon building there. And look, the ring has pulled essentially to the southern side of Lava Siphon, but still very much on it. So I think it's going to end, you know, the southern stairs under the command center is probably where it's going to head. Maybe the RV down there that you can see just in the middle, top of the screen right there. Yeah, something around there, I think, is where we'll have that 5th and 6th circle.
I like that call and read on where that next circle could be pulling to, especially since if it is that circle, you already know the chaos of the squads that are rotating from the south side are going to be out in the open, and it's going to be very difficult to be in that command center point when you don't have the high ground, because Gambare already has that taken over, and so you'll be playing off the low ground where you could get some natural cover, but then your backs will be open to the train tracks where 100 Thieves are going. Black Hand, though, coming in the feed, you see Crazy Raccoon taking out Luminosity, still lighting up the feed as well as ATH also get eliminated.
Very nice there from Blackhand. So they were obviously on the lower ends of that southern building, just popped up and have taken out, obviously, the team who was landing there for what is going to be a very good position later on. Fire Beavers, we saw them get out of dodge a little bit earlier. Now going up against this team is fortified the high ground position there with the castle wall.
A yeet on the nade, still tossing.
It's just, this is a repeat of the fight we saw, or at least the you know, the poke we saw over at Geyser.
Sometimes history repeats itself here, especially in this situation too. Reminds me of that Ascend game, as you currently see Reception having the high ground. You see the exhibit also called in, bringing all the attention with the ring closing right behind their backs though. They're trying to circle keep this squad. Reception on the high ground, playing right outside the exhibit. Satuki with the Prowler shots, doesn't have a sight, not even a one times as the Black Hole gets called in. He manages to get away in time as he gets hit with a barrage of grenades, just dancing and dodging right through them, and Taida gets the first knock onto Taskmaster.
Whoa, but Fire Beavers, they're gonna watch their backs. LG is coming up there as well. Blackhand may poke their heads out and be a little bit of a factor in the fight from that building over as we do see North Eption just looking down onto the higher ground. Fire Beavers do get crushed in the middle. Now it's LG versus North Eption as they come up on the gravity lift. Doesn't look like North Eption were expecting that at all.
Yanya also was finding his pop-off moments, and he gets stopped right in his tracks as Black Hand now looking to get involved on the high ground. North Eption get taken out at the end of that Luminosity fight, swapping right over to Black Hand immediately afterwards. That's Luminosity that have been clearing out that south side, by the way, which is extremely important because that is just racking up even more points. I believe there's right now sitting at 7 kills, so looking to still keep themselves in contention with placement. But Black Hand playing into this composition, looking at this. You got the Bangalore, the Wraith, and the Watson, so their goal is to play for that end circle. They're going to be bunkering down inside of that building.
Okay, so they're shacked up with FaZe right now, and then if we look behind them towards Command Center, you've got Jailings, Exet, and Gambare Otosan there. So all 5 of those teams are going to have decent priority into that last zone, especially Gambare. They are going to be in the main building, and they'll just be able to walk out through those big blast doors as the final circle starts closing.
It's huge here to make a call for a circle like this, especially as Gambare has been ahead of the curve. LG, L-Star in the hands of Nizul, looking to get out of line of sight of the squads that have height right above them. You talk about getting shacked up in the same building as 2 other teams here too. The Catalyst Wall has to be forced out from Jaguares here because right now he needs some help from Nizul. Very good call and communication here coming in from LG. It was just a matter of giving Jaguares some backup, trying to poke out with the Prowler, which, by the way, was the most used weapon yesterday alone, looking to replicate that. Axelon also popping off in the feed, but Yanya needs to back away just in time, trying to reset with the bat. He sees another play right in front of him, but he gets taken down immediately afterwards. Snipe down, gets a nice Kraber shot in the feed here, looking to prevent this squad from resetting, as LG only have Jaguares left and up and alive. Playing around the knockdown shield, he gets the crack, look to your left, nothing's gonna help you out here, as Snipe down still continues to pop out for FaZe. This is the team that they were sharing on the low ground here, as FaZe saw the opportunity to move in.
They did get one of Black Hand as well, I believe. You saw LG, they wanted to get in that building just for a little bit of safety, but the Watson fences that we see right there was stopping them, had to turn around, and by that time it was too late.
Saw that double Kraber. I know we didn't get to see it in our POV, but that double Kraber from Snipe Down. They were busy. Snipe Down went a little sneaky mode out there, but this is what happens when you are rocking the Loba in your team comp. You have access to these power weapons that really benefit you in this late game. You got 8 squads left as KCP get eliminated next. Aiden popping off in the feed there against that team as they're looking to stay on the high ground, but they're going to have to start rotating here soon in almost less than a minute.
All right, we've got 8 squads left. As we said, Gambare still looking really good, and then you've got Exet and Jailing sort of fighting for the northern side. But as the teams start running into each other on the western side, Oxygen go up against 100 Thieves. Onmu with that high ground position is going to put in serious damage before dropping down to try and get revenge on Skuri.
Aiden still, they get the trade there too, but 100 Thieves having both Onmu and Vaxon alive. He is popping off, and he's got the Digi looking through the smoke here.
Black Hand coming off the back of this. There's only 2 of them, so a third party makes perfect sense.
7 squads left. 100 Thieves playing off the low ground of this bridge, trying to dance away from the shots coming from behind him. That's another Prowler, by the way, that they're getting beamed by. Looking to take the gravity lift right now onto the height.
Look, even without the KP there, Black Hand have eliminated a threat, and they've actually carved out some space for them there. So a very good call, honestly, just with the 2 left alive. But as we get into this next circle, FC Destroy currently holding the RC in the middle are going to have to deal with FaZe coming at them. Jailings and Exet both use their exhibits and are going to have to try and get into this next zone without those important ultimates.
You got Exet, you got Black Hand with a duel, FC Destroy, FaZe, Gambare Otosan, who predicted the circle amazingly, J-Linked, 100 Thieves here. Charge rifle in hand of Onmu. I like holding the side of the circle. They're going to be playing by the edge, but this is also a really good approach in comparison to Gambare, who are going to have to rotate from that high ground of the command center area of Lava Siphon down below. But with the Prowler in hand of Vaxon and having the Digi threat, works perfectly with your smoke, but he doesn't have an extended heavy mag.
Finally, something going Exet's way. They take out Jailings, and this will open up the outside, down the bottom probably of to be a playable space here for Exet. They just have to worry about Gambare on their top side. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves move in to finally deal with the pesky duo of Black Hand.
Black Hand and then FaZe behind Black Hand, just essentially sandwiching Black Hand in this situation. It's going to be 100 Thieves holding hands with FaZe, and they are able to take care of Black Hand. Snipe Down, picking up even more KP for his team.
Easy flash with the smokes. It's not good enough to save them, and they will go down to FaZe and 100 Thieves now. We do have these last 4 teams fully stocked and ready to go.
Calm before the storm here, literally. No team wants to overextend here. No reason. Black Market called in. Vaxon's trying to take a cheeky angle. Is this going to be a call here? No. It's just going to be patience. But look at Gambare Otosan and their position with the team comp that they're running.
Yeah, it's solid here. You can see the fences set up. No doubt they've got some Altic cells in the pocket, I would dare say, just to make sure that they can put down the gen whenever they need to. But again, it's the Kraber, it's the Elster. So much access to these care package weapons for FaZe.
So here's the problem. If FaZe commits to a fight against Xset, Gambare will find Xset from behind without having to overextend, and 100 Thieves would easily be able to find a route behind FaZe to go for a flank. So this is why neither Xset or FaZe want to overextend. The catwall does go up. It blocks the vision of Gambare and FaZe. Let's see what they can do.
FaZe look at this from the bottom, but we see Xset. They actually have a lot of the zone to themselves, even if they don't have the high ground. Could be really annoying if they pop up and catch FaZe off guard.
But look at Snipedown and his ammo with the car. He has no ammo. He needs to access his black market. I don't know if he just didn't realize it or didn't have the chance with the black market, and Vaxxlone trying to take some shots at him before. FaZe now is a lot of trouble. The creeping barrage managing to knock Snipedown in the process.
Okay, 100 Thieves just biding their time. They're waiting as long as they can. That's going to work out really well. Xset, when they had that chance to just backstab FaZe, sure, that works out, but all of a sudden, they go down to 100 Thieves, and we get the final 3v3.
Oh, he wanted to go for that shield swap right now. 2 squads left, 100 Thieves versus Gambare Otosan. They have the Newcastle, they have the Watson. Get down, Mr. President, with the Newcastle wall right there. See just now trying to find the opportunity. They get the first knock on the score, make it 2 on Vaxxlone. Only 1 left from 100 Thieves, and Gambare Otosan take game number 1. Another point on the board for APAC North.
The composition that the APAC North team were playing there was just perfect for that game plan. They get into Command Center in Siphon early. They've got Watson Newcastle. You can fortify that building so well. You've got unbreakable doors, fantastic spots to put down the interception pylon, and from that spot, they played it very safe. In the end, they only walk away with 5 kills, but of course, that's totally fine for them on top of the 12 placement points.
Yeah, they'll absolutely take that, especially from that rotation from Harvester going onto that spot immediately afterwards. They had a nice rotation. It gets very quick to be able to get on top of that command center in Lava Siphon. But looking at their comp alone, that's a comp that they are going to be staying bunkered down. The Newcastle, the Watson fence is already set up. There was no need for them to give up that space. They even had slight high ground over Xset. Why would they give that up, especially when they have the Watson fences already set up there? But that was all part of the plan. We knew the circle was going to pull in that area, and it gets a little scary when you're funneled outside of command center, especially if you're holding the high ground. And with so many teams fighting in Lava Siphon, they were able to get poke damage, they were able to boost up those evos while still staying put. It was very important for them to hold that position, and it paid off at the very end of the day. One of the squads that are very quick to rotate because, again, with their comp, they want to stay situated in that final circle where they get the read on it.
100 Thieves, they managed to get themselves out of some sticky situations and actually end up with the same amount of points as GO in the end. 17 for them, a very solid effort. The other one we should be talking about, of course, is Xset.
Yes.
Is this the bounce back that they needed, that we expected? The team comes out with 8 kills and a couple of placement points on top of that.
Sykes woke up upset. Sykes said, I'm here to terrorize this lobby to the best potential that I can. He himself was able to secure 5 KP to his name. He had a decent amount of damage on the board. They tried to play that patiently, but there was just a lot of chaos on that side of that final circle between FaZe and Xset. The unfortunate circumstance as well that Snipedown didn't have any heavy or light for that card to benefit from. I believe his secondary was a Kraber, unless he had swapped it for an L-Star.
It was the L-Star, yeah.
Okay, so he had swapped it out at one point, but then when he was forced to back away once he ran out of ammo, it looked difficult because the catwall was up. He could play around it, but on the other side, who was meeting him? It was Xset.
Well, I mean, yeah, we were kind of watching, you can see the way players are facing, I guess, on the mini-map, which is what I was watching, and FaZe were 100% focused on 100 Thieves, right? So Xset coming from the bottom there, they could poke up over the railings, and they just weren't looking at them at all. So it just felt like as soon as that engagement happened, they were just going to get one clipped from the back, which is why I'm a little surprised that FaZe went down, that Xset went down so easily after that. I'm not sure if it was the angles from GO up the top, but it really felt like it could have been a final 3v3 with Xset versus GO.
We could do a run through that final circle, because I also believe there was a barrage of nades that was also hurtled in their direction. Something that GO didn't have to worry about because I believe, they had the Jenny up there too. So not that they could worry about it as we take a look.
Yeah, this is perfect. Now we get to see exactly what happened. All right, so the catwall's up at this point. This is where they have mantled up onto the middle ground here. You can see, okay, a couple of nades come out. You've got a Digitread on the prowl, but that's not necessarily going to let you see through the catwall. Goes down, bam. Phase go down at the exact moment that wall goes down. Oh, wow. So I'm wondering if it was the Digithread maybe from 100 Thieves then, because you saw the bullets just coming through them, really targeting XZ so easily.
What was also great was that Vaxlon had the creeping barrage for that final fight as well. So aside from the barrage of grenades, you also have to worry about the space that the creeping barrage also took. 100 Thieves are playing at a very slight health disadvantage, but Scurry got absolutely beamed from Dogma originally, which set them up for success. Listen, Charge Rifle in a dream sometimes there too, when you have to make the desperate swap, when you have to reload your first weapon. As we take a look at the overall scoreboard for that first game, Ganbare Otosan come out on top with the dub and 5 kills to their name. 100 Thieves, Xset, FaZe, they're waking up a little bit, getting top 4 here. 100 Thieves finishing up with 8 KP, Xset to match that with them, and then FaZe finding themselves those 5 kills while patiently fighting their way into that Southern Lava Siphon building. After that though, is there any other team that you're surprised to see Genome on the bottom end of this first page?
Yeah, as we get to look at the bottom 10 there, obviously you've got the teams losing contests like Moist down there with 0. They almost got out of it. Actually, I almost shouldn't say losing contests because it was, you know, it was the third party from Furia coming through here. And in the end, Furia only pick up the 3 kills from that, right? They go down, I think it was in Geyser afterwards. But yeah, look, Fire Beavers, 3 points for them. Yeah, look, LG do pick up a brace of kills, so you know that's if you're in the bottom 10, that's what you want your KP to be stacked towards.
I'm not surprised. Yanya waking up to choose violence, you know, that's just another day for LG Chivas to be able to put themselves and wake up a little bit. But they got to wake up when it comes to those placement points. Love seeing how the action played off at the very beginning of game number 1, but that's just it. It's only game number 1 on World's Edge. We got a whole lot more action for you guys on the other side of this break. Game number 2 coming to you soon.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody. Ganbare Otosan take first place in game number 1 for World's Edge. Welcome back to the Copper Box Arena. Welcome, London. Good morning. I know some people are still in bed over on the other side of the world, but here we are awake and watching these teams do their best for day number 2 for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. It's going to be a fantastic day, Genome, and what better way to start than some crazy action off the rip with some of these 50-50 contests, add in some sprinkle of third or fourth parties here and there.
I actually love those lava siphon rings. The
Yeah,
ones that end down there. I mean, you saw the way that it's set up, right? There's some nice pillars, there's a little bit of high ground, low ground, but not too much that it's like the high ground team just wins automatically, right?
Yeah, especially when it comes to those type of circles where it pulls a little bit off from some high ground and it kind of shares that hybrid platform. It's also funny because when you look at some of these circles and you're playing the game, you think back on moments like this from the ALGS, like, okay, well, I remember how some of the teams that we saw play the end circle here, like, what can I do here to take some notes at the same time? And I always keep that in mind because it always reminds me of moments like that, and then I just always think back at the ALGS. But an amazing showcase from Gambare looking into their team composition, working perfectly into the Newcastle and Watson.
And it also showed some of the differences between the comps as well. You know, we see the Catwall's good.
Yeah.
If you can finish the fight in the time that the Dark Veil is up. If you can't, obviously, we see FaZe go down. Whereas Watson, you know, no cryptos in the lobby. All of a sudden, that's looking like a pretty fresh pick, and they just get that whole high ground to themselves. Very hard for anyone to even push into. Gives them the option, the choice of when to engage, and that's how they got that last fight on 100 Thieves, just pumping that.
Yesterday, but man, oh man, would it be ashamed if you did all this hard work painting the floor with these pylons or these caustic barrels just for an EMP to say no. And then looking on the other side too, looking at what our top 5 squads had in store for them at the end of that circle, 100 Thieves did come in second, Exit came in third, and then FaZe came in fourth. At the very end of that fight, we saw what happened to Black Hands before they went down, and that forced out kind of like a standoff between FaZe and Exit on the slight low ground. 100 Thieves capitalizing with a barrage of nades too to make sure that FaZe felt sandwiched essentially between Exit and 100 Thieves. So now looking to see how this is going to replicate going into game 2. We said it. These teams need to show up today. And game number 1, even if you don't take the dub, it's about finding that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Catwall was the right choice. They just probably needed to swing and make a, you know, a finite decision there, you know, a definite decision going in against 100 Thieves. Because obviously, yeah, once it was down, well, the way they put it up, you know, you could completely split off Geo and Exit down the bottom there to make that a fair 3v3. Anyway, that's ancient history. We're here into game 2, and we might have some more contests going on. Moist will be going up against Jailings. Do just get Lava Siphon to themselves. So I feel like it's Nocturne. These guys are the X Factor, right? Xset might be the Xset, but Nocturne are the X Factor, 100%. They seem to be just, they're just like, they get into the dropship and they're like, they roll the dice, I don't know, press a where are we going to drop today app or something like that, and choose. Okay, they're going Survey Camp Epi. That makes sense because that was unclaimed at the start of this. But once again, Moist go up against Jailings. This time it's Jailings who rock up with the Mozambique.
But now they know after what happened in the last game, if they do take this fight, it needs to end as quickly as possible, which it should always be in these 50-50 fights. Like you talked about, Athens still getting Lava Siphon to themselves. Such a good POI. I believe in that first game, they did go down in 11th despite having circle advantage in their favor for their POI. But looking around too, still the congestion that we were expecting over at Skyhook. We're going to get the Overlook, though, fight happening first as J-Links looks to try to take the approach onto the high ground here, but that's a nice amount of information off the Seer Tap.
They're trying to make it quick this time, right? You can see they've only got one weapon. They're going in immediately, not looting all that much, really. Just with a couple of shots off the back, they have routed Moist into this building. Will the Mozambique shots hit? Yeah, they will.
Lovely as Nags also gets the knock onto Walty with the flatline. Oh no, jumps right in front of him, but that's fine. You can take that KP. It works out for all of us at the end. JMW now just going to hold the door currently while Nags is going to be able to heal up with one shield cell, but it's about boosting up those Evo shields here for this fight and the information that Seer provides in these early game fights too.
I think Moist might just be trying to get out at this point then. Play your life is probably the call coming out. MT and Waltzy have been full killed, I believe, so it's going to be Pricey just making his way down. Probably somewhere towards Geyser. Let's see if Jailings decide to loot the POI fully or go for the kill.
Oh, you see the pings.
Yep, they've spotted him.
Can't run, can't hide. Nags is coming after you. Not even a weapon, and he's going to hold hands with Noises, too. Looking to land right on top of him. Oh, he inked himself, too, with the smoke grenades, but that's not going to do anything. Noises is right here. Ooh, tosses out the grenade. He just has to lock him in. He takes a lot of damage. Oh, my goodness, the nade helping him out. But with some help from Nags, you can try to jump in any direction. 180. wall up, tap stripe, it's fine. You were outnumbered, and unfortunately, you do go down with a fight, but you go down nonetheless as we take a look at the next fight now being handled in landslide.
Yeah, well, this is, looks like we've got the ring going somewhere over towards that southwestern side of the map, and that's why we've got some teams running into each other through landside, through that tunnel there between that and staging. Is going to be a fierce point of contention. You can see Oxygen running into a little bit of a perimeter fence there. It's going to give them pause. Of course, the APAC North teams, quite a few of them are picking up Watson. Historically, been a very popular pick for the region.
What I love here is that Oxygen was in the middle of the rotate. They see the Watson fences, and they're like, something isn't right here. There's something amiss, and now backing away, noticing that. I think that was a misplacement at first with the Watson fence. They wanted to do exactly what they just fixed right now, just to block off that spot. But very quick reaction from Gambare. Looking at Zheng He, how he was able to set up the Newcastle wall on the high ground.
Oh, this is a great spot, right? So you can see the circle coming in now. Could be a landslide circle, could be a harvester circle, probably not a staging circle, I'll say. But that spot it's one of the weirdest, most like inaccessible high ground spots that you're actually allowed to play, right? You don't fall off it. It's not an out of bounds timer. But you do need some sort of help to get up there. You just pop the castle wall up and boom, he flies.
Always so scary when you see a Horizon put down her gravity lift and then you see a barrage of people just hurtling in your direction, just being flung on top of that cliffside. And some more fighting. Furious still rotated in this direction, and they got JMW knocked. I was expecting maybe that Jailings would have already gone for a rotate outside of Overlook, expecting this to happen already, but they still stayed behind, and now Fury just gonna benefit from this all over again.
Sure, they won the contest this time, 1-0 to Jailings now, but it is a Pyrrhic victory with Furia eliminating the rest of them. There you go, full team wipe. And, I mean, it's just so often the way of contest, right? No one wins.
If it takes too long, at least. Usually, if they would have just rotated right after getting Waltzy at the very end there, they would have been able to rotate quickly through Geyser with no contention. Yes, there's no Crafter there, but maybe that is what they wanted. Maybe they wanted the Crafter, and they wanted to stick by Overlook, which makes sense.
I think so.
We've seen so many squads rotate with crafting in mind as a priority because of the R9 and Rampage being there too. And we saw a high use of the R9 alongside the Prowler, since the Prowler is on the ground, and that is something that these teams really do like to rely on. But Furia are going to actually do that same thing themselves. They're going to get some crafting going, whether they want some shield bats. You already see that Panders was already able to get the R9, and on top of that, has the gold mag, so that's also lovely to see. Well, they were able to get that on this rotate, craft some shield bats, some med kits, and while they are doing this, again, 18 squads left. We already said goodbye to Moise and J-Links, who do land in Overlook.
So it's another 3 KP to start the map off for Furia, and once again, they'll be just dancing around these other Edge teams that play on the eastern board of World's Edge. Firebeaters, North Eption will also be doing exactly the same thing as we see Furia doing right here, crafting and then rotating in nice and late.
So we tune into E6, the crowd giving them their energy currently. Case Swinny, oh, I like that gold triple take that he's rocking. A little spicy with the triple taki here. E6 going to be able to get the loot that they need here, as well as trying to clear out this north side of the map. But it goes into the story that we're talking about when it comes to how important these crafters are. Let's say you don't have a ring console in your POI and you got the crafters. It's a nice way to compensate once you have to get into that next circle or be able to find the information for that next ring.
Harvester starting to get a few teams piling in there, as we mentioned. There's a chance it does pull over there. Okay. Obviously starting off in Siphon have only had to make their way over one POI just to pull up in here, but they're nice and ensconced in this little building with some Catalyst fortifications.
I'm not sure we've seen it in this lobby just yet. I know we saw it a lot yesterday, and it doesn't look like it actually, but with the ramparts running literally rampant, these fortified doors just crumble down at the sight of a Sheila here. But with Av's game plan, looking at their team comp, they are going to be situated in here because they are getting the prediction that the circle may be pulling here, but they don't have access or that next circle information. So this is on a whim. If they want to position themselves here, they could try to go for a third party, or they could counter-rotate and take that 50-50 stagnant approach, stay here, see where the next circle is going to go, and then be able to rotate with their backs cleared out.
You remember the days when Rampart was a troll pick?
G Dolphin was ahead of that
people
curve.
were just like, this will never be an ALGS.
That's my sleep paralysis demon. I mean, I saw that, I was like, there's no way. Every time I see that Sheila come out, I'm like, put that away. What do you think you're doing? Then here, it works so well with those fortified doors. It makes complete sense. Even seeing the combination of like a Rampart and Horizon when it deals with those cat walls, when we had that cat seer meta that you mentioned earlier on today, was a really good idea, because you just say hello to my little friend, spray and pray, and then you'll get lucky out here. But not seeing that in this lobby, which goes into the different compositions that we've been able to witness between different groups in general. KCP going to be able to rotate away from Lava Fisher and Mirage Trois into the southern side of Thermal Station, finding LG, it looks like, actually on the other side of Thermal, and absolutely going to take Sir Del from the other side.
Oh, blue knockdown shield just lasted him long enough to get into that building.
That was a poke from the choke point that leads onto the high ground hill of Harvester. So they definitely are trying to greet them from the left side, while LG is just here blinded by the smoke, looking to see if they can try to capitalize. But if they give up this space, they'll be in a lot of trouble, because again, Northception's already knowing what's going on here. And can actually circle keep them here too, if you look at where the circle's going.
Yeah, it has actually shifted a little bit more towards Harvester, so look, happy to eat my words if that one happens, but I think the teams honestly are having a little bit of trouble reading it as well, because there's teams in Staging, teams in Harvester, teams in Landslide. It's definitely an interesting one.
If we could get a side-by-side of where that next circle is going to be, what's really interesting, there's multiple different final circles here, but two that I love, and by love I mean chaotic, because that's what we like to see here. There's open space sometimes where this next circle could be pulling towards the open ground of the small house, to the right side of Staging and to the west of Harvester, where you see that respawn beacon at. Sometimes it ends up on that house, and if it isn't on that house, sometimes it ends up in the valley area where you have to play off the low ground, which we know has been a very scary moment if you don't have like a Horizon on your team to get onto the high ground, or you have multiple teams beaming at you as well.
Yeah, FaZe once again maybe in a good position if it is the more eastern of those options. As you see, you might just get outside of, one of the Harvester snakes.
While KCP make their rotational approach right now onto the side of the circle, let's jump into a listening with Zane being literally one shot.
Like, shooting up on the left side. I bang also, guys. Ulted you, shooting it. I'm at it.
I got L. I got 3
Run and go all the way north. We wrap our into last side. Okay?
I'm 2-2 on meds.
Fuck, dude.
Enemy spotted far.
Hey, we can go underneath maybe.
Yeah, they're fighting on bridge right now, I think.
Yeah.
I smoked him.
Yeah. He didn't see us.
Fuck.
It's a shit spot down here, but...
Yeah.
Just look at my HP, I need to get to a safe spot to heal.
Yeah.
Trying to just get to you. Healing on you.
Staging ending. Okay. I want to keep going deeper. Once you're full HP, careful they can shoot you from the side.
Yeah.
I'm getting space.
Yep.
Coming shoot you from the side, keep that in mind.
Yeah. I'm going with Zane.
I'm gonna check.
Open supply bin over there. Let's go that way.
Yeah.
Got fucking headed by that.
Or like, once we rotate from here, it's
might be dead from Staging side.
Correct him.
Don't, can you stay bridge still?
Fuck. Not really now. That back is really difficult.
Yeah, they
No, he swung up.
I can try to chow him. Oh wait.
He's right here on ping. You can smoke me.
His teammate's holding my chow there.
Just shoot him my knock.
Yeah, Ragavan is looking with
Just all shooting my knockdown.
I'm trying to peek him.
Nah, I'm dead, bro.
Yeah, Ragavan is looking with Seer, I think.
Just take
I'm
everything I
now.
have.
Looking for angles up here.
Can you put the trap here?
Just take
I'm
everything I
popping
have.
Yeah, okay. Push. From the bridge. Yeah, but
Can you come to me or no?
Yeah.
They're looking for them. They
Why'd you just...
A bridge here. Come to me. Rest me where Satan died.
Yeah, coming.
Right now there's a smoke.
Yep.
There's
in that crack spot. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know.
Can we jump down here? Yeah. Come down. Where are you going, bro?
Well, KCP coming out of their edge POI there in Thermal, they don't really find a solid way into the circle. You can see there, there was a little bit of trouble trying to find a safe position, just catching strays from way too many different angles, and it's probably going to be lights out for them pretty soon, I would say, with Riddle on the top.
And even if not, it's still going to be very difficult because we know where that next circle is going to be pulling, and it actually is towards those train tracks, close to where that mobile respawn building is. So that's going to be extremely important for the squads like FC, like North Epson, who were able to predict that and then be on the other side of the rock to try to hold slight high ground, but it still will pull away from that north side of Thermal Station. So FC still are in the best spot as long as they try to hold that next to the crafter. Now taking a look at the fighting going down in stage, and you see Exet making the rotation right behind 100 Thieves. Vax only having that white Evo. Looks like he was forced to either swap, but running for his actual life here as Exet looking alive and healthy. R9 in the hands of Sykes. He's got the purple light mag ready. 100 Thieves get taken out, and in the distance, you see some shots coming in. That could be Riddle order here while Noctum is trying to fight KCP.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess right above Exet there, or actually a little bit in front of them. Black Hand, you can see now they've got Exet spotted out. That's the next team that they need to run through. They want to continue their good start to the day.
Looking at the Snake building now, all the way over at Harvester. You know that slight high ground probably has a team already situated there, as Entropic playing into their team comp here too. This is going to work perfectly with them as Uchaka was on that Caustic, setting up those barrels and having gold. He gets beamed here. Hierarcha going in for an aggressive flank position. He gets some support here, but Uchaka gets hit once, gets literally left one, and Furia have the health advantage. Double shield broke as Furia once again want to try to take advantage here, playing from the inside of the dome that was left outside, playing right outside the Catalyst wall here too. His Watson doesn't want to let these ults go to waste. They want to try to secure this, but playing passively with the reinforced doors instead.
Very lucky that Zeratricky wasn't the one on CS scan there, being able to use the cat wall, all of those delay tactics that you have available to you if you take too much damage. Big factor in that fight.
And look who's getting involved. It is the other squad that had high. It is Fire Beavers now, raining down on Fury, who have the safety of the inside of this building. Double cat walls, blinding all the way from the other side. Get the beamage here with the Prowler, gets the knock onto Trinities here. Ath get taken out. 15 squads left, and Furia are looking to continue on this beam, but they see that there's another squad. Nice scan. That's the benefit of having the Bloodhound in the hands of his Watson. Here comes the other squad. It's Fire Beavers waiting for the opportunity, and Tropic get eliminated. They do get the knock. Trade for trade as his Watson was able to get Taskmaster. 9 Impulse still gets Zeratricky. OJ Rain is one, and Furia cannot stay alive. They couldn't go for the recess, but then a fourth party's going to move in.
The death boxes just keep piling up here, and Oxygen, they want to add to it. They roll in now. Fire Beavers, you can see they haven't completely reset now, and Oxygen surely should be pushing this while they have the chance.
They get that nade knock here onto 9 Impulse, but backing away after having an advantage?
This is a very interesting choice here.
I'm wondering if they're
Oxygen.
scared that they were going to get third-partied from behind, and they did have height, so they don't want to give up the space, but still, you get a knock at that point with a nade, so you didn't have to overextend. Reeds gets another knock here, so they're just going to circle keep them. This is actually smart here if they want to hold this high ground.
Yeah, look, the next rotation for Oxygen is extremely hard. GO get taken out of a very good position by them, but yeah, look, Oxygen, now they have to worry about Crazy Raccoon. Will Fire Beavers be able to get some revenge and grief them from the side?
Which is the thought process to back away from that fight. Even if they could circle keep them, they know that they're not in the circle, so if they want to maintain that high ground, it's probably already taken from them, having to back away from Crazy Raccoon. Now going back over to the fight happening in staging. Exet now, who have to worry about not getting knocked.
Exet, they tried playing underneath staging yesterday. Didn't work out whatsoever. Looks like history is repeating itself here. Deja vu.
When Danger stares at him straight in the face, he knew it was coming. He just had to wait for it to pop up. He shoots at it with a G7, but he was already so low with his health. Nothing he could have done there.
Ability Legends?
Gotta be careful here. Riddle order. One tappy. Literally, one tap. Gonna be able to replenish that health with the med kit before trying to engage underneath these smokes too. G7 with the 2x4 with some limited light ammo here. For me, have to really deal with. Tappy unfortunately gets pinned down on the other side. Yukio is right there too. looking at the circle in general, FC Destroy still have the advantage on the train tracks. They also still have that slight higher ground, but they're going to share that with Norception that's going to be coming in from the other side.
Yeah, FC Destroy pretty much in the position that GO were last game. They're playing the Newcastle Watson. They have God Spot. It's going to be a good time for them.
And I love what we were talking about crypto prior, since we hadn't seen a lot of crypto in that previous lobby, but here comes Crazy Raccoon with that exact composition. Could work perfectly here if we have any Watsons for this final circle, as FC Destroy is still alive, as we mentioned, with the high ground. I believe the only squad that is running the Watson that is still alive currently. FaZe with the L-Star in hand. Snipedown still sticking onto that Loba. Rotating from the other side of the rock, having to be careful. Yes, they have the high ground here, but they have to look to their 6. They know that there's another squad that could be getting an angle on them, and that's probably FC Destroy, since they can see what's happening on the other side. He's slowed down. He has to toss out the bracelet. Having to be careful with the creeping barrage there, slowing down the entirety of the team. Having to play off this building, though, looking to your 6, you're literally in the line of sight of like 4 different teams.
It's a very reactive catwalk here from FaZe. The Dark Veil really just to save them rather than to make a proactive play like they were trying to do at the end of last game. But Crazy Raccoon doing the same thing down the bottom as well. Raz has used his ultimate, but it's not long enough. It won't get them all the way to where they need to be, but they're just going to use their guns to make the rest of the gauntlet.
The fact that KCP, though, lived for as long as they did when they were in such a difficult position and a difficult rotate, great. 6 squads left after FaZe get eliminated in 7th. Crazy Raccoon playing off of this low ground right now. E6 on the other side. Look at all these piercing spikes. You think it's enough here to help you out and loot some of these boxes? Honestly, I don't, because, you know, never know if you need even more out here to block some of these entry points. They do have the crypto drone, and it does get destroyed immediately afterwards, but maybe a blessing in disguise if they want to hold on to an EMP for this next fight here, as Taida from above is still able to find some of these massive shots.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Catalyst Quagmire down the bottom there. They do have the Valcult available, though, so they could wait very late and just last minute try and pop that, get up top and, you know, maybe secure a 2nd or 3rd place, just like the olden days. FC Destroy, as you can see, very well set up. They've held this position for the longest time. Generator is there. They've got the castle wall down ready. Not a lot of fences set up, but maybe they're waiting to place those after an EMP. Maybe they just got destroyed. Either way, that's one thing that you have to worry about. That ultimate just destroying some of the defenses and when you have them ready to go.
And that trickles into knowing the hard counters for some of these legends when it comes to those ults too. Noting that you want to hold on to some of those fences if you need. The Jenny here too to help you out in certain situations. Catwall does go up for E6 to go in for a rotate. Another catwalk here too. Crazy Raccoon trying to replicate that on the other side just in case. Nades hurtled in their direction. They're still up and alive and healthy, and you can see Parka just waiting for the opportunity to unleash that EMP if he can. But it's about holding it when you have 4 squads left in this lobby.
Norception looking down upon these other teams. FC Destroy really just taking their time to come out.
E6 can't even get out of that choke point. Norception is suppressing them so much right now with the 30-30, and Satuki's gonna run away with that. He gets the knock onto Raz. Good luck trying to get that Raz with the circle closing in right behind you. It's just a matter of time before they're funneled into the line of sight of Norception.
Did FC Destroy on the low?
Jeez. The Skull Piercer, the 30-30, the 1-2 Scooby-Doo here, finding even more kills. Sure, give it to me. On a silver platter, I'll get all the knocks here. If you're E6, you're out. Norception, they're not even gonna move out here. Satuki, knowing that's the final squad, jumps down, but a little too early. He's got some help with the rest of his team. Having to be careful. Look out, who's hiding behind that Newcastle wall? Who's hiding behind the fence line? Norception's still alive, Craze, still up and alive, and it's just a matter of time before they take this final game here. Playing off the other side of the Newcastle wall, having to be careful. I like the way that Yuka could do this! FC Destroy! With Yuka being the only one alive, playing on the knockdown shield, the Watson fence, and the Newcastle wall, was able to clutch it when they had to play off the low ground that entire time.
Newcastle Watson, man, is doing pretty well, isn't it? Every time a team does call the zone correctly and sets up their seems to have a pretty good result. They keep walking away with 12 placement points when that happens. And you can see there, they didn't even need the high ground. They actually played the cutout below, made them, it gave them good sight lines down to the people who were getting pushed out of the tunnel, as well as protected them from North Eption above.
We had the 1v1 squads of APEC North literally juke it out right at the end there. And what I love to highlight, once we get a look at the final circle once again and run through it, you mentioned it, they didn't even need the high ground, but what they did is play off the lip underneath the bridge and preemptively set up, and thanks to the fact that North Eption had height and was giving suppressed fire to E6 and the other teams that were funneled outside of that staging bottom area, those squads couldn't harass FC Destroy even if they wanted to, because they were too busy having to worry about not just each other, but then North Eption with the 30-30 up on a high ground beaming down at them. So they have to split their attention at the one team on the bottom, another team on the height, and then FC Destroy just has all the time to just set up the real estate with the Watson fences and Newcastle wall, which benefited them to play around that landscape at the very end.
Yeah, because they were too busy using their, the cat wall utility to block off each other, and then by the time that was gone, it was really free fire, as you say, from North Eption up above. So, wow, FC Destroy, well done. And here we go, we get another look at this final circle. Love that we get to see these from multiple point of views just to really paint the full picture of how these games play out.
Starting from the E6 point of view and how they got knocked, this is the extra pressure that we were talking about. E6 on the other side, playing up the low ground while North Eption stakes some shots. You can see Satuki getting that first knock. Now running around, playing right behind the car, and even playing behind the truck, you're still in the line of sight of two of the teams. You still see FC Destroy across the other vehicle, and then North Eption still beaming down on you from above before they're forced to drop down because of the circle. E6 get cleaned up here, and now the point of view of SC Destroy dropping down, but split up a little bit. Even with the Newcastle wall here on the other side, they didn't check their 6, and that was an issue because now their attention is split in multiple directions, even trying to duke it out, bringing it to the double dibble dome out here, but not finding the success.
I like the play there to drop down with the Newcastle wall, but yeah, look, FC Destroy, honestly, playing behind their fences very well just to cut that space in half and really dance around into positions that that North Eption couldn't follow them into.
Also with Yuka. Like, Yuka is an insane fragger out here. Even playing passively with the Watson, you could see what he was able to do with the L-Star, playing off of his environment too with the wall. It's very important because Yuka in that game alone was able to get 4 KP for the rest of the team. I know that we also saw at one point Hammer Drill also being able to get 3 KP, but Yuka's just insane as a player.
It's also interesting to see the aggressive Newcastle composition there versus the defensive one. FC holding it down with Newcastle and Watson underneath, and then you see how North Eption try and use that castle wall on the offensive, pushing up with it, dropping down with it. It's, in the first, 30 seconds, I think that it's active. It actually will do damage if you touch it, so you can try and, just cut that space in half a little bit, but as we saw, it's not as effective area denial as the Watson.
From that game number 2, after FC destroyed the end of that lobby for game number 2, APAC North really showing up, Genome. You highlighted the team compositions. 2 times around, I feel like I'm getting some PTSD looking at the history of APAC North swinging through with a Watson, and now you just add a Newcastle into that equation, and you get FC Destroy and Gambare being able to take game number 1, and now FC Destroy taking game number 2. 7 kills to their name. North Eption, the other APAC North team, coming in second place with 7 kills themselves. E6, you saw what happened when they were rotating through. They secured 6 KP, get 3rd place, so they also secured some of those placement points. You like to see it, but in that circle, it was so chaotic. You have such a low to high ground disparity. As we take a look at the second page now, Genome, something that calls out to your attention?
Well, Fury are down there once again, who, look, they're eking out the points, right? But if we talk about the 35 points that you want per game, they're not going to get there by just grabbing some KP. They need to get into the later stages of the game. It's better than nothing, but...
It's better than nothing, and what's even good to see is that XA was still able to get 5 KP, which, as we take a look at the series results after just 2 games played on World's Edge right now, XA still situated in second place with 22 points. FC Destroy coming off of that win, also going to be securing that first place spot. This is also to indicate that Xset did get third place in that first game, and in ninth place, I believe, in that second game. So they're still able to start finding that momentum. Gambare, the winners of game number 1, sitting in that third place spot, but very close if you see first, even all the way down to 6, with a slight gap between Blackhand and E6.
Do you think it's hurting them a little bit inside that they're having to play, you know, the meta composition? Xset sitting there on the Seer and whatnot.
You know, the thing is that even if it is hurting them, since even when we heard the Noct video, they want to have fun, and if they have to move away from having that fun to playing more optimal, it is a job. Like, you heard the way, I mean, like Nocturnal said it himself. He's got that mindset of keeping this as business and professional as he possibly can. But we got to see if that continues on, because that was just game number 2. We got a lot more games for you to go. And before we get into game number 3, Blaze, tell us what you got out there in the Copper Box Arena.
I got 2 amazing gentlemen with me. It's Orax and Wise Thug over here, aka the OG of Paris. How are you both doing over here at the watch party? Wise Thug, OG, talk to me about your experience this event, how much fun you've having watching the games, watching the team comps. What's going on over here?
I really like the new meta that's coming out for the last 3-4 months, and I really like that some of those APEC teams really make a stand. Like we really like, as a EU watcher usually, it's really nice to see like Gambare Otsan or Fnatic do really well, and yeah, I like this.
I like it as well, and you know, it's been so awesome seeing all their fans in the venue as well. They've been going absolutely insane. Now, Orax, okay, talk to me about how your event's been. What's been one of your favorite moments?
My favorite moment was today with the L-Star at the end, the 1v2 man. It was crazy.
Yeah.
It was fucking crazy. Competing, I was playing against them, Akis especially, so I'm really happy to see them at the top for now. And I hope they will win.
Yeah, and a lot of people hope that Alliance is going to come out here on top as well. Oh, we got a lot of chants in the venue too after that as well. Now, how has the watch party been? Talk to me about, because they're watching us like in Inception right now, on your stream, on the live stream. Talk to me about the watch party.
Yeah, my chat is just trolling me because of my accent. But I will take care of them after the interview.
All right, you guys, that's gonna do it for Orax and Wise Thug and myself. Vicky, take us back.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Hey, you guys leave those gentlemen alone out there on that stream. They are having the time of their lives, and so are we in the Copper Box Arena. I don't want to waste any more time, Genome. Game number 3 is underway on World's Edge, the final game that we're going to have, and we've had a lot of mix-ups coming in. We hear the E6 chants roaring through the crowd. They're looking forward to seeing what E6 got in store for us after they were able to secure that third place spot in game number 2 with some 6 KP to their name. Just a matter of time, Genome. I feel like there's that climb-up that we're witnessing right now between this group.
Oh man, this music is getting me hyped for another good game here. Our final one, as you said, for World's Edge. It's going to be the Moist Jailings contest starting up again in earnest. Nocturne again will go be survey camp epicenter, even up into the northern tunnels. Yeah, Xset as well, splitting that Skyhook Element 6 over to Trials.
Was there a slight short drop, I'm wondering, on E6's part? I do see that Xset was taking some shots originally, but probably going back to looting the west side of Skyhook, especially since now we know where the circle is and we could get this side-by-side. Well, we take a look at the 50-50 go down here in Overlook.
Yeah, it seemed like they were a little more proactive with the smokes this time, remembering where they were using that gravity lift, getting up on top of the silos. Moist, you know, basically pre-smoking that so they take no shots, because that's what really started, you know, it was the start of the end last time for Moist, right? Taking those shots as they run away from the middle buildings towards the RVs to get the rest of their loot. This time they've been able to do that without any problem, and now they're coming back at Jailings.
Maybe even having some extra time here too. When we took a look at the preview of the circle, I do know Furia and Climatizer have access to crafting. Now it's access to the crafter and also the ring beacon and survey beacon. So there's a lot of information that may take some extra time, and Jailings may want to take advantage of this. You see that they're able to, oh my goodness, the nade right in his face, and Noises still gets hit by it? Are you kidding me? What a nade.
I wonder if it like fell off.
Yeah, that's probably what happened.
Down.
because it looked like they were all going to try to take the gravity lift there, and when he jumped off, then so did Noises, and then he landed right on top of it.
Homing grenade. Yeah, I could use some of them. Maybe that's a ballistic special. Either way, Moist, you can see they've gone up the top of the silos there. This is why, even if sometimes teams don't pick Horizon on a normal day, while they're just looting their POI, they will almost always pick it in a contest. That height is just so important, and obviously, in somewhere like this,
no way,
where you've got the ultimate high ground on the silos.
You can't just keep giving this damage over. There's like free Evo shield charge. Double nade, and now they're going to take advantage. They're getting into an aggressive situation here, and the alternator in the hand of Walty. Have to look at the takedown. Oh, that beam! He didn't look behind them there. Nice coverage here coming in from Walty, but do you want to overextend? Trying to hold a head glitch, failing, getting domed instead. JMW now gets taken out first.
And they just knew they'd split them up, right? JMW over this side, the other two coming down now, but Pricey! I talked to him at some point, right, and he was talking about how in contest he felt like he wasn't doing it enough and he had to kind of, really rely on Waltzy, but this time certainly pulling out some shots to make a difference.
Give us another one, Pricey. Well, now he can't. He did smoke out the high ground here. He can't do that unless he's built different, but gonna hold on to that here, and he does have one shield cell.
Yeah, but again, is it too long, Moist? They finally get the better of things, but Fury are here already.
And they see it, they heard it, and they said that's none of our business, we're rotating out. We're gonna take the KP that we were able to take, and now we're just out of there.
But it's not even just Fury at this time. Fire Beavers have come up as well from Fragment. Luckily, I think Moist might have just slipped past them towards Geyser.
And that is the benefit of going for the quick rotate once you have the situational awareness that this is a fight that you don't want to take anymore. Fire Beaver's probably hearing this fight going down for the last 2 games, like, wait, we want to get invited to this action too, and now getting involved as well. So that actually may be a fight going down between Fury and Fire Beavers, unless they want to take more of a passive approach, seeing that they don't have that opening anymore, and then just rotating themselves. But with Moist going for the quick rotate, they've now inevitably counter-rotated Fire Beavers through that vault tunnel. So we're going to have to see how that side plays out as they try to rotate from the east side, and with this circle moving all the way to the west, it's going to be a difficult rotation for the squads that they're inevitably going to meet.
Okay, so getting that circle vision here, you're seeing it's most likely going to be thermal, maybe a little bit of staging here. Certainly teams are going to be posting up on the Mirage Voyage until that's no longer an option. The high ground is just too good to pass up if you have the option. No one's sitting in staging, so yeah, look, the players certainly not picking that as where this circle will end. Pioneers in a great position. Dorito House split holding over at the donut as well. We saw Onyx have a great game from there yesterday, so if we get a similar circle pull, expect Pioneers to do very well. GO, they've been landing in Harvester, best rotation POI on the map. That's why we're seeing them in a fantastic position every single game on World's Edge so far. They couldn't hold themselves out in Game 2, but Game 3 could be a repeat of Game 1.
See how that plays out too, because if it does work in their favor here, they just got that clear rotation like you mentioned, and looking at other teams here, E6 rotating from Lava Fisher. This also does benefit KCP, since you mentioned it already. Mirage Voyage, Lava Fisher, they're able to get some of that extra loot, but rotating towards the south side to see if they could try to contest any other team, specifically LG, that likes to land there, trying to get some KP if they can. Looks like LG's trying to rotate from the corner of the circle, maybe trying to wrap around if they can, but they don't have that distance to close. But even if they do rotate from here and the circle continues pulling north, which is what I'm expecting, they have to worry about GO and KCP and then FaZe in the choke point where thermal station is.
All right, let's go back up to the north side of the map now and just have a look at Noctum versus Xset. Noctum, after the initial craziness at the start of the day, did start going towards Epicenter and Survey Camp, and with their rotation towards the west now have come up against Xset. That's a pretty tough fight if I've ever seen one. As you can see though, 2 blue armors, that's actually, I'd say, less than optimal for Xset. I guess they're used to getting the Trials armors as well.
Yeah, that and the fact that they're going to be able to rock at least a gold extended light mag on the R9. It said that they did take their time to maybe craft that R9, take their time to rotate and loot the rest of Skyhook. Let's jump into a listening with Xset to see how they're going to approach this next fight with the exhibition being called in.
I mean, they're still in there. We have to go east. We have to get out of here. They're just in. They're just in. They're gonna war of attrition us.
Purple.
We can go like survey into monument.
Yeah, done. I mean, I'm pretty nutritionist. What? Nutritionist, some would say.
Let's go monument then. Oh, that's just that.
Oh, bro. Look at the medkit. I miss a Q.
I have 1 medkit left, so.
It's my only medkit.
I can drop you one.
1 medkit, no syringes.
Oh, I need that.
I just walk into it.
Still need the site.
Someone's fighting in front of us in the fragment.
Okay. Let's fire beavers. They just got killed.
They just died, yeah.
They just died to a Furia.
Alright, I had to step in his own.
Looking at the beacon.
Yeah, I just have literally 0 white meds, 6 cells for gold, no bats.
Okay.
I am down horrendously. Can we?
7.
I'm just right here.
They're right here in the open. They're right here in the open.
Okay, don't hit. We should. They're on boxes. Can anyone control it? Any of the controller thing?
No, I mean Pan will be the only one, but
he's controlling right here.
No, he's the same MK. The same MK.
Flash!
This med kidding.
The armor swapped.
Alright.
We have to watch our back.
We should get out of here.
Yeah. Where can we craft? There's crafter down right here.
Landside.
Landside, yeah, that works too, I guess.
Damn, we almost killed that guy.
All right, you can see they even can tell the input just by looking at them, watching the movement of the players ahead of them, perfectly identifying what input you're on, what team it is, what they're doing, the plan. There's so much in Nocturnal's head. That's how good these top IGLs are at knowing the world around them as they traverse Apex.
And 300 IQ, and also like what we saw earlier before, they were able to get to the crafter, but barely was able to get what they wanted. That's why they need to access another crafter. They're low on utility, and not just that, they only were able to get that R9 that we saw in one of their hands. Crazy Raccoon over on the thermal station side, while Xhead's going to rotate to Landslide. They will be able to get to that crafter and inevitably probably meet with Furia on that rotation. So a lot of these fights are going to be going down in more so these choke points. Got to see how this plays out from the north side of this circle, because then when you're on the north of thermal station, you have that team, Oxygen, FC, that will have that slight high ground that with long distance sights, the G7, the charge rifle like we've been seeing, the 30-30 especially, you are going to be in a lot of trouble if you don't have your back cleared with a building to keep yourself out of the LOS of those squads.
This is over towards staging. You can see Black Hand, 100 Thieves running around there. Not sure how much information they've got about this next circle, but well, they're probably going to be disappointed, Vicky. There's a very high chance it's going towards the choke to the west of them. It's probably either there or the buildings north of thermal station. So again, I think we might have a Newcastle Watson factor in the end of this game. It's just a question of whether it's FC Destroy holding the choke or Gambre Otosan holding the buildings.
Oh, Furia already in trouble. Oh, Xhead counter rotated them through the full tunnel. That is huge for Xhead. Amazing communication and call up from their part. Yes, we got the very end right there, and Furia gets taken out as the third party moves in.
Yeah, Noctum coming in though. You can see once again they do have time for the shield swap. Sykes finds a sick angle though and pushes Kings away. Insta deletes that Horizon ult, and all of a sudden that is a good reset for Xhead.
And giving them suppressed fire for them to also hold this off currently.
Exactly.
So
that's the teammates you want.
Exactly, because even if you're stuck in a position like that, they knocked him, know that the circle's closing in, but they're also suffering from this rotation too, so that's why they just said, okay, well, they're fighting back, it hurts, let's manage to rotate, we just circle keep them instead, and they can hold the high ground here. I don't think Xhead would want to rotate in this direction unless they really are desperate for more of the crafter, which is possible. They could just get a medkit instead and just deal with the ring damage, but Noctum has just been on their tail since Skyhook, and they know it. I mean, we heard it in the comms, and we know how Noct feels about this, but this just is allowing Noctum to put in more extra pressure, and they haven't been able to secure KP, so that's their goal right now.
Noctimus is actually a pretty free rotate into the next circle. They might have to worry a little bit about Oxygen and 100 Thieves over playing in, looks like, you know, the graveyard kind of area, but, you know, they could stage something from staging if they want, because still no one's in there.
And the Crafter has presented itself, by the way, in the mouth of the Volt Tunnel between Landslide and Harvester, so Exit does not need to rotate into the circle and hang out there. They could just deal with the Crafter there with safety without having to worry about Noctum trying to circle keep them. Noctum prioritizing their rotation instead, looking to their 6 either way as Northeption. Now looking at the deal in Thermal Station, yes, they have that slight high ground and the Newcastle wall, something that we've been seeing is prevalent within this region and in these lobbies for these first 2 games. Crazy G also has the Skull Piercer ready, so they were also able to access the Crafter. For those of you guys that are now just tuning in, Purple Sniper Stock and the Skull Piercer are currently in the Replicator, as well as the Purple Helmet and the Purple Bag for the weekly rotation. Oh, good order.
A couple of teams around here. We just saw a vision of some of them, you know, on top and below the train tunnels. These rotating through them. That's going to be Riddle going down to Exet, who are picking up KP and just slowly moving their way up that overall leaderboard.
KP, and if you look at their meds, they are nice and steady for right now. I didn't see a med kit, but that's fine. You got the shield bats instead, and you got the KP and the damage being done. So working into the Exet favor here as the exhibition is called in.
I think they actually got a knock onto Exet.
Is there another squad on the other side? Okay, no, they are able to restabilize here. I was a little worried, and Nocturnal backing away when they were so low could actually mean that, yes, Sykes gets knocked originally by Kings.
2 of them, yeah. Wow, okay. So Entropic and Noctum, just as we were, oh, that was a cast.
Yeah, right? As we tuned in out of it, it was Noctis running away. As we were hyping them up too, what a curse that was. Nizel also popping off in the feed for Luminosity.
No.
Nox like,
Nocturnal hears the footsteps,
no way.
And he actually goes for it. I'm surprised he has some meds. He honestly probably could have sat there a little bit. He cracks all 3 of the team in front of him.
This may work.
He does so much damage that he goes down to the ring.
Inevitable. I mean, at this point too, the ring is, that's why he literally grief knocked them. He grief knocked them. Chase us all around the map all you can, sure. Knock 2 of my teammates, I'll make sure that you go down with me. He did go down first, to be fair, but it was the fact that he made sure that they couldn't live long enough. And Entropic cleaning up what was left on the edge of that circle. Luminosity, Chivas, they get taken out as well. You guys will up on the high ground. Chaco says you've got nothing to see here, but he can't even climb over the other side of the wall. Arcstar on each side, Northeption playing around the distance of the Spence and the Newcastle wall. Entropic get finally finished off. And on the other side, KCP, who land over here in Thermal, have been able to situate themselves outside. But look at these Watson fences that are currently being displayed here.
So that's Gambreotto-san. We've got Element 6 a little bit further up though, and that's the team. I want to get us a little bit of a position, like a picture of their position, because depending on where they're playing, E6 might be looking kind of good. I mean, they've only got the Cat, they've got Vulcan Horizon as well, so it's not necessarily the composition you need to hold this down, but Geo downstream from them are actually going to be relieving a lot of the pressure coming up from the south.
It always scares me when these type of circles have a team that has already early rotated into what should be Godspot. Because in these early rotates, even though you have predicted the circle amazingly, with lackluster cover, you're just going to get pinched, and that early rotate was all for nothing. You deny yourself opportunities.
So Moist, they finally come in all the way from crafting after that interesting start to the game for them. They finally get to play the game, basically. It's the first time this series, and they run into their old friend, Black Hand, and 100 Thieves are part of this as well. Strafing Flame is going to be the first one to go down, but it's a 3-way scuffle.
They don't have any room to breathe. Whether it be taking these fights, they're always going to get third party. Guess who's right behind them? 100 Thieves trying to stop this third party from happening right now. Gets the trade. Pricey still gets a knock at the very least and gets the finish. They needed that. They were the first team to go out in the last 2 games. 100 Thieves are going to be benefiting right after that as Walty's still alive.
Yeah, do Moist want to take this fight, or do they want to, I don't know, maybe take the evac tower after 100 Thieves do? It's a good way to make your rotation into this next circle, right? It doesn't matter, the out-of-bounds timer is on, but as long as you make it down, you won't box just in time. There we go, 5 seconds to spare, no worries. Someone else puts up a cat wall for them, I think.
Oh,
and with on moves as well.
Oh, that was was absolutely huge between the Arc Star and then Vaxlon getting the follow-up right afterwards, and they get the finish, so no reds coming up. Scurry fighting for his life right behind the bin. Vayne on the other side as well as Pricey, they don't see him. The bang smokes are helping him out on the other side of the rock.
I'm not sure what happened to the rest of the Moist members there. It seems like Pricey was the only one to make it across the wall, but as you said, oh, was that another one over there? Okay, either way, Moist are in an interesting position while 100 Thieves do very well to get rid of Oxygen and maybe secure themselves a position behind this truck. Maybe.
Moist are just playing for their lives. They have not had the last few games work out in their favor. Yeah, you see Pricey, but Waltzy was on the other side. And
I am grass.
It was.
I am grass.
That was rough. Playing off the other side, they have no choice to take that evac tower. How else do you get to the other side, too, with that choke point being held by FC Destroy? FaZe forced their way into this building now. They are able to get...
Yeah, look, there's been teams taking, you know, the Northern Village for a long time here, but finally it's time for them to move out and keep going. Pricey does get found. Element 6, the ones we were talking about in Godspot for a very long time, they now have to deal with GO, who want to move up. They actually get the kills. The crowd goes wild. Well done to E6, but now they've got the third party coming in from CR.
Huge for them. They are able to destroy the one team that they really have to worry about, but playing right outside the catwall, they finish off E6. It's crazy Raccoon that capitalized off of that fight, as well as the catwall that Raz was able to put up to help them. But there's still another team up north, 4 squads left.
They do it so quickly, they barely need to use the health meds. They're just straight into the shield bats or the shield swaps, and CR are going to be looking good from the bottom. FC Destroy, they held the north of this choke for the longest time. Other teams didn't want to rotate through them. We saw teams like 100 Thieves opting to evac tower over the top instead, and that means there's a free walk in for FC Destroy.
Easy rotate when your landing point is Mirage Voyage and staging there too, so holding that high ground is crucial. Onmu playing for his life right now. Doesn't look like he even has meds to work with, or maybe he doesn't want to make noise as FC is right next to him here too. FaZe on the other side. Crazy Raccoon, Raz is playing right next to him and they have no idea where he is. That's maybe why he doesn't want to pop that med kit if he even has one.
Because Crazy Raccoon don't have a seal. One of the only teams not to pick that up. The heartbeat sensor is not getting any use here when Onmu is right next to them. FC Destroy here, looking for back-to-back wins with great positioning.
The only seer that is left in this lobby right now is Phonyhead. Everybody else, Newcastle, Watson, Crypto, all these cats now. Losing out on Phony though means, as I just said that, there is no more seer currently, and there's no more FaZe. Get out of here. 3 more squads left. FC Destroy, Crazy Raccoon, 103 Thieves left with Onmu living with a dream.
CR must know there's a rat somewhere in this lobby looking around, but
no way.
Doing a much better job than Pricey of hiding. He doesn't move a muscle.
No way.
Oh my God.
No way. No
He's
way.
in the drone.
No
He's
way.
in the drone.
Onmu is a professional ranked player right now, and he is doing his best. Crazy Raccoon, I cannot believe this. Can you imagine Parka just like there, not knowing?
You could almost call Onmu a master of rat.
This is all the practice and the grind was worth. Forget the scrims. It was my time. Parka falling incredibly low. Let's see how Onmu tries to play this, especially since he's so low on health.
Final ring starts closing in now. FC Destroy in the north. They kept it all to themselves and have slowly moved down. This has given them time and ultimates to make their next play. It means Pinota is going to put down the castle wall on the high ground here. This is a great position for him to come in on top of Hammer Drill's bang ult.
Oh, playing around the double catwall now, being unleashed. One of those catwalls has to be Onmu here too.
Burning.
Huge Thermite, huge Arc Star. He knows exactly where they're forced to be funneled. Gets the crack here. Where's the fall from the rest of FC Destroy? They don't want to try to give up the height too much here. Jumping right on top of the piercing spikes. Let's see, Pinote just going to hang out on the high ground. They do get the knock onto Parka.
Onmu is still alive at this point.
Let's see how they play this with Onmu. He's playing for his life on the outskirts. Love being able to tune into what he's doing here. He's got a shield cell. He's got a syringe to also work with. FC Destroy have no idea. They're too busy trying to deal with the fact that they have the advantage with the knock on the other side.
The interception pylon comes out, actually blocks out a lot of that bang ult.
Onmu is a ghost. He's a ghost. Living rent-free because they know there's a rat, but they don't know where. Onmu's now moving in. Can 100 Thieves clutch this out? They see him. He gets the crack. 3 spots still left. He still gets the knock.
finally making his move. He knows he has to go in here. Oh, the res, it's going to provide so much cover from them. He can't get second place. And FC Destroy now going up against Maney, but the Valkyrie player using his VTOL jets to take the high ground.
And this is the benefit, one of the few benefits of having a Valkyrie in the late game is taking this height as quickly as you can, especially if you don't have a horizon, but you can see the low ground lane, you're going to inevitably be forced down.
Just looking for those angles, Maney can't find them, and FC Destroy go back to back.
APAC North showing up in every way. And we're getting a taste of everything right now in this arena, from the rap plays, from waiting for the opportunity, but also talking about the fact that the counter plays were moving in at the very end right there, just waiting, noting that there's still 3 spots alive. You want to force yourself to get second. Onmu trying to do the same thing.
I mean, it's making me wonder if Onmu could have actually waited longer.
He could have.
Yeah, we saw him chasing down with 0 shields left, right? So it's I don't know. That's a long time to wait in a pro game. I applaud him for his patience to get that far.
The patience, and he did have meds, but wasn't trying to make noise. He had like 6 shield cells. I think he had only 1 syringe left at the very end right there. But talking about the back-to-back win for FC Destroy on World's Edge is beneficial. Look at them. Look, just another day at work, you know, nothing to look at here, but it's also the rotation. I know you're feeling something about this, Gino.
I just saw one of my favorite chats ever in a lobby, Vicky. It was Nocturnal saying, "Hey Noctum, did you enjoy my gift?" The parting gift. How kind of him.
Don't forget, if you're gonna go down, don't forget to grief other teams around you too. Take that as a lesson learned to bring it to your own Apex teams. Don't bring your teammates into this though. Man, what an amazing first set of games, Genome. FC Destroy taking 2, going back-to-back. Gambare Otosan as well for game number 1. That was beautiful.
Games and mind games, Vicky.
Gotta live rent-free sometimes when you try to pull a 300 IQ plays, even looking at the 100 Thieves side of things. Love to see the action that we had on World's Edge. We still got more action for you guys here for Groups B versus D. That's gonna be moving on to Stormpoint on the other side of this break. Don't miss out on the action, because we got some more Apex Legends.
Three games down, 3 more to go, but in the meantime, we have a chance here to welcome you back to the Copper Box Arena in London and spit a little game. You know, that analysis game. This specific portion of analysis brought to you by PlayStation Tournaments. Big shout out to PlayStation Tournaments as well. They've been supporting the Apex esports scene for quite a while. Done some great work with them, and glad that they're sponsoring this segment, and glad that I've got 4 people, I guess I'm including myself, but 3 of the best to break down what we have seen so far on World's Edge, including Arcane's first time on the desk today alongside Tiff and Dia. Arcane, it's great to have you here again, man, and what a game. 2 wins, FC Destroy back-to-back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what an incredible set of games. I mean, in this lobby, we have some of the world's best fighting teams. We have a lot of activity going on all across the board. A lot of just clusters and pile-ups on edge that you expect to see from an aggressive playstyle.
And we'll dive into more of kind of how that's worked for FC Destroy as well. Tiff, though, just kind of impressive to see what they have put together, having, as you had told me earlier, not the easiest road to even get here.
They definitely were challenged when it came to making Split 2 playoffs, and throughout their regular season, it took till that final, the regional finals. They had an 18-point day that put them up 2 positions to grab that 9th spot here. So with that being said, now they're in groups, they're on back-to-back wins. You've got to think about it this way, because they had lost one of their players, Umi-chan, actually playing for Fnatic here, who had, you know, they have to replace him somehow, so bringing in some new blood who had previously played for Flora. Now they're popping off. They figured things out.
Dia, some quick thoughts as well as we start to run some tape. I want you and then, of course, Cole to get your reaction on this. That final circle, it played so well. Not only are they introducing the Newcastle, but it's working. And this is maybe a direction of where we might see some more teams try to experiment.
Yeah, so something that APAC North has really looked comfortable on is the Newcastle, and FC Destroy, in a really funny way, had 2 wins that were almost exactly the same in nature. Just being able to hold on to the low ground and wait till a team inevitably had to drop on them from above.
Well, Dia, let me kind of go back to you. That's what we saw in our first set of 6 games with LG Chivas. They won 2 almost identical games. I mean, is it just the luck of the draw? This is how we start in these tournaments now?
It is, and in a way, for FC Destroy, I'd say that theirs has a little bit less to do with luck than LG's did in terms of
good point
ring
there.
pulls.
And you know what? Let's go into the in-depth aspect of how they pulled it off, because we got the final circle ready to go. Cole, I want your thoughts on this. Having been in this situation as a pro before, walk me through how they handled it and what you thought stood out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we can see here, FC Destroy really taking advantage of the Newcastle. They Newcastle ulted to height to try and control that space. Using that cover from the Newcastle ultimate, they just tried to control high ground, try to funnel these teams into each other. Meanwhile, the whole time we have Onmu with a master rat performance in the back, you know, just doing nothing, staying quiet, not getting engaged in the fight. But what a phenomenal back and forth we have here that Crazy Raccoon is even able to stay in this fight for this long. FC Destroy's on the height, maintaining high ground the whole time. Crazy Raccoon manages to hit a low ground rotate and regain height from them in the middle of the fight. Then what we have is, like Dia said, FC Destroy in a similar situation, playing the low ground, and Onmu tries to enter the fight. You know, solo third-party rat, tries to do his best to clean up, not much that he could do, and ultimately FC Destroy still manages to clinch it out, come out on top, just through, you know, sheer aggression and good playstyle, like revolving around each other, controlling space, and not giving up free knocks.
How do you feel, and I'll talk to you about this as well, because you haven't used Newcastle, I would assume, in some of your recent compositions, but just that revive, those little moments that Peanutter eventually goes down, but he gets Yuka and he gets Hammer Drill, most importantly, back up.
Yeah, this is something that we actually saw from Alliance in EU as well, this play style of playing aggressive with the Newcastle ultimate, using it to control high ground, control off angles. It's really good for resetting in fights, and now we're seeing APAC North really embrace that because they play it as well, and look, I mean, they're mastering it.
Well, take a look at this as well. This has resulted not only in a great game here, but 2 back-to-back good games. But Tiff, a 21-pointer, a performance like that, FC Destroy have to be feeling good going into the back half.
I mean, that was their 2nd win of the day. It's only 3 games. Moving on over to Storm Point, and you've already hit a 20-plus point game. This is, you know, I don't want to say this yet, but this might be APAC North's land. This is a win for them.
Bold statement. Dia, I don't see you shaking your head, though. I think a lot of us have been musing that could this be it?
Hey, I'm going to support Tiff's point here. It is looking increasingly like APAC North is, especially in end games, and Arcane, I'd love to hear what you think of this, that their end game play has leveled up significantly from what we've seen. APAC North are able to make it consistently into end game circles after not going down around the edge, but not only that, this control of the high ground that they have has become so much more academic since we last saw them internationally.
And we'll get that thought as well over these match results and now the series results, Arcane. Break that thought down that Dia just gave to you, but also the big picture of what we have after 3.
Yeah, of course. I mean, what we've been seeing so far this LAN event is, in fact, an APAC North strength, which is something that we've been looking for a while. I mean, take a look at the scoreboard. In the top 6, we have 4 APAC North teams. And to be honest, the games are looking clean. They're not even making a lot of mistakes. Whereas on the flip side of that, we're seeing teams like Noctem that are struggling maybe towards the bottom of the overall group leaderboard, still continuing to make decisions like taking contests that aren't currently working out for them. Will we see will we see South America teams continue to try and control their POIs, or give up their pride, land somewhere else, and try to make the best of their games?
Quick thing, want to talk about it. Hot topic in the green room, XSET. Nocturnal's interview, focus on relaxing, maybe taking the pressure off. It can be misconstrued though as we don't care about getting that first place position, which I'm sure he doesn't quite mean. Your quick thoughts on that, Arcan? I kind of want to point from Tiff and Dia before we start heading this table off.
Yeah, I absolutely understand the concept of, trying to take a more relaxed approach, but personally as a competitor, I feel like you can't win until you believe that you can win, and you go out there every game and try to stay on top.
So you a little bit unsure of whether that is the approach that you would take, but it seems to be working for them at least a little bit right now, Tiff.
When I was an athlete, I was really upset when I lost. Second was never an option for me. I mean, Ricky Bobby once said, if you're not first, you're last.
And Ricky Bobby, I mean, that's one of the great minds of our time. Dia, you had a very cool approach to this too, about maybe more of the empathetic side of what it means to really take that approach just as an individual and release some of the tension from the expectation that the world has on you.
Yeah, as somebody, and I think we can all agree that really people that care about these players, even those out in the audience, yes, we want our players to win. We're really excited when they're able to take a victory, and we want to all see our teams win, but it's incredibly taxing on players to say first or nothing in a battle royale, and I think that this is a step in Nocturnal's and XSET's arc that is allowing them to take a little bit of that pressure off, not because it doesn't exist. It's ever present, but simply because they need a little bit of space emotionally to say it's okay not to get first in every lobby, even though we believe we're the best.
This is a great conversation. I also just want to highlight mental health, extremely important. It's also extremely important, not just for the people at home watching, but also our competitors, as you highlighted, that people have to make sure that they are taking care of themselves so they can go out and do their best in these tough environments. So we appreciate Noc sharing some of that with us, and so far it has actually worked out in their favor today. We'll see if they can keep it up though, and let us know how you feel at home, who is performing or maybe not performing up to expectations, but we really want to know the stars when it comes to our Monster Energy MVP. You're going to have a chance to use hashtags and the player name of anyone that you feel has been extra special this tournament. At the end, we will be using your votes to tally our Monster Energy MVP, and that will obviously be a very special award that we'll be able to give off. I believe Imperial Hal got that one last time, and we had a special interview with him at the end. All right, all fun and games here at our little halftime. We're about to get into game 4 through 6, switch maps, and all that good stuff, but right now we've got Guy Blaze standing by with 100 Thieves.
Thank you so much, Rain. I got Anmu with me from 100 Thieves out there. Hey, make some noise for him, everybody, and blow it up in the chat. Now, Anmu, I just got done watching y'all last few games, but my first question is just, how you doing here, okay? You're in beautiful London. Hopefully all the jet lag is gone, and you out there getting a good meal in every day for those calories out here to make sure you guys out here playing great.
I mean, I'm doing great. It's great to be back in London. We didn't perform as great as we wanted to the last time, so just kind of happy to be back and basically redeem ourselves.
Nice, nice. Now, talk to me about how you guys have been playing, because you guys got 2 days of matches in, a day and a half of matches in so far. Tell me about how the team's feeling.
Day one was great, honestly. There was a couple minor mistakes that we had, but the energy was there, the communication was there. You even got Scurry talking a lot. I mean, anyone that watched us online, sometimes Scurry's a little quiet, but that man was even yelling, so it was great.
Yo, we love that, okay? Putting his whole heart into it. Now, after watching that first set of you guys playing on World's Edge, you got into a lot of big fights against the APAC teams out there. Talk to me about how it's been playing that competition on LAN and the differences of playing that versus NA.
I mean, honestly, you guys might not like me for this one, but you know, I think NA's a little bit harder. Ooh. I think the NA teams shoot a little bit more accurate, probably because, you know, we got a lot more thumbs over there. But it's great just to be back here fighting the whole world rather than just one region.
Hey, it's a World League for a reason here, a global series at Apex. Now, lastly, you know, what do you want to say out there to the fans that supporting 100 Thieves back in LA, in the States, out here in Europe, and all around the world?
Obviously, for all the 100 Thieves fans in the crowd, thank you guys for showing up. All the 100 Thieves fans at home, obviously, thank you for supporting us, waking up early. It's like 6 a.m. back in the U.S., so we appreciate all you guys, and thanks for your support.
All right, you got it from me and 100 Thieves here in the booth. I'm gonna let them get ready for Storm Point. That does it for us. Casters, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And honestly, hearing such positive energy coming from the 100 Thieves camp, they're doing really well here. And, you know, they actually didn't make that finals lobby in Split 1 playoffs, so they really need to lock it in, and they're doing just that, Dia.
Exactly. So I actually spoke to the coach of 100 Thieves this morning, and they were saying how confident they were feeling going into today, and not because their results had been as expected, but because of the preparation that they had put into the event. A big part of this comes down to trusting in the past couple months that you've had, the scrims, the game plans that you've prepared, and as of right now, 100 Thieves aren't faltering from what they've set up.
Yeah, and that's super important. You have a game plan, and you do need to be adaptable, of course, should things not pan out accordingly, but sticking to your initial plans. And, you know, we think about this. They have Command Center on Storm Point, and they had been landing there a ton.
They definitely had Command Center on Storm Point. I'm not sure about this entirely, but I was told they were considering giving it up because of the way that the contest had been going. It's very difficult to hold on to a POI, especially like Command Center, when it relies so heavily on a picture-perfect jump. We may see 100 Thieves shifting things around, specifically in this case, on this matchup.
Ooh, well, I can't wait, but let's take a look at kind of how we got here. We're coming off of World's Edge, and it's APAC North Day, Gombare, Otosan, FC Destroy, back-to-back winners. Who will take charge in the final 3 maps of this series, or will APAC North continue to show up? We're thinking a lot about these end games and approaching them, but APAC North takes those end games with a lot of shotgun energy. The Prowler, usually in the hands of other regions, was the primary weapon of choice in Ring 6, but we saw a PK shot end with GO in map number 1, and I just watched that clip over and over again, and it was so beautiful.
It was really good. I love that you bring up Prowler and Peacekeeper play as well, because APAC North has really been favoring these weapons, and it's fascinating because they're not the ones playing Gibraltar, where typically you'd see these burst fire, or I suppose in the terms of a shotgun, a peak sort of weapon be really useful. In most situations, SMGs outclass these weapons from the global meta that we've seen, but here in international play, with the use of Newcastle especially, and your ability to peek out from behind shields, getting a lot of damage in a very short window matters so much more.
While we gear up for this game, let's go ahead and harp on that, because I know RKN earlier was talking about the utilization of Newcastle, pairing it with Watson, but we've seen a couple different iterations of that Legend composition. That third Legend, we've seen Bangalore, we've seen Valkyrie, we've seen Seer. It's been getting crazy.
It has, and very different uses of these Legends as well. As we take a look at the map, this is going to be, I'll say, the teaser for what we're seeing. We have the contest 100 Thieves Moist that we talked about over in Command Center, something that may in fact not be happening, and as another potential, it's Noctum and LG Chivas over in Fish Farms. I also spoke to Noctum before the day. I asked them if they were hot dropping again, and they smiled at me, and then they walked away.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know either.
We saw Pulverex being so sneaky early on and just smiling yesterday, but a smile in exit?
Yeah.
They're up to something.
They are. I saw them as well earlier. We had it up on the feed, but it was their coach Cafe just with a map of the game in front of him, just like swirling his finger around, determining where Noctum would be dropping. It's already been a big thing on World's Edge, but especially in Storm Point, and with the start that LG had earlier yesterday on this map, it's important to determine where these points are going, because kills do really matter.
Well, it's map 4 time, and the dartboards are out. Noctum's about to choose which POI they want. We saw them at Mill yesterday trying to third party a different contest. We saw that contest at Fish Farms against LG Chivas end in 22 seconds in map 2. I'm sorry, that's pretty crazy.
It is pretty crazy. Credit to LG for being able to, as practiced in scrims, contest them out of that POI. As we we get the drops coming through now. The big thing that we always have moving into any match is going to be who has what beacons. Fish Farms, importantly, a really nice place to contest because it's landed with double beacons.
Yeah, and something that ArcAN had mentioned, we were talking about contests specifically around Fish Farms. There's 2 Tridents there. There's a Trident by that IMC Armory, and there's one just to the east of Fish Farms. So if you do need to get out of Dodge, do so. But Noctum, they are not in farm.
Oh my lord. Giving us a little bit of a different look. Over by Checkpoint, ATH have landed for their contest, and this is one that we could have seen coming. However, with 100 Thieves pivoting to this particular POI, it's going to be a difficult contest. ATH may not have looked the strongest on World's Edge. Their store point yesterday was good for a reason.
Well, this is good for Moist as well because they don't have to contest on the back half of this because they had initially taken that contest against Jailings. But let's go ahead, Noctum. King's going to go down. Not what you really want when you're over there, but hey, you have Gombare Otosan. North Eption is at North Pad and can try to dabble in this if they can loot up fast enough because we know how quickly a third party can happen.
Fortunately enough, a little bit of high ground is going to save Noctum some time and space, but you hear that shotgun, it's a Mastiff going up against Noct and in the hands of a Newcastle as well, so you're going to have a shield to be able to close the distance that would otherwise be very difficult to walk up on high ground with. Noctum need to control the entrance to their height. They still haven't finished off this kill on the low ground, and right now it's a matter of Gunbar Otosan being able to heal up and choose their approach. Jung-hee does get scanned, and it's going to be a send onto him. Jusna tries to peel, and it's almost an even trade with Noct being the last one standing. It's a 1v1 between Gunbar Otosan and Noctum.
If you're going in a 1v1 against G.O., Jusna is not who you want to take it against. That man is mechanically gifted when it comes to this moment, but just like that, Noctum is eliminated. I told you, now the reset coming in, but you have to be weary with that NTH nearby.
Nice little wall hop with the Watson as well. Watson, not a character that I normally see a lot of mobility usage on. Dogma will be picked back up. This was the first knock, and let's not forget, 2v3 the entire time out of the low ground. Ganbare Otosan just straight up outskilled Noctum.
You know, I had a chance to speak to some analysts backstage. I won't out which team. We were literally watching the last map together, and he was harping on how unique the APAC North Legend compositions are, particularly the Newcastle Watson that we were discussing, and just how interesting the playstyle is, because if you take this Legend composition and you enter it into another region, it will not perform as well, and it happens to liken to how mechanically different a lot of the APAC North players are. They strive in those close quarters battles, but even if you put a 30-30 in their hand, we saw when NTH was shooting down on FC Destroy. Now granted, that fight did not end the way I wanted, but it was connection after connection was not missing.
Oxygen walking up on Entropic, who were caught out mid-rotate. Trident's extraordinarily dangerous to be making your way through the map on, but it looks like they'll be able to get away for now, and Oxygen will continue on their rotation in towards the next ring. The other contest that we had, 100 Thieves versus ATH over at Checkpoint, has ended up in a dispersal of both squads. ATH taking the Armory up by North Pad, and 100 Thieves continuing to loot up Checkpoint.
While we're looting, let's go ahead and pull up the map and see where the zones will start going, because we need to talk about the rotations, especially with ATH taking that early exit from Checkpoint, loading up their shields in that IMC Armory, getting some ammo and some health, but we have a nice shot, Element 6 coming out of the tunnel, and Blackhand been performing quite well today. Let me just tell you about Strafing Flame. I was listening to them in scrims and listening to the IGL comms coming out of him. It's so concise, so quick, but very effective. And pairing that with Easy Flash, who is an insane fragger, it's so scary.
It's been already demonstrated today how quickly they can take a fight. You were talking about the 20-second contest that LG had. Blackhand earlier today walking into Lava Siphon just eviscerated ATH, wiped them off the face of the map, and held that building for a very long time. Element 6 are going to be taking a different approach to this match, however. There are some end zones in here, and as it appears, Element 6 are preparing for that zone play using the Watson, preparing out in the open.
What Legends can't Element 6 play? What can they not do? They are so adaptable, and you think of how many teams can actually do that. Okay, look at that, Strafing Flame right there. Be able to utilize the Wraith portal. Now, we were talking a lot about this because we don't get a chunk of Wraiths in the lobby. Talk to me about, since Wraith had that buff in the portal distance, why it's so good for that kind of early to mid game, because typically we would see people maybe trying to portal into the end game zone, but for here.
Yeah, this is, I love that you say mid-game especially, because that's where Wraith shines. Being able to move yourself from one point to another intangibly is actually also what makes Loba good in a weird way. But now you can do it for the entire team, and you can do it with a lot of specificity. Add to that the fact that Wraith can actually technically be an aggressive zone pick with her ability to kidnap. You've got a legend that I'm surprised we don't see more people picking up.
I mean, I'm a one-trick Wraith, not gonna lie, but I also don't play on the AGL. I just sit up here. So Pioneers on your left-hand screen, map on the right, and let's go ahead and talk about, as we continuously move to the left of Cascade Falls, FC Destroy has already found themselves on that outer edge of the next zone. And one way to describe what we witnessed in World's Edge earlier was just kind of a chaotic hot mess on the edge style fighting. Third party after third party just backs to the ring. It's been an all-out brawl.
It's looked really good, and interestingly enough, with this first round closing, we're already getting a very different style of game than we had over on World's Edge, where we had several teams wandering around the eastern side of the map, constantly fighting each other, and this was in large part because of the J-Links contest that was happening at Overlook. With that not going on this time, with LG Chivas also not having to fight Noctem, teams like Furia, LG, and even Entropic over in Barometer are going to be playing a lot more slow-paced.
Look, as this ring closes, the only thing I'm looking at is Moist. They're going to have to come out of Command Center, and if they do rotate straight out into Xset, we could see an early high-stakes battle, and I would love to see that. But meanwhile, Pioneers, something about Nasky is every time he sees that a first initial zone where it's going to pull to, he will ping a spot on the map and be like, this is the building we need to play. And usually, I will say about 95% of the time, he's right.
Yeah, it works out really well. The Pioneers in one of the better end game spots as rings that end in checkpoint go. They've actually continued to roll well, so credit to Tiff, credit to Nasky. I'm also going to credit North Eption here for a really interesting move. They've got Crafter up in North Pad. It's meant that they haven't moved that much, but now they're going to be able to get a really nice scan for an extra bit of data as they move into the next ring, as well as have the extra meds that they're able to grab here, and apparently a charge rifle to the face, but that one we'll take.
That's the worst part about hanging out into the zone and Storm Point with the POIs being so distant from each other, but still relatively open. So those charge rifles, you get a 4x8 on it, you get a 3x on it, you can go the distance. And if you're hanging out in that zone, ticking down some damage, great, it's minimum right now. But think of when you're like getting hit with zone 2, zone 3, it gets more kind of dangerous. And then a charge rifle incoming, you're done.
J-Lings sitting over in the hot dog buildings by ATH are a team that we'll have to watch as they're in danger of being sandwiched by teams like Moist, like Ganbarioto-san, even like Furia, that will be coming out of the northern side of the map. 100 Thieves going to be the ultimate gatekeepers of the next ring, but ATH already find themselves in this engagement.
Hey, look, you had a chance to talk to ATH earlier, so I'm sure you're excited to see what they can bring to the table here. Only 54 damage thus far, so one shot has probably hit, but J-Link, they don't have to deal with that initial contest with Moist, because that was what was really dampering their game. Shots are going out. Nags, the star of the Split 1 playoffs, getting picked up, and just like that, ATH has been annihilated.
And our pregame conversation more or less went exactly like that. ATH didn't want to be in these positions. They didn't want to be fighting 3v3s on the edge of the map, and because 100 Thieves landed on them, they're forced to play outside of their POI with little loot. It doesn't work out, but let's see if it does for Fire Beavers.
You say that they didn't like 3v3s, but Fire Beavers, man, they will take any 3v3 they can get. Void Rain would use that focus of attention to get that information, stun them up a little bit, and now infiltrating from multiple different areas of this building, and if they can just keep barreling up, but those piercing spikes can be such a nuisance. 300 damage to get that out of the way. You dump a mag into that, you have to reload before you can actually get to the team.
Another double scan comes through from them as well. Fire Beavers are opening up with an incredible amount of damage, but with Oi Rain down, that first fragger has to be refragged afterwards. Impulse follows up, and Taskmaster is the one that finally unseats Crazy Raccoon.
Taskmaster, the king of shield swaps. We were talking about that impeccable one we saw yesterday, where essentially Genome said he Spider-Man'd over the box and in less than 0.003 seconds had a brand new shield. There's not many people that can get a shield swap off like that. And you think back to when we've seen magnificent moments like that. Think of Skittle Cakes in that end game, right? He shield swapped twice to go on to win that. And that was back, I believe, all the way in Raleigh.
Yeah, this is, I mean, an incredibly underrated in the ALGS tactic, because here we take it for granted.
Right.
If you can do it really fast, excellent, but shield swapping in general is something that has become really useful, and not only that, but even the best teams in the world here all do it in a very similar amount of time, unless of course you're a controller player, in which case things are getting a bit rough.
Hey, NTH, it's time they come in. A black hole in the face of Yushako. Gonna be easily destroyed, so no big deal. They were able to pick up 2 down, so right now we're just looking for Taida, and Taida is scary, usually on that Newcastle for them, but it doesn't matter. North Epsion has been eliminated. Entropic, formerly, you know, we loved witnessing them in the EMEA region that regular season. I'm so glad they got picked up by a new org previously, but Riddle wants a piece of this as well. Look at Yukio's positioning.
Yukio is solo out here for a second, but finally has been joined with Tappy down. However, KCP start taking a piece of this fight. It's a big problem with really taking any engagement on Storm Point. If you're going to have to cross ground to do it, it means you're going to take damage, and Entropic benefit off of the other squads that surround them, and the fact that that makes them all the safer, even in this terrible little corner of checkpoint.
Ooh, but Entropic able to still survive. Hyarka drops on the iPad, wants to take a gander at what's going on. Yukio gonna get knocked, that 30-30, man, it's just so damaging. Riddle are unfortunately going to go out here, and this is gonna be a big game for Entropic. They've already picked up 5 eliminations with 15 squads remaining. They have to clear out their back here and start prioritizing how they're going to get into that next zone, because when the zone starts pulling south of checkpoint, there's those 3 buildings, and once those are occupied, there's really not a lot of good space available.
Credit to Thorfinn for what Entropic have been able to do so far. Being, as you said, the 5KP have been in some part, in large part even, secured by Thorfinn and his use of the 30-30. It's why Entropic picked him up, even in the middle of the season, because Uchako and Hyarka, they've been together forever, and they needed a little bit of extra firepower. Thorfinn provided that in EMEA, and he's even providing it here at LAN. Moist, however, they get engaged on by Furia, and Furia have lost one, and yet Moist seem to be the ones really on the back foot.
Look, I just want to see Furia tune into that mindset where they're like, hey, we can play for second in that point. That was the last time we saw them really brawl out, because we didn't get a chance to witness them in Split 1 playoffs. Right now, trying to stick that res onto his Watson, Pander, Zera. That's smart, right? If you're going to go for that res, have someone dedicated to watching that back, because then you're like, hey, we need to stop this res, immediately throwing out frags, taking that denial of space, so if someone does try to come into them, they're going to see the frag and immediately back off.
It's a good head peek that Furia have down here as well. With a small amount of cover provided by the loot pills, they pop up only to find that Moist were very much not interested in fighting them. So a conservative play from Furia, and equally, if not more so, from Moist, will get everyone out to safety.
Well, it gives them the reset, right? They can full heal up and then take a couple pop shots and say, hey, we see you, we know exactly where you're going, but now it's time for us to prioritize our rotation. The issue with taking those shots is if there is a team nearby, they will full send a little bit more into that. And as Furia begins to rotate, they're going to push right into that team they were shooting at, and you know, lo and behold, a name familiar to all of North America and all around the world, Xset.
LG Chivas start pushing up into checkpoint.
All right, Seer Exhibit is out. Furia has made their way towards Xset. Nades are being spammed in the catwall. Is Watson in the Bloodhound as well? And you just need to find that opening, and that opening is going to come in the form of getting a knock on to Sykes. I know Sykes was not happy with their performance yesterday, so time to step it up, and cannot be happy with the fact that he took that early down. But fights in here, you can easily get thirded. Teams are going to hear this and want a piece of it, but now Fun down as well. Nocturnal is going to be last alive for the team. Do you play your life? How do you run from a situation like this?
And with the thermal scope through the smoke, Xset will go down, like it or not. And FaZe, a really nice fight in the tunnel, are going to start backing up into this. They've already got some good opening damage with wall straight down the middle, and having to fight through Digis as well. FaZe is bamboozling. Phonyhead really putting the moves on him, and Furia, after winning so confidently against Xset, go down.
It's not done yet, though. Blackhand wants a piece. You just see Strafing Flame go down. Now we're looking, where are the other 2 members? But they were split checking on that. Something about a Wraith gives you a little bit of confidence to say, hey, I'm just going to go overextend, maybe try to find some angles and get some damage or pick up an easy KP, but this is also what can happen if you can't get into that queue fast enough.
With Moish being taken out now, we're down to just 12 squads left, and as you say, with Blackhand down a member, we're going to be down to, oh, well, maybe 10 soon, because Oxygen just got taken out, and even more are going to fall. There are several squads that lie outside of the ring, these included with LG, who were previously trying to make their way into checkpoint, having been stalled. You have to cross this massive mountain. LG own the choke point, and that's not even certain.
All right, well, let's check into it. LG has to cover their backs. Let's jump into a listen-in with LG Chivas.
Me pegó la ulti,
Me pegó la ulti a mí también.
WhatsApp conmigo, me
Estoy
quedé a la derecha. Ahí está la izquierda, aquí.
Me mató.
Third party, in they come. Fire Beavers have shown up just as the fight between Luminosity and FC Destroy finishes. Our two-time winners now on the ropes as Hammer Drill has less than half HP left, and Fire Beavers, large and in charge, are going to take the wide swing. Predator manages to find a swap. Yuka managing the low ground well, does take the 1v2 and cannot quite finish off Impulse.
The Beavs are back in town, hitting that evac tower, knowing that round 4 ring is coming into close. That's what I was worried about, because when that initial engagement between LG Chivas and FC Destroy started, there was a minute left on that evacuation, and Fire Beavers were holding the southernmost building, just kind of dancing around, waiting to see what was going to happen when they were waiting for that to clear out.
Last minute rotation in from Fire Beavers, same thing happening for FaZe, who have very little space to play. In this position, you could take a page out of APAC North's book and really use a Newcastle. Instead, they're going to have to rely on what they've got. Pioneers, however, on the other side, with a Seer scan available to them, a Horizon ult fully ready to go, should be able to wipe out FaZe as long as they can keep safe from every other angle.
Nothing like an L-Star in the hands of Zane, who had some major pop-off moments in Split 1 playoffs. If you remember correctly, a little bit of some one-clipping on 100 Thieves in particular.
Yeah. Looked pretty darn good. Now, the Pioneers have unfortunately allowed entrance to FaZe where there needed be none. Having not taken control of the fight earlier, they're now at risk of losing it, even with these fortified doors that fortunately Nasky is able to secure for the team. They find themselves sharing space, and with Fire Beavers right next door, it is not an ideal situation by a long shot.
These buildings are not fun to share either. Sometimes with a Watson, you can pop a gen, throw some fences in there, but with the Catalyst, you reinforce the door and then equally double down by throwing piercing spikes underneath the door as well. Because sometimes when players want to go check out or maybe mess with that reinforced door, that piercing spikes will start to hit. And you saw Zane prepping to throw the grab lift in case someone was going to work towards that door while Nasky was going to reinforce it.
Fortunately, you've got multiple ways of zoning out small choke points, but in this momentary fight, it's really not about this when it comes to the fate of the game. Pioneers live or die. They are going to be much more affected by a fight like this, and Tropic desperately trying to survive against, may I remind you, the duo of Fire Beavers. Look like they won't quite be able to do it. Taskmaster drops down, and Fire Beavers will be able to claim yet another life. Yarka falling as well with Impulse now down. Taskmaster bites the dust, and Entropic survived by one HP, we're gonna call that?
What a blessing. Now can just focus on placement, because there's no way you're getting your team back from that one. GO recently exited the lobby with FaZe trying to reposition themselves because they are the southernmost point and they have to move. Phony, how are you alive?
Man should be dead. Like it's half a second, perhaps even less, off of him taking the single tick of zone that it would mean.
Good catwall, but someone else just intersected that. Right, that's a good way to space off, but I don't know if it will help them for the time being, as FaZe has found themselves in between two powerhouses.
Thermite ready to go. Well, the Pioneers have been gifted by FaZe a rotation into the zone that actually allows them to survive. They've sat underneath the building and relatively safe for now, at least with the help of E6 above them.
Oh, but E6 is gonna have to leave this building eventually. I feel like we've seen this zone time and time again, and the team inside the building never makes it out, and I don't want to wish that on Element 6, but but Entropic, this is what about having Watson can allow you to make a space a little bit more playable that might not necessarily be. Even the fences, right? You don't want to go up against him, and it can delay a little bit of visual clutter.
And faith in the game plan change in the drop spot has net 100 Thieves ultimate height in this next zone. Entropic, they've got a nice middle ground, but all of this cluster that's going on by Element 6, this is going to result in a lot of teams' deaths, and Element 6 may not survive it even so.
They don't have any ammo. They have at least one clip in anything. They've been holding their position for so long, but they haven't been able to get any loot through the mid game. So they have to choose their fights sparingly, but they can't really do that because they have to move, and FaZe is watching them every step of the way.
Very little to poke with, very little to use now, as Catalyst Wall having gone down means that E6 have to exit the building. It's one clip or nothing for them. And 100 Thieves, may I remind you, as powerful as ever, are just playing for space. This is absolutely the correct move for them, bullying other squads that may come up, and with a nice Catalyst Wall down here as well, they manage to continue forcing E6 and FaZe together.
Ooh, Vaxlon, we see you with north of 1,000 damage, but no kills just yet. And KCP faltering to the ring, and now everyone's turning their attention to them. Slayer's going down at the hands of FaZe as well. For E6, with minimal ammo, the low ground, this is not a favoring position. Frexis throws up the wall just to part the seas, and like that, they get a spare inch of cover for snipe down.
FaZe dropping down, though, has almost certainly killed them with Pioneers down. Remember, 100 Thieves are still just waiting for this to kick off, and Entropic know it. They want to push FaZe, but the low ground will just be barely and kinda manages to survive, and it's up to EQ versus 100 Thieves.
Kinda with a shield swap and able to take down the rest of FaZe. Now just needs to play their own life, but Entropic is not gonna let that happen. Kinda will eventually go down. Now we're looking at Entropic versus 100 Thieves. Onmu already down, so a 3v2.
Unfortunately, it's going to come down to a close range fight with a Bangalore, and I'm sorry, you just don't win those, especially not without a Digi. What looked like an academic finish from 100 Thieves was a rise up from Entropic.
That was so well played. Think about their journey just to get there, right? You had to take down North Epsham by gatekeeping them. You had to go through the Fire Beavers, but you think about that 1v1 that was taken on with the Fire Beavers, right? You're going against Taskmaster, the king of shield swaps, and the only thing that keeps you alive in that moment is someone taking a spare shot and ending the Fire Beavers for you.
Yeah, it was 1 HP away from this being a 100 Thieves victory. Perhaps, I'll say, something else, but the entire move into checkpoint was so awkward for our teams, and the fact that 100 Thieves landed there at the start, the fact that they changed their drop spot in the manner that they did, completely altered the fate of this lobby.
Look, and I mean, look, it's match 4. We had 3 winners from APAC North. We've got one for EMEA. The group stages have been nothing but stellar here this morning. And you have to think this is just the first series of the day. We will have 2 more group stage matchups. Set of 6 coming up, another set of 6. So much Apex Legends action. You know, honestly, Dia, I'm thinking about this. Maybe in one of the breaks, we can just go hop on a PC, maybe hit the firing range.
My lord, I like, after watching so much good Apex Legends, it would be like watching somebody deadlift like 1,000 pounds and then trying to do anything myself. Just feels, I may as well just be watching them, you know? Like,
we're talking about our deadlifts, 1,000 pounds, little strongman competition out there, and you're like, Dia, what, okay, you know what, I work here for Apex, what's your deadlift, man?
I haven't deadlifted in a long time.
All right, we're gonna get you in the dim, we'll get you in deadlifts. Yushako, Hiarka, they're taking photos, they've gotta feel good after that victory. Our match 4 winners on your screen. Honestly, I have that same mouse. I love the utilization of the Logitech G Pro Wireless. It's a really fun one.
Now, with our review of the final circle, we're going to get a chance at how Entropic managed this. It was a really good job from them to control a large amount of space, much like 100 Thieves were doing on the high ground, except for this time, they had this nice access point into the mass exodus from the low ground buildings.
I always like to call it the Great Migration when you have a bunch of teams on one side, but KCP was on the underground, Element 6 was inside the building, and I think KCP was trying to wait for E6 to leave, but unfortunately had a couple members go down to the ring. But Entropic, you were saying 100 Thieves had a game of space. Entropic is so well covered over here. They are just playing this hill, and they are controlling the entire west side.
And we saw this shift the game for Gunbaryoto-san earlier in the day as well. It was, I believe, in the first game of the day where they ended up pulling up a win. Watson gets you a lot.
Yes.
Because these fences are destructible, and yet when teams see them, even like 100 Thieves going up against Entropic in the end here, you don't want to push up into a Watson fence. It looks annoying to deal with. It's better to go up against other teams because of the small investment and perhaps deadly nature of Watson. So Entropic, simply by putting up fences and announcing their presence, walk away with a 27-point game. 15 kills for their activity in this one.
That is massive, and now I cannot wait to see the series results. 100 Thieves only able to pick up 1 elimination from that final circle. E6 grabbing 2 despite the lack of ammo, despite an unfavorable position pool in that last game. But FaZe, 8 eliminations. You know, they had a rather slow start in their first game series, but it's starting to seem like things are connecting.
It is, and I like that they were able to survive for as long as they will. This game should have been a lot harder for FaZe. They had several all-right positions that were converted into being able to survive into the next ring during mass exoduses because of things like evac towers and ultimately the catalyst wall that gave them a little bit more time taking the fight up against E6.
Oh, this was a tough one. LG Chivas just outside the top 10. 1 placement point, and you have to think they didn't even have to contest for fish farms. That should have been a good chunk for them, right? With Noctum going wall. Now, that would have been a good game. We'll have to see them pick it up a little bit on the latter half of this series. Moist, I'm expecting big moves from them as well as Furia. They're able to grab 4 eliminations before taking on that fight with Exet, with FaZe, with Blackhand. That was horrible.
And our jump into Storm Point, it's been tough. The adjustment coming out of World's Edge catches a lot of teams off guard, and in this particular case, a squad like Exet does get pushed back a little bit, where they may not be feel themselves nearly as much. Now, LG, that's a very different story, and it's a storyline that I want to track because of how strong their Storm Point was at the beginning of the tournament.
Yeah.
Now, as we continue to shift away, as zones don't pull over towards the shipfall antenna area anymore, we're seeing a lot of variation out of LG.
Let's check out the series results. FC Destroy are 2 map winners thus far in this series, still able to maintain that top position with 52 points, but 100 Thieves very consistent with 39, but after that massive game from Entropic, now sitting in the top 3. And despite FaZe getting into that kind of cluster that I was talking about, that horrible little mess that happened in that mid-game, able to maintain in the top 5. NXet going out early in that as well, rounding out the top 5.
Now, Gunbaryoto-san, North Eption, and Crazy Raccoon all sitting right next to each other. Crazy Raccoon actually notably able to pull up with another decent performance coming out of last round, and that's after they performed quite well on World's Edge, being able to navigate their way into end games, which has previously failed them.
Solid performances on World's Edge, 1 down for Storm Point. We're gonna cut to a quick break, and when we come back, we got match number 5 for you.
Make sure everyone makes it home.
We're a team. We look out for each other.
I won't let you down.
Let's go.
That was a sick game, dude.
No one gets left behind.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Live from the Copper Box Arena here in London, it is ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Make some noise! You know, I see you all out there. I see a lot of Fire Beavers fans up in the crowd on the second level. This is what I love to see. We got a whole crew out there for Vex gearing up to see them later. Their powerhouse goes so wild, bro. They're always like, Vex, Vex, feeling Vex. Well, get excited. I hope they're prepping.
It's Get Vex,
Oh,
right?
is it Get Vex? I thought it was I'm feeling Vex.
It might be feeling vexed. Earlier today, I was watching a Vex fight and going, is this what it feels like to get vexed? Is that what getting vexed is? And well, we're continuing to sort it out, so I'll keep you guys updated as to how vexed ends up, say, defining the term. But as we move into this match, it's our second on Storm Point of the day. Checkpoint was our first one, and for a lot of teams that had tough performances there, I'm willing to write it off. Checkpoint is an extraordinarily difficult POI to make your way into. There's a bunch of high ground to contend with, even if you're not approaching from North Pad, walking in through the low ground tunnel or through spider caves. I mean, what are you supposed to do if you're late rotating?
I don't know, man. That 50-50, though, let's go ahead and jump back to that. We'll talk about that a little bit more, because you think about splitting the high ground at Checkpoint.
Yeah.
There's usually just a couple paths, right? You can jump down to spiders, rotate out to the IMC Armory, similarly to what we had witnessed from ATH. But do you think that they're going to run that back again, or will they choose somewhere else to land? 100
Thieves stay. They for all intents and purposes, actually won that contest. ATH had to leave. They ended up relocating to the IMC Armory. It may feel bad to split loot at the beginning, but the passive play from ATH did them no favors if they were planning on holding on to Checkpoint. My guess is that they're planning to shift drop spots already moving into the next round.
Ooh, check that out. Riddle win, Crazy Raccoon. I see another NTH win sign over there on the left side. Hold those signs up, because I do want to see an NTH win. Maybe another Riddle one and a Crazy Raccoon one would be good.
There's our Noctem lads.
Ooh.
Yeah, a little bit of support for the X factor of the lobby. There's the North Eption that you were talking about earlier, and Newcastle didn't really get to show their strength in this particular matchup, though I would have really liked to see it.
Here's the deal.
Yeah.
If you say Newcastle, I immediately think Taida. And that is Taida is the Newcastle for North Eption, and it is so impressive the way that he approaches it. And I've seen him play so many different legends, excels on Bangalore, but when that switch came to Newcastle and being able to adapt to that, because we talk about good support legends, if you can play and position that shield, win a dish, like you have to say, all right, I got my wall here. I can factor it in, you can shield, but you can also use that shield to walk up on a player and be, you talked about it earlier, a lot more aggressive with Newcastle's package.
Yeah, the best part about North Eption, the way they're playing Newcastle, is that they're not using him as a budget Gibraltar and being like, all right, well, we can do half of what Rampart can do and half of what Gibby can do and see if this works. They're using Newcastle as a off-tank bruiser flex flanker. It's just like, they'll take a fight with you, but Taito will do his own thing until the time that he has to group up. The mobility of Newcastle with his ultimate, his flexibility using the mobile shield, and to say nothing of the reses, has been invaluable to North Eption's performance.
Ooh, while we get into our match number 5, let's pull up the entropic result damage assists. That's pretty insane. Yushako, 5 kills, 4 assists. So much damage. Hiarka, though, on the Crypto, obviously going to stand back a little bit further, so not as much damage, but 11 assists.
And there's a reason that we were calling out Thorfinn here as well, finishing a lot of kills with the 30-30. He's got big chunks, and the single fire of the 30-30 allows him to clean up a lot of the kills that were going on around them at the time. We drop onto Worlds. Woo! We drop onto Storm Point.
Not there yet. We're back at Storm Point.
More today. Let's see how this one goes. As already ATH start heading towards Checkpoint one more time. I thought they were going to give it up. Let's see how they fight for it.
ATH taking on 100 Thieves, and you can see where they have specifically landed, just a little bit split. Scurry going to hop on the Gravlet, reunite with the team, knowing that they are contested. You want to kind of death ball up together, find a weapon, and get but Vaxlon, he's like, oh, no, I took some damage. I want to back away, heal, but he's not going to be able to get over there just like we saw happen.
Pretty busy in the smoke. Well, KCP, they get busy themselves. We've seen Noctum show up here before, but they at least had another squad to work with. This time, the Pioneers take the engagement with Zerdel nearly going down. A Havoc, the only thing between him and his demise. Noctum will be taken out with a little bit of help from Zane, and the Pioneers triumph over Mill again.
Look at Zane over there doing a little bit of funny things on that man's death box. I mean, hey, that's fine. You want to assert your dominance. Noctum are just looking for a place to call home in that early game. Now back over to 100 Thieves and ATH. They haven't left just yet. Last we saw, ATH had kind of disengaged and went for that IMC Armory, but with a triple take going down and a great energy mag, this is much better to stay a little bit mid-range, use that triple take as opposed to closing the distance right away with that P2020.
And from here, ATH's best move is really to stalemate, which doesn't feel good against 100 Thieves. You've moved yourself down to the low ground, but not out of the POI, so you're stuck in Spider Caves. 100 Thieves know it, everyone knows it, and it's a matter of time if they want to bleed you out, if they want to try and push you. Yeah, you can try and eke out some mistakes, but 100 Thieves aren't really going to make those. Some great coverage from Skirwy, takes down Trinity, and ATH make the first misstep.
Ooh, that is not what you want. And starting to retreat down here into the Spiders can be not the best place to fight. And you can see that 100 Thieves not really committing just yet. Now they're looking for that initial damage. They've got one down. They swarm in. Sleep going down. Now Plateau coming with the trade, but it doesn't matter. ATH is going to be eliminated at the hands of 100 Thieves.
And Vaxlon critical in the engagement as well. Once they found the first knock onto Trinity, good smokes out of Bangalore, cut off essential lines of sight, allowing them to walk on in to the low ground and swing left. It turns a 2v3 into a 1v3 into 3KP.
Coming on board over here with Black Hand. So good to see Strafing Flame still up, the only Wraith in our lobby. And that allows him to look out for some information, report back, as putting your IGL on Wraith. Talk to me about the importance of that, Dia.
Scouting Legends are interesting because they used to be like the only thing that IGLs played. You were playing Wraith or Pathfinder, whatever it may be. We didn't get a whole lot of Gibraltar IGLs until later in Apex Legends, and it's because of the information that people are able to collect and communicate. For Black Hand, it means that their choices, their decisions are so much faster because nobody has to tell Strafing Flame what's going on. He's way ahead of the pack already, and deciding what the next move is, with the ability to portal as well, he can start making rotations by hand for the team, which eliminates a lot of error that could otherwise occur.
Ooh, look at the screen right now. The battle for Barometer. As you can see, it's a relatively central zone. Oxygen lands Barometer, and Tropic has made their way over. Riddle as well wants to get into this picture. If you guys aren't familiar, Riddle lands Bean, which means Fire Beavers has essentially made their rotational path towards that as well. But if so many teams are choosing to go Barometer early, it's not a bad choice because it's so hard to get in their claim good space. Then if you think outside the main tower, there's a bridge, there's an Acorn building, kind of where FaZe would essentially rotate in should the zone pull to the left.
A couple possibilities here, but in Tropic, they've really got an excellent spot over by this small Acorn building to the south, right next door to Riddle, and in between them and FaZe. FaZe's position is a flexible one, but with not a lot of teams coming from the eastern side of the map, it'll likely turn into some decent placement points if they're able to survive against the very few teams like LG and FC Destroy that are likely to move in through there.
Well, think about the last time we saw LG Chivas coming in from Gale Station on a southern zone. They were able to hold that mountainous side to the north of Gale Station, where essentially that next ring is going to intersect. They stayed there, they cleared their back, and were able to just freely walk into zone because it pulled just south of Antenna. Now, that's the 50-50, right? Does it pull back to that area similar to what we had witnessed, or are we getting that true Acorn Bridge open water experience at Barometer?
It's funny because FaZe had the chance to secure the high ground and play that game. They've given it up temporarily with very little data on what's behind them to Craft and to put themselves in a spot to I'll say, survive a war of attrition should it arrive. With the abilities, the meds that they're going to get here, perhaps even the guns if they want to get an R99, because I haven't seen a whole lot of those, they'll be able to take fights a lot more effectively. However, it is a risk of giving up the high ground, and you'll notice that FC Destroy have taken this opportunity to cut them off and take Gravity Cannon rotation themselves.
Oh, that's going to be a fight that I want to see once those two run into each other, but not before LG Chivas wants to begin their rotation. And I don't think a lot of the teams that are occupying Barometer are not going to like int inside each other yet, unless someone wants to challenge for the high ground. Blackhand also making their way in. They're going to hold this Acorn. It's still in that next zone. And the issue with this building, which I like because they can utilize it to gatekeep, but there's a lot of open space around it. And I'm not really seeing an evac tower available for any kind of last minute, I need to rotate south.
And that's why you have Wraith, or rather, that's why Strafing Flame feels comfortable playing this position, is especially if the zone does pivot, as it is liable to do, you can use Wraith really effectively to cross through the open ground outside of Barometer, where many squads will be relying on things like Catalyst Wall, Bangalore Smokes, that may not be enough. Gunbury Oto-san, though, being prowlered at?
Look, if you're gonna take a fight, I swear those Prowlers are so one-sided. It always feels like they're attacking the team that is lower on health. They infiltrate the buildings. Even if you close the door, they're like, knock, knock, I'm here. Fights in Jurassic are just a little bit unique like that.
That they are. Almost being finished off by Prowlers. That would be something to write home about at LAN, but Gunbury Oto-san stabilized. They're fine now. The fortified doors will be enough to keep them safe until the zone continues to close. And for most of our teams in this Jurassic area, this is going to be enough. Jailings find themselves just off to the north and hopefully rotating in soon, but they've got to go through Geo and Blackhand to make it. And these are why you start to rotate early. For Furia, North Eption, 100 Thieves, Fire Beavers, they've got a different story that'll take them through the likes of Pioneers, Moist, and maybe Exet.
This is the toughest zone if you're coming from the north side of the map, the highest point, right? It just keeps going towards that low ground. You can rotate a little bit more quickly, but it doesn't matter, especially if you allude to that edge playstyle. Think of where Entropic is. We were talking about their Acorn building. Well, now they are smack dab in the best position of zone. So if I'm another team that wants to take space and challenge for Godspot, you have to be really particular about it, and Entropic is going to have to be able to defend that.
And with the high ground, or not high ground, with the other side of this, the little hill just across from the Acorn building as well, there's the opportunity for teams like FC Destroy to pick up a little bit of KP as they've started to rotate down. LG Chivas have taken out high ground from underneath FaZe, and Exet are starting to walk up on Barometer. A dangerous proposition, but if they're able to hold on to high ground or even one of the buildings right next door, they get their own rotation from the south, which, as you've identified, makes their game so much easier.
And I think they need to just maintain that space, right? But Fire Beavers, they're going to want to make a play over here as well. They land in Cenote Caves. They kind of dabbled in rotating a little bit more north, and now finally making their way onto the outskirts of Barometer, just looking for, hey, are there some little outliers here? And the only one they can find in their sights is KCP. But if you're going to take that 3v3 against KCP, Moist is going to be lying in wait on that bridge. But the issue with them wanting to push in, now talked about this, rotating through the open water, they're not going to be able to cross that.
No, not at all. Fire Beavers don't have a whole lot of tools to do so. I will say Bangalore Ultimate will give them a few seconds to use, and I'd like to see Fire Beavers play towards the north with the small amounts of cover that they have, and hopefully be able to use small boxes and rocks to separate themselves from the rest of the teams, especially those like Moist. With a well-placed smoke, you actually can get away with it. Jailings moving in behind them, though, causes problems, and it forces Fire Beavers to clear their backs before they can move forward through the open effectively.
It's just another team that's going to be staring down every time you open one of those doors to peek out. Oh, but this is why I love the Assault class Legends, right? You get those Assault bins, you open it up, and you are going to be double kitted out with gold extended mags. You have a Digi-Thread. And this is why playing Edge can be so beneficial to a lot of these teams, right? You usually have the best loot come endgame.
At this point in the game, FaZe are met with a decision. They're likely going to have to move up towards the high ground. They know it. They gave this up earlier, and we've been foreshadowing it for so long. Furia has just arrived up on height. LG Chivas are up here as well, and I believe that should be LG's ult that's just come down in front of them, zoning out Furia, putting both teams in a stalemate.
All right, well, you said it. We have been waiting for this, and FaZe has to know that one of these teams is going to be LG Chivas because that is their typical rotational pattern, but they might not recognize Furia immediately because they land Lightning Rod and have made it to be the most southern team.
Not a typical rotation from them, and only allowed because of evac towers. At this point, now running a Valve. Doesn't give you a whole lot of options to come from the sky. LG are going to be playing this slow, but now sandwiched on a technical level between two squads. It's much more worth their while to focus on FaZe, putting them in a difficult position. Outside of the ring, however, we've still got some late rotations going on. This ring won't kill you, but Xset certainly will, as they found 100 Thieves trying to slow rotate outside of them.
But the issue with Xset taking this high ground and maintaining the center spire of Barometer is that there are so many teams on the outskirts. Riddle on the top, Oxygen as well up in there. They're going to have a direct line of sight to essentially put pressure on Xset to hide their cover, and that essentially saves 100 Thieves. They're going to tank a little bit more of zone, but now they can keep that. So let's jump into a listen in with Xset and hear how they're going to approach this.
You can only craft on this side.
I'm worried where they are.
I don't know. They're going to be southwest somewhere, probably.
Can you scan?
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Drop your battery.
Thank you. I'm scanned.
Okay.
They're probably out.
South.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're probably out along the wall.
They're in zone.
Oh my god, this guy just ran out. I could have killed him. Yeah, it's definitely two teams. I just saw a Seer running bottom, and then there's a Seer just came in from top.
We play a bit backside wall.
I mean, Bridge is in this team there.
No. We have to just play underneath Barometer. We can play right here. Wait, I think they're below us in the tunnel.
Are they?
They are. Can we kill them?
I'm down to look for them.
I'm throwing an Arc Star on this.
I'm zero.
Three out.
They're running.
There's still two on the right. I'm lifting up.
Break this.
Higher your left. They're running to North Bridge.
Cracked one up top.
Yep.
One died.
We can kill them right here. Pinch them.
Oh, she might.
Oh, in here.
I'm gonna die. Never mind, good cat wall. I need to heal.
You're safe on me for a second.
Yep. We need to kill them on the north side.
No zero.
I'm gonna peek wall.
Yep. Come with you.
I don't see them. They're behind their wall here somewhere. My cat wall goes down at 8%.
Yep. Not on the wall.
I don't know where
someone up here, northwest, shooting up there.
We have to be careful of getting pinched from the west side, okay?
We just walk in late from the bridge.
Walk in the wall. I'm 4-5, 1-4-5.
I'm 4-3.
I'm 4-8.
4-3.
They're evac tower above us.
Okay.
I'm on scan. Any ulti cells?
No,
I don't.
No scans.
Do we just mirror this team's side?
We can, yeah. We just need to clear for west side.
Yeah, let them go.
Seer 32.
We have to walk forward, boys. Look at this. North. Brandon, gold helmet on the floor. Quick.
Taking it.
No. Teammate at the wall in front of us.
Sykes, watch west.
I have no scan.
West. West is looking to push us.
Find us.
Oh, bro, you need to push.
We're fine. I do not have fucking cat wall.
Okay. West is pushing.
No.
It's fine, we're fine. On me is safe.
I'm batting.
You can even play on me.
We have to focus northwest.
I used the blue for visual clutter.
Yep.
I'm at 74 on cat, or 72 on cat wall.
I'm full healing.
You're
3
good.
seconds.
There's a team in this corner down here,
Okay. We have to focus this.
They're getting shot. They can't peek. They cannot peek this. They're getting over the shot.
I'm scanning. 120. Look, 120.
Horizon 1 dead.
Okay,
What's the name?
Yep. Play it slow. Don't overcommit too hard in this. Kill it, knock. I'm dead.
No.
You need to punch me in. Yep. You can res me, Brennan.
Res after your back.
Quick.
I'm gonna scan immediately.
South might be pushing, Psych. South might be pushing. South might be pushing.
They're pushing us, pushing us. I killed the bait.
I'm healing.
It's last guy. Okay. I have catwall.
Okay.
I have a Q in a sec.
Yep.
Just shoot Nox. Just shoot the Nox.
I'm moving.
One of them's almost dead.
Dead. One dead. One more.
I'm medkitting. Do not go forward. Don't go forward yet.
Yeah, do not go forward yet. Yep. I have catwall.
We play here into that loot.
Did I get shotgun?
Yeah, from right. North is fighting hard.
We can't do that. We can't run there.
Yeah, I know.
We just have to.
We need to kill these guys and take their spot.
Hold on. We can walk up and play here.
Okay.
Yeah, we can play the
I
outside
have
right here.
15 heavy left.
Okay, here.
Can we kill this guy?
They're resing.
Yeah, kill them.
Yeah.
I'm catwalling this, bro.
Flash, dead. Go loot and run back.
I'm gonna stay back.
You don't think we just play here?
No, we have to pinch
it. We have to pinch it. Just grab all the loot and come back. I need light and heavy.
Yep.
I think I just witnessed the longest 3v3 of my entire life, but you can hear just how many times they pivot. Meanwhile, we've just lost a couple teams. There is an extravagant amount of teams in this final zone, which is so unique about Barometer because there are so many different places to play.
And the way that this is pulled as well allows teams that have height, that prioritize Barometer proper, an advantage over squads that have rotated in. A team like, say, Ganbare Oto-san, that's pushed up onto Entropic's previous position, now are going to have to consider what this next ring pull looks like for them. This may very well be going out into the open water. For the moment, having a catalyst in a building like this, a new castle, should allow them to share space effectively and safely.
Yeah, but sharing space in an Acorn building, this is not your ideal situation. You gotta do what you gotta do, and having that catalyst on the effective, being able to just reinforce the doors, utilize the piercing spikes so the team can't immediately drop down on them there without taking a little bit of damage. They've even thrown up the Newcastle wall, but look at the beautiful fencing out of Thorfinn to make sure that Chio can't climb up.
It guaranteed safety for both squads. Nobody can push each other here, and it's gonna end up being fine for both of these teams. Since we've still got 13 squads left at this point, it's a placement point farm for both of them. Luminosity Gaming should be able to do the same on the bridge, but it's from a much more risky position.
Yeah, J-Lings, Moist, a couple of the teams that weren't able to get out from their former position. We knew those rotations through the open water were going to be rather difficult, and as we look at this, Xset is extending out onto the open area, trying to challenge Blackhand, but I told you, Easy Flash is a fragger, and that he is able to take down Xset.
Unfortunate for them, who, again, likely without a catwall this time around, weren't able to make their next rotation safely. FC Destroy, however, who have won an incredible amount of games today, now start to push up themselves and are going to thirst this kill, something that honestly put Xset on the back foot earlier. They now have time to do. Blackhand are gone, FaZe are gone, 10 squads left, and FC Destroy's journey is far from over. With 30 seconds left to bring them into the open, they're gonna have to make use of Newcastle after clearing their backs against another APAC squad.
Oh, we're gonna get the free cam shot. We're gonna see an FC Destroy GO. This is going to be a fight to the death. Hammer Drill laying down the works, able to be the lone man standing here, and the reset coming in. Talk to me, look at this. He's rezzing Pinota first, which is on the Newcastle, immediately smokes out, and then he can grab the Watson. That's how you do a proper reset. Prioritize the Newcastle.
And being able to lay down an extra shield saves crucial seconds for the team as they approach the next zone that is already starting to close in. Newcastle, pivotal here, as it'll provide you some of the only safe space that you can play. 100 Thieves currently harassing alongside E6 to keep FC Destroy honest.
Oh my god, Entropic, what are you doing? They took to the skies and they got destroyed. It was the only option they had, but unfortunately Thorfinn trying to use their friend's Nocturnal shield and hype, like help me. LG Chivas rotating in. They haven't really gotten any KP from this game, but now from the low ground trying to get a couple little head peeks over. It might not be the best position, but they're out of the line of sight. KCP in the distance, Crazy Raccoon in the distance, but Riddle, they are able to still play off the main tower in Barometer just south of the zipline.
We gotta be taking more roofs right here. Look at the top of these buildings. They're empty, and a big part of this has been oxygen and the fact that they can lay down punish. Oxygen are the ones that need to be dropping onto a roof alongside 100 Thieves, Element 6, perhaps even Crazy Raccoon. Raccoon, but I'm favoring the E600 Thieves building.
My issue with Oxygen Esports is they have been here since the dawn of time. They land in Barometer. They haven't been able to regain any loot, but they have gotten 7 eliminations. So now being able to share, they haven't been able to craft bats recently, so they're going to have to take a nice fight, try to get shield swaps and prioritize those and keep moving forward.
And the problem for them is that they don't have a horizon, so giving up this high ground very well may kill them. The drop, the stun that comes after that, especially onto Riddle, will mean a nightmare for them.
Did they just hit the survey beacon?
Yeah.
They do. They're going to have all of the information of where everyone is. They're going to be like, all right, well, there's 3 teams in that building. I don't want anything to do with that one. Or maybe 100 Thieves and E6 occupying that space. Riddle is still down below them. Oxygen's going to have that information because the moment they jump down in front of Riddle, they will get shot in the back. But with so many catalysts in the lobby, burning your wall this early on could be detrimental.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, they do it just to keep themselves alive. Having already suffered 1 knock, it's a desperate attempt to reset with the Seaworld going off on the low ground. Keep your eyes on Oxygen as their drop will determine a lot of the way this lobby plays out. They need to be uprooting Riddle, who are currently hid behind smoke and in a place that nobody really wants to fight. Everything from Oxygen, come on down. The evac tower is perfect, and it gets them God spot on the roof.
Oh my God, the biggest IQ play I have seen yet today. Dropping the evac tower, doing a little bit of zip line play and taking the roof just like you had stated. Now they can essentially shoot down fish in a barrel, but FC Destroy on the southernmost side, barely not visible because that catwall, but it will drop down and they'll be looking down the sights at Luminosity.
Riddle's Catalyst Wall allows them time just to pull off a res, but as it now drops, Riddle are exposed once more. 100 Thieves gonna send it onto them at the speed of light. Vaxelon rockets forward, and Riddle Order are out. 100 Thieves next have to face off against another contender, and they'll go down to Oxygen, who jump on them from the roof. 4 squads left. It's time to collect your KP.
Oh, this is the end game that I wanted. I see E6 kinda on the left side, trying to get a piece of the action.
Oh my God, Reeds! Oh my God, Reeds! Oxygen dominate in the final circle. Excellent play off the high ground, and Tiff, the knowledge that they got off of Scan earlier, allowing them to drop onto roof safely, identify their approach to this final ring was perfect. But honestly, Reeds, so was the play through the catwall. That was unstoppable.
I have no words. I say kinda wants to get in on the action, and Oxygen says, all right, bet. Here, take some damage, and eliminates one after the other. Dressed for business, dressed to impress. Let's go, Oxygen Esports.
Honestly, a very big performance, especially after what has been a quiet first day. Making your way in through the first set of games, now on Stormpoint picking up a win, puts them in a more comfortable position to try and secure the winner's bracket or the upper bracket when we come into tomorrow's games. But they're gonna have to do this again. Oxygen Esports are so deadly in end games. This time around, they managed to make it there. Their rotations for the next game are gonna have to be on point because much like LG, this was a little lucky.
This was really nice when you can have a survey beacon that stays with you throughout your drop spot POI that turns out to be the end game zone, because that is the favored position, right? If you think, hey, that's going Barometer, you immediately want top of that tower, but Oxygen took that call initially and they never let it go.
And the thing is, because they land Barometer in the first place, when you have first zone, maybe second zone, depending on what scan you have, that is including your POI, you may as well stay on what is clearly a god spot. I know that when I'm playing, I love grabbing as much height as possible. Oxygen work the same way.
This. Reed's getting so fancy with it, taking not even just a full tick of damage, a quick shield cell, and they are back taking head peeks and able to deal damage. They have just about 100 ammo between the 2 cars, but at least you had some good mags. And then they just kept getting cheeky. Piercing spikes though, so no one can climb up on them.
Keeps them safe for now. I'm honest, Roof is just so good in these zones. And I want to credit Riddle, who on the low ground were playing from directly underneath Oxygen. They had a catalyst wall that until he dropped, had kept them alive for quite a long time, let them grab a little bit of KP on teams like Luminosity that were trying to move in as well, and recognition from a team like 100 Thieves that it was their time to shine as soon as the Catalyst wall went down as well was really big. As soon as teams like 100 Thieves and Oxygen come out of the building, though, it's just a bloodbath until the end game.
And then Element 6, I'm like, they want to get in on this, but they didn't even get a chance. They came in. Am I just... Yeah, I am. I have no words.
I know. I remember looking over you and going, we're going to need a few seconds.
I turned so hunchback. I'm like, what are they doing?
It was crazy. You're like a gargoyle.
I'm a gargoyle.
Well, immortalized as that may be, now we've got to look forward to their next games. An incredible round by Oxygen. Again, credit to Riddle. I really liked hearing XSET's comms in the middle of that as well. And even FC Destroy made a great play from the north, but as is so often the case with Barometer zones, being in a building like 100 Thieves were, like Crazy Raccoon were, and like Oxygen were, means just so much more.
Yeah, it was really tough, but I think that rotation from the south was the smartest side. So think about all those teams, Moist, Jailings, Fire Beavers. They were kind of congested up on that northwest, and with all the open water, thinking about that pool, it is so difficult, no matter how many smokes you have, even if you burn a cat wall, people will have that high ground because Oxygen never left.
And 100 Thieves, actually, now that I'm thinking back on it, they are the only exception to this rule. The southern rotate that was called out by XSET, shadowed by them, that then began this cluster of fights that XSET then took, was all preempted by 100 Thieves running underneath them and then rotating into the building right next door to Barometer. It's a great game for them, but an even better one for Oxygen, who, with a much-deserved 24-point finish, can feel very proud of their second game on Stormpoint.
Look, it's Element 6 right here, though. They are playing perfect zone knowledge calls. They know exactly where it's going to end. They're getting the placement points, which is fine here for the group stages. They're just looking to connect the dots to couple it with the KP needed to put up massive games. And even LG, 6 eliminations, finishing third.
And I really like the way that Swinny has pivoted into this Barometer zone and said, all right, we're going to play deep zone. We're going to have a building that is extraordinarily difficult to push, because I actually talked to Slayers at the start of the day, and he was mentioning how first day of LAN, nerves can get to you a little bit. It was absolutely getting to the team, and Swinny being able to adapt the game plan to one that allows for so much less error means really good things.
It seems like I said, they are starting to connect in an upward trajectory as we look through our 11th through 20th position. Moist Esports. Now, this looks like maybe they got eliminated super early in the game. No, they went deep into a few rings down. Think of when there were at one point 18 squads in that Barometer region, and they were one of the teams that started ticking out. Moist went out. Fire Beavers went out, Jailings. Those are the 3 teams in kind of the Bermuda Triangle of the northernmost points of Barometer.
And FaZe, meanwhile, sitting at the top of the bottom 10, didn't quite get the chance to play the game in a way that I had hoped they would. They will retain top 10 for now in our overall leaderboards for this matchup, but FC Destroy still large and in charge on top, with 100 Thieves and Oxygen bringing up the rear.
Oh, we gotta start thinking about bracket stage. That's tomorrow. We do have 2 more group stages, but for the teams that needed to show up and show out today, North Eption being one of them, currently in 13th place, they came into this game, one series played, right? Granted, 37th place, and that cutout for Split 1 playoffs was 100 points that you needed during the group stages to secure that winner's bracket. Now, finding yourself in the elimination bracket early on can be scary, but it's not over just yet.
No, not at all, not by a long shot. And even when we start looking forward to things like the elimination stage, the fact is, you're going to have another shot. You want to be in the top, you want to be able to secure yourself another life, but even so, playing out of the lower bracket still allows you to continue through the tournament really as if nothing is ever wrong. As long as you're securing top 10, you're going to be okay, and that sort of practice that you can get in group stages against some of the best teams in the world is crucial. So I like that teams that have secured their spot are trying things out now to get a bit of a competitive edge, and the teams that perhaps haven't secured their position, they've got more time to sort out their strategies in preparation for tomorrow's games.
Well, NTH on your screen currently sitting at about 28th place, needing needing top 20 to get into the brackets, but think about other teams that potentially need a good vibe here. Noctum being one of them, J-Lings another, Fire Beavers, right? So dominating in that EMEA region, but haven't necessarily been able to find success on that edge positioning.
No, it's, I think a big part of that is because teams are playing very differently on the edge. You've got a lot of the APAC North teams that are using Newcastle trying to mimic this as well, and Fire Beavers just haven't had as much success because they're not able to rotate into Zone 3 and clean up squads that don't have anybody standing in their way. Instead, now you're running into things like Newcastle, picks like Watson and Crypto that have scouted you out from a mile away. Our X Factor, Noctum, and EMEA's X Factor, Fire Beavers, who, as we've highlighted, do need a bit more gas in them throughout the day. Fortunately, will have another chance to play.
Yeah, come on, guys. We need to hear some shouts for the Fire Beavers. They look like they are locked and loaded because we are about to get the next map underway. And anytime we got to talk to the Fire Beavers in the regular season, do you remember when 9 Impulse came in with his flower crown?
Oh, my lord.
The sunglasses?
It's a cool vibe. I'm going to try and pull it off later.
You know what? I think you could pull it off,
we'll
Mr.
see.
Shakespeare.
We'll see. I will say, not only having spoken to Fire Beavers previously, but having spoken to a lot of other teams from other regions coming into this LAN, they are the team that people are most excited to meet. When I say, oh, who are you excited to play against? Who are you looking forward to meeting at, learning from at LAN? Most teams say Fire Beavers because their playstyle was so exciting during the regular season.
Well, you think about a lot of the moments that they had, particularly Taskmaster's win on World's Edge. He had this little bit of rock and he was descending upon the train carts, and they shouldn't have won that, or even the last minute reses to punch people out, take their weapons and win. But it's the last match of the series. Map number 6 is underway. Will we get that ATH 100 Thieves contest? Will the other team decide, hey, I'm going to wall again?
ATH gotta leave. This Storm Point was supposed to be their best map.
Yeah.
They recognized it coming into the day that World's Edge just wasn't doing it for them. They weren't able to pull anything crazy off there. And the fact that they've been contested has just been decimating this day for ATH, and it's really putting all of South America in danger because Noctum certainly aren't making it up any higher in the leaderboards at this moment. We're going into this again, and now we're seriously challenging with Trinity landing basically right on top of Axe.
We have a full 2v2 in the middle. Scurry utilizing the same grab lift move to join back up with his teammate Onmu, able to grab a wingman Prowler and a blue shield off the rip. Will turn the tides, but checking in with Mill because Noctum decided this is where they want to go.
And once again, KCP getting a bit of the better end of this. 1-for-1 at the moment, but Noctum managed to thirst Sir Dell, leaving them, and fortunately without a whole lot of options for Noct, because he's still got to actually pick up a weapon.
Ooh, sticking the res. Look at this. Nas right now putting out that scan, looking for Zane, who has taken to the high ground. So that gives you the verticality of the horizon.
Nice.
Triple take, gonna connect,
Nice.
and now he's just cracking. This is gonna let Nasky, hey, go ahead, pop a couple syringes. I'm gonna deal damage and deny them the ability to fully reset, but they're gonna continue taking a building, getting all that well-needed loot, and now they're resetting.
Noctum have a 3 versus 2. They are, I'll say, in a still quite dangerous position with not a whole lot of HP and a triple take on the other side that can take you out very quickly. But you've technically won for the moment. Nasky gonna start pushing up, not one to give up a fight, and you've still got Zane with a lot of firepower as well. High ground belongs to KCP, and Nasky will be able to recover the Banner of Del.
Here we go, Zane making his way ever so slightly around the mill. I know, maybe they decided we just needed to get our banner. They got the banner on Sir Dell, and it's time to maybe get him back as quickly as possible.
I don't mind it, and I want to give a congratulations to Noctum. They've won a contest. This is massive for Noctum, who've struggled to find a landing spot ever since the tournament began. Now, meanwhile, South America continues to be contested everywhere while ATH hold their ground against 100 Thieves.
This is a stalemate that ATH has definitely forced here. It's a little bit longer, right? Typically, 100 Thieves moves in a little bit more quickly, but now we've gotten to the point where ultimates are ready.
2 rounds of munition, and that's all for HEH inside the building. Not a whole lot of clips. 100 Thieves with just a touch more expended ordnance in order to claim the top floor. And it's going to be an even closer battle. Remember, up against HEH, Vaxlon was able to clutch it up before. Now with a nicely placed Thermite, they're going to push Vaxlon, but Onmu is here to cover. Winging out damage with this pistol. Doesn't quite find the Nox, however, and Skirwy and Vaxlon down means the HEH are in charge of the engagement for now. Catalyst Wall does separate them momentarily, but as long as they can hold out at the bottom floor, and they should be, they're fine.
Sometimes it's just a charged up PK holding the angle. He was waiting to see if he could go ahead and get this res off. They are, but even 100 Thieves, they're going for it as well.
I can't believe that was allowed. Skirwy back into the fight, and another res potentially going off down below. As the 100 Thieves regain a bit of control, HEH let this happen, and now with spikes on the floor, 100 Thieves are right back in this.
They were able to both completely get the reses out, and you literally have a Mozambique, but it doesn't matter. You're frying. We love to see it. Trinity falls down sleep. You're going to have to be a little bit worried, but Vlato jumping down from the above on the roof. 100 Thieves have lost the checkpoint contest. Element 6 going out at the hands of FaZe as well.
And South America win both contests in the last game on Stormpoint. A big victory for them as both teams were sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, and now 100 Thieves, who were near the top, are going to have to take a step back.
Ooh, and ATH needed that, right? 5 points coming into map number 6. And we've seen maybe some teams that weren't able to string a ton of points together throughout the first 3 games really start taking off that highward trajectory throughout the latter half of the series. But coming into map number 6 with 5 points, this makes your work cut out for you. You look at the zone, Dia. I mean, they're into that next checkpoint. They can stay here. They can craft, get that information.
That they can, and it's why you have this position in the first place. Now that they've got the second ring scan, as you mentioned, they're going to know it as well as we do. But the rotation that took them down, or up in some ways, to the hot dog buildings earlier, going to be cut off by Moist because of this delay that they had on contest. North Eption still sitting over by North Pad, but off in the south, Riddle are taking their engagement up against Fire Beavers. And we mentioned this beforehand, Tiff, but running into teams that they haven't played against before, that they aren't expecting from APAC, has been consistently crushing Fire Beavers' hopes of doing what they did in the regular season.
Think about the pool of the zone, right? We're going north.
Yeah.
Fire Beavers land Cenote, Riddle Order lands Bean. So they just have to kind of make sure that they gatekeep Fire Beavers looking to rotate out. Yes, one member was still alive, maybe lying in wait, trying to recover those banners, but look, if I'm Riddle, I'm holding those banners steady. I've got the time.
Yeah, you're very happy. I actually really like this fake out. Tappy and Yukio gonna pretend like they're on their way out. But Mia K stays behind, baiting out the banner recovery. Oirin genuinely might go for it.
Look, I mean, he's gonna think it's safe, right?
He's
going. Oh no. This is so bad, bro.
Okay, good scan, good scan. The jig is up. Riddle Order, know where you are. And Oirin does not make the critical misstep. So well played for Fire Beavers, and it will not result in a banner recovery, unfortunately. He's not going to be able to grab his teammates, and it's a matter of placement. You got 3 squads left until you at least collect. Whoa, my God.
They don't care. They don't care. Tappy said, I want this. Riddle, you are so aggressive, and I love it. Oirin, the seer. If you are going to have a rat left, a seer is necessary. He's probably sitting there up, using the heartbeat passive. It was like, all right, I'm going to scan you so that you know that I know you know that I'm there and you're there. And then they're like, whatever, bro. Bean has a trident. Let's just hop in the whip and show up.
Who does that?
Riddle does that. Mia K, the IGL, was like, we're going in. We are not letting any member survive.
What a play. That's a game 6 kind of play. When you've been in this lobby for long enough that you're like, you know what? Absolutely not. We need the kills, and Riddle, they certainly do. Now they've cleared their backs, that's for sure, and their movement up towards this next ring is going to be one that they can take at a leisurely pace. Plenty of ways to clear this up. They can move through the center of the map, but if they want a less risky rotation, checkpoint is going to be available for them to move up towards ATH, and take that contest if it really is even won at that point. ATH likely to hold on to the high ground, where LG also approach from the south. And FC Destroy, interestingly, will be approaching from the northeastern side that is largely open.
Yeah, but first we've got Entropic trying to make a play, but they are surrounded by some heavy-hitting teams. Furia, Noctum, Xset. How do you make this work? Because even FaZe is here. FaZe is able to open it up. They get the knock onto Hyarka.
After having lost one, honestly, not a whole lot of ways to recover, especially in Cascade. Taking down Hyarka is big as well, because that's the IGL for Entropic, the person who has led them to the victory that they were able to secure earlier today. Now, not there to lead the team anymore. Thorfinn and Uchako should be able to recover the banner. There's FaZe, Disengage, and Noctum, interestingly enough, also find themselves in checkpoint. That's going to get a little bit more crowded for a little while, but the zone should continue pulling us further off to the north, and eventually these teams will all have to leave. So in some ways, better sooner than later.
FaZe, 6th overall here for this series. Not a bad performance out of them. Triple purple, maintaining 4 eliminations, 17 squads remaining, but look at this. Entropic, they know they can see the crafting happening in front of them. They were able to recover the banner, but if Hyarka is the crypto player, that makes things a little bit more difficult when going for the reset. But I feel like Furia, one of their favorite positions is anywhere there's a grav cannon or some trees in a building, you'll usually find Furia.
You will. Or if you see perhaps a res go off on the high ground, I think you might find Furia there as well. There are several teams here with FaZe, Noctum, Furia that will not hesitate to jump right onto a res. And look at it, in the kill feed, it's already happening. Uchako's been taken down, and Entropic, after the res, if anything, are in just more trouble than they were already.
Oh, the res goes off. All of that Hyarka right there. Just an inch of health. Ushako trying to get brought back up. The focus of attention does connect. They're going to bail on that and peep it out. Sometimes it's better to have a teammate knocked so you can play the knockdown shield, but a white one makes it difficult. Now, the elimination feed starting to light up. ATH is going to fall fun, getting in the mix with Hyarka. He's the one. He's got that triple take, and we've seen a lot of utilization of that on Storm Point, and it is dangerous.
Working well for them so far. We got a chance to check in with J-Lings off in the north. They're trying to make sure that teams don't rotate on them from over a wall. One of the benefits of the crypto is that you can actually keep an eye on that, and it's where FC Destroy would or will be coming from in a few moments. Round 2 just about to finish closing, and round 3 is where it stops messing around. Xset want to take the fight up against Furia. They think they found Watson isolated. Let's find out if they actually have.
Here we go, but unfortunately Nocturnal's not going to be able to survive for this fight. Fun has to retreat, has 5 seconds that Sykes is going to have to be able to hold up. Brilliant reinforcement of that door. You're denying them access. They're going to have to kick it 4 or 5 times to make that work. Now Sykes can play on the low ground. Good utilization of the piercing spikes, but here comes Furia through the windows. Amped covers down at the hands of Zera. Tricky, man. Zera is a crazy Rampart.
My God, do I love you, Zera. Pulling out the Rampart. As so many squads have tried, Furia will succeed, picking up the full wipe on Xset with some beautiful defensive play. KCP, they pop in, find a massive crack to Zane, and now you've really got to make use of the Rampart walls, and they will. Panthers does go down, Watson falls as well, 1v1 with Zara, but Furia bite the dust. Dell managing to finish it off.
Dell, what was that? Just coming in and just pop, pop, pop with the wingman. Now they have a solid position in the next zone. So that was a beautifully timed third party to challenge for a priority position.
And it still finds them in a good spot. I will say, without a respawn beacon close by, this position does deteriorate a little bit. You need to be able to hold a lot of angles on these buildings, and that's something that at this point KCP cannot do. Moist, they've got relatively little to do here. Sitting in a choke point, they gotta watch their front, and mostly they gotta watch their back, but the push likelihood is pretty low unless we see a crack from either side.
I like maintaining this position. You don't have a lot of cover to utilize because you know there are teams north. You see the ping on the map from Waltzy just in front of them. You're going to have a few teams rotating in from that northern side. Think of teams like North Eption. They go up there at North Pad, GO, J-Lings, you know, those are the typical teams that you would usually see. But KCP, the res coming in.
And just like Entropic before, yeah, they've got a little bit of a safer position. Pioneers make their recovery, and it is a glorious one. They've still even got some Rampart walls remaining should they need to hold on to this spot, and it's not going to be too bad for them. Next ring does pull right next door, and Pioneers will be well suited up for this. They'll have plenty of cooldowns as well, and a fight kicking off just to their south means that they've got another opportunity to third party.
Yeah, look at this. We got Noctum, we have Riddle, and we have LG Chivas just trying to play it safe, shooting from the neighboring building. And they're on the southern side of the zone. They don't have to move just yet. Riddle's not going to be able to make it out alive. LG still able to pick up one of the KP from that engagement and deny that from Noctum.
That's all that it is just slow play from LG. They don't want to risk anything by pushing out before they're absolutely certain of a victory. So even if it is just one KP, it's better than risking your whole game for two. They watch their backs for now, and the next ring having revealed itself to them in just a few seconds will mean that they can plan out their next maneuvers. J-Lings will be unfortunately unable to do that as FaZe take them down, and FC Destroy may be going out as well, with Yuka nearly falling, in fact, ultimately going down as he splits from Pino. Not going to be look good for FC Destroy. They're out. Oxygen, the ones to largely do it to them.
They are still able to make their way in. They can bide their time, able to play off that grab cannon, but Moist, we need to see something strong out of them. Coming into map 6 in 18th place, Waltzy going to fall, but Pricey, MT locking it in against North Eption, and they're going to be the victors.
Well played on the edge, finally finding a victory against an APAC team. North Eption played that well, but the slide through the wall was really excellent from Pricey to clutch things up. Next rotation brings them over towards Ganbareoto-san, who stand between Moist and the ring.
They're still doing a really good job of holding this choke point, right? North Eption was the team that was looking to rotate through here, but there were two others. Doesn't seem like Blackhand was necessarily able to survive that, but then where did Crazy Raccoon go? They would have had to rotate out, but now we've got FaZe taken on Entropic. Let's jump on board with a listen in on FaZe.
Well, no, but still, it doesn't matter.
Just play slow because there's a team evac-ing, okay?
Okay.
There's a team behind us, south, evac-ing as well.
Okay. Be careful, sniper.
Be careful of this window. The Valve just keeps looking through window.
They're rezzing. I almost finished. Yeah, I'm backing up. I'm popping your back. I'm popping cells.
I wish I had grenades.
It's on the ground, but.
Our back's still clear for now, okay?
Yeah, just chill. Snipe a little bit.
You guys are so paranoid about me. Shut the fuck up.
Hey. Okay.
The building.
Be careful, I'm not gonna waste my ammo. Fuck that.
Bro,
listen, this dude second floor keeps speaking.
Okay.
This dude second floor keeps speaking with All-Star. Don't hard peek it.
Okay. I low-key could have killed that crypto, but I didn't.
Can you make sure there's no one behind us?
All right, we're checking back in with Moist. The last we saw of them, they were resetting after an engagement that they won, but this time they're going up against Niazul, Jaguares, and Yanya. Moist, they aren't gonna win that.
Ganbareoto-san come in for the third party, however, and the fight doesn't end. Instead, it just gets closer range. The shotgun comes out, and LG lose one, dropping back down. They finally take down Jung-hee, and yet we've still got one rogue member left. Quick shield swap will need to happen from Niazul, but he's gonna go for the bat instead. Piercing spikes come in, but Dogma has disengaged. Ganbareoto-san cut their losses.
I mean, it's not a bad idea, right? They're in 9th place right now. Maybe just finalize this out with some placement points. Find a good cheeky spot, but the issue is there's so many seers in the lobby. Jaguares is going to start pinging out immediately where he's getting that, but Yanya, what?
ends up going down, I suppose, to the ring. So Rez should be available for Luminosity, and nice punches in, helping out the teammate. Will mean that Luminosity recovers. This is a pretty unpushable position. Pioneers can try, however, to find an angle from below them. We'll see how that pans out. Is in Cascade. The pot continues to be stirred with 3, perhaps 4 squads needing to make their exodus into the next ring. Cascade is going to become a bloodbath with Noctum holding roof.
Yeah, Luminosity, when we last checked, on 3 bullets in the R9, and Noctum staying on the roof over here in Cascades is going to be the move for them. But meanwhile, on the northern side, overlooking all of the utility we see at the Seer exhibit, we've got the Bang ult in the distance, and Kings has 200 plus ammo to just fire down. Meanwhile, Geo, they were able to find Dog.
If you actually take a look over at Cascade, you'll remember when Snipe Down called out that his teammates were paranoid about him. You'll notice Snipe Down's not there. Snipe Down's not in Cascade at all. He is wandering the rest of the map. He's actually just north of Oxygen Esports, having been pinged out recently, and is looking for kills on the rest of the lobby. This is very risky. Snipe Down is on a solo mission.
Look, sometimes you gotta do it. Sniper, no sniping, right? Just sit down, snipe down. But hey, he is surviving. He's on Bangalore. That passive double time will kick in, and he can insta-smoke if he needs to, but has made it back to his teammates safely, and I can only imagine what they were saying. They're like, Snipe, get back here, bro.
It's like, no, I got it. They're low. They're low. I can pick up a kill. And you know what? Fortunately, having recognized that that wasn't going to be the case, does group up with a squad because FaZe have a fantastic position. A team that absolutely does not, however, is Oxygen. Their end games are fantastic, but this is where we find out whether they can make it when it gets hard.
You were asking what looks like. Can they win a position where they have to rotate out and reads? They do have a little bit of cover to work with between the rocks, between the trees, and the trucks. So they can just poke fight with the 33. They do have a Skull Piercer, though, so maybe they can connect to the head. They're already hitting for Flesh. LG Chivas down, and we are down to the final 5.
Good shots from Vayne and recognition that there could be a squad right below them. It isn't going to be taken down on the way out either, but the cover needs to be there from Reeds and Aiden, and Aiden's looking over at Cascade. With a squad right underneath Oxygen, it's so clear that Pioneers are their biggest threat. And finally, Reeds is going to pop down to back him up. Aiden will wall off this fight from the rest of the world, and KCP will go down behind closed doors.
All right, well, we've got Aiden, the kill leader, in the lobby. 4 squads remaining. Let's go ahead and drop into a listen in with Oxygen and see if they can close it out.
Basically. Let me loot. Stop looting. Come
hold on. I'm swapping a gun. I need extra time. I'm sorry. I'm taking a long time.
I can't find heavy, bro. I'm down bad.
Here. Stick.
All right, go.
Let me loot. And look at the zone.
What am I looking at?
Everything.
Another Digi here.
Close range. Highlights your enemies.
I'm gonna grab it.
Alright. Some space on the left side. I mean,
why don't we just play like our side with a wall? Just stall as much as possible.
Yeah.
Let everyone fight. That's what we do.
We can't let anyone slide on our right. You agree?
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think right's as important as left.
Left doesn't. There's a lot of teams on left though, is there not?
Everyone's up here.
I need an ult cell though.
Left, on the roof, one's here.
Well, dead. Nice.
Walling our left side of zone. Walling our left side of zone. Come to me.
I'm coming. I wiped everyone on the right.
Just stare at this wall. I have Bang ult in 5. We could just stall.
They queued over. 50.
Popping cell.
They walled again.
Can we play right?
Yeah, we have a lot of room.
It's last team. I'm Bang ulting.
Okay.
Yep. I'm playing this right over here.
All behind the wall. I cracked one.
Just wait for the Bang ult to go off.
Play slow. I can queue them. I'm gonna queue them right now. Push.
He's 60 on that guy, Reeds. Kill him. 70. 25. I'm swinging this rock.
Let's go on height.
Let's go.
Beautifully played there for Oxygen to double down on the back-to-back. Dia, you asked for it. Can they rotate and take a win in an endgame that is not in their drop spot POI? Well, they answered they can, and how calm they were.
Amen. I mean, I'll take it. They showed us a different side of Oxygen than we've seen in international play so far. It took them a few games. It took them all of yesterday to get warmed up, and now the confidence you can feel in the end game. Frex could not take an angle up against them, snipe down and Phony, try and take the other side, but the coverage, the communication from this squad, Oxygen, was impeccable. Vayne really standing out as well, and Aiden with some fantastic calls on when to wall, what angles to play, and how to best limit FaZe's options.
I love that you bring up the calls because it was really impressive because they weren't frantic, they weren't stressed, and they were communicated so efficiently that anyone can understand it. You're like, hey, I know exactly what is going on, and a couple good famous lines that I heard from Oxygen, but hey, it paid off.
It really did. Let me loot. That's the only comm that I need. And after that, it was a really nice finish off from them. And what really impressed me about Oxygen was their ability to manage open space.
Yeah.
We see it a lot on World's Edge, and it's where Storm Point actually becomes the test for a lot of squads, is being able to manage when there isn't a wall between two of you, how you're actually going to get a safe position. Oxygen managed to do that just by using a little bit of high ground, some loot pills earlier, and take down KCP really without any trouble.
Yeah, it was quite impressive, and even FaZe, even with Snipe down, getting a little squirrely and running off on his own, still a nice placement for them. But I'm curious to hear what the desk thinks. Rain Day, this one's all for you.
Thank you so much, Tiff Dia. Great job on the cast, and great job for everyone who participated in these sets as we bring the lights on and start to shine the light on these teams that have been performing. Specifically, Oxygen, 4th place in their group yesterday, now able to maybe inch out to 1st place. Exciting stuff for them, RKN.
Yeah, I mean, they were off to a slow start today on World's Edge, even into the first game of Storm Point. They got a much-needed barometer zone, which is their home location. They closed it out in a way that we've seen them close out many times in North American LGS. And I think that's ultimately what gave them the momentum to go into Game 6 and clinch another dub.
Tiff, it was great from FaZe 2. They were in there, and they needed a better performance today. Maybe not the highest of expectations that we had for them, but definitely on the right track.
I mean, getting 2 wins back-to-back will definitely do that for you, so that way you can get the extra points that you needed. And we were talking about it. NA needed to show up, and this is a way to do it. This is a way to start the ball rolling. But I like what RKN pointed out. World's Edge, what's going on with some of those teams where they're struggling a little bit, where they're finding that success on Storm Point?
I mean, some teams, they let success come to them. Genome, some teams seek out success as quickly as they can.
Yeah, look, I was doing a bit of a deep dive into the mind of Furia to have a think about how their decision-making goes in games. So I came up with a little flow chart about how this works and how they play the game of Apex. It's a pretty deep concept.
That is good.
I hope you guys are getting that.
That's going to take a second. I think we're going to need maybe a replay on that. We might have to do some analysis, Cole. I hope you saw that as well. Furia obviously keeping things interesting for everyone who is in their path. But let's take a look at how it ended. Just Game 6, Oxygen Esports, a team that people had been asked to get more coverage heading into this event because they're so good, Cole. What made them so good in this last zone?
Yeah, so what we saw here is pretty classic of this zone. We've seen this a few times. 3 teams coexisting on the edge of Cascades. None of them can really move into the zone because they're all holding each other's sight lines. Oxygen does an incredible job of maintaining control of probably like 85% of the zone. Vayne recognizes really early, we heard on the listen-in, that the right side low ground wasn't as important as maintaining that left side high ground control. As that Catalyst wall comes down, Vayne made incredible comms for his team to group up around him, watch that left side. As that zone closed in, those teams ultimately just inted each other on the other side of the cat wall, leaving Oxygen enough space to just control the fight and pick them off one by one and just lock down the win.
Genome, I mean, looking at this, it was clinical from Oxygen all the way through.
Yeah, really solid, right? I mean, by the end, it was still all 3 of them up. That's a pretty crushing victory over FaZe there. But I want to give some props to FaZe as well. They have showed up in, I want to say, like almost every final circle that we've seen so far in this series. So, it was kind of like yesterday where it was a very slow start. They came out towards the end. So looking good in the group stage, honestly.
They were inconsistent, you could say. Now they're being consistent, yet maybe haven't had the pop-off moments.
Yeah, consistently 4th is what we've seen throughout throughout this entire group right now, and this is the moment that they need as well. Looking at FaZe, also talking about two-time winners, aside from Oxygen, we saw what FC Destroy was able to do on Storm Point. The thing is, Oxygen won those 2 games with 12 KP to their name.
One of the questions we had, and we don't have the answer to, but will shortly, is did Oxygen do enough? FC Destroy, starting this out, had 60 points. Oxygen had 40. What that means is you need to win plus at least 8 kills, and that means FC Destroy can't get any more points. So what happened in Game 6? Who is our series winner? It is Oxygen Esports, ladies and gentlemen, who have made the comeback and taken the series win. What a performance from them. I want your reaction, Cole, on really what has been a tremendous tournament from Oxygen so far.
Again, I've talked about numerous times about staying in it, even when you're having those bad games. After Game 4, they didn't let that get them down. 2 back-to-back wins, securing them a first place over FC Destroy. You know, a heartbreaking loss for FC Destroy. They have a 2-point final game versus Oxygen's 24-point final game, and they just get passed up for first. It just happens just like that.
That's how quickly things can change.
And to give them credit, too, when they had previously played in A versus B, they did get 4th, so it's about carrying that on and just doing better for today as these matches go on, and I'm expecting that for a lot of the other teams that will have more opportunities to play for today, because we did say see Group A twice yesterday.
Yes, we certainly did. And Gino, expected in terms of this Oxygen performance, they got 4th yesterday. I think it was a quiet 4th because I think a lot of people were paying more attention to some of the APAC North headlines in general and maybe the alliances and the TSMs, but Oxygen playing at that level.
Yeah, a lot of those top 3s were coming out way ahead of the pack, right? So someone who's maybe behind in 4th falls under the radar a little bit. I mean, if we're looking at the 20 teams that play this lobby, you can see that interesting delineation there between 10th and 11th, because of course the bottom half of our groups here will go down into the elimination bracket, with the top half going up to the winners, and that's a really good, this is the perfect illustration of it, with Gambare on 33 points and Crazy Raccoon on 30 points, where one might get you over the line and the other that might see you fall.
That changes things tremendously. And when we take a look at the overall standings of how it lands after 4 sets so far in our Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs, this is where they are. Alliance still leading on top. They've played already 2 games. TSM as well right behind them. But Oxygen Esports, with that win, put themselves in 3rd place. Phenomenal performance from them. In fact, as Cole slid me a note here, 4 of the top 6 teams are from NA. Whether that balances out throughout the day, we'll see. It was APAC North heavy. It might just continue that. South America trying to find their way up in there as well. Bottom 40, this one is where you got to put a lot of effort into RKN. If you're in this situation, how do you feel? What do you have to change, knowing that group stage is kind of running out?
You know, ultimately, when it comes down to group stage, your goal is to come top 20. First doesn't really particularly matter. It's all about getting into that top 20 just to move on and stay out of that elimination bracket. You know, what I'm not surprised by is we're seeing a lot of the teams here in the bottom 20 are teams that are still forcing their contests, haven't decided to open drop at another POI. You know, that can cost you a lot of points.
Well, what a tremendous start for Oxygen Esports, and what a tremendous start for the day. We have gone 6 games in. We've seen one of the teams that had to sit back and watch while the rest of the groups played yesterday. They now get their redemption. Oxygen Esports specifically feeling that one a little bit more. With a tremendous win, we want to hear more from our winners, and that's why we've got Guy Blaze here with us, standing by with, I believe, the coach of Oxygen Esports, Psycho. Blaze?
That's exactly right, Rain Day. I got Coach Psycho with me on the main stage. Everybody, give it up for Oxygen Esports in the chat and in the venue for doing something great and taking first in that groups. Now, Coach Psycho, I was just chatting with you for a second, and you guys going back-to-back right there on Storm Point, one of the first times this weekend for any squad. How did that feel for you and the team there in that moment coming into day number 2?
You know, it felt really great overall. When we did Pro League coming here, we actually had, you know, a situation where our World's Edge just wasn't very good, but our Storm Point was just excellent, and we got 3rd on the day in Pro League there, and we kind of just repeated it back here. We even repeated just a textbook play that we did on Steel Series as well, just taking first there, and we just did the same basically today, and I'm all happy about that.
Sticking to the fundamentals and getting it done right there. Now, also as well, we know when it comes down to Oxygen Esports, this is like the first LAN here for the boys. And, you know, talk to me about how they've been performing, how they've been kind of really taking in this whole environment and playing next to each other and, you know, under the pressure of the stage lights.
You know, and that's just something that we talked about going into this, and we said, hey, if we're gonna get into this, let's just make sure we remember our fundamentals and what we came here as. Either we come ready or we don't.
Yeah.
And so far, the boys have combined all their experience, you know, Vayne being an ALGS champion, you know, Reed's going ahead and doing Twitch Rivals and doing really well there, and Aiden obviously being the #1, you know, fragger, I would say an NA on controller, you know, teaming up with many different teams, getting actual experience, and just overall following what he needs to do.
There you go. And, you know, when it came down to Oxygen, you know, really kind of going into league before you guys got them, they were 16th. Then you picked them up. Then they doubled that, went to 8th. And now you're here on the group stages, playing awesome. How does it feel to be the coach of this team and just kind of watch them evolve under that green banner?
Well, overall, you know, obviously I do my part, but they do theirs too. They make sure that we have great feedback. We have a great team culture. I love all of the boys, and I always encourage them to give me feedback too. So overall, like, it's just a pleasure.
And it was a pleasure talking to you as well. Congrats once again, Psycho. That's gonna do it for us on the stage. Rain Day, take us away.
You know, it's great being live because, you know, I can look up at the camera and make it seem like Guy threw to me from there, but truly he's just right over there. And Psycho, let me tell you, fresh dressed, almost competing with Blaze, who is usually always the fresh dressed in our locker room or green room, whatever you want to call it. What an amazing day we've had so far, 6 games down, but here's what's to come in the Split 2 playoffs for the rest of our Friday. As people start to file in, work starts to get off, or maybe some people, you know, have a couple of scheduled meeting blocks at the end of the afternoon that their boss, you know, doesn't need to look too far into. We'll start seeing the crowd show up a little more and the players show up at 2:45 p.m. BST for the A and D block. 6 games there. Rotate desk, rotate casters, and then to finish off, when that is done, we will have B and C closing out the day. So you will have yet another chance to see if Oxygen Esports can do something phenomenal and maybe get another win. Also, want to give a big shout out to RKN, of course, Genome and Vicky on the desk with me today. My name is Randy, and make sure you are following all of us, but not just that, Apex Legends Esports, us at Play Apex Esports. You can get all of the news and updates on what's going on with the tournament and what's happening in the Apex Legends world. All right, guys, we appreciate you. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back, though, and when we are, the action continues at the Split 2 playoffs here in the Copper Box Arena in London.
Welcome, Copper Box Arena, to another day of the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2. With Yuka being the only one alive.
Just looking for those angles, man. He can't find them, and FC Destroy go back to back.
No way you just...
years to get a lifeline ult. It was like longer to get a lifeline ult than it was like a Gibby bubble. Or
True.
a Gibby ult, I mean.
Yeah, very true.
All right. Game number 5, baby. Let's get it.
All right, chat. Game 5 on the way. We got 2 more games on Storm Point for groups B versus D.
Yeah, I think we're a little unlocked in like the pregame lobbies and stuff, but I think we've been doing a good job of casting the game.
I think so too.
I want to give ourselves a nice little pat on the back.
This setting is perfect.
For sure. I think we get locked.
Get locked right now? Been locked.
I'm saying when the games start.
Oh yeah, we get locked in. Yeah, that's what happens every time. People not used to this by now, bro. We don't get locked in between games. We get locked into games. All good though, baby. Let's lock it in.
Have you seen any shut up and dribble commands?
No. All right, let's see. Gombere, they're gonna get contested by the boys over at Noctum this time. Noctum is landing on. Dude, what is happening? Noctum is landing now on KCP at check at Mills.
I'm just even more confused because Pastillo said that the coach said I'm landing on your face, and they're just landing on everybody else's face. You already know Nox's talking shit. And Kings is gonna go down. Pioneers most likely just gonna I'm surprised Zane didn't go. Wait.
Wait a minute. Hold up.
Now let Zane chow. And so, Noctum goes down.
Sack is indeed dropped today. And that's how we operate, man. The sack dropped on the death box. KCP with 3 KP and Noctum is indeed gonna be eliminated. I mean, they might be public enemy number 1 here. There's probably not
They
one.
definitely made the most enemies here.
100 Thieves is definitely still as well contesting ATH, and they're getting aggressive onto this backside, bro, ranks to the Spider Cave. I mean, I don't know. Do I blame them? Really, no. Because they have no PY. They're just landing on stuff, trying to make it work.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. I'm gonna go the opposite way.
Oh yeah, here we go, baby. Scurry getting a knock on ATH. Trinity's gonna be knocked. It's gonna be a 2v3 now for 100 T. Now I like this contest a lot by 100 Thieves, and I'll explain why here in a little bit. They're now getting a wide swing in behind the knockdown shield.
And Sleep goes down.
And there it is. It's going to be a 1v3.
Trades it out.
And that's going to be it, bro. ATH is eliminated. Is there anyone near a third party? There is not, as Taida and NTH are going to do the armory. And 100 Thieves wipes out NTH. It's a good play by 100 Thieves. I like that contest a lot.
All right, so before you go with that thought, I want to say, in terms of the Noctum thing, the reason I don't like it is because they have way more practice contesting other POIs that I don't know if just 6-man landing on the pills here against KCP is like the correct choice.
That's fair.
I think they're better off like contesting something that they spent, weeks contesting. Like in the LG, the LG contest, they definitely lost more, but they still won some, right? I don't think I've seen them kill KCP at Mill.
No. I think, but the reason I'm saying that too is I agree with you. I definitely think
Wall, for example, I don't really get that shot call.
I just think they're literally trying to randomly surprise people. That's what it is. I don't think there's anything more than just we need element of surprise. Let's try to kill people. What is happening over here? We got a Trident War breaking down for Fire Beavers and KCP. That was hilarious. Literally shots going down on each other's Tridents. KCP is going to back up. Fire Beaver's going to take the armory, and here we go. We're now moving away from that. That was hilarious. Love that. Oxygen's going to be on the top side of barometer, by the way. Look at this.
What the hell is this?
Oh, yeah. We'll take it right now.
Oh, my God. Where are we going to put it? All right, dubbers.
Tango spotted.
All right, so Riddle actually taking the low ground now.
What are they doing?
Riddle's on the low ground.
Hey.
Just take a bite.
No.
What are you laughing at?
Nothing, dude. Watch the game. Dude, focus on the game. Lock it in.
What'd you do?
Nothing.
Why are you laughing?
I wasn't.
For sure. So EIQ posted up in the nut.
The what?
In the nut.
Oh.
CR flying in, taking the bottom side. What do you think this pulls, big dog?
I'm going to be honest, man. I have no idea. If it's going to go where okay, my guess is pull up back here, potentially. But I think it's going to go no. Or it's not, or it's going to pull antenna. I don't think it's going to go forest. It could go forest side. And
That's
go
my low-key idea on a trick pull.
Yeah, like right here. This one.
I think it's either nut or trick pull. I don't think it pulls back
Well,
here.
there's one that ends right here, literally in the open. We've seen it a couple times in
Yeah,
scripts, so
true.
it could be that one too. I don't know. I'm not really 100% positive. Let's see. Like those are really, really tough to guess. We have FaZe now and FC Destroyer next to each other as well. Rotating through antenna. I think FC Destroyer's gonna be able to get out with no damage. They should be good. They do have a white armor though. That they're watching this rotate, man. It could be very, very bad if FaZe catches wind that they do have a white armor. Personally, if I am FaZe and I saw a white armor, I'd probably run this shit down, but that's just me. Some established differently. Furia now over near Stormcatcher.
Like
J-Lings, I was not like that. I actually just sat in zone and did 0 damage for the game. Still got finals maybe of lands. Hear that, chat?
All right. So
Look at this
kinda
rotate,
actually, remember, E6 is a duo.
This rotate is insane. This is actually nuts. Yeah, Kinda and them are a duo, so E6 is a duo. Kinda and K20 are alive, correct? And Slayer's
They're
dead?
flying right onto
Yeah,
Gonbray.
I don't know what J-Lings is doing. I think they want to fight it. I'm not too sure if they recognize the team was there at all, or they just absolutely wanted to
Bring
take
the
this
drone
fight.
out, maybe look for an EMP.
Yep.
Especially now they have a seer ult up.
Yeah, I like this play too by J-Lings. They're doing a really good job, man, so far of getting aggressive onto certain teams, and now it's actually just turned into a shit show for them. Gombaray and the Prowlers now are tag teaming J-Lings. Those Prowlers pack a mean bite, dude.
Noises.
It should be fine. They get a little reset here too. Ooh, not yet, actually. Now they get a little bit of reset here. Ah, not yet. He's going to go all the way for that purple. He just went all the way to get that blue. That is very impressive shit. All right, so there we go. Gombaray, bro, held their own very well, by the way.
I mean, listen, that was a hell of a rotate, but that was just hella reckless.
I mean, that was very reckless. I don't really know why they landed so close to Gombaray. I feel like they landed on the house, too. Two up top on the house throw, then one holding the angles on the left side, which is very interesting to me.
Yeah, and the
Panthers
zone
and
actually
Fury
does
chilling
look like it's pulling back to nut.
Yeah, I think it might go to the nut side. I mean, the nut zone's a very interesting one because it's usually like bridge that wins, not really nut itself.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we want to play bridge early though. I think bridge is early. Okay, so far what I've seen in these lands or in this land, RV horrible. Not bridge horrible. No, pretty fucking
The one that Moist is on is not bad.
No, bro,
That's
ATH
holdable.
got sent on by Furia there.
Yeah, but that was like
That's
zone
Dreamfire.
3 closing in on it.
Bro, that shit, yeah, but that's my point. It's not stable enough to hold. I think there's so much room for opportunity for teams just to fight you that I think it's just so bad. If a team does get a knock or it does focus.
I mean, this one is literally just unplayable. You can't even play.
Yeah, that one's terrible.
Because the height of barometer sees you here, so
Yeah.
you can't even play.
I think there's all the bridges and all the RVs, bro. I'm just not for teams holding anymore, especially late game. Maybe early game, but late game, I am completely against. If I was a coach, I'd be like, yo, we do not go here. We do not play here. We are finding a different spot to maneuver late game. He just has like a rotating point, but other than that, no.
It's
FC
actually
Destroy?
kind of a cozy spot from FC Destroy, bro.
I like
it's
this.
low-key cozy.
This is very cozy. This is like why I love Newcastle. Let his teammates share.
I mean, he needs it.
He needs it too.
Yeah. Maybe just letting it so the loot is closer.
Yeah, bro.
Little helmet for kid.
Bro, this is like, this is the most cozy spot I've ever seen in Apex.
I'll tell you right now, though, if you were playing that spot in NA in a scrim early, you're getting laid.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely getting laid out for sure.
Land, this is definitely played.
No, without a doubt. I think that's why I love Newcastle, man, is it creates little things like this. I feel like this little corner is so sick. I don't know. Something about it that
I mean, yeah, they should not get pushed for a long time.
Yeah. The only thing that I think you have to have with Newcastle right now, if you are going to run them, is indeed Watson. feel like running just Newcastle and Seer and then a bang, you're just trolling. I think Watson right now is still a necessity to have with that combination, to have the grenade spam pretty much just destroyed by the Watson gen. Other than that, you just get fucked over. Especially with all the Horizons now playing in Apex and in Pro League, it's just GG's.
All right, Furia getting shot out from Jurassic. Now they're going to be working towards FaZe.
Yeah, we know Furia wants to take some more fights. They've been taking fights pretty much every game so far. When they see a player, they just fully commit. But let's see if they
this play. I mean, now FaZe is going to have a straight-up fight with LG.
Yeah, I wonder if, though, Furia tries to wrap back around and maybe take a fight onto somebody instead of rotating through. Oh, this is a bad fight. Oh. I mean, they should be okay to get out.
They need to be careful. They're going to start getting shot from top barometer, probably.
And Nut, too, I think. Yeah, the shot's already coming down from top barometer. Bangalore ulti's going down now, too. It's a really, really awkward flight from Furia. I think they should be okay right now. They're getting charged from far right, which is going to be, I think, Jaguares with the charge rifle taking down shots onto Zeratricky and company. I don't know where they're going to keep going, but Zeratricky is being
I'll tell you what, though. If you're
blasted.
Yanya, you are not feeling good here because now Furia is in the zone, in the next one, right? They have placed themselves in front of them, and now at the same time, they know FaZe is coming from the antenna side. They found themselves in the pinch rather than being the pinch.
Sure. I don't know. I feel like for LG, what do you do in this situation? Can you leave? Not really.
I don't know if you can.
No, I think you just have the 5 out, see what goes on. Maybe, hopefully, hopefully FaZe just leaves antenna.
Well,
and I mean, evacs out of there.
They need to just literally hard force FaZe to not go up this hill at all costs, so that they have a straight up 3v3, and then hope that if they play from the cannon side, that the Nut team and the top barometer team can start shooting Furia in the side, like make that fight easier. But they cannot let FaZe walk up.
They don't want FaZe to walk up, and they don't want Furia to even get close for a third party. So they're like holding angles. You have Jaguares holding that right side, looking down at FaZe, and then you have LG looking on the left side, making sure that Furia doesn't get overly aggressive. I don't know, though, man. I think it's definitely a rough call for sure. I think LG just stays vibes and hopes to God that FaZe just doesn't push up on this hill. But they can't control that, so I don't know. Oh, look at that pole, too, by the way, buddy. Did you go towards that bridge side still, or is it going to go up more towards his house?
Bridge.
I
think it's bridge, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is a really good call.
I think there's going to be a lot of teams fighting for that Nut.
Yeah, I think so, too. It's going to be like a squirrel. Like that thing from Ice Age.
Wow. What was the squirrel's name?
Squirrel.
Let's reposition there.
No, Sid's the one with the eyes that go.
Oh no, that's right. You're right. You're right. What's the squirrel's? Didn't it not have a name?
Oh no, it did. I got it. Wait.
Let us explore there.
Wait, I got it. Scrat.
Let us go there.
Make that up.
No, I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Chat, what was the name?
I don't know the name. Even if you said it.
Scrat! Sid was the sloth. Scrat. I was right.
No, I knew it wasn't. Once you said it wasn't, I was like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I love that.
I don't remember it being Scrat, though. But yeah. All right, Furia going down actually here as Nizul's getting wide left angles on this. Watson.
What a fucking. Oh my God. Watson go down. 100 Thieves now going down to the Fire Beavers. OJ Ryan now going down to Wall C2.
They got the res.
Getting the res off here. Scans coming out as well. They should be good on the reset. LG, though, walking on up, baby. They are not allowing Furia to be comfortable at all. Furia is fucked. I think Furia is actually just fucked. They have LG now walking on their backside. They have FC Destroy on the Spider Choke. And they have 2 teams in the Nut.
And now, I mean, if you're LG, you need to be careful here. And you need someone anchoring because...
FaZe.
Nice. Yanya's already on it. He knows. He knows.
Yeah, but I think Furia is in a bad, bad spot. They are now pinched. But also, Snipe Down and FaZe, man, are getting a little bit too aggressive on the LG. This could actually be huge relief for the boys over at Furia. If FaZe fully commits to this fight and forces LG to back down, I think Furia is actually in a good position. So FaZe is indirectly helping out Furia. It's pretty crazy.
So I think FaZe is making the right play.
Yeah.
And staying on that cannon because that forces so much pressure onto LG. But now Furia is rotating here on the bridge. And I don't know if they can play this.
No, I'm not too sure.
And you have Gonbray fighting EIQ in the Nut right now.
Well, that's going to be good. If the EIQ and them fight inside, then I think Furia can play the bridge.
Yeah, well, they can third it.
Yeah, easily. Nosuke going down now. KCP getting knocked by Watson. How is Furia even doing anything other than just just making sure they don't die. They're actually getting KP on these shots too. Ew, oh my god.
Rod's
Sir,
getting
now
a
going
knock.
down. Yep. Rod's getting some KP here with the Prowler. Furia looking to make an advancement here. Just a little bit more. The dog being popped.
God mode.
Here we go. Ooh, that was a tough one, bro. You sound like some medicine. Not a better one. I'd be a pit bull, bro. You'd be a barrier. Gombre didn't get pushed, by the way. And they have another wall up now down below. Snipe down and them still up top.
It pulls off the nut.
Does pull off the nut sack, and it's going to go straight to the house and the bridge. Barometer up top, bro, is going to be so good. Actually so good.
Yeah.
Somehow, Fire Beavers is now pushing over at Moist
Waltzy
back left side. Waltzy getting knocked. Pricey trying to stay alive. Moist Esports with yet again
17 squads still.
Yeah, we have 17 squads. Zone 4 closing in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Fire Beavers now getting third-partied from far away. Maney getting a knock on a Zera Tricky. Impulse with some great shots. Nags going down. 2v1 here for the boy at Impulse. Can he make it happen, baby?
Impulse with the Prowler, playing the knockdown shield.
Oh, it's a 1v3, I think.
Oh my god, and he eats the haymaker.
Donkey Kong wind-up, baby. Easy flash kid in hand, now walking in for the third party too.
Yeah.
We are seeing so many
Furia
teams.
eliminated.
Furia goes down by CR and Oxygen.
J-Ling's eliminated too. Blackhand winning their
dead.
fight.
Oh, baby.
Xset picking up a kill as well onto Northeption, so Northeption is eliminated now.
And FaZe is still all the way in the back here, Greek.
They're gonna
FC
evac.
is still good too. That boy Yuka, man, still has 32 bullets. 29 bullets. 42 now, never mind. Of a longbow. I can't lie. Still has 190 damage left on these blues, bro. They're triple blue. It's definitely not going to be good for the rotations in on these zones.
Mind you, Swinney and company have been a duo, bro, with a team on their low ground this entire time.
Yeah, I don't know how
And
they're
that's
able to do this.
100 T, and it makes sense because they have no seer to know that it's not a 3-man.
By the way, 100 Thieves just got there, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, I'm
okay.
pretty sure. Which is still impressive, though, that they're still able to hold this building for free. LG now, rotating down just a little bit. We're going to watch what FaZe does here. The evacuation tower feed phase special coming out for FaZe.
They might
Snipe
land
down. The
bottom
old
middle.
man, his heart rate's probably at 196 right now. He's not used to
Oh,
excitement.
they might
like this
land on
no more.
KCP.
I think they are indeed. They're landing straight down on that bridge, baby. It's going to be KCP down
Tony
below.
goes down. It's up to Snipe and Frex. It's winnable, though. It's a 2v2. They don't know that it is, but it's definitely winnable.
Yeah, they think it's a 2v3 this whole time. We'll see how this goes. Snipe down getting the bat off.
Oh, that's
He gets the battery off, thank God, or he would have been dead there for sure.
He's on the seer scan.
That kit being popped.
Frex maybe going for a knock here?
A res.
Or a res?
Res. Oh, it's Oxygen the whole time up top, bro. Just being absolute menace. to
Tony's
society.
going to get thirsted here, most likely.
It really just depends.
See
if
that
Snipe
reverse
does another-
caster card?
Yeah, true. It really just depends if Snipe down gets another smoke. They have the res underneath the bridge. They can't move. They can't move
Oh,
too
Del
far.
can peek it, though.
You gotta get that smoke down, bro. They have to get that smoke down.
Knockdown's about to go out. And Xset eliminated by Oxygen.
Oh, and FaZe now going down to the boys over at KCP2. KCP a little bit more lax now as Frex is going to be the last one alive, trying to make this work. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. We're going to tune into some other streams here as LG is going to be at bridge now, Greek. It has to move here too. And if I'm KCP, I'm nervous about these bridge teams. They can cause a lot of problems for you on this side when you start to rotate in. FC Destroy now rotating in, taking down Hand. Bugie goes down and Blackhand is eliminated. Oxygen is picking up so much KP here, bro.
And look at this,
on so many different
Gombre is
teams.
actually running over to fight FC Destroy. FaZe is
no idea.
eliminated in 11th.
They have no idea that FC Destroys or Gombre is even coming. Now they do. They look around. Nice shots from Yuka.
Yep.
He's going to go down. Hammer Drill in a 2v2. Panoter going
1v1,
down.
1v1.
And there it is, baby. Gombre is eliminated by the boys at FC Destroy.
Bro, Aiden and them picked up a kill, and that turned the entire tide of the fight. They got shot from height. So now FC Destroy continuing their streak of consistency.
Look at their 1,600, 1,500,
Oh,
1,300 for Oxygen. They are just actually up here just farming teams the whole time. They have 4 KP, and they're all averaging over 1,500 damage right now. That's insanity. Look who it is still alive, though, by the way. Riddle. Still
Yuka
up.
actually gets knocked out of the air, it looks like maybe.
I don't know about that. It was a drop. I'm not too sure. Yuka gets full killed by Vaxlon, though. EIQ trying to find a spot in zone, and Oxygen
Reed's
again.
picking up 2 more.
I mean, Oxygen is a menace to society right now. These guys are actually just looking down upon everybody.
Raining down
They're
from the
actually just the Escanor of Apex Legends in this lobby, bro, with 9 squads. 24 still up. Rez is coming out. Can they get it up? I think they can. They took that pill from the gas station, let me tell you.
Hammer drill on the swing. Gets cracked. Finona now trying to cover. Dodges a sear scan. And now they're actually getting shot in the back. That's going to be EIQ taken out by members of LG. LG still alive on the bridge. Yanya gets knocked out from the height. Bane picking up another knock.
Yeah, and Tropic eliminated Yanya.
And gets finned.
Going down by Oxygen, dude. Triple red, 1,700, 1,500, 1,900. This is fucked. This is crazy. This barometer height should not exist like this at all. All they're doing is just literally shooting for free.
And nobody can even really come up.
For free? It's actually insane. And they're still in zone for a very long time on this height creep. This is a perfect, ideal zone. We have a couple of duos, by the way. LG a duo.
Still 8 squads, zone 6.
Hey. Come on, man. Chat, let's get some hype in the chat, baby. 8 squads, zone 6.
Dude, all these guys do is camp.
True. Go fight something, losers.
These guys just rat and make
We got 3 duos. KCP, FC, LG, 4 duos, and E6. 4 duos in the lobby green.
Yeah.
CR now has to make a maneuver. We're going to start to rotate out here just a little bit.
They're under a lot of pressure here as Yukio and company pick up a knock onto Parka. They're getting shot by LG. They're getting shot from the ultimate height, eating bang ults, and it's up to Maney. If he gets touched by the storm, he dies, though.
Oh, my God. He's getting sent out to by KCP or LG. It's a great
Izul
job.
picking up that kill there.
They have 2, actually, man. It's a great job by LG to at least get some extra KP for the boys. Riddle now trying to stay alive.
Good shots there from Jaguares. And they pick up a knock onto Yukio.
Nice. Yukio's going to go down here. We got Riddle still alive 5 and LG trying to stay up as well. That boy Aguirres trying to get the med kit off. Riddle now going for the heal 2. We'll see how this goes. Stay on that POV. It's a good one to have. Riddle getting the res onto Yukio. Yukio will now be a full. Riddle will now be a full 3-man.
Oh, they res.
They did. No, he goes back down again from the bang OD of 100 Thieves. Caster cursing shithead. And now Riddle's going to be eliminated. LG taking him down along with 100 Thieves as Riddle is eliminated. We have multiple teams still alive. 100 Thieves going down. Oxygen still a 3-man up top. 4 squads of 9.
Jaguares jumps down.
They're going to go down here. It's going to be 100 Thieves dead. KCP dead. FC Destroy dead. Can Oxygen do it after picking up so much KP?
Picking up the last kill and Oxygen. Your barometer team sitting on ultimate height, not doing anything, picking up 68 million kills and winning the game for free.
16.8 million. What a time to be alive. 16.8 million damage.
I said
14.4, 6 trillion.
Chat. Noctum is going mill. Bro, they're contesting mill.
No, they're not. They're going back, baby.
Let me get KCP. KCP.
They're going back.
You can go duel.
Yeah, duel. Little dual vision here, chat. KCP versus Noctum, round 65. Let's lock it in, baby.
All right, who gets the middle pills?
Love you, Joseph.
It looks like it low-key looks like an even drop. Someone's gonna throw a haymaker and open the pill.
Yeah, it definitely looks very interesting. Oh my God.
Nasty got the guns.
Worst got a Havoc though.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Worst picking up the first one.
Uh-oh.
Dell running for his life.
Change the POV. Zane. Zane getting the knock. Nice job. Worst going down. It's gonna be a 2v1 here for Zane. Can they make it work, baby? They're gonna go for the little reset here. Maybe get a res on the worst, if possible. Oh, KCP is going for the res, and Nox gonna trade the res too. Probably worth it here. They get a 2v3, a little bit easier for the boys over at Noctum. Zane is pretty much a big-time demon too, and they don't really have great loot against him.
Nice, good shots.
It's really good shots from Zane, man. What a hell of a player.
I mean, Noctum is just gonna play it slow now, get some loot. They know they have full man advantage, and they already finished Dell.
Yeah. I can't lie. Zane's triple take skin's a little bit wild. Wow, he just got juiced.
Oh, that's the best triple take skin in the game. I run that shit too.
I like that one with the camo. Pink one. I mean, this a little bit stalled out here. They could definitely get Dell's banner, which is
I
great.
mean, they have armor diff.
They definitely do. They have way better loot and way better armor. So this is it's winnable here for KCP.
I mean,
it's not over yet.
Kings can't even heal.
Yeah, he has no cells. I don't think any of them have cells
They
at
got
all.
the banner, so I mean, they can leave.
I don't know if they
100
want
T?
to. Yeah. I think KCP is leaving. And now 100 Thieves is going to be fighting. Yeah, KCP's gone. It's a very weird contest right now happening for Nocturne and KCP, but it's kind of unexpected for everybody here. We're on the dual stream too, so we're going to go back to mine right now. Love you guys.
And this is a zone that's pulling north pad.
Yeah, it's going to be a north pad zone, so Taida and NCH should have a good game here. Xset usually does really, really well for north pad zones. 100 Thieves now going to take this fight, baby. Let's see where they go. The Bang ulti's coming out. Vaxton already had his up, and they're going to start pushing forward onto ATH. I'm not going to lie, man, 100 Thieves is pretty damn good up strong.
Yeah, they're definitely sturdy. Anmu with some good shots there to take the height. Now, can 100T find that opening?
And this is a problem, too. They have to do this quickly because don't forget, teams are going to rotate to north pad. And they're going to use checkpoint to get through to north pad.
Nice. They force this team to the bottom, which is actually better. There's more LOSs.
Yeah, a lot of teams now can 100% start to walk through north pad or checkpoint to get to the north pad side.
Nice, that's a good therm. Scurry trades it out. And all members are going up the stairs. It's up to Anmu in a 2v1.
Yeah, this is literally all up to Anmu now, too. 20 squads up. Teams are fighting in the top right. Hammer Drill and E6 trading phase coming in for the third party as we watch Anmu here in a 2v1 scenario, trying to get some full kills here. This will be devastating to 100 if they lose this. They lose this, though, bro. It's going to be really bad. They're trading reses now as well.
Vax watching the stairs for him, giving him comms.
Nice. Good little trade on res. We had 2v3 here. Oh, no, they're sticking the res now. Oh, so it's 2v2 right now. Gotcha. So they did get the full res. Nice. That cat wall was amazing, by the way.
So ATH is full up.
Yeah, ATH is full. So is 100 Thieves right now. They're going to take the height again.
And they're all queuing the height. Good shots there from Anmu.
Nice knock.
2v2, 2v2.
No,
and 100T goes out.
Down.
ATH winning the contest.
Wow.
As E6 is eliminated as well.
Man, ATH bringing it to 100 Thieves there, brother. That is crazy as NTH is flying to the backside. Justa and Gombre now chilling. That is crazy, bro. 100 Thieves going down to the boys at ATH, and that one's got to sting, Greek. They were in second place going into this game. If they lose out of that top three, man, that will definitely sting big time.
You know what's crazy to me?
What?
Is that NTH does the armory, right?
Yeah.
And then don't stay in it. They fly to the far edge of the map that's not in the zone. Even though they didn't have zone info, they see so many teams around them. I'm very surprised they didn't take it.
And now CR is literally flying into that spot. I was about to say the same thing. I was going to ask you why you think they went to do that. Is it because the Prowlers? But they just did armory. They don't need more loot.
I have no idea.
They're gonna go back to North Pad now. Yeah, I'm not really sure. They're going all the way to North Pad side? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. I'm not really sure what NTH is thinking right now. Maybe there's a strat that we don't know about. FC Destroy is gonna be one man up, trying to get the banners away. I believe Furia is over at their POI that they just fought at. What's that?
Riddle actually picked up 2 kills here on Fire Beavers. It's now OJ Rain, last alive on his team.
Yeah, OJ's going to be in a tough spot, man. I'm not really sure what much more he could do. He's going to maybe just take the 1v3 and then just go from there.
They're ratting it?
Kind of ratting it.
No,
They're not ratting it. They have no seer, so they can't really recognize where he went. He could be close by, and they have no idea. Gotta hit that scan in order to understand it.
They do got the Bloodhound scan to sniff him out, though.
They do. That's one thing I have, bro. I have a very strong sense of smell, which is kind of like.
Some would say you could smell with the rocket.
Your eyes are horrible. You definitely can't see me. Wait a month. OJ Ryan doesn't get scanned. And he's going to get shot at the whole time. I think he's going to make it out of here.
I could see a thief.
That was horrible. was so late.
Why?
You said that like 20 minutes after I just said.
Bro, you were talking now. I didn't want to talk over you. Fire Beavers eliminated. Riddle picking up the kill.
It took you that long to think of that?
Bro, I had it. You just didn't stop talking. I was waiting for you to finish your statement.
All right, well, there we go. Fire Beaver's going to be eliminated by Riddle. Riddle goes and takes down Fire Beavers. They're eliminated 18th place. Fire Beavers in that game, by the way, going into it, was in 16th place. Riddle was 2 points behind them. I believe that's going to make Riddle pass them. And now Fire Beavers is going to drop down to 17th place, which is not good. They are not off to a good start today at all. They got a couple more games to be played, so they need to step it up.
Did we watch 2 sets of Fire Beavers yesterday, or did they play 2 sets today?
I don't remember.
I think it's 2 sets today.
I think it's 2 sets. I don't remember, actually. Sure. I don't know. What do you think Fire Beavers need to do better? I think they need to rotate better.
I'm going to be honest, bro. Like, in all facets of the game and just, like, everything, I'm just not a fan of the sit-and storm for 2 zones, looting, like, super-duper edge.
Yeah.
Just walk in every single zone.
I'm with you on that.
I've just never been a fan of that playstyle. I know some teams make it work, but, I mean, if it was me, I would tell you that they don't need to be sitting in Cenote Cave. The zone is pulling.
Oh my God, what is Entropic doing? They're going to start to walk right in front of FaZe here.
Phony
gets a knock. Nice job by Phony here, bro, on that knock. Snipe down, going to be chilling too. Good shots by him to get that extra damage on Hierarcha. They're now going to wide swing. Snipe down has no idea whatever is happening right now. He's walking in circles.
Someone just crafted.
Someone just crafted something over in this Cascade side. It's going to be worst. And knocked him over there as well, as EIQ is going to be right next to FaZe. I wonder if FaZe still full committed to this fight.
Look at the zone pull. It shifts back. Furia now in God spot. FaZe has the zone info. They know that.
What is that zone?
Dude, look at all the teams in North Pad. If you're J Lings, you're actually just diarrheaing your.
If you're J Ling?
Are you good, bro? What's good with you?
Let's check out that
So LG actually going to be in a good spot for this. They're Tricky and company at Furia, chilling. You got Nocturnal in them. On the ultimate height, they're posted. Bro, what is good with you?
You're just funny looking. EIQ getting the res right now, and into.
FaZe might just feed FaZe here. Never mind, I think Noctum's doing it for him. Bro, what is good with you?
Dude, I'm Noctum just do whatever they want to do in this lobby. These motherfuckers just don't give a shit. They're just trying to do anything. They're now walking up. They're crafting while these teams are fighting. Hitting med kits, beating their face off. Like, bro, I want to shake that.
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. We are back to continue all of the action after an impressive showing from the first series earlier today. For more of our Apex squads, those back-to-back dubs for OXG. It's been a fantastic day here live in London from the Copper Box Arena so far. We have meet and greets happening. The audience has been fantastic. So much support for so many of our squads here, and the action is about to continue itself. Hello everyone, my name is Glitter Explosion and we're back on the desk, and I am joined by the incredible Vicky, Kitty, and Genome. I cannot wait to start talking about what we've got going on here today. First of all, you guys got to cast the first 3 matches earlier. What was that first series like?
It was so fun, honestly. Being able to see the contest go down, I love how Genome basically drew a diagram for us earlier on in the desk. That's basically the TLDR of what we've seen and maybe what we will be seeing for our next group, but it was a good time, and I love having the ability to open up these group stages in such an explosive start to these games.
I mean, we saw it too. I was just talking about it in the intro, Genome. These APAC teams for the past 2 days have been popping off. Another strong series for the region. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends where you're drawing that line, I suppose, Glitter, because it's a little bit of a reversal of fortunes if we go back to previous lands where APAC South has really been showing up and APAC North was falling behind a bit. But as far as the group stage goes, so far, that's that's not what we've seen. APAC North really doing well. 4 out of the 5 APAC South teams are actually in the bottom 20, I believe, at the end of those standings, with the only one just sneaking in at 20th being 5th placed in the region, MDYY.
I mean, we'll have to see how the rest of the day shakes out for some of those squads. Let's actually take a look back at the standings too, so you guys can get a little bit of a recap what has happened here so far. These are the overall standings for the last day and the first series this morning. Alliance on top by a pretty big margin, Vicky, 147 points.
I mean, come on, Alliance effect. Need I say more? Because at this point, Alliance is looking to take it all home, and I can honestly see this happening. They're already sitting in the winner's bracket with the amount of points that they have accumulated over the course of the day yesterday. Now, today, the question is, can they stay as strong as we saw them in day 1?
When we're looking at the second page, Genome, though, which teams are you surprised are kind of this far down that need to do some work and jump up?
Yeah, there's definitely a couple in there, isn't there? Xset, they're just off the pace. Only a couple of points now after their second series. They've jumped up quite a bit, actually. So they're already on the path to recovery. And then, as RKN was talking about before, we've got a lot of those teams who are locked into those contests. Jailing versus Moist. We've got Aurora, who seemingly just want to take it to everyone. And Nocturnal, who I don't know, they're kind of doing like a lucky dip POI drop location system. It's a little strange. It's not really working out for them.
Well, these are going to continue to change throughout the day as we take a look at the schedule here. Obviously, B and D went earlier on this morning. We're now heading into groups A and D, and then to close off the night, we'll be doing groups B and C at 6:30 p.m. BST, and that will then finalize our group stage once it's all said and done. So it's going to be an exciting way to close out the rest of the day. We'll be here with you the entire time. Like we just said, it's groups A versus D coming up next. Let's start talking about these teams a little bit, because there's quite a few squads that we can call out here.
Yeah, we started it earlier on. We hyped them up, and it's all for the right reason, because they're sitting in first place overall with a pretty hefty lead. It's going to be Alliance in Group A. Group A faring off against Group D after we saw what I would like to consider a lackluster group series between B versus D, with the results of how the teams are looking and shaping up to be versus one of the strongest groups that we're seeing so far, which is Group A. It's going to be great. Aurora, can they make this comeback? Dark Zero currently sitting at 7th. Where is NRG? Is NRG going to make this comeback that they definitely need? I believe they're sitting in 26. Then you have to also think about Naked out here sitting in 12. There's a lot of teams in Group A that we haven't seen today alone, since they played twice yesterday, that are going to be faring off against Group D.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Sweet huffing that copium on Twitter last night, talking about staging as a POI. I mean, look, you can try and blame it on that if you want, but you're still going to make it through. I mean, everyone else is dropping on the same map, mate. So look, there's some teams like that who I think still have a little bit left in them. As we talked about, Naked, Realize not doing so badly. A bit of a drop-off for Riddle, and then we've got Moist, who we saw just had a contest with Jailing. So with that out of the way, hopefully from here on it's a little bit better for them.
All right, well, we have got to do this every single time. Let's narrow our focus down here just a little bit. I know we talked a lot about squads. Which teams did you guys want to focus on here to chat about? It looks like, Vicky, you chose DZ. Genome, you went with Ganbare Otosan, and I chose, again, Alliance. Vicky, I want to hear from you first.
I mean, 7th overall, we saw what they were able to do in the A versus B groups. They were able to secure first game 3, second game 1. Inconsistent in some other games, but with the 50-50 loss versus Aurora, they were able to turn things around and basically win every single contest. So they progressively just got better and better as the day went on. Now we are here for a day number 2. A versus C, they also got 5th. That also highlights some consistency on their point. So got 5th A versus B, got 5th A versus C, 47 points to their name in that group, behind Realize, and continuing on with their domination. These are all individually heavy fraggers, so I can't wait to see more of Dark Zero for this group.
And if we get to a situation where Dark Zero have locked themselves in for winner's bracket and Aurora are not looking like they're going to make it, I don't want to spoil anything, but I think there could be some really spicy stuff coming up. It's an if. We'll have to see if that situation occurs. But I did want to talk about Ganbare Otosan because these guys have been killing it and, you know, changing my mind, right, about that composition, about that Newcastle Watson. They're reading the zone so well every time. We looked at them, Vicky, in those first couple of games on World's Edge. Notoriously the map where it's harder to read the zone, they were always getting it right, and they were set up in the perfect spot for their composition, and just locking it down with the castle walls and all of that defensive utility that the composition provides.
I mean, yeah, absolute performance from Geo so far, but if we're talking about teams that are killing it, I have to go back to Alliance. I know I picked them yesterday, but we just saw on those overall standings, they are currently in first right now with 147 points. And like you mentioned, Vicky, that means that they've already solidified their spot in that winner's bracket. So they have lots of cushion that they're working with, no matter what happens here in the rest of the group stage. And if we look at their consistency, their stats after yesterday, not only did they have 2 wins, one of them being on each map, which bodes well for them going into the format, but they also had 50% of their games finishing in top 2 all day yesterday. And we talked about Effect a lot. Now we need to talk about some of the other players on the team, because we saw Yuki destroying hopes and dreams yesterday with his ability to be the last man standing and spoil fights like Fire Beavers. And he was just always there, being the thorn in everyone's side. Not to mention, obviously, Hackies, IGLing this team to success every single time. In my opinion, they are a team that is terrifying right now.
I'll forgive the most pick legend being caustic just for right now, especially looking at how charismatic they're feeling. You could see it on Yuki's smile that they are ready to go. They are locked in. You already saw the effect that effect had on the rest of the team. Completely unintentional, by the way. But they were really put together. We highlighted it yesterday plenty of times. It's not that effect is carrying this team. They're all individually so talented in their own way. He's just crazy. He really just came on social media and was like, yeah, you know, this is honestly a way easier experience than I was expecting it to be. And usually this is supposed to be nerve-wracking for a lot of the individuals that don't have this LAN experience.
And I love that he's bringing back that aggressive caustic pick, right? Because originally, you know, we saw a lot of teams using that as someone who can be a little bit defensive, but also has that gas grenade and can throw out the barrels when they need to. Once they made them destroyable, though, you saw him get taken out of the meta a little bit. You know, it was a little bit easier for teams to push. And now, once again, them, Dreamfire, a couple of other teams are starting to use him again in a way where they're mostly edge teams, of course, landing in Thermal Station really plays to their strengths.
Obviously, the teams that we're keeping our eyes on, but if you at home want to be keeping your eyes on different teams or even individual player POVs, well, our award-winning multi-view is here for Split 2 playoffs of the ALGS. You can go to the command center down below on your page right now and choose which perspectives you want to see, which in-game comms you want to hear, or which storylines you want to follow so that you can watch ALGS your way. Multi-view, make sure that you guys are checking it out. Not to mention, everybody at home, don't forget we have some really cool stuff that you can get just for watching the stream. All right, Twitch drops will be active all 4 days of the Split 2 playoffs with a chance to get all of those drops during finals, just in case you happen to miss the drops from any of the 3 previous days of play. All you have to do is watch for 60 minutes each day to claim these skins. We've got the R99 skin Charbroiled, the Wraith skin Fiery Fractals, the Hollow Spray Ratting, which is just too stinking cute, and that Gun Charm Predator. And like we said, if you miss it, you can get that entire bundle here on Sunday for the finals. make sure you're doing that, getting logged into your account and redeeming those awards because they are what you want. I mean, I think I already got the first one. Were you on top of it yesterday?
Yeah, I was. I already got it. I already claimed it.
Genome did not get
it. Genome slept.
But I can get it back on Sunday, right?
You can get it back on Sunday. While Genome regrets all of his decisions, we're going to send it up to the casters. Gaskin, on set, take it away.
Bring that camera on up here because it's time for us to get the games underway. Thank you so much for setting us up so beautifully. And this is going to be kind of the end of the road for these teams, right? And not the end of the tournament, of course, but the last time we're going to see these two groups go up against each other and have the opportunity to play some Apex Legends before we get to that bracket stage. Now, you love maths.
I do.
You love working out the numbers, Dan.
Yeah.
You love working out where the cutoff's going to be. And, of course, the top 20 will be going into the winner's side of the bracket play. What have you come up with here? What are we thinking numbers?
Well, if we look at Split 1 playoffs, if we look at champs last year, and even Split 2 of playoffs last year, around 100 points is what teams are going to be aiming for. 104 if you want to be precise. You really need to be going about 10 above that if you want to guarantee yourselves, though, because there has been some really tight groups so far.
Well, we're starting off on Storm Point here for groups A versus D. And then we, of course, after 3 games, head over to World's Edge once more. We'll find out who is going to be maybe making a little bit of an approach to that 100-point mark and who is going to feel confident heading towards the brackets.
And on the flip side, something I'm interested to see, are we going to see any records broken? I remember last year Alliance got over 200 points in group stages. They're well on their way to be able to potentially achieve that yet again. But this is the lay of the land. This is where we think teams are going to be roughly dropping. And of course, there is a couple of contests that are going to be going down.
Yeah, the one that really catches my eye is Alliance versus Furia. Now, Lightning Rod is going to be contested hotly by both of these teams, and this isn't just 2 teams, this is 2 of the best fighting teams that you will see in all of Apex Legends. So how that goes is going to be very, very interesting, especially for Fury, you would say, because Alliance have done most of their work up until this point.
Yeah, Alliance have already guaranteed their qualification. I can say that with the amount of points they've achieved. As for Furia, they currently sit on 49 points. So if we're going for around 100, they need about a 51-point series here, which is not easy to achieve, especially when you're being contested here on Storm Point.
One thing they can do, though, is get 3 KP on the board if they win the contest, so we'll have to keep our eyes on what's going down on the northern side of Storm Point. But I tell you what, it feels like business is about to pick up here, Dan. All of a sudden, we're getting to the end of the groups. Everything that maybe you feel went right, maybe everything that you felt went wrong has to be put right because you need points and you need them now.
Very different when you're playing and you know you've still got a game or two, a series or two to try and achieve points, but now it's do or die. Now you have to take those risks. You cannot afford to make those mistakes, and you've got to ensure if you are being contested, you have to win those engagements. So a game plan is much needed. I saw some of the teams and players looking at those drop spots. They've got sheets printed out. You've got to make sure you know who is coming from where, plan those rotations accordingly, because if you want to be in the winner's bracket tomorrow, it's all going to be done here in what will be the last group stage matches for these 2 groups.
Well, here we go then. It looks like we're ready to get underway on Storm Point. We will, of course, be keeping our eyes on Lightning Rod and that contest here at the start of the game to see who comes out on top between Alliance and Furia. But it's only right that we highlight some other teams who are desperate for points and kind of had a slow day yesterday. And you can't say slow day without talking about NRG yesterday. Very disappointed from them.
Yeah, NRG are, well, far too far down the leaderboard for their likings, but 56 points is where they currently stand. So again, if we're going for the magic 100 number, a 44-point series would put them there or thereabouts, but we need to see them dominate. We need to see some victories on the board if NRG are going to find themselves in that winner's bracket. But they are NRG. That's what they tend to do. They turn up when they need to.
It's a very good point. NRG are NRG, and if anyone loves to leave it late, it is going to be NRG. And usually, even though they leave it late, Dan, they get the job done. However, I'm going to start off by watching a little bit of Aurora at the start of this game, seeing them go down towards Shipfall. Interested to see if they're going to be on their own this time, and it looks like they will be.
Well, interestingly, I'm just looking at the map overhead. It looks like Furia are avoiding Alliance at Lightning Rod, and they have found themselves in a little no-name location. They don't want to take that fight, but we'll get to that later as Aurora versus Onyx. I mean, it happens yet again.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Onyx have actually gone over to Cenote Cave, so this is going to be Aurora finally having essentially a game to play where they don't have to worry about a contest going down. A purple shield is always something beautiful to find on the floor, especially when you're starting off a game. But Aurora are one of those teams who I think really have essentially found the pain of a contest, especially on both maps. You can see them, they're right down at the bottom of the leaderboards at the moment.
37th place with just 35 points.
So what Fury have done is they took some of the loot from Thunderwatch, from Gumbari Altazan, and now they are going to be taking the lower loot on the side of Lightning Rod. So they are more than happy to just try and loot accordingly and avoid the fights right now.
One thing they are doing, though, is taking the armory away from Alliance, and that's something that Alliance like to have to themselves. So I wonder if Fury have kind of gone to the drawing board a little bit overnight and thought, how can we not only disrupt what Alliance want to do, but how can we steal away their loot pool as well? Get ahead of them, because it's very difficult to fight a team who's just come out of the armory. They're going to have the Evos leveled up. They're obviously going to have a lot of attachments to play with, and Fury don't need to be asked twice to take a fight. I mean, we saw Genome's opinion on that a little bit earlier, but for Alliance, they have to be wary as well.
And as for the circle, you can see where Element 6 have made their way to and where Dark Zero are currently passing by on the map. That little island just on the southwest of Cascade Falls is where a lot of teams are going to start to bundle up and try and find a home. But also it could pull slightly further south, and it looks like Dark Zero might bank on that one. So all the teams that are dropping in the middle of the map are going to have first choice of these priority positions, and it's about whether they can hold them. Compositions, of course, very important. Realize are making their way into the middle as well. We saw yesterday how good they were on Storm Point. I will reiterate it, they were the best Storm Point team in their region with 9 victories, which was unbelievable. And it did seem like the Caustic, Crypto, and Gibby combo disrupted everyone when they got to that final circle.
Well, just to give you a little bit of an update on the leaderboards and kind of teams to keep your eye on when it comes to qualification as well. Just a little reminder, if you just joined us, the last time these two groups will play will be this series that we have in front of us. You're looking at teams like KCP. They're currently in 18th place, joint 18th, I should say, 64 points on the board. So even though we were saying around 100, just looking at how things are working out and the fact that some of the teams at the top have been so strong in their group so far, you wouldn't be surprised to see you be able to scrape through with maybe just the lower side of that, just with how the numbers are working right now.
Because we've had teams that have dominated and sponged the points, certainly around 30 each series puts you on 90 and you might be able to scrape through, but you don't really want to rely on that. It would be gutting if you were knocked down into the elimination bracket because you miss out on a kill or two, but sometimes that's how it happens, and you've really got to put fate in your own hands by going for some of those big games, taking an extra risk here or there. But I do get that feeling when we get into this series now that a lot of teams are maybe going to take less risks. They're going to be a bit more scared because they know how important every point's going to be.
And sometimes that opens the door, right, to some of the teams who are willing to be a little bit more aggressive, to push the pace, because a team who tries to play off the back foot, usually all of a sudden you take an initial damage, and then we all know how that goes. For now, though, E6, they're going to be on our screens, and they're going to be set up inside of zone and looking extremely comfortable. And E6 kind of quietly gone about their business so far over the last day or so, Dan. Always been involved in the top 10 conversations when we're getting towards the end games, and I think this is a team who kind of quietly just surprise people every time we see them. We always seem to be in a finals lobby.
Yeah, 77 points at the moment, so even just a solid 20 would do them a good job. So they can play pretty averagely, and then they would have a good effort of getting into that winner's bracket. But you're right, they always seem to be in those final circles, and they always seem to impress us with the different compositions at times. I remember some very different ones actually throughout the season. As we take a look into Realize, where they've set themselves up, they have been the Storm Point specialists. They currently reside in 17th place with 65 points. So around a 20 to 35 point game is what they would need, or a series, excuse me, is what they would need. They could do it in a game with how they were playing yesterday.
Yeah, it's very, very true. And I think that everyone who's in this lobby at the moment is kind of just looking and going, well, as long as Alliance don't absolutely destroy here, we just need to have a really solid day. If we get a second or a third in this group and get, you know, our games together, then we're going to be in a pretty good spot to qualify for that winner side of the bracket play when it kicks off. But for now, Realize, like you say, set up inside of this egg, and they'll be here for quite some time. Sangyun as well with the charge rifle is going to be able to keep a lot of teams at bay, especially when he's hitting shots like that.
And I mean, just looking at this composition again, and I was wondering when the evac towers came into the game, were we going to start to see a lot of teams try and pull something like this out? You don't need Valkyrie to get in. You can get evac towers to quickly race to the middle of location and make sure you get into one of those priority positions and then set up with some of these defensive legends. And it proved yesterday to be so tough for other teams to try and manage that final circle, because as soon as that bubble goes down, you can't fight that team. You have to focus your fire elsewhere, especially with the Gibby bombardment also coming down. It sends everyone into 6s and 7s. No one really knows what to look at. It's so disrupting, and I tell you what, I love it.
Yeah, it's interesting, the Gibraltar conversation, because we saw how effective it was yesterday, and I think a lot of it actually comes down to the changes to Seer, right? The fact that you aren't able to cancel the reds now. A lot of teams would get a knock. The bubble goes down initially, of course, to try and get that res, but you could just cancel it and then push in the bubble. You have an easy fight, but Now being able to get that res, even if you get stunned, even if you get silenced, the team is more hesitant to push because they know that you're going to be able to get back to your feet and do a little bit of damage by the time that they have crossed and managed to really engage inside of the bubble. So Gibraltar, I'm imagining, is going to become one of those legends that people start to look at a little bit more. And like you say, he's been shown to be effective in those endgames once again.
So this is the first time we've not really had early engagement, certainly the games that we've covered so far. So a lot of these edge teams have had the ability to loot up properly, but they are all going to slowly match each other as they get closer towards this circle. When this next round closes, it will give a lot more teams information, the ones who didn't get ring console, and then it will be a decision, do we start to push for those kills, or are we going to actually try and find a position inside the center of this circle?
Yeah, Alliance making their way down. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen now, they're going to get a map room scan and a ring console as well if they want it. So all the information you can see at Stormcatcher has been picked up by Alliance. So you give that info over to Hackish, usually he's going to do something pretty good with it. As Furia find themselves doing a little bit of damage inside of this building. Pandas managed to hold off the push, and it's going to be NRG who are on the receiving end of this, and this is a dreadful start for NRG.
We said NRG need a big game, and they need a big series if they're going to get into that winner's bracket. Already one goes down. Furia have the advantage, and I did see a little diagram drawn by Genome earlier. Furia, will they fight yes or yes? The answer is always yes.
Yeah, well, they're holding this building down for now, and NRG have decided, you know what? We're going to have to leave this one for now. Nathan's going to have to maybe rejoin us, but getting that ban is going to be a job and a half in itself. So Furia pick up their first KP of the day and just really ramp the pressure up onto NRG, because we know, we have all kind of said it now, this is the last opportunity for them to play here. And of course, there's the elimination bracket, to go through, but you don't want to be doing that if you're NRG. You need confidence, and you need to find a way to get back in this game.
I mean, sometimes more games can make you more warm, but at the same time it can really drain you as well. So going through that elimination bracket could be tough as NRG continue to run, but Alliance seem to be on their tails. And if Alliance did catch them, they did see them, NRG now just have to continue running and hope they can avoid and try and stay alive as a 2 here and maybe get some placement points, get into that 15, top 15 at least, and secure 1 placement point. And who knows, I've seen some crazy stuff from 2s, but not looking good for NRG right now.
Yeah, kind of caught in a bit of a pinch at the moment, NRG. Alliance on one side, and as we saw before, Furia on the other. Cascade's also getting very busy with Moist Esports, FaZe, Glitch Energy making their way down as Alliance try and slide to maybe challenge that waterfall position, the high ground above where this end zone is going to be finishing. Instead is evac tower time. And now just remember that Alliance do have a lot of information. They had the map room scan, the survey beacon, the ring console, whatever you want to call it. They have everything you need to thread the needle here. So Alliance should be safe upon this landing, and they want to hit the cannon. They want to go up into the skies.
Yeah, they want to go even further because they know these buildings were free when they hit the scan. Yuki's gone down, so they have not successfully got over to these buildings, but at least he's gone over the cannon. They should be able to punch him in. Is there going to be a chase? Is E6 going to be able to do the damage? Alliance might just be able to survive here, whacking him into the base, and they will just about get there.
Yeah, Vex as well. He managed to slide on in alongside his IGL, and Yuki, it was just a nap. It's time to get up. The alarm clock goes up and he's back to his feet. They reinforce the building, and that is the power of information. You called it perfectly.
Yeah, the survey beacon was huge for them. They saw that one team was just to the west. It's Riddle Order, and Riddle Order were thinking about moving up here, but they were being held out by E6. So E6 almost did Alliance a favor, but then also took down Alliance as well. Great place to hold, though. You can see the circle is pulling this way, and Alliance are going to be safe for a couple of rounds.
Lots to talk about and appreciate for that rotate from Alliance, moving towards Stormcatcher to get that information. Took a little bit of zone damage to do so, but Naked also on the map overhead are doing exactly what Alliance did a few moments ago. They're in the red at the moment over at Stormcatcher, getting that information themselves. The question is, can they use it as effectively? Riddle Order trying to force their way into zone at the moment, kind of being held out by numerous teams. I mean, Ring 2 closing, 45 seconds, you've still got 20 squads alive. At this point, you'll take anywhere to play.
Yeah, now with the position that Alliance find themselves in, Riddle Order are being held out a little bit, and not only by Alliance, but Pioneers were behind them. So Riddle Order are trying to find a rotation now where they can go slightly north and avoid the sight lines of Alliance, but they're really struggling because E6 still have eyes on them. This is one of the main issues of not taking a priority position early enough, is there's just so much focus from other squads.
Riddle Order, though, the one good thing on their side is that they do have red Evo armors on one Tappy and Miak, so Yukio's going to be on the Bangalore. He's going to be able to have the mobility to get in and out of fights, maybe do that initial damage, but for now you can see they have found a little place to play up on this high ground, but Clearing their backs is, of course, going to be the most important thing for them to do. But Alliance in front of them, it doesn't seem like there's too much to worry about behind them. However, the other side of this mountainous range that you can see in front of you right now from the POV of Riddle Order, we have Go Next and Pioneers about to face off, and they are caught on edge here, Pioneers.
Yeah, Riddle Order pushed Pioneers away, but Pioneers out of the frying pan into the fire, and they have to take another fight as they will go up in the grab lift. And now you've just got to use this utility to try and get a little bit of damage before you initiate this fight. The Pioneers have done well to just stay back and not take too much damage themselves. They haven't allowed Go Next to really push up on them.
Be careful of that cannon, Nasky. We've seen it before from you. You don't want to get dragged in. For now, though, it's going to be Sir Del on our screens. They're looking for this initial damage. 1 minute 40 till the zone really causes a problem. So they have time here to get that initial damage, to try and poke and try and prod, but they will be very, very aware the zone is going to force them to move.
Yeah, Go Next, you can see, just really want to try and get that initial damage. They're getting a little bit more aggressive now, and they know someone's gone for a flank, and that's the perfect focus, as it's going to be one goes down, but it is a trade 1-for-1, but a lot of damage has been done.
Oh, now it's going to be a 1v1. Actually, a 2v1, excuse me, as Go Next are eliminated. They could not hold the building, and Pioneers, who needed that so badly, get the kills they need. But where's the third party down? I can hear an on it. Here comes Dark Zero.
Dark Zero are moving in, but elsewhere, Furia and NRG are going at it yet again, and this time NRG might be able to get a little bit of revenge. It's Sweet versus 2 here.
Sweet on his own. And he has so much responsibility. That spray's not going to do too much damage, and now the rest of Furia is going to arrive on the scene. That one from Pandas is much better. Snaps on, and NRG fall in this lobby early once again.
But FaZe then roll on in, and they will pick up the pieces. It's third party central as Furia get eliminated. Dark Zero also did get the kills onto Pioneers on the southern side of the map, so Dark Zero own the southern side for now. We still have a little bit of a standoff between Alliance and Riddle Order on the west side. The east and north side is just a cluster bomb right now. There is absolutely every team trying to force their way in, and not much room to play.
I didn't know where you were going with that for a second.
I'm glad I said bomb.
Yeah, I'm glad you said bomb as well, because that's not the word or phrase I would have used. But for now, E6, they are still controlling zone. They're at the north side of it themselves, but we are going to see the zone pull out into the open. So this is going to be a really tough position for all teams to try and contest in that end game. And I'll tell you what, one thing I'd love in this kind of zone down is a Gibraltar, but at the moment, E6 having a little bit of a scrap on the outside. You can see the Dark Veil is down for them to play around, but it's just poking and prodding, and K-Swinny's left on his own.
Well, E6 took this island very early on, but it seems like someone else wants to come and lay the flag down, plant it in, and take it as their own. As Glitch are back up to a full 3, E6 do get eliminated, but now Glitch are under pressure. Naked are finally arriving, using that survey beacon.
And this is what's going to happen, right? With so many teams still alive, you have to be careful how you fight, when you fight, because so many teams are close enough, if you aren't quick enough to finish the fight, to take the third-party opportunity. 14 squads now remaining, and Naked have got to be careful here.
14 squads remaining, but about 5 of them are on this island. Moist join, FaZe join, Glitch and Naked, all trying to go toe-to-toe here, and you can't spread out too much. You need to be sticking together. You got to be ready to get those reses in case one of your teammates goes down.
In the kill feed as well, you can see that Waltzy having a little bit of a scrap. FaZe eliminated in the meantime, but Moist Esports, they want to be left as the sole proprietors of this island if they can. A lot of teams to still deal with, but they control the height, which is exactly what you need.
Elsewhere, Realize, leave no witness, they both fall. Barrios is down to the team that survives on the northeast side, but Moist are still doing a good job to hold their ground here and make sure they're not overly pushing, because you don't want to invite those third parties. Yes, you want to do damage, but you don't want to do too much at times, because another team might just swoop on in and take you down.
A little bit of a move being made on this rock, but once he gets the call from a teammate, turns his attention around. He knows that that's the most important angle for them to deal with for now. Elsewhere, you can see Dark Veils going down as Onyx Esports try and cut off the path and the lines of sight here of Aurora. Now, how about that for storyline, right? Even though there's no contest this time, all of a sudden in the end game, guess who's fighting each other? Aurora and Onyx, part what feels like 700, will take place in front of us.
And it could be a very big fight as well. LG Chivas and Dark Zero also on this southern side, and actually Dark Zero and LG Chivas are fighting right now. Dark Zero seem to have the upper hand.
Zero now trying to look down, but also realizes that teams above them on the high ground coming in from Jurassic might do the damage for Dark Zero. He's just trying to kind of initiate the fight, do the extra damage that's going to allow LG Shivas to be taken down by someone else, clearing the way for Dark Zero to move forward.
Yeah, really sensible play from Dark Zero, knowing full well Aurora or A-Team is in the area and certainly would have thirded it had they taken too much damage. And this is a huge fight on the southern side because the circle is pulling south to the smaller island on the southern side. Whoever wins on the south should get to that island first and should be holding center circle. But there is a lot of deaths that's about to happen in the next 5 seconds when this circle closes because we have 8 teams all outside of this zone.
Dark Zero make their play. Zero just trying to pick up some KP on his way, but that fight breaking out. Zero recognizes this is our chance to move forward. We can take the space in front of us and then turn our attentions behind us. There's some decent shots coming in from the Nemesis. No shield crack for now. And with the smoke going down, all of a sudden you can see Dark Zero not quite sure whether they want to pay attention to LG Shivas behind them or if Onyx and Aurora are their main concern here up on that high ground.
And then on the other side, on the west side, Alliance is still holding this building. Riddlord are going to push past them, but Alliance have to leave, and they will use the Dark Veil to give them a little bit of cover as the other teams now push north as the kill feed starts to alight. Onyx lose 2. Chivas also go down.
Chivas are out. LG will not participate in this endgame. 10 squads still remaining here as Entropic make their move, the EMEA team, towards this endgame. Alliance taking the fight as well, and Alliance seem to be winning it, but Yuki versus Miak, Riddle versus Alliance. Yuki clutches for Alliance, but can he survive?
Gets the shield swap, massive for Yuki, and Alliance will just be able to hold on because no one's going to push them, because now we're going to see everything happen on this northern side.
The important thing here for Alliance, like you say, is that Dark Zero, I'm not sure, have an angle. However, they do find an angle, and Alliance will be eliminated. Entropic keep moving forward here, and the Peacekeeper start to sink.
We've still got 5 teams up here on this northern side, and they're all getting involved with damage. This is where you need to be planning your shield swaps, what death boxes are around, what utility have you got to keep you alive, but also think about that end game. Is the ultimate worth using right now?
Interesting to go back to the point you were making about how much of an impact on this end game that battle on the southern side of zone was going to be. Well, Dark Zero won it. Dark Zero could completely control the southern side as Gambale Otasan are involved in this Isla Bow on the north side. Couple of knocks coming in all over the place for loads of different teams. There's a castle wall as Jung Hee puts down the fortress.
A battle at bottom middle of this island, Moist, Entropic, and we're going to see Gambale Otasan all going to be trying to win this one so they can survive and own the northern side. But actually, Entropic are just going to make sure they waddle away here, and they do not want to get involved, and that might be the smart plan. Neither team wants to take too much damage. This is such a tough decision to make here.
Moist trying to navigate around the island. Gambare Otasan, the only team on that island with them at the moment. Moist Esports have been here for quite some time on this platform, holding down. And you can see the comms are certainly starting to pick up in their intensity just from the POV we're watching right now of MT. For now, though, do they take this fight with Geo? Do they try and clear this side, or do they wrap to their left?
Well, Geo are going to go up into the skies, and they're going to try and just survive with a Valkyrie ultimate, as Moist are going to have to push in from the northern side, and they will just watch from the skies as they descend what happens to them as the Dark Veil now goes down to give them the cover.
He's taking a lot of damage though, but the Dark Veil is going to hope that his teammates can hold the line for him. He's going to go down. MT now left on his own. Moist looking like they might struggle to participate, but look who's in zone. It's going to be Aurora, and also on the north side with the Dark Veil, look who's coming. It's Dark Zero.
Dark Zero and Aurora hold 2 of the best positions at the moment. They're just collapsing onto Geo. They are pinching them. Moist are eliminated. 3 squads remaining. Geo should be the next to go. But where do Geo put their damage? That is what is going to influence the end of this game. 2 squads remain.
It's a 3v3 and Ratchet gets the spray. It's perfect from him. That's the opening kill, but it's tied out Malawad. And Cleve trying to clutch up now for Aurora. The Peacekeeper needs to connect, but Aurora finally don't have a contest. And what does it turn into? A big, big win for the EMEA powerhouse.
Aurora, who come into this at 37th in the overall standings on 35 points. They would need roughly about a 65-point series to push themselves into the winner's bracket. If they have games like that, it is certainly achievable. Can you imagine if Aurora would find themselves in the winner's bracket after what was a relatively quiet day yesterday? They did win a few contests, but they were not getting to those final circles.
You can see how much it means to them as well. Been a tough, tough road, but for now, get the biceps out, boys. Because you just won game 1 of the last opportunity to get these points ahead of bracket play. Give it up in the crowd here for Aurora. It's been a long road for them. They're back on land. They get that win, and maybe, just maybe, this is the start of the redemption arc.
And of course, a Dark Zero flag as well. They do take second place, and it really did come down to where Geo's damage went. Because when you are in a 3 versus 3 versus 3 like that, and a pinch is happening, Geo's going to be shooting someone, and they shot Dark Zero that little bit more. But some of the individual skill we saw there from Aurora as well, the shreds that happened. You've got to hit your shots in those final moments. I know we say it often, but it really can make a difference.
Yeah, Apex Legends sometimes, as a game, you can overcomplicate it, right? But you've got to hit your shots, like you say, in the final moments. And that's exactly what they do. The beautiful one clip that came in gives them that opportunity in the opening to turn the 3v3 into a 3v2.
So Aurora knew that Dark Zero were to their left. That was always going to be the case, but Dark Zero and Aurora ignored each other and just focused on all the teams that were arriving from the north until it got down to the point where just Gambare Otazan were left because they skyward dived into the center of the circle. And then it was just a matter of time. We knew full well Geo would not win in that game. There was no chance they were going to win in the position that they found themselves in.
And how, look at that, cleave on Gibraltar as well. It seems like there's been a little bit of inspiration through the lobby, shall we say, for the big man to come back and have his say. But this is the spray I was talking about here. Pops over the crest of this hill. It's a 174 spray. And that's going to win you games.
Dark Zero were just never really given the chance to reset and think about things. They were too focused on Geo, and because of it, they were caught just slightly off guard. Still a brilliant game for Dark Zero. 22 points for them with 13 kills. In their eyes, they still won that match. But what wonders this will do for Aurora's confidence. 19 points on the board. I said about 65 across this series, where you've got a good chunk there in match number 1.
Very, very well played from both Aurora and Dark Zero. Gambare Otazan in third place with 13 points themselves, but looking at the other end, Dan, NRG, Pioneers, Furia. Something's got to change here, because otherwise it's looking like the elimination bracket for them.
Elimination bracket certainly could be a place we find themselves tomorrow if they do not pick things up, because not only will they probably be out of it already and not in the top 20, you've still got two groups that are going to play next that can overtake you, and then you will be hurtling your way down that leaderboard. You've got to have a big game. You've got to make sure you push yourselves up. But for NRG, they had that push from Furia. They took one of them down. And then there was a little bit of a revenge tour I thought was going to happen for Sweet, but just didn't quite work out.
It seemed like Cascades was a little bit too busy for NRG, and they found that out at the hands of Furia. But what a game that was. I've got to say, how many? We had like 18 teams alive. Yeah, wow. Zone 4, I think it was. Absolutely ridiculous, and I'm sure the quality of games is going to continue to improve as we head through the days. But for now, we're going to head into a break before we head into game number 2 of this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to London. Welcome to the Copper Box, and welcome back to some of the most intense Apex Legends that we've seen since we've arrived at that beautiful arena you can see in front of you. Onset and Gasky are going to be here to take you through games 2 and 3, the one after game 2. Always happens that way. And it is, of course, going to be a big, and very important win for Aurora in our game number 1.
Are you sure you're not the maths man? That was great math.
That's the best I've ever done.
3 comes after 2, yeah. But one good thing about Aurora getting those points and getting a lot of points is the teams that are kind of teetering around that middle point, that cutoff point, they'll be saying, okay, well, it's not being absorbed too much here. Maybe we can just pip them a little bit because Aurora are very low down the leaderboards. Aurora need to be having games like that every single time to give themselves a chance of getting into the winner's bracket. For Dark Zero, though, that might just be enough to put them in winner's bracket tomorrow already, which makes things a little bit scary when you go into World's Edge later, because it would, of course, be Dark Zero versus Aurora in a contest.
I did check with Pierre, the coach of Alliance, if he changed his socks. It looks like he changed one of them overnight from yesterday. He didn't manage to maybe find the match impact. I'm going to bring him some tomorrow.
He did say if we have any, then he'll gladly wear.
I'm bringing them tomorrow for you, mate. I'm not going to call you out once more. But for Alliance, again, they've got enough. As I say, they've got enough points to secure their position, and I think they're also going to be pretty happy that there wasn't that direct contest with Furia. I think it means more to Furia to not contest, as they are the team who needs the points. But also, I think it just takes a bit of pressure off the shoulder of the Alliance. Not that there was much coming in today, but you want to keep that form going.
Well, also, Furia maybe recognizing that later on in the tournament, when you get into winner's bracket, you get into Sunday, there could be a contest. Do you want to give away too much now? Are you happy to take that contest a little bit later? It's your 4-year anniversary and he's playing Apex. I mean, I'm not really surprised. It's understandable, right? But happy anniversary to you both as we go into match number 2, which is, of course, going to be Storm Point yet again. I am curious if we will see either of the contests actually happen now, but it certainly went well for Aurora.
Well, match number 2 will continue on Storm Point here, and as you say, match 1 winner Aurora may be full of confidence, and as we say, the first time they've had to play a game of Apex Legends without a contest, which certainly did put a smile on their faces. We'll have to see if that does continue now. Match 2 is ready to go live. Can we find a little bit of something special from Aurora again, and will this redemption arc continue?
A little bit of magic, but we need to see that from quite a few teams who are still playing. NRG have work to do, Moist have work to do, Furia still a lot of work to do. Is it going to be this game, or are they going to have to go to World's Edge before we actually see them picking up some points here? Because you don't really want to leave it to the last 3, but I also know that some teams just prefer switching over and playing on World's Edge instead.
We'll have to see what that zone is going to pull as well, because with the way that this lobby is panning out at the moment, and how the meta seems to find itself, it's a zone-heavy meta at the moment, so if you get that little bit of RNG just kind of shuffling its way over towards you, so to speak, with that end zone coming towards you, then you'll know how important this game all of a sudden becomes for you to lock it down. Players dropping out the dropship, Dan. Almost ready to go.
Well, the dropship's coming from north to south, so this opens up a direct race between Furia and Alliance if they want to take it. And it looks like Furia are going to take this race. They want to get into a fight. They said, actually, this is a perfect drop for us. It's a 3v3 brawl.
Oh, it's a 3v3 brawl, but it's very one-sided at the moment, and Alliance is saying, where did you come from? Maybe you should have stuck to the plan of the first game. Effect will fall. Less. And Furia decides maybe that wasn't the best of ideas, and Alliance are given the beans.
Quite rightly so. Let them know it's your drop spot, and it will continue to be so for the rest of this tournament. That is terrible news, though, for Furia. They are one of the teams that needed points to get into that winner's bracket. And I tell you what,
it's DZ!
Like everyone wants a contest.
Dark Zero said, hey, Aurora, how dare you take on our fellow compatriots and feel comfortable. Interesting decision from DZ to do this. Maybe they don't want Aurora to be involved.
This is really smart from Dark Zero. They don't want Aurora in the winner's bracket. They don't want to be contested on World's Edge, so they want to wipe them out now, go into that winner's bracket. They will then have Harvester to themselves on World's Edge when we get further into that winner's bracket.
Really, really good point from you. This is almost as important for Dark Zero as Aurora at this point, but Cleve doing what he can, and all of a sudden Dark Zero, if they don't win this, they might be thinking about the contest being a problem still. Cleve will be taken down. Ranch is now left on his own versus Jem Burton. It's a 1v1 between the two. Jem Burton has 30 bullets in that Spitfire and a Sentinel. What's in the pockets on the other side?
See the pings coming through. Is it gonna ring? Yes, it will. And Dark Zero take down Aurora. It was tactical, it was methodical, and I tell you what, it was a little bit cynical.
It certainly was indeed. Calculated and cold from Dark Zero, but you can't say it was anything short of brilliant by the end, the end of your thought process. Harvester is where the problems have been, and that was just a little bit of revenge and saying, hey, great job, Aurora, in game number 1, but we don't forget about Harvester.
Well, as I mentioned, with the points that Dark Zero got in match number 1, it all but guarantees them being in winner's bracket anyway, so it made sense to take that risk and just try and eliminate Aurora down into that elimination bracket. That is terrible news for Aurora, as they'll have to go into match 3 and hope it doesn't happen again. We get to look at the circle, though. We're going to be heading over to the east side, over towards Stormcatcher. Already we see 6 teams finding their way over, and actually a lot of the teams that have already found their way into position have got a few defensive legends to set up here. GO with a chance to get center of Stormcatcher.
Yeah, this is a very interesting zone, actually. You have to wonder if it's going to pull towards the west of Stormcatcher or if it's going to go down to that cannon once again. And if everybody stacks up on the northern side of where that zone could be on the cannon, then everyone has to leave at some point and fall from the high ground. For now, though, E6 on our screens. A little bit of spray coming in from Swinny. And after the spray, he's going to have to retreat because it's taking a little bit too much damage.
So the teams that are going to be arriving really late. Of course, Dark Zero is going to be a very different game for them now, rotating from ship 4, but I don't think they care too much. They set out to just take Aurora, and they have done so. Now it's just going to be maybe damage control for them. They might just play Edge and try and do the same thing to several other teams and ruin people's games. This is one of the beautiful things of Battle Royales, all the terrible things of Battle Royales, that when you have qualified, you have the chance to just disrupt and annoy any other team in this lobby.
Yeah, really rough zone this for Pioneers, though. They've got a really long way to go to find a way into this zone. And like I mentioned, with how zone-heavy teams have been at the moment, you can see it on the right-hand side of your screen, right? So many teams already heading over towards Stormcatcher. They're going to be taking a rotation towards Cascade Falls to get the ring console and get the info that they can, but what they're going to find out at this point, Dan, is where they're going, and they're going to find out there's a lot of people there when they arrive.
Yeah, we saw how important it was getting not just ring console but survey beacon in the previous game, and there is a lot of space that can be played, but there is a survey beacon on the way from Cascade Falls as you rotate towards this circle, so Pioneers will probably hit it. Wouldn't be surprised if Nocturnal hit it as well once they've done with their loot and boot. So there are teams that can have a lot of information even though they're arriving late, and if you time it correctly, you'll also get that information a little bit further into ring 3.
It's going down though, Glitch Energy involved. And it looks like they're not on the good side of this, trapped in a corner at the moment. The knockdown shield's going to seem to prolong what is the inevitable. Let's go next to trying to put this pressure on. At the moment, all they've got to do is swing to finish this one off. One more player alive, and it should be game over, but even the death box couldn't save you there, my friend. Go next, pick up the kills.
So Glitch Energy eliminated, and that's a tough one for them. They also looking to try and pick up points to get into that winner's bracket. But for Go Next, it gives them the chance to now try and be the squad who picks up big points in this game. There's going to be a frustrating rotation for a lot of these southern teams, I feel, because you're going to have to not only go uphill, but also a lot of the squads have already found residence in some of the big priority positions where they can just shoot down and really make your life a living hell.
The one good thing for Pioneers here is they might be able to just sneak through the choke, which is on the west side of where this zone is going to be. Looking at things at the moment, I'm going to make the call. I think it's pulling down towards the cannon, and Onyx Esports are in an amazing position to hold things down for now. Controlling that kind of eastern side, the ridge where you have some cover from the rocks. Realize also inside of the zone for now, but having to work their way into a position to do so. But with where that zone is going, you get the feeling they're going to have to do a little bit of traveling before this game is done.
Yeah, I think Realize at the moment it's just about holding tight, knowing full well they don't own the northern side. They'll be well aware that Alliance will be arriving from Thunderwatch at some point. It is an annoying comp to push in. I think even TSM yesterday had to try and push this team and were not successful because of the comp that's being played. So Realize are just being a thorn in the side to most teams in this lobby when they decide to hold one of these chokes. So Alliance may decide they want to rotate round and go through command center.
A little bit calm before the storm, as we like to say here, as everybody seems to have found a place to be comfortable for quite some time. The only teams who aren't inside of the safe area, we'll call it at the moment, are inside of where the zone is going to be burning, is over at Northpad, and Riddle Order, who have just finished the armory just outside of the mill as well. So Dark Zero, who I have to say maybe are the villains to the EMEA teams at the moment. I have to say there's been some fantastic back and forth, or should I say maybe just forth, from Zero on Twitter towards Aurora. Get job number 1 done. For now, You're going to get a little bit of info on enemy positions and how they want to approach here from Antenna, but Dark Zero, like I mentioned, job done, but now they can refocus and work out how to approach these zones from edge.
It looks like Dark Zero are going to come across LG Chivas first, but Riddle Order will probably be following close behind, so a very possible third party could happen on that southern tip next to Antenna. Circle does shift northeast of the circle we saw previously, so that is good news for a lot of the squads that were already holding the northern side.
Bad call from me. I thought that one was going a little bit more south, but it does pull over towards the east. And now that great position we were talking about for Onyx Esports all of a sudden becomes somewhat of a good position, but a transitional one. But look at Alliance trying to sneak their way in from the north. Effect has to be careful here, just baits things out. With that Q, the grav lift, they maybe took the records away from him just a sec to pop that battery, expecting him to go up that lift. Hack is trying to provide some cover here.
Oh,
there's the Gibby bubble.
See you later. They jump onto the Trident as well, and they say, you know what, we're out of here. We know who that is. We know how well they're playing. Let's just avoid this and reposition. Alliance fear no one at the moment. I think that is the terrifying thing for a lot of these teams in the lobby. When Alliance are anywhere near you, Effect is going to be running at you and holding forward, and they will just keep going because they have already qualified for that winner's bracket.
Realize reposition. LG and Dark Zero, they had a little bit of a scuffle in the last game, but this time it looks like Dark Zero, I was going to say, might be on the back foot, but all of a sudden it gets evened up. Jaguares trying to use this door and arc it off so that he can enter without being able to have to fight the player who has popped that battery. Zyno and Jen Burton left as the last two alive.
And this fight has gone on too long. Naked have already arrived. Riddle Order are also turning up onto the scene. And I think they know that. Both teams, even though they've delayed it, have to just face the inevitable here. You have to try and fight multiple teams at once.
Scan does come in. That's going to cancel all the abilities. That's going to be silence. And oh my goodness, Zyno hits a good spray on the one, but can't quite get the finish. All the responsibility now is for Jen Burton. Maybe just to think about KP. Maybe he can get his teammate back up here.
Well, thankfully, Riddle Order have just distracted LG a little bit, and LG get eliminated. Naked did the final damage, as elsewhere there is still the fight happening between Alliance and Realize. LG and Dark Zero do get confirmed eliminators. Now Alliance looking to try and push it.
Send in Effect, that's what he does. Another kill to add to the tally of this young man, and not even a smile on the face, just locked in.
Locked in, focused, as are the entirety of Alliance. Let's jump into a listening and see just what the comms are like.
I need as well. I need to swap my gun.
Hit a car. I think our car's behind. Yeah, car behind, 100%.
Okay. Where are the other boxes?
Open Alpha now.
There's one, I'm taking this.
We can wrap around the storm, Hakis, you remember?
We can still do it, yeah. Do we have enough meds?
Yes.
If we have 4 medkits, we can do it.
Are you guys coming up? Oh, no.
Bro.
Yes.
After we do it.
They gotta come in anyway.
The crypto?
He's somewhere close to the fence on your left.
All of them are down here.
Oh, here it is.
Any more energy ammo, Hakis?
Yeah, there's a Nemesis, 100 there.
Okay.
Do we take the car around?
I have 4 medkits.
I have 4 medkits too, 4 medkits as well.
Yeah, it's syringes, 4 medkits. We can go as late as possible.
Isn't it better just...
Some catcher
From where though?
From some catcher, it's so hard to push. They have Watson too.
Is it though?
Kraber and Kevak. I don't think we definitely don't go this side because of Kraber. Like, a lot of space still there.
We can just evac from Storm and Ubit, no?
Yeah.
We just go behind here. We just go behind here, evac, and then oob the building. Okay? We evac the roof here.
Okay, okay. You want a car there?
Yeah, we should car there.
Okay.
You guys ready to go?
Heal full, heal full.
Yeah, I'm 4-7 on flash shields.
4-4.
I'm 1-6. Team, get out.
Yeah, I'm clean up.
Roof.
Yeah.
One roof effect.
I don't see him.
He was here, I only saw one guy though.
You might have
Inside. It might take cannon.
Okay.
1 HP. Taking it. Dead.
Nice.
Oh, it's a solo. Come to me. Walk to me. We have another car here.
In fact, I need you to drop a medkit me.
Yep.
I'm dropping one here as well. I don't need more. Yeah, listen, we all pop it together. All pop it together and go.
Okay,
Pop it together and go.
Okay, I'm gonna pop mine now with a Phoenix.
3, 2, 1, going. And then I'm gonna put my evac down, everybody syringe, and then we go, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna climb up and do it. Syringe and go.
Doing it now.
Just oob it if you can. I don't know how this works, but we're a little bit late, but
We can land roof, it should be safe, but the other side is not in.
Yeah. They're playing roof though.
This roof.
Wait, cannon, go cannon.
Okay.
Cannon is free.
Left, right, super quick.
That's right. Play split them. Play split a little bit. I'm gonna go on this blue. You guys go on this car.
Safe on me. You're safe here.
Safe on me as well. Playing split. Can we pressure back up the aim?
We should just shield. We're literally got.
Yep. Go play insta string.
I'm good. I got syringes.
I have one. I can grab.
Here.
Thank you.
Careful, you can
As we come out of the listening, we go back into the game. I mean, effective clay pigeon shooting the rat that was inside a zone, and then they wrap the zone themselves and find a place to play. Alliance brilliance again.
It was something that happened from Pioneers as well. During that listening, we were able to watch the map, and Pioneers wrapped the entirety of the northern zone, and were able to find themselves now dead center and really are positioning themselves well for a lot of points here. There are still, though, two teams on the southern side. These are two of them. FaZe taking a fight with Naked at the moment.
FaZe trying to pick up the KP. The zone is going to be a problem for them in 30 seconds time, though, because they have so far to go. Shots coming in, but not quite connecting from any members of FaZe at the moment. It's more of a tickle rather than something that's going to collect KP for them. Naked do make that rotate, and at the moment it might be a race up the hill between the two.
Well, FaZe at the moment, who are in 12, and Naked actually tied exactly on the same amount of points in the overall standings. Both of these teams would need around 25 across the series to put themselves into winner's bracket, we would guess, but Fodiet's taking a lot of damage there as he tries to cross.
Oh, he's down.
Will go down, so now it means Naked have the advantage 3 versus 2.
I think he does get that knock onto Phony, and now all of a sudden you got to think, do we push, do we evac tower, or do we just try and do both? Do we finish the fight, pick up the KP, and then have our escape plan route in front of us? Instead, it looks like they're leaving FaZe to it. They're going to leave those KP, or potential KP, I should say. The two members of FaZe are going to be meeting them on the other side of things here, but it's a little bit risky.
Yeah, I think that Naked have assessed that pickup was not going to happen. They're going to guarantee themselves at least one, and then they probably catch them again in this choke. You're completely right. FaZe, though, are going to have to be careful here at which angles they take. They have the high ground, but you've got to make sure you hit the shots early, as it is going to be sniped down, getting some good damage.
Gets the black hole destroyed as well, but it's still a 3v2 here, and there will be time to heal. But Naked, they've got to work hard here, and they've got to work true, and those shots are pretty damn good. FaZe find themselves with just one alive, sniped down, left on his own, left on an island. FaZe eliminated, as now we're down to 12.
And Entropic are just on the northern side of where Naked and FaZe just took that fight, so whoever wins it, which is now Naked, are going to have to push into a very difficult choke point. Meanwhile, at Stormcatcher, it is absolute mayhem as everyone's trying to survive.
So next, one of those teams trying to survive and not doing a great job of it at the moment. Caught up on that low ground. You can see NRG, though. They found a way to the eastern side, which means that they can hold a lot of teams out on this height. They also have a walk-in if they can win this engagement and survive long enough to move towards where that end game is going to be. Number 8, Otosan trying to work their way in and pressurizing NRG a little bit, who are caught up in this zipline building. But I've got to give a shout out here, by the way, not only to Alliance and the rotate they make, Entropic eliminated in the meantime, but Pioneers still involved in that end zone.
Pioneers, they took the perfect building, but actually the circle has moved even closer towards the mountain. You'll see it a little bit later when we get towards that end game. E6 are going to hold the eastern side of that mountain, another team who can hold people out. But this is what the area we were talking about. KCP and Alliance will hold it, but the circle was going to move closer towards the mountainside. So actually Alliance in the better spot right now, and KCP will have to move.
Alliance might have to hold off a couple of teams coming in, though. Everyone who's going to be leaving Stormcatcher is going to be flooding towards Alliance. Naked also in a really good position just to the left-hand side of the screen you're looking at right now on the southern side of the zone. And they might be able to help Alliance a little bit here, holding out all of these teams. NRG making their move, though. Look, at the bottom of the zone, you can see NRG just hugging the mountain for now, trying to almost avoid the carnage that's about to go down.
Yeah, I wonder if NRG are going to go up into the skies and try and take a little old trip over towards the circle, or if they're going to be more than happy just to wait at the moment and hope that other teams walk on by, as we will see one team go up into the skies. Gambari Otazan have their chance now to try and dive on towards this circle.
Trying to get ahead of the traffic, and they're going to do so as well. The question is, are they going to be able to land somewhere safe? Are they going to try and oop someone? find a platform they could call their own. Can they get the gen down, though, to stop these grenades? That's the question. There's the defensive bombardment set up. You have the castle wall down. You have the gen down as well from the Watson. They are set up here. You do not want to try and push this.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tough push, but look at all the Dark Veils now coming out as well. All the Western teams rushing to try and get to this eastern side, and we are going to see bodies drop to the floor over and over again here.
You can see all the Dark Veils just intersecting each other as well. Riddle Order trying to survive. They are safe for now. E6 go down, Go Next go down as well. And look at these shots coming in onto Geo. Riddle Order giving them a little bit of punishment.
Riddle Order are doing well, but at the same time, even after this damage, they're going to be griefed by Geo, Onyx, and NRG. Speaking of Onyx, they just went down to NRG, who will now hold the southern side, but Geo are getting involved in that fight as well, as Riddle Order are still looking at Leave No Witness.
Onyx have gone down, NRG now scrapping with Geo, and you can see at the top of your screen exactly how that's going. Geo eliminated. NRG, maybe, just maybe, starting to come to life here. More bodies in front of them, more KP to be picked up as Sweet makes the call and lines up the Kraber!
But he's got to be careful. Naked are coming from behind, and NRG have to be aware. They turn as Naked arrive. A lot to do for Sweet, but I don't think he's going to hang on. All down to Guild now for NRG.
Can Guild clutch? That's the question. He's got a little bit of support, though, from the two teams who stayed alive. You can see he's managed to just kind of sneak away from attention, make himself small, and Riddle Order might be able to keep him alive as now they make their move forward, but no, he's been sniffed out. NRG eliminated. We're down to our top 4.
All the meanwhile, Pioneers and Alliance are currently scrapping center zone as well. 4 squads remaining, Riddle Order, Naked, Alliance and Pioneers, as Pioneers get wiped by Alliance as they continue to dominate this lobby.
Alliance set up on the high ground. This has been their tournament so far. TSM might have something to say about that, but they certainly have had an outstanding start to the Split 2 playoffs here in London. For now, they're the kings of the castle. They're up on the high ground, and I'll tell you what, when Effect's looking at you the way he's been playing, you wouldn't be surprised to see him take the game home.
Alliance are trying to take angles here. They just have to be careful because Riddle Order are going to be approaching from the southwest side. This is good, though, from Riddle Order. You want to delay it a little bit. You want to go unnoticed, but I think they were spotted out, so Alliance now well aware of where every team is. This might slow down a little bit as the round 5 closes because no team is going to want to initiate in any fight, and it might just become down to the circle forcing them into an engagement here.
Of course, everybody probably waiting for ults and abilities to come up as well, having just expended so much to get to this point. So you are going to see the stalemate all of a sudden as everybody will be safe. Scan comes in, Hackis has to just dodge and dive around a bit to make sure that he's not an easy target. But one thing about Alliance when you get to endgames is they always are fully kitted with the way that they rotate, with the way they loot. It's not surprising to see with the KP they pick up full red armors, and as if 3 wasn't enough, Dan, they've got a spare just set up on top of the building at the moment.
Yeah, unbelievable what Alliance were able to do as well, and crazy confidence they even took that fight with Pioneers, by the way, because I don't know if they would have done it if they were in a different position and they hadn't already qualified for winners bracket, but I think that with how well they've been fighting and the crazy decisions that they've been making throughout this tournament, it's really worked out for them, and they are a genuine threat for the entire championship here in London.
Riddle Order just caught in this corner at the moment. You would say that they're kind of hoping that something else breaks out that they could take advantage of. Alliance, they have the best lines of sight of everybody, and look at all the equipment they've got as well up on that high ground. You've got the shield swap, you've got extra batteries down, they've got all the utility you could possibly ask for. A couple of desk boxes being looted, you could see by Effect in the build-up to this final battle to make sure that even if they're expelling grenades, which you would imagine from the loot boxes in front of them, they're going to have plenty more to play with come to those final moments.
And a top 3 for both Naked and Riddle Order should be enough to get them towards that winner's bracket. Maybe Riddle Order need a top 2, or if even a victory would all but guarantee it. But it's great to see that these teams are finding this consistency now when they need to in their last group stage games. As here we go, the circle is going to close and start to force some of these squads together now. Riddle Order will hold the outside, and maybe are going to get eyes on it. It's going to really depend on what Alliance choose to do here. Do you drop early, or do you try and force a fight? They are the ones who can play in any way they want. They can take the risks.
So it's going to close behind them, though. Digi-threat here for Hackis is going to make these smokes not as valuable as they may have been in a defensive or offensive capacity for the teams who are trying to take them down from this height. Effect also with the Digi-threat himself. Now they just take a second to take the second level of this building. They can have to leave at some point, and it may be made a little bit easier as the carnage will rain down from the skies. as the Bangalore ult goes down.
Naked have the protection of the building at the very least, whereas Alliance, they were at least able to avoid a lot of that bombardment that had gone down, and there is a giant wall that Riddle can work with, but it is going to finish on the other side of that wall. But for Riddle, they just want to avoid contact for as long as possible, as now here comes Alliance and the Dark Veil.
Dark Veil goes down, Alliance know they have to swing, they have to try and take this space. Effect gets one, Effect gets two, he almost gets them all! As Hackett is now left on his own, Naked take to the skies, they use the grab lift themselves, and surely this is set up for them to take this home.
Should, but it's not always a guarantee when you're against Alliance. Hackett and Yuki as a 2 against 1 here, and it looks like it could still be Alliance's game.
Hackett and Yuki turn the fight on its head, and they put Alliance once again as the team we call champions here in game number 2.
They are unstoppable, it would seem. No other squad seems to match up with them at the moment in these lobbies. And they are looking like the prime form squad going into bracket play tomorrow. And it's only match 2 here in these group games. Unbelievable rotation, bravery in the fights that they took. And I said, are they going to be able to break those records, get over that 200-point mark that they did previously in group stages last year? I tell you what, they're well on their way.
It's not very often you get to see what is as close to a perfect game of Apex Legends from a team in these kind of lobbies, Dan. That from Alliance was pretty darn close. They win the contest against Furia. They wipe them. Not even a contest. Then they make a really smart rotate after clearing out the northern side of the zone. They go into the red. They hit the evac tower. They find a place to play. They win the important fight inside a zone to get height control. And then they're like, hey, what haven't we done yet? We send in Effect, he gets the damage, and then Yuki and Hackett, the duo, for so long now say, thanks for the damage, we take it from here.
Alliance do it yet again, and they march on in a scary fashion, it has to be said. I mean, coming into today, it was only Alliance and TSM as the guaranteed going into winners bracket. Of course, there will be teams trickling in after these games. But you have to admit that Lightning Rod looks pretty good, a drop spot here on Storm Point, being able to go from north to south regardless of where that circle is finishing. Alliance always find a way.
Well, this is going to be the final circle for the POV of Naked. They were the team that were trapped inside of the building. Effect and the rest of Alliance were above them at this point. And I've got to say, I didn't think this was going to be a game that ended up quite going the way it was. It looked pretty clean for Alliance at the end.
I thought that Naked would have had it. Because Alliance were forced to swing and take that damage, Naked then went up to the skies, but it was the kind of turnaround from Hackett and Yuki after Effect had done the damage. Because look, Naked were even griefing the other squad here. They had the Dark Veil to use as protection. But then as a 3, look what happened. They got absolutely turned on at this point. They thought they'd be sensible, they thought they'd be comfortable, but the R9 did not do the job.
Arufa trying to get the armor swap at the end. He managed to do so, but unfortunately for him, the zone forced him up. The gun was down. Armor swaps come in. I mean, it's Alliance at the end of the day, and for all the talk of Effect, Hackett and Yuki have been superb alongside him in their roles. It's a 25-point bomb from Alliance in your match number 2. They take home the win with 13 kills.
I would not be surprised if we see Alliance break the 200 points again. I will point out, though, a team we were asking to get some points was NRG, and they put 13 on the board, and that will slowly move them toward that kind of 100-point area that I was talking about. Still 4 matches to play. That is a good sign that NRG still have chances here.
Yeah, and the same cannot be said for Furia. They went for the contest over at Lightning Rod, and it cost them a game of Apex. They didn't get a kill, they didn't get a point. Tough one for them.
I cannot stress enough how important it was that Alliance won that fight, because it may just force Furia away for the rest of the tournament, as Furia have recognized now what happens and what goes wrong if they lose that fight. Furia need to find somewhere else to go. Maybe do what they did in game 1, where they just took the extra loot that was there for them.
Well, let's look at the series result at the moment after 2 games. Done and dusted here. We still got 4 to go, but no surprise, surprise, surprise to see Alliance on top. 31 points for them. Dark Zero in second. We almost forgot Dark Zero, what they did at the start of the game.
Yeah, Dark Zero, very important that they asserted a bit of dominance on Aurora and are trying to send them into the elimination bracket after Aurora's victory earlier, because they will be contesting each other on World's Edge when we get there, and they would much prefer going into winner's bracket, not having to have a contest.
Awesome stuff. You can see that LG Chivas trying to do what they can as well to find the points they need, but a little bit of a slow start for them. But Alliance looking extremely strong with the win here on Storm Point, here at the Copper Box. And Dan, speaking of the Copper Box, go on, it's some pretty cool stuff to do here at the Copper Box. And if you're coming down or you're planning on coming down today, this is what you can expect to see.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here, and I'm outside the venue in the Cyberbus, affiliated with WD Black. Now, for everybody who's watching Apex right now, I know you want an opportunity to play the game after watching all the best players out there battle it out on that stage, and you got an opportunity here because look at these amazing setups, and we got a few fans out here who are testing their skills and some of those new moves in which they learn from the pros right now outside in the Cyberbus. But guess what? It ain't just these setups, it's more. Check it out. Look at the size of this bus, okay? 3 setups downstairs, and you have 3 more setups, 4 teams of 3, to be able to come out here, play against each other, get their games of Apex in. Now, I ain't never seen anything like this. And it's not just these gaming monitors. You got the big TV as well, so you can play with your friends. That's awesome. On the go, the Cyberbus. But hey, let's not hear from me. Let me talk to my boy Brandon over here. Now, Brandon, how did this concept come up?
So a company called Fraggers worked in conjunction with Cyberpower to help create the bus, and now we just travel around, go to different events, and run gaming buses at the events.
That is awesome, and I know you got a lot of people coming out here to play. You know, what has some of the reviews been like and some of the experiences been like for people to come on the bus?
Oh, they have absolutely loved it. Honestly, it's just been an amazing experience. They've just been coming on, playing with their friends, signing into their own accounts, leveling up, getting loot crates as well, and then just going through it all. They've been enjoying it. And then they can watch the stream here or just outside the bus as well, which has just been really great.
You heard it straight from Brandon, okay? So, hey, if you're in the venue, come out, check out the Cyberbus, have a good time, and try out those new moves.
Awesome stuff. Fun fact, Dan.
Yeah.
Blaze actually travels from event to event in a Cyberbus.
Yeah, he has his own personal Cyberbus. It's
personalised
actually his
Cyberbus.
green room. We all just get a room in the back. Blaze, an entire bus that he gets to go from event to event. Great for him, but also amazing to see, of course, all those fans getting the chance to play a little bit of Apex Legends whilst they watch. That man has 2 Nessies on his shoulders. Be careful.
Yeah, it's like I've never seen Nessies on the shoulder. I've seen a parrot before. That's more kind of traditional. But that maybe is the upgrade that we need to see.
I mean, he looks very chilled. He's enjoying himself.
Hey, you got to be chilled. You've got 2 Nessies on your shoulders. You make any sudden movements, you're going to know about it. It's as simple as that, right?
Right, there we go. Yeah. You never really know what's going to happen next when you have 2 Nessies, but everyone in the arena enjoying their time. Of course, if you want to go check out the bus, you can.
By the way, apparently the rat is called Ratio. Am I right in saying that? I think I read on Twitter yesterday.
Someone did
that
say
might have just been
Ratio,
someone
yeah.
making his name up, but you know, that's what I was led to believe.
So all the players getting ready for match number 3. And match numbers 1 and 2, I've just been seeing the same kind of dominance from some of these squads who have been doing it all day yesterday. I'm yet to see anyone really step up to the plate who had a bad performance yesterday, but there were some signs from NRG.
And Pioneers as well. You have to remember the rotate that Pioneers made was a tough one. They were dropping over at Down Beast, I'm pretty sure, in this group and made their way all the way through the zone after hitting the scans that they needed to get, the info they needed and where they wanted to play from. And they did get into that end game, but again, getting to end game is great. You need to convert, especially if you're a team who's kind of on the precipice of a winner's bracket run and looking towards our kind of magical 100 points we're theorizing.
And I mean, they might be saying to themselves, well, if it was anyone else but Alliance, we wouldn't have been pushed. But you've just got to be prepared that anyone could push you in this tournament. And it might be a lesson learned for Pioneers that they have to just fortify that extra little bit more, or be the aggressors, be the ones who make the push. How many times do we see teams just hunkering down and not able to achieve anything because they get pushed? We'll have to see what happens though in match number 3 as the players are in and out of the dropship. This is going to be our last match on Storm Point before we start going over to World's Edge in this series.
Well, Dark Zero, the heels of the lobby, if you're an EMEA fan, they are looking to maybe disrupt things once more, but instead, it looks like Aurora might be uncontested. Just looking at our map overhead we have in front of us, Aurora will have shipfall by the looks of things. Looks like Dark Zero say our work here is done.
But where did Dark Zero decide to go would be my question. Do they try and go for another team? And also, what do Furia do this time? As we're going to see a lot of players boosting across the cannon and get as far north as they can, as once more it is going to be a race towards the loot.
Oh no! Oh, it's a worrying moment there. It looks like at the moment Alliance did just get ahead of them, so Alliance will get to the north side of the map first, and they will claim Lightning Rod as their own. And it wasn't, be fair to him, he put a good effort in. It was a foot race pretty much, or should I say sky race to get there first. But realizing that Alliance maybe just had the longer legs, decided that I'm going to give this one up.
So Furia will just take what is on the southern tip of Lightning Rod and everything that's down below, but this circle is going to be going very far southeast. Fish Farms is where we're going to be finishing. LG Chivas will be very happy about that. They also have the ability to see that if they were able to get a ring console, which actually I don't think LG got the ring console. So they're going to have to just loot and hope they don't travel away from that location.
I thought you were going to say, this is a fish farm zone and LG Chivas will win, because they are dropping over there at the moment, and this is one of the most tough zones to get into if you aren't landing over there. It's a lot of water. It's a very treacherous hill that you have to come over if you're going from the northern side. So we'll have to see how teams do try and rotate in, and if those evac towers are going to be saved maybe for a little bit of a later rotation rather than an earlier one that we do see sometimes here on Storm Point.
So Realize we're able to get a ring console. It looks like FaZe also have that ring console, so they're moving into Fish Farms very quickly. Naked will be making their rotation, as well as Go Next. They're going to be our early movers. Did Aurora get one? It looks like they definitely got a survey beacon and perhaps a ring console as well, so they'll have the same kind of info and can move over to Fish Farms. But this is going to be a long, treacherous journey for the likes of the Northwest teams like Nocturne, Pioneers, NRG, and even Dark Zero. Now, for teams that have been dominating, like Alliance, it is a more kind of straightforward path. You just go dead south, but there is going to be a lot of choke points you have to go through.
They have to go through Furia again, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be comfortable to do so. I just wonder if they're going to have a little bit of a fight, by the way, Alliance and Furia, looking at our map overhead, because it seems like some shots are being exchanged between the two teams, and Alliance are full of confidence, so if there's an opportunity to jump over there, that certainly would be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, I think that Alliance want to move quickly, but also Alliance want to take the fight against Furia because they feel like they are going to have more equipment and more loot ready for them because they had the better POI to work with, as Effect will take down Zera Tricky.
Effect takedown, insert name. That has been pretty much the consistent of this tournament at the moment. And like you say, Furia do lose one. Hackis might not pick up the one himself, as Yuki does the damage, and I mean, he doesn't even need guns at this point.
I don't know what the paper says, but I can see what's happening on my screen, and I think that is a big enough statement in itself.
He's gonna knock himself in it, yeah. I mean, if you needed to know what the confidence is like right now for Alliance and Effect, there you go.
It's
Gets
also,
a life from Hackis.
This is all they need to do. Very similarly to what Dark Zero did to Aurora, similar for Alliance here. Just make sure that you send Furia down to that elimination bracket so it's one less thing to worry about when you are in winners. Nocturne get eliminated. NRG are going to have a chance now to rotate solely from the northwest here.
Now, how crazy is it? We'll talk about the change in attitudes and how much this lobby means to different teams. We see Alliance, they win the fight against Furia. Effect's having the time of his life. He's hitting people with heirlooms and he's putting himself into a death box almost and having to be revived. Just celebrating. NRG on the other side, that's so important, those early kills for them. Now they have to rotate because they know that this game and everything in front of them is slipping away moment by moment. The points, there's only a couple more opportunities after this to get them before the elimination bracket.
But if they can get, 10 points on average every single game following from this point, there is no reason why they wouldn't be in that winner's bracket. They just need to be consistent. Can't afford to have those dud games where teams below them might just be able to pip them at the punch. As now Geo will be flying on into Fish Farms, a very heavily populated Fish Farms already, I may say. The pings come out of where teams may be and where you might be able to reside without taking too much damage.
Oh, we just wonder if they'd spotted someone out a little bit later than they would have wanted there, and the shots do ring out, but they will find their little paddling pool to put their feet in for now. So they make a rotate. You can see Aurora already inside of the center of Fish Farms as well. You have Realize, FaZe, and of course Naked just at the top left. So it's interesting to see where LG are playing from. They would have had priority in this zone. It looks like they're right down at the southeastern tip of where we find ourselves in Fish Farms.
Do have to remember, though, they didn't have ring console. They were just on their looting mission, and then suddenly they look to the skies and everyone starts piling in. That would have been enough information for them. Okay, it's going to be a Fish Farms finish. I don't think they would have been in the position they would choose if they had known that, but they will know how to manage these circles better than anyone, or they should do, because it is their POI.
Interesting to see how NRG do approach this zone. They're currently doing the armory over just outside of North Pad, so they're not interested in the quick rotate, and why would they be? They have so far to go. They know priority is not going to be theirs for now. Riddle Order at the bottom left of your screen making their way towards zone. Pioneers also with a late rotate. It's been some tough zones to navigate for Pioneers so far, going all the way away from their drop spot over at Down Beast. But one thing that they can do is find a way to rotate and to play from. We saw that in the previous game where they were involved in one of those final scuffles with Alliance, and if Pioneers would have won that one, then maybe they would have been the team looking at that champion banner.
And they very much were quality of life additions to Apex Legends, having the armory, having the ability to take down spiders, etc., to get your armors up so that if you are in a scenario where you are dropping on the northwest and the zone is going southeast, you can not avoid fights all the time. You can actually take fights with AI, so then you can get that damage, get those shields up and be prepared for a proper fight. Speaking of proper fights, and Tropic are going to be having one here. E6 are on the receiving end, and they've already done a lot of damage and taken down 2.
2 down, and Tropic making their play. 17 seconds until that zone starts to close. One to get away from E6. I'm waiting to see if they can find out. Sorry, I just walked into Dan.
Really did. Just forgot I was here for a second.
Apologise.
That's okay.
Case when he did get away on that low ground, as you can see.
Sneaky, sneaky.
But he's not looking too healthy for now, and that's me being extremely generous with my words.
Doesn't even want to pop a syringe at this point, because any audio cue will probably mean your demise. E6 have been doing okay at the points total situation. They were on 77 before they came into this, so again, just one of those squads that had to do average in this series. And with 3 games still left to play, it's not the end of the world if they were to go out here in 18th. As for Entropic, they're doing a little bit better. They were already in 9th coming into it, so I would expect to see this squad in the winner's bracket, even with the 12 points they've already accrued. As long as they get a few more, they should be nice and cushy.
Well, Alliance, just talking of them, because it's only understandable that we should highlight what they're doing. They're going to be over at Stormcatcher at the moment. They're going to get not only a ring console, but a survey beacon to play with, and we saw how that worked for them in game number 1. So they're going to be full to the brim of info as they approach this end zone. Looking down the southern side of it, go next, talking about the end zone, of course, or where we expect the zone to be pulling. Go next down to the southern side, Gambare Otosan also there as well. Naked involved, Aurora still in zone, but Dark Zero have also made their way in towards Fish Farms as well. They have a pretty comfortable looking spot for now.
Yeah, there's going to be layers to this end game. You're going to have all the teams that are already in that center layer, the best part of the cake, I'll say, and then you've got the icing on the outside, which some would say is the best part of the cake as well, but that's going to be the most difficult part for people to try and get through, because all the teams that weren't able to get center early are going to be holding everyone else. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams on the outer edge of the first circle who are just going to wait out and take some KP, I would imagine, because they cannot get into the next circle without first forcing themselves in.
Riddle Order is kind of tiptoeing their way forward towards this zone. Scan came in just to make sure that building was safe, but they do have a Trident to play with. They want to try something wacky as fights break out towards the end game, maybe overtake some traffic. But they really don't have too many people around them for now. Pioneer's kind of creeping up on them from the south, and they have been scanned by the survey beacon, so someone's going to know where they are for sure, and I think that's going to be Alliance actually as they leave and make their way down towards launch pad. So they will be safe. Alliance nowhere near them whatsoever. Always good to know that somebody. It's also information for you, of course. If you're the one who gets scanned, you can pop open that and see where the scanners come in from.
Alliance are starting to make their move now from north to south, and I am very excited as we get further into this tournament, because yes, Alliance have been playing amazing, that's great for EMEA, but also APAC North has been dominating, and TSM looked very good for North America as well. It's so hard to call which region is going to be able to step up and be the champions here of Split 2 playoffs. And at the moment, I think you'd be a madman to try and predict it based off what we've seen. There are 5, 6 teams, maybe even 8 or 9, that have looked champion potential. And that certainly bodes well for when we travel forward and get to Sunday.
Well, you'd also be a very silly man to write off Swinney, because you can see that he got his 2 teammates kind of and Slayers back into this game. But the problem is they've got white armors, and Riddle Order, well, they've got purples, and they've got a few easy shots to line up as well, but there's just numerous teams in the area. And over at Launchpad, Alliance also involved here, and all of a sudden there's a real scuffle starting to break out. Riddle Order, the most northern team, trying to approach here, and it looks like they want to take this fight.
Well, Alliance here, Noise, and Alliance will full send, and it's going to be Riddle Order. They're going to be on the receiving end of it. Nades and the black hole will go down as Riddle Order will try and retreat. Is anyone going to try and re-engage here? E6 will, of course, run away as Effect is still on a 10.
It's the most shots I've seen Effect ever miss in a row. Almost surprising not to see him completely perfect when he has that Prowler in his hands, but I tell you what, with the way he's playing, he's probably going to make it right. There we go. Big damage coming in from the lead fragger for this team, but where's the rest of the team? Can Alliance and Yuki follow up on this?
Well, they managed to force Riddle Order away from the rest of the teams as well, isolate this fight, which is great news for Alliance.
Now the attention is away. Hackers can move in. There's 90, and there's the knock. Alliance continue to just run through the lobby.
It was so good at how they were able to force that team away. Otherwise, it could have been an absolute nightmare of teams getting clashed together as NRG trying to stay alive. Sweet does do the job. Entropic go down, but NRG now could be pushed by E6. E6 need to push this. They need the armor, and they need to try and catch NRG off guard, but I think Slayers is just going to have to get away. It was just him. I thought maybe there were several members, but he was a solo rat.
Yeah, I just don't think they've got anything to play with at the moment. It's literally a survival game for E6 and for NRG. The winner's bracket dream lives on for them. They reset, all of them healthy again, and they will be able to continue to move forward. Good KP for them in this game already. NRG securing points when they need to.
Well, even without ring information, LG Chivas have found themselves in one of the best spots in the game. Maybe they just know things a little bit better as it's their POI, but I mean, all the meanwhile, NRG are now looking at Alliance. Dark Zero also in a fight with KCP. So a lot of action around Stormpoint right now.
Well, let's see what the move is now from NRG. We have a chance to jump into the comms with the squad who need these points so bad.
I'm getting shot high, I'm getting shot high. I'm batting on low ground.
Hold on, their horizon hit 90 flash.
Above He's getting above us.
Queue up! I don't have Q, I don't have Q. Fire up!
He's one.
Dead. Smoking.
I'm batting.
I'm batting as well.
I'm dropping and batting.
He's killing up.
No Q for 3.
He's in my queue. Kill him. He's in
No, on me.
Good job, Sweet. 1v1.
On me.
You win it.
Drop for me.
Right here on my ping, giving you knock.
Shit up.
Fucking job, Sweet.
Fuck you. God. I already...
Was that exciting? Sweet clutches, but who again? Like cockroaches, are still alive. It's E6.
Yeah, that's so important for E6 as well. All the loot they could have possibly asked for. They were able to get back up to a full 3 yet again, but what a fight that was. NRG versus Alliance. As Alliance are going to be more than happy to push anyone at the moment, but still important points, even if it's just a few for NRG. It slowly trickles them toward that 100 point or just more to try and get towards winner's bracket. Elsewhere, we did see that KCP were in a little bit of dismantlement. They were losing a couple of players that were getting knocked, but it looks like they've been able to get up to their feet, or at least one of them has.
Keeping bombardment was the thing that caused the problems, and once again Gibraltar having an impact, and now Zane has been finished, so KCP are going to have to play this as a 2, and Nasky, you got to Kraber, you got to do something with this. Need to get healthy. The Cyril's going to go down as well, so Dell down to around 40 HP himself, which is looking a little bit backs against the wall for KCP here. They need something magical.
And all these teams that are on this eastern side, they are all going to have to move.
Onyx have made the play though. They've taken their attention away from KCP. They saw the opening and now they're trying to force onto Aurora. They're trying to really put the pressure on to take this building away.
Great damage as well. You've got to turn back. You've got to be able to bait and switch here successfully and avoid the nades. You can't do it. Onyx go down. KCP were able to do some damage with the grenades.
They were indeed, and now all of a sudden KCP are saying, thank goodness Onyx arrived in the way they do, and now maybe they're thinking, we want to try and take the 2v2. Ranches, he's here at the moment, but it's Dark Zero who arrive, and Aurora eliminated again by Dark Zero. They have been the boogeymen.
So frustrating from Aurora, but now here come Pioneers as a 2, but I think that's going to be enough just to be able to stop this train. But is there going to be the res possibility as Pioneers back up to 3 and really trying to push the narrative here that we can survive and we can get into that winner's bracket?
This is going to be a straight 3v3 though, I think. They haven't got the res, they have got the res, they're about to stick the res. And the shield swap should be available. KCP, if they want to take this fight, the quicker they do it, the better.
But as I said, all these teams on this western side, I think I said eastern at the time, but they all going to have to move east because the circle is very much going as far southeast as you could imagine, exactly where LG Chivas set up right at the start of this game. LG Chivas, Leave No Witness, and Moist are the 3 teams that are within that circle.
Ooh, trigger discipline here from Nasky. He's saying, go on, poke, I dare you. Show me just the top of your head and I'm going to give you a haircut. One player will poke. Oh, here you go!
Well, he gets the knock, and now that's going to be full send, but Dark Zero will hold well. They have to make sure they use any utility that's available, again, just to delay. KCP reluctant to dive on in. It's so difficult against the Catalyst team, but now here they come.
Trying to hold off the push at the moment. Flesh damage from Jimburn gets one, and all of a sudden KCP are falling apart as the Aussie is standing up for his squad. No way you're going to do this, Jen, no way!
A huge pop-off from Jen Burton and Dark Zero. They survive. No one else to third party. They can get back up to a full 3, but they have to move fast. But that is an amazing play from Dark Zero and Jen Burton. They hold off despite the fact they were 2 versus 3, but they are being griefed from a distance. Now, Geo, they want to get to the southeast side. They want to find somewhere to call home, as do the other 6 teams there outside of this circle.
10 squads still remaining, but there's the highlight play. Off the back of Nasky putting someone on their back. The 2v3, but all 3 kills for Jen. Unbelievable play. While all this craziness is going down, now we see the wrap from FaZe. They're trying to take away Godspot here from LG Chivas. Glitch eliminated in the meantime. This is not looking good on the side of LG, but they've got a couple of knocks.
I mean, this is kind of smart from LG. They want to force the FaZe plan away. They want to hold this spot, but they've got to be careful of the potential third party. They went down to a slither there, and they might just be able to reset. That was a dangerous game to play. But now E6, they're making their way onto this building. They're going to be on top of them, so LG need to be careful.
But we're taken down by Empty from Moist, which means that Gabare Otosan will have a few players less as we start to approach this endgame.
They're going again.
Zero. They made some good plays a minute ago. Moist Esports still holding things down as well, but they've got the most distance to travel, but there. Here's the wall from Newcastle just causing problems. FaZe will be finally eliminated as we're down now to 8.
Moist are able to get the knock, and Geo do go down. So Moist now hold the majority of this northern side. Naked are still there with them. Dark Zero are on the west. And then we have 4 more teams that are within that circle. Realize, LG, LNW, and E6 of all teams. This could be the game that could guarantee E6 winners bracket, honestly.
I mean, look at Moist. Moist are rapping right now. On to Naked, it looks like they're winning this fight pretty comfortably. Arufa trying to escape, he's not going to be able to do so. Pricey needs to find somewhere to make himself safe, but can't do so. Cannot get the dump fail down in time to get back and retreat to his teammates to heal, but can they get him back on his feet?
Naked eliminated. Dark Zero trying to eliminate Moist as well. I'm not able to get the res are Moist, so they're going to have to now play as a 2 for now. And as I was mentioning earlier, E6 did find themselves on top of one of these buildings. Leave No Witness is just below them, and round 5 is about to close. Now remember, E6 were down to 1, I think, on several occasions, and now find themselves at a full 3 with full red evos and a chance to try and win this game.
Shows sometimes it's about just surviving in this game and making sure that you can have a contribution. E6 now looking to contribute towards their points total and pushing themselves further and further towards that winner's bracket. LG, hats off to them, by the way. The way they've held this down for so long are going to have to deal with Realize, who are on their doorstep right now trying to kick the door in.
It's what I would expect from LG as well, it being the POA that they drop. Now, E6 on top of the building. Let's have a look and see what the comms are like for E6 as they are going to be pushing.
It's better to play. Better to play my side. No, we're not in. We're not in. We're not in. What's with you? We're not in.
They're fighting in. I'm not sure if it's bottom. I'm on silence right now. Don't drop right now. Okay. Have we got nades or? No nades. Wait. One climbed up here. I knocked one.
Nice, good knock.
Nice. One got knocked inside as well. I think we drop here and kill.
Okay.
Okay, coming. 16 is in the knock on me. On me. Put him inside. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back.
Going up.
On me, kill him! I'm whipping, bro! Kill him! Nice!
I'm going up. I'm going up.
Back up. No, chill down. Full team inside.
Okay.
Drop in. Dropping. Watch out, Dad.
One.
On the back.
One.
Dad.
Nice.
Can we get the cleanest
I'm trying to reset it.
I'm
I'm
stopping.
pumping a butt.
I caught it, bro.
Careful top, careful top.
Above. We find.
Careful, it might drop.
Get the clean, that shit.
Yeah, let's go.
Go.
I'm looking, he's in the room. I'm destroying the spine.
Push.
30. Catch him. Dead.
Nice.
I'm holding up to
Last
get
one,
the door,
last
get the
one.
door.
Left.
I'm
coming.
healing.
They might have traded, move up.
I'm going.
Keep on pushing.
Okay.
Give me one.
Give me that. Custom.
Nice. The pack on the left.
No.
There's one.
They're both one. The armor swaps. Fuck. They're both sat in this corner. One sat in this corner and one sat in this room here.
I'm not kidding.
It's blocked by the car, Swinny.
Okay, nice. Good come.
Swinny in the 1v2, E6. They might just do this. He's only got 1 HP. It's got to be perfect, but no, realize. Will clutch up, but my goodness, what a wild run from Element 6 in those final moments.
Like a phoenix from the ashes, they rose, but not far enough to take down the Storm Point specialists realize, as their impressive victory tally just keeps adding up here in Split 2. It doesn't matter if it's online in their region or international competition on LAN, they seem to find a way, as again, the composition of Gibby, Caustic and Crypto does it again.
All smiles in the crowd for the Realize fans, and why wouldn't you with a win like that? LG did so much to hold that building for so long, and you can see exactly why. They knew exactly where their end zone was going, but I gotta say, you gotta give it up to E6. Can we take them out of the red for a second? They need the spotlight on him, because that run at the end was absolutely ridiculous from
And as I said, it may have been just enough to get them towards around 100 points as well, which is kind of nutty. But they were a little bit frustrated and dejected. They probably feel like they could have won that game because they did have the damage advantage. But going up against that comp is so hard. We've seen so many teams fall. When you start to push a Gibby and a Caustic and a Crypto, it does not end well when Realize are able to set up in that way.
Yeah, just the Caustic slows things down, the tick damage, the fortified units in front of you. It does become extremely tough. But Realize once again continue the narrative that APAC North is here, and APAC North want to win a championship in London.
I think that's what's crazy is, you know, we talk about Alliance and we talk about TSM from North America and EMEA, but we just say APAC North in general because we've had so many teams that have popped off, that have got those victories, that have looked good enough to win an entire tournament. It's scary what they've been able to achieve, especially Realize on Storm Point. But now, the difficulty for Realize is going into World's Edge on set. Yesterday, they got 0 points in the last series on World's Edge, so they need to find that consistency across both maps.
They certainly do indeed. It's right that you bring that up, right? We've already had 3 games, but it feels like this series has been somewhat of an epic already, and we've still got 3 to go heading over to World's Edge. And that's where, like you say, the fortunes can completely change for some of these teams, and they're going to have to, because still looking at the likes of Pioneers and still looking at the likes of NRG, although I feel like NRG have really sort of refound a little bit of form in those last couple of games that we saw, and certainly a bit of confidence. You can hear it from the comms of Sweet Dreams. But World's Edge is more their bread and butter, right? It's where they've had success before, regardless of what they're saying about the POIs. But this is the last circle from the point of Realize and 2 of the big boys.
And this is crazy. Realize didn't really get the chance to reset. You can see Karen Poo was still medkitting when they were getting pushed. But as soon as you enter this building, it is just Caustic gas everywhere. And Realize didn't have to hold, get those armor swaps, reset, and then put themselves in a 2 versus 1. And even though it was a valiant effort in a 1 versus 2, as long as the 2 versus 1 is played correctly, you should never throw it away in this scenario.
Yeah, I think that E6 momentum, adrenaline,
yes,
it's what we love from them, right? But did they have to fly inside that building knowing that they were going to have to leave at some point?
I feel like as soon as you say, Gibby, 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 you have to think, okay, is there a caustic alongside this? Maybe we shouldn't be pushing inside. They got ahead of themselves a little bit, but understandably so. A valiant effort at the end, but in the end it was Realize who make sure they once more show us how impressive they are on Stormpoint.
Beautiful stuff from Realize to close out Stormpoint. Still 3 to go, but that's going to do it for us for now. Absolutely nailing that every time. We're going to send it down to Lauren and everybody else on the desk to break down what we just saw.
That was smooth, guys. Great job casting. And like they said, those are only the first 3 matches, and already I feel like we have so many storylines developing, so much action that we need to talk about, specifically those contests, RKN.
Yeah, there's so much to unpack from this first 3 games. I mean, I don't even know what to say. We have the Alliance versus Furia contest, then we have Dark Zero getting enough points game 1 to then contest Aurora. Then we have Dark Zero 2v3 in KCP. We have E6, we have K-Swinny ratting in the middle of Launchpad and somehow coming out, resetting his whole team and then getting a 2nd place. I mean, I don't even know what just happened.
Yeah, look, I told you we were going to get a taste of something fun if Dark Zero started off well, right? And we saw it. They actually switch over to go down and take that contest at Shipfall, winning it, and further heightening the chances that they will be in winner's bracket and that Aurora won't be contesting them in Harvester because they'll be in the elimination bracket.
All right, well, we'll take a look back at those match 3 results, see how the numbers broke down after that performance, because it was Realize who get the dub, but like we talked about, lots of other squads having standout performances. E6 in that 2nd place, and like you said, that was a totally salvaged situation by K-Swinny.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible game from them. We took a little peek back at Launchpad and saw K-Swinny ratting under the building with less than 20 HP, just a white armor. The next thing we know, we check back on E6 and Fish Farms, and they're 3 up, looking to possibly win a game.
It's actually crazy. The comeback story of a century. He also at the very end was still able to get that one knocked player that he'd knocked originally because they died to his ring since they couldn't exit out of the building. So that's 1 extra KP to their name, securing them 8 KP and 2nd place. But it was about the journey that just looked actually insane. Death boxes at their feet at the perfect time. Talk about them just waiting without having to give up that space when you do get that res on your teammates.
NRG, you can see they're picking up 9 kills, and they did that in game 2 as well. So you were talking about the confidence we heard from Sweet in the comms. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I don't think he's a guy who's ever been without confidence. It's whether the in-game matches that, and it seems like here, at least in this series, we are getting some equilibrium.
Yeah, and in that specific fight, that was up against Alliance, taking another team on the 2nd page who has high KP there, as we see where everything is starting to shake out here after the first 3 matches of this series. It is Alliance, it is DZ, tied at the top right now at 37, and that's a very deserved spot to be for them right now, Vicky.
Yeah, and then you see Gambare Oto-san, who's got 3rd in game number 1. They've been able to consistently be within that top 10, but also the more important thing is that they've also consistently been able to get the KP that they need. Getting 5 kills for the last 2 games specifically, aside from the 3rd place finish, is huge in making sure that their game plan with the Newcastle Watson composition that they found so much success has been able to elevate them into those final circle positions.
Yeah, and then we're looking at this 2nd side of the page, and we'll see it probably even more specifically laid out when we talk about the entire story of this series, but Furia cannot catch a break right now, Genome.
Well, yeah, look, 3 points on the board. I mean, they had to go at me on Twitter, but maybe they should be working on their game plan a little bit more.
It is just, it's a rough day, all right? And I don't know, we talked about this a little bit in the green room. When do they just give it up? When do they stop trying to go for that contest? Why not make it a little bit sooner, give themselves some potentially more time or a better option for a contest at a different location?
Yeah, especially considering that Alliance has already solidified their spot in winner's bracket by now. Fury is fighting an uphill battle. I mean, we saw the same thing from Dark Zero. These are teams that are trying to secure their landing spots for future rounds. So we have Dark Zero landing on Aurora at Shipfall because they're being contested by Aurora at Harvester. So they're trying to, kind of send them to an elimination bracket to try to free up their POI for the further rounds.
Right, so like I said, let's take a look at the story of the series so far. Everything on Stormpoint now done and dusted. Alliance, Dark Zero at the top, but it is really about the squads that are going to be needing to pick it up after this series, because as we continue to move throughout the day, games are coming to a close here. We're almost done with group stage, Vicky, so some of these teams really need to pick it up.
Yeah, after A versus D, which this is the last group that we actually see Group A perform in.
Exactly.
In B and C, though, following up after that, that's like that last chance opportunity in this group stage. Just looking at the overall score here, you can already see like we mentioned, Alliance Dark Zero tied here. But what is the transition into World's Edge going to mean for the teams that have found that success on Stormpoint?
Also, from what we've seen so far, it's actually been a pretty tight group stage overall. So we kept talking about that 30, 35 points that you might want per round. It might actually be closer to 30, and therefore the cutoff might be a little more lenient because of how close it's all been.
We'll have to see if any of these teams that struggled here on the first half on Stormpoint pick it up as we switch over in those maps, see if there's any opportunity for some squads to maybe get some additional points, or if it's just this steamrolling that we continue to see out of Alliance, out of DZ. It'll be an interesting thing to see for sure. Obviously, if you all at home wanted to keep up with all of the action and you're missing some of these scores, just make sure you're following us on social media. All the information you need will be there, whether that's on Twitter. Check us out on Instagram. Make sure you're following all of our live streams, because you're not going to want to miss a single moment of Apex Legends action. Now, we still have 3 more matches on the day, and we're going to be getting to those in just a second here, because we have something special in store for y'all. We saw a really good fight in that last match with KCP. Nasky, a personality that we like to talk to very, very frequently, and we watch him cook in-game all the time. So this event, we decided to take him out of the game, put him in the kitchen, and see what he can cook up in real life.
We had the kitchen set up. We had the water boiling. We cut the onions. We're about to be cooking. We're about to be cooking.
Hello everyone, this is Nasky from Kansas City Pioneers, and this is Cooking with Nasky. It's time to cook. We're here in London for the Split 2 playoffs, and today I'll be cooking an English breakfast for my teammates Del and Sane. And at the end of the meal, they'll give me a rating out of 10. Let's take a look at the ingredients that we got. We've got the tomatoes, the beans, the mushrooms, the eggs, the sausage, and the bacon. I'll get the final things prepared, and then it's time to cook.
I'm pretty sure this is gonna get us sick.
During the cooking process, my teammates are gonna quiz me on different quotes from ALGS tournaments in the past, and I'm gonna have to guess who said that quote. But first off, I think we start off cutting up the vegetables.
Okay, Nasky, first question. We be chilling out here. Be stretching and we're just hanging off railings.
Nah, that's you, Sane.
That's not.
That's gotta be you.
Nah.
I can't think of anyone else but you. It's an EU player.
No.
NA player.
No.
Top NA.
No.
Not NA.
No.
Onyx.
No.
Moist.
No.
So it has to be Apex South.
Yeah.
No, wait, let me flip the sausage.
It's gonna fall out, bro. Bro, very, very famous Apex South player.
Zero.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, it's Zero. Oh, yeah, okay.
We be chilling out here. This is out here stressing and we're just hanging off railings.
Bro, no way Zero says that.
Yeah.
The only thing Zero would be saying is, what the are you doing, Jim Burton? The sausage popped. It's too late to go back now.
I like to eat apples and bananas.
Listen, I think we all know who that is, but let me bring some backstory. That is a guy who is on the brink of a mental breakdown. It is the one and only, the CEO, Imperial Hal, of course.
Correct.
I like to eat apples and bananas.
Next question. We are vibing, boys.
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
That's gotta be me.
Yeah.
I say that all the time.
Yeah, that's you.
It is me.
Yeah.
We're f***ing vibing, boys. This is some cash money type right here. Honestly, give me a kissy. I love you so much.
EU.
No.
Give me a kissy. I love you. Monsoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be Monsoon.
That was a good guess.
As soon as there's kissing with boys involved, it's gotta be Monsoon.
Honestly, give me a kissy. I love you so much. How's the bacon?
You know what? British bacon sucks. It doesn't get crispy. It's just pink.
All right, next one. Yeah.
That's me a chance.
Yeah.
That's me a chance. Yeah, baby. We were cooking at champs, can't lie. Let me get you guys your plates, yeah? Voila.
I'm not eating that.
Yeah, there's no chance.
I know what it is. I know what it is. Wait. How about now?
Still no chance, bro.
What do you mean?
0 out of 10.
It's a good meal.
Nah, it's 0 out of 10.
Well, guys, it's been another perfect episode on Cooking with Nasky and another perfect meal. I hope this inspired you guys to cook outside and inside of the game. I'll see you guys next time with Cooking with Nasky.
Okay, that was absolutely incredible. I mean, I expected nothing less from Nasky, but okay, votes on how the food looked here. Would you have eaten it?
I actually would. I'm not gonna lie. Like, the tomatoes were questionably cut, but like, hopefully there was a good meat to veggie ratio.
I mean, I definitely at least would have given it a try. I mean, I do agree, though. British bacon does just stay pink.
All right, well, I also want to hear the opinions of Rain Day and Dia, who are standing by to get us into the next couple matches.
Thank you so much, Lauren. You know, in between me singing a little bit of eat apples and bananas, opals and bananos, I had to say that Nasky, his meal looked edible. I would have tried it and given him that respect.
Yeah, that it's only fair. He's done so much work. Although to be fair, he was also pretty distracted, and I'm not sure exactly how well it was cooked.
I was a little surprised how fast he recognized the monsoon quote, by the way. I'm not going to dive into that, but I'm just going to say he was very, very clear about it.
He was like really good at most of it,
He was. I love that that piece, and a big shout out to our content team as well. Everyone working behind the scenes, some that come to mind quickly, Lene, Onset, Bravo, putting a lot of this together, putting a lot of energy into the edits, and all the team members that we don't always see on camera. Thank you guys so much. We got more stuff coming up. I know London is getting more and more packed in the stadium, Dia. It's great to see this come alive, and also this tournament come alive. After 3 games, what's your takeaway so far here in our second set of the day?
Right now, it's mostly about who can challenge Alliance. That's what this group's theme has been, or rather this round's theme. And looking at the rest of the lobbies, as you said, it is starting to pick up steam, not just out in the audience, but our players are increasingly getting a handle on how they'll play. I think specifically of E6, because when I caught them at the start of the day, I spoke to Slayers, and Slayers honestly was feeling pretty nervous about their chances. It was a difficult day for them yesterday, and he talked about how normally nerves don't hit him on LAN, and yet jumping into today's games and cutting into their comms just last game, you heard Slayers making really big in-fight calls. You heard Slayers making pushes, and that kind of confidence is wonderful to hear.
Well, you know, E6 fans, some of the best in the building. You can hear them right now. You probably can see them. I certainly see them up there, many with their hands in the air. Element 6, yeah, making some noise for how the boys performed in the previous one. I almost only had a critique that they were overconfident, but it felt like a team that was waiting for that moment, Dia. They had wanted to unleash the stream of good feeling moments and games and that in-game that makes them go, we're here to stay. Maybe they overshot it a little bit.
Perhaps.
Great game by Realize. This, I think, at least their 3rd win over LAN. But as we switch up to World's Edge, you know what we love to do in Apex? Once you get comfortable and get some rhythm, switch it up on you. As match 4 starts to begin, the drop ship lets players out as we begin the second half of the second set of the second day.
And for our E6 fans from previously, I've got some pretty good news. You finally got a POI to yourself. Skyhook West belongs to E6, and they'll be able to take all the loot there, as well as Trials moving down, as was typical in their EMEA dominance. The rest of the map actually sorting itself out so that we have very few contests. A few teams wanted slightly better spots, and I'm noticing people like Glitch and Leave No Witnesses landing quite close to each other, both claiming Countdown and Landslide, and yet they've ultimately split them.
Ultimately, a big story here around Aurora. Most of the days they have been contesting. Dark Zero been the bane of their existence. It will continue here on World's Edge. If you thought we wouldn't give you a show, we certainly will. Branches early down to Zainu. The players having a chance to reset in between this halftime. We'll see if they come out with any different pace here. Zainu on the longbow and the car with a purple mag. Problem is he doesn't have a lot of bullets in reserve, so he's got to make it count.
With Branches having gone down, Dark Zero they're largely in control of the fight. Just a couple members left, and yet they're going to back away, as you said, retaining the high ground for as long as they can, but with relatively little ammunition. We got 18 seconds left until you can make that really solid push backed up by a Seer Tactical.
One of the issues, too, if you have a fight like this, it lasts too long because other teams are not having the 50-50. Teams like NRG could start their rotate into this. So Aurora, Dark Zero have to be careful that a team from staging, maybe a team from landside, doesn't try to undercut this, hearing the shots and say, let's pick up the scraps. We smell blood in the water. Zero getting more damage taken on. No one on a blue yet except Zainu, but that Phoenix kit that would have really helped them out now has already been used. So more loot on the route for Dark Zero as they push it back away and decide it's not worth it to all in.
Splitting Harvester wasn't what I thought was going to happen. This has been like a knockdown, drag-out fight every time we see it. But as you talk about, when we bring up on the map, NRG really close by. They've even evac towered to get closer to the engagement. They're going to pass by Dark Zero, and depending on how this goes, could engage, could walk on by, as the circle is pulling us real far into the eastern side of the map, where Moist have landed in Overlook.
You know, based on what we had said, NRG could have held this choke right here. Very difficult for Dark Zero to cross, or Aurora would have been very, very hard for them to pass through, but NRG have bigger plans ahead. Realizing where the zone is, they want to make themselves very, very comfortable towards the eastern side of Fragment and find a place that feels nice to play in the back end of it all. Already, round one closing, 4 minutes on the clock before that is complete. Changes early on to Apex just a few splits ago to increase the time that it gives that ring to close, but also now it will continue to close faster, so players even more encouraged to be on the move early.
Another evac from NRG brings me to a crucial point because they've been running with an interesting composition, picking up both the Valkyrie and the Loba and the Rampart. Loba really demonstrating a lot of value with the double evac tower play because that's the fastest way to get these survival items. Just drop a Loba ult, pick up the mobility that you need, and now you're already inside of the subsequent ring with one of the better spots inside of Overlook.
I mean, you bring up a great point about the fact that the evac towers, you know, they're valuable, but I think what's more important is the early game with Loba, they're even more valuable on these big rotations. Because 1,200 damage, it's hard to do, but not hard to do in endgame when 6 teams are shooting at the same evac tower. That's gone in seconds. Early game, early rotation, you've got plenty of time to let that thing go down and gain that extra bit of distance. And now NRG firmly supplanted in the very center of where they think the zone is going to end, or at least where they hope it is, near Overlook. So Moist Esports up on top of the pills there and maybe the commanding position, but plenty of teams, Furia, FaZe, Moist, Noctum, Onyx now, Leave No Witness, starting to make their way towards it.
FaZe going pretty darn low as they hold on to a singular building. Catalyst will make sure that they stay alive. Down on the south side of the map, LG Chivas are fighting up against Naked for a better positioning on a southern rotate.
LG Chivas love to play south zones, they love to land south, they love to rotate south, and they take their time. No strangers to an edge fight. This team has some of the highest capability when it comes to fragging out. But when we talk about capability, who cares when you talk about results? Realize has gotten them. They have realized how they need to play, and they've definitely done it. I apologize for that one, Dia. You go ahead, Tim.
That's understandable. Yeah. You know, we all get one.
Yeah.
I'll save mine for a little bit later.
All right.
But
you have a Seal song, I think you might sing.
I do. I've been prepping it all day. Now, Dark Zero and Riddle are going to come to a head as they move up towards the choke, coming into Fragment and Monument. Something notable, actually, about this match is that Noctum actually managed to land alone. This is the first time that they've gotten a POI all to themselves. They didn't have to win a contest or anything. They got Monument and Fragment. They've got a spot in No Name, so it's a pretty good game for them.
About time, says Noctum, and I'm sure Noctum fans who are supporting them around the world. Everyone watching saw, if you were there yesterday, either online or in person, Noctum mixed up their landing spots to quite a bit of drama, sometimes making it not just a 3v3, but a 3v6, in the words of KCP in the in-game chat after a not-so-happy game 2, as Noctum then now making a little bit of a meme of it before we started the earlier sets today. Trying to find the rhythm. That's what these early group stages are about, but we are running out of time as we take a look in the eyes of Furia behind Sheila in the Rampart.
I thought we were just running clips of my gameplay. That's how I.
Hey, listen, if they hear the Sheila, they run the other way. Listen, that's what I do. I'm not running towards a Sheila. Are you?
No, absolutely not. Although I often am running with a Sheila, which is an important distinction.
That tracks, yeah.
Furia, I will say, with their position right now, don't have a whole lot to do outside of hold angles, corners like that, because you can constantly destroy any reinforced walls from Catalyst. It's a nice bit of harass, but neither of these teams is going to be doing anything with FaZe right in front of them. There's no reason to engage, and Furia having decent spot to hold, especially because it's nice and flexible if this ring does pull north, more so than it would be if you're sitting, say, where Moist are, a little further to the south.
And you are totally right. I mean, it does often pull towards where Moist is, but if it does change, that's a great distinction. Sometimes you want to hedge your bets one side or the other, or at least stay in the middle so you have options later on. They've certainly given themselves that. Pioneers maybe giving themselves less options. They lose all the abilities they would use in this fight for 10 seconds thanks to a focus of attention. And that one,
my God!
Black 2, go down. It's just up to Zane. He's done it once. Can he do it again? Effect, and Zane, essentially, Hockey's still alive. Maybe that second man will do enough to apply the pressure that puts Zane under some insurmountable force.
12 seconds on Zane's gravity lift, but only 5 left for the low ground in Alliance. Zane is getting pushed, and he is getting pushed yesterday. As a result, the drop comes through.
He doesn't.
He's trying to get away. Another gravity lift goes down, but you cannot escape Effect.
Brilliant play from Effect. Hakis and Yuki, who goes down early, play the perfect support role. And just having that second man alive still, that was the issue. And I think it comes down to Dell and Nasky getting hit by that early focus of attention. And yeah, sure, maybe not a great play from them being in that spot. As you can see, Zane avoided that one, maybe preemptively understood it was coming based on cooldowns, but it's more of a credit to Hakis hitting that as the captain for his team. One of the reasons Alliance is playing so well, him being so consistent in his performance.
And the coordination required after that as well, because it's a double focus of attention into a Horizon ultimate, into an Arc Star, into a Skynade. Alliance turned things around like that, and this is a fight where they were caught off guard. Imagine if they had started it up against KCP. Now E6, they've got some problems of their own. Another team bunkered in Overlook, but with a whole lot less to be happy about. They've lost their Caustic, the one thing that should keep you safe in tight spaces like this.
Well, we'll respawn Beacon from Zheng, looking to get that one up and possibly have Zheng back up alive, which would be fantastic for that squad, getting the Horizon, the mobility, and of course the ultimate that plays so well into the hands of an aggressive team. Meanwhile, a team that's been relatively aggressive on death boxes, Dark Zero, looking to face off against LG Chivas. Jaguares, Niazul, Yanya with the gold shield. He's going to be able to take a lot of punishment and dish it out. But so far, Niazul, the first one to battery.
Zero should have expected this. Crafting on rotation is a risky prospect, and it looks like Dark Zero were set up correctly. Zanu was able to repel the push, and ultimately, Dark Zero benefit from having these 2 big guns that are set up next to them. Now, with a rotation still looking for them into No Name, they've got to go a little further to the south. They know they have to pass by Dark Zero, and I wonder what Dark Zero's play is, because they are technically cut off from the next zone.
17 squads remaining, 3 have already gone down. Element 6 joins those ranks recently. We saw them in the POV, but they had already lost 1. They will now lose the other 2. And so as Overlook continues to be contested, we might see another go down. Gambare Otosan tried to find a way to hold this building and siege it. Will they be able to do so? Yes! They were not able to stop, well, they were able to stop the mobile respawn revive, and that leaves Gambare Otosan with the ability now to hold as a duo themselves. It didn't work out earlier on for the defenders, but maybe it'll work out differently as they've now been able to get up their third player and keep it alive.
And now that they've got Juice Nut back in the game, you've got the ability to pop these Caustic Gas. I really like the heads-up move from them. Pop the barrel ahead of time and make sure that it can't be destroyed by a team walking in. You have to tank the gas if you want to push Gambare Otosan, and as a result, they're going to be able to full reset with a defensive advantage.
One of the great things about Caustic that we don't see is the delay of time. A lot of this meta and a lot of the previous metas in Apex has been about creating aggressive opportunities, creating moments. Even the Seer change is literally allowing that fight to happen sooner because you have this 10-second window now where you have more abilities than the other team. Easier said than done. But when it comes to Caustic, that delay may prove, as the tournament goes on, more pivotal, just in terms of denying, holding, and allowing that 10 seconds to become, maybe if you get hit with a focus of attention, 4 seconds, now that the barrel is down.
One of the nice things about Caustic as well is that he slots really well into a team because he's able to scan ring console.
That's right.
Get your team a little bit of extra information.
Huge.
You're not only getting a defensive advantage, you're also getting a preparation advantage because you have more info than other teams. Ganbare Otosan actually an example of a team that's really able to use this effectively because they not only have a Caustic, but a Crypto as well to add in a little bit of recon. They know where the ring's going, and they know where everyone is relative to it.
And one of the things you could obviously look at is, mini-map. I get to see where every player is and take them out. That's fun. I get to know if there's an immediate threat. One of the things, though, people don't look at it enough is information for how you rotate. Because these rotations happen so fast, a second early, a second late, you may not know someone's already ahead of you, taking a zipline, taking an evac tower, Valkyrie, skyward diving. It's the information on how an IGL can use it to take the best route possible, circumventing possibly a ring console. They don't have to, though, because they've got both characters, as you mentioned, as Alliance are up on top in the middle of a fight. Effect trying to stave off any damage with a Prowler. It's simple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Effect cleans one more up.
And even the best that South America has to offer cannot stand up against Alliance. It is destruction from on high with Hackis raining down. Glitch are out.
L-Star, not bad at all. I'd love to have that, baby. Anytime it's available in the care package now, a weapon often laughed at in previous patches. In terms of the overall meta, now certainly one of the stars, one of the best things about Apex is that it keeps rotating, and this is definitely an L-Star season. Alliance feeling good. They're playing at the back. They've cleared out everyone from the northern side and rotated so that they have everything in front of them, D, and sometimes that is the most important fact, not having to fight from two angles and not having to focus on something in front of you when something behind you may be approaching.
They ate a few shots from Furia from afar there. Sheila getting involved again, but it raises an important point, because if you look at the mini-map that Alliance have up, you'll notice they have information on the next zone. A zone that is pulling out of that south point of Overlook. You and I mentioned Moist earlier, who have set up in that south Overlook area, who now have to walk through a lot of occupied buildings. It's a dangerous situation.
And let's just talk about Yuki on the Caustic as well. We're seeing more and more of these teams. The Alliance have always been so flexible. That's one of the things I've touted as their testament to their skill in this split, being not only some of the most innovative roster changes, including things like Rampart, including things like Newcastle, Caustics, almost anything, and making it work. Ash even for a couple of scrims and maybe even one of the match days. They have been so effective at trying something new. They are all firing on all cylinders. And it even goes back to when Caustic wasn't even a part of the meta, if you remember back then. IPN actually helping to brave that new storm and obviously letting Gas Daddy into the mix. With 12 squads left, though, Dia, round 3 closing is anything but sold yet, as this zone starting to look a little more interesting.
Very much so. And in fact, I wonder how teams from the south are going to approach this, because we do have evac towers in the game. You said it yourself. Late game, things can get a little bit difficult, especially with ramparts in the lobby.
Yeah.
Destroying an evac tower is sometimes as simple as just looking up for a few seconds and watching it disappear. The southern rotation, in fact, that's going to be one of the most challenging, is the one out of Hiarka, Uchako, and Thorfinn. Sat in the south of the map, and Tropic have actually gone back home. Uchako and Hiarka used to land over at Big Mod. They've started this World's Edge map landing there again. Southern rotations should be their bread and butter. Right now, in a world-class lobby, I'm not sure this holds up.
We're going to bring up the map very shortly, I'm sure. It's kind of the calm before the storm as these teams are poking each other, posturing. And sometimes the answer is not necessarily to fire, it's to play small. As you can see here, this is where the scene is set. LG Chivas carving out their own western side next to Dark Zero. Pay attention, that could be a collapse from those two teams. Or they could rotate up north. You can see Alliance and winners and successful players over this tournament, Ganbare Otosan, who they may end up running into in order to make it into that zone. Or Ganbare Otosan being forced out if for some reason Moist and Entropic try to find some space in that zone and there's no room to play.
Very, very well could be, and at that point it comes up to defense. Moist, one shot left. Evac tower in our previous minimap shot was open, or rather, sniper tower in our previous shot was open. So with an evac tower now, they could find it. We've got another fight breaking out, however, as Furia go on the push up against, it looks like, Entropic.
Focus of attention on his Watson as well. scared, hesitant, not necessarily moving forward though with any panic. They've been here before. Furia, if you look at Genome's postcard, already becoming a meme. Should we fight, yes or yes? That was not a joke, even though it was funny. This is really how they like to play. Furia, 4 points though. Can they find something in this World's Edge matchup? Certainly they are positioned too, but patience may be the name of the game here.
One of the defining aspects of this pseudo engagement is that Furia, while they do want to fight, don't have to look down to do so. Rampart gets whipped out in the face of a catalyst wall, and Sheila goes to work with a Horizon in the sky. It should be a beam connecting, but Sarah, perhaps a little nervous, isn't able to find the bullet connects.
Furia, so much to do, 4 points, and so much in 3 games to try to put themselves in a position to definitely make that winner's bracket. Let's go ahead and follow along with the listen-in as Furia approaches this final zone.
It is. We're gonna get Costa culted.
No, the height.
Oh, the height? I don't know. Your guys' call.
I'm down to kill them. I'm down to kill them.
I have Q-Soon. He doesn't have his.
I don't have nades, so.
I do.
He's peeking staircase.
Throwing it.
Where's he on him? I got silence. I got Q'd as well. I'm good though.
I threw a good net in there.
I broke one barrel.
I'm getting shot, backing up.
Yep, back up.
I'm blocked off.
Oh, damn, bro.
When there's like 20 seconds left, we could go play that early. When there's like 20 seconds left.
Okay.
Careful longbow. He's gonna break the.
Yeah, replace that.
I don't have walls. 7.
We can't get Costa culted in here.
5 seconds on my walls. We might need to make a move.
We might have to go after that gas is done.
Horizon ult is terrible.
I'm queuing here.
I have my wall.
Horizon cracked.
Careful.
I have to bat now. Horizon's cracked.
We need to cross now probably after your bat.
Okay, Sears right below you. Careful.
I'm going.
Yeah.
Third.
Just fight underneath for now.
Get the walls down.
I got silence.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's good.
Shield. Yep, go ahead.
I'll have it soon.
On the right.
Hey, he whipped it. Come here. You're good on me. You're good on me.
I need them.
You're good on me. Get the walls down over here.
I can't. I'm silenced again.
I shoot on them. Cosmic's 1. Good on me too, fan.
I'm good.
That kid's literally 1.
I'm dodging a nade right now.
Right here, they're gonna swing soon.
I'm batting here. Keep shields up. Fine, I'm dead.
I'll go right. I'm going right. I'm looking right.
Left.
Back up, son. Back up. Both back up.
Yeah, back up corner.
You can make it. The guy to your right has no idea right now about you.
Furia doing their best to try to stay alive here. It is all wishes and dreams, though, as they find one moment of respite from what was a busy rotation, yet they still have a chance.
It is a miracle that they're even alive right now. And the thing is, Entropic's still alive as well. Both squads that had to evacuate the previous building now coexisting on opposite sides, but Furia continually under pressure as Noctem, who again have their first game with an uncontested POI, have made it into the top couple squads, have made it into an end game, and have the high ground.
Well, you know Noctem may have something to prove here. The entire region, heck, a lot of people online were saying that this team was griefing, that this team was hurting some of their other favorite teams' prospects. But guess what? Noctem says if we just had a spot to land, we might have been doing this all along. They've got one here, and it has worked out to put them in a top 6 situation. Can they, from South America, make a difference here and start their tournament now in this second stage?
And it's a split priority for Noctem because looking at their future rotation, they have to push Moist. Moist is a massive threat, but they've also got to watch their backs with both FaZe and Tropic and Furio needing to rotate up to the RV as well. So as everybody has to move further north, it's Noctem that have to play the most perfect game to make even top 5.
Final round. It's all a minute and 52 seconds away. Noctem get challenged. They answer the call. Entropic sit down. Top 5 for Noctem. Can they make it another one?
My God!
73 doesn't need a reload. He finishes off one just like that, and Noctem putting on a masterclass here.
Kings' mechanics have never been in question, but now he's finally got a chance to show them off. One of the fastest squad wipes we have seen in this tournament, and Noctum still retain height, still have a commanding position, and they should be able to harass out this last player. Furia go down in the meantime.
But should be isn't a yes or will be. They have to do it still. Noctum, so much to prove, and yet they are still alive, inching their way. The zone pushing them. Even the zone happens to be an enemy now, losing height. They've got to do it on low ground. Big dark wall. Dark Veil comes out. Noctum avoids the focus of attention just by a hair, but it's going to be up to Kings to do it. It's one worse now with the shield swap. Can he 1v1 on to Waltzy? No, it's Moist who cleans it up, and now FaZe are over in the corner with a commanding position.
And we always knew Moist was dangerous, but who's coming from the other side? Ganbare Otosan, they're rotating up to take the position that should have belonged to Moist out of APAC South. Now, with Jung-hee down, they've still got a lot of work to do, and importantly, a Caustic in the end zone to do it.
2v2, Moist is still alive though. There's a solo there. What's going to happen? Anybody can win this game right now, but look at Ganbare Otosan, certainly in command with red Evo shield, but Waltzy is still alive. Phony, Frex, Dogma, Jusna, Waltzy as well. He's down, but he's using just a little bit of health, and it's Ganbare Otosan with the win.
Another win for Ganbare Otosan today, and they look good doing it. Bunker down in the early game, slay out in the late game, and looking confident as they did, even having dropped a member. I'm really impressed with their performance.
And not just impressed with their performance, impressed with a lot of players in that lobby, whether it's Noctum, whether it's Moist surviving that, FaZe going through those trials, Furia going through those trials and still surviving. They didn't get the ultimate result they wanted. That was Ganbare Otosan's honor, but I have to say, we are seeing global play at an excellent level, and yet again, APAC North has the final say.
Oh my, and it's just so often the case. Now that we're in Split 2 playoffs, we're getting the arc that nobody expected to be coming this soon. APAC North has been incredible, and we're seeing it, as we've harped on today, in the end games really come to shine. Their control, their Caustic play, interestingly enough, was a big difference maker there, and Caustic was a difference maker for not just them, but many a squad that passed through into Overlook. It became a very popular pick this map.
And when you see the meta of the tournament change, which it will, you will see things probably become more conservative, which is where maybe teams, like we had pointed out, XZ, maybe starting a little slower, thinking it would be more conservative. Now on World's Edge, in the second day on our second set, you might start to see some of those shifts. So we're seeing a little bit of Gibraltar, a little bit more Watson, a little bit more Caustic, specifically that character having success alongside Ramparts. And I think as we look back at this final circle, it's going to make a big difference. Having Crypto, Caustic, and Valkyrie here means it is extremely hard for these teams in bad positions to push a team like Ganbare Otosan.
It is, in fact, so difficult that Moist chose not to do it. Having held the RV north of Sniper Tower, they were the team that, in theory, could have had the 3v3 against Ganbare Otosan, and they chose not to take it because of how terrifying this team could be. Instead, rotating down, fighting in the dog pit with everyone else. Now, as the end game really truly approached, Ganbare Otosan got to run everything, making sure the chunk came through with, of course, the EMP, and then after the swing, playing confidently and forward as a duo.
I'm just impressed by the simple confidence and composure that their Crypto player, Jung-hee, was able to demonstrate there. Staying in that drone just that extra little bit longer, leaving it, throwing it out, hitting that Crypto EMP, and then with his teammates, even though going down, doing enough to provide Dogma and Jusna the ability to have information and still the height advantage to finish this off.
Really nice peaks, and I will say, a great game from Moist as well.
Fantastic,
That was just absolutely stellar.
Look at that.
This is a team that does need the extra points. They have had high variability games over the course of the tournaments, and second place in the first game is going to do them a lot of good.
And I love the same thing for Noctum, 13 points. That puts them in third overall. FaZe, a good job to get into the placement side of things with 4 kills. I think that's a solid approach. And Entropic, they've been kind of getting better and better. Really, the standout for me is Dark Zero and Alliance. Teams that we know are threats to win, things that we know could be kings of all of this after we're said and done. Even in their semi-good games, getting 10 and 8 points with LG Chivas getting 9. That is scary for the rest of this lobby.
It absolutely is. Looking further down the leaderboard, we've still got a few kinks to work out. for teams like Glitch, Element 6 even, who have had, again, we're going to say high variation, but even within this series, Aurora and NRG joining along the bottom. NRG has absolutely been a point of conversation, be it on the desk, be it in the green room. What is going on with this squad is the question on everyone's mind.
Well, you know, they came in to this after 3 in 4th place with 25 points, but the separation is starting to happen. They were already behind Dark Zero and Alliance, who had about 12 points ahead of them. Now that is going to be extended, and you have to say that for a team that has such a big superstar in NRG Suite, but also so many expectations after placing, I believe, 2nd in terms of points overall at our last split playoffs, you would expect more earlier on. It doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to reach into the tank and give it to you, but again, questions are wondering, why is it taking so long, and what is it that they need to adjust?
Absolutely, and one of those things is going to come down to just a little bit more play. They've still got a little while left today to sort out their play style, and I will say World's Edge especially is quite challenging. When we're talking about APAC North, yes, they've done incredibly well. Our overall leaderboards even demonstrating Gunbare Otosan absolutely on top, but those with great Storm points have been crushing it in this group. Dark Zero and Alliance now, with Gunbare Otosan having weathered that storm and transitioned over to World's Edge where they're a little bit stronger, it's their time to extend the lead.
That is absolutely true, and I love the way that we are watching in real time. Teams have to make these adjustments. We don't often see adjustments after game 4. We usually see them before game 4 so that you're able to see the switch for the map specific change. But I wonder if it's going to get to the point where teams, you know, let's go back to NRG running, I believe, the Loba, right, and adding that in. If it's just not working, if we're just going, you know, this isn't giving us that type of spice. I personally think that if you get by after 4 games with that 5 to 7, you give yourself a chance. 7 points each of the games. They have 27 points. Could have 28 in that. I mean, I think they're okay.
Yeah, well, one of the things that I think, if you are a team that is struggling a bit in this capacity, that you can look for is a chance to add a little bit of beef to your roster. Because you talked about compositionally for NRG, what's going on.
Yes.
They lack the beef. They don't have.
They lack the meat.
They do.
Yeah.
You need a way to reset, something to make you a bit safer. For a lot of our APAC North teams, that's been Newcastle. We've seen some Gibraltar coming out of South America.
Yes.
Whatever that may be, having a safety blanket, you mentioned Gibraltar earlier, gives you the opportunity to make a misstep, correct it.
Yeah, well, it's all great. We're going to keep theorizing on that. We'll be right back very soon here because more games are coming as we finish our 2nd set of the day, day 2 here in London. Don't go anywhere.
Make sure everyone makes it home.
We're a team. We look out for each other.
I won't let you down.
Let's go.
That was a sick game, dude.
No one gets left behind.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
That is right, the official energy drink, and of course the official location. It seems like, at least this year, for Split 1 and Split 2 playoffs, it's London, of course. Right outside the Copper Box. A fun place, lots of memories, and more memories to be made, Dia, as we end up transitioning in this day to start getting clear on who is performing, who will be joining us in the winner's bracket, and who just doesn't have it right now, and will be falling into the loser's bracket tomorrow to avoid relegation.
Yeah, this is where you set yourself up for success. It's the early stage of the tournament where, honestly, when you do well, it's a bonus, it's a boon for later.
It is.
And right now, if you're doing poorly, you've still got time to correct, but that time is running short with only one set left in the day. At this point, we have just crossed over the midway line in today's games. Some groups aren't even going to get the chance to play after this.
Yeah, that is true. Some teams are feeling the heat right now and the pressure, and that's a part of this environment. That's something that obviously you guys know from watching this, but also I have to give a moment as you saw those cool shots of the venue and just the atmosphere here with some of the fans. It's one of the fan meet and greets we were able to do. I got to shout out my boy Ron here, who actually ended up giving me a brand new ring.
Oh, that's cool.
Off of his own finger. I mean, this is an unbelievable level of commitment. These Play Apex fans are some of the best in the world, here for us from the beginning to the end. So we love you guys, whether you're watching online or you can make it here. It makes this special, and I obviously think these last two games, it's special for everyone involved because it has so much attached to it.
It is, and what I've really loved about as we continue in the tournament, as it becomes Friday and Friday evening, afternoon, more people funneling into the arena, is how much investment there is from the fans in the players, calling out their favorites. I've seen people pointing in the stands when the camera is on their favorite player, perhaps their favorite team. I've seen fans made in the audience. My partner came into this and didn't know who she was supporting. She loves Alliance now. It was an easy choice for her, but big Alliance fan.
Wow, so what? I mean, would it happen to be Effect's insane performance and pop off multiple wins that swayed her?
Crazy.
Just random chance.
Oddly enough, it was a specific wall jump that he had in thermal. It was the thermal station ending, and he had a wall jump into a tap strafe, and she was like, that's it. That's good for me.
You know, aspiring streamers, creators, let it be known, one wall jump could be the difference between no fans and your very first fan.
Absolutely. That's why MN key players, that's the edge that they have.
All right, so Controller in many ways dominating a lot of the aspects of our 1v1s. M&K dominating the cool points.
Yeah. The hearts of the fans. We're dropping in to our next game on World's Edge, the second of this set, and the chance for somebody who is not Gombre Otosan to pick up another win. I will say, Gio could easily run it again, but over in Skyhook East, they've actually got a substantially weaker POI. We talk about Sky West and Trials all the time, but Gombre Otosan are doing a lot with genuinely very little.
Yeah, I mean, Sky East is different. If you played Apex, the buildings are much more spread out. They're not as big in Sky West, where it feels like a lot of the Skyhook loot is aggregated, but it does often lead to Trials, which of course in pro play is definitely secured because of the guaranteed gold loot there, and that is secured by none other than Element 6, at least in this lobby. Somehow, they have managed to take it, and I think that has to do with a little bit of the skill that we've seen them display, especially on Stormpoint, almost winning that game before Realize was able to close it out. As we go right back to Harvester and Dia, feels like we're watching the same thing over and over again. Deja vu with Dark Zero and Aurora. They are fighting right off the bat.
It looks almost the same, and then I looked over and went, there's just a P2020 in his hands. So thank God that Maliwan ended up getting dropped a triple take on the way in for a little bit more oomph, a sort of shotgun-esque playstyle if you want to do things up close. Aurora, however, with no opening real damage, have no reason to fight. They haven't been doing great in this contest. They've currently gotten away and have a caustic to cover their back. If they want to exit through the snake and head towards Fragment, it's a totally valid choice, but they're instead opting to stick around. They're playing the more dangerous game, and they know it.
Aurora's such an interesting story here. Before they engage, if they engage, we'll kind of set the stage for it. Obviously, one of the teams that qualified as one of the top teams in Split 1 and was unable to make it, unfortunately, due to issues outside of the game. Finally, they get their visa set, but they make a change mid-season and add Sunset instead of a long-tenured player, Maliwan. And they change with this roster heading into the Split 2 playoffs right here. Later, just a few days before this all happens, Sunset not able to join. Again, due to issues outside of the game. And Maliwan, their old player who did not make it to Split 1 as they were not able to come, has now found a way to get back with his old team for the first time all together at LAN. It feels a bit poetic, but maybe that is why they're playing so willing to kind of throw a lot out there and see what sticks. But of course, right now, it is not a team to do that for unless you can get lucky and find a shot. They are fighting the pressure, Dia, but Maliwan goes down first, just like that. Cleve has to make a play. He goes down as well, and it's Ranches out, and Aurora eliminated. And Dark Zero take the win yet again.
And against 9 out of 10 teams, against 19 out of 20 teams, that push from Aurora should work every time. But I've heard RKN highlight this in the green room. When we're watching Dark Zero off contest, their drops are so good because they are playing together, covering each other's backs, and never is it more present than when you're all on white shield, some of you at half HP, and you're still able to repel Aurora.
It takes a lot of patience, it takes a lot of trust. It's something that you've had to have kind of been through the trenches and come out on the other side, and that is certainly what Zero and Jim Burton have done. Losing Sharky earlier on in the season, but obviously adding Zainu, he's got a lot to prove in this moment, but they certainly have what it takes, almost like a little bit of what Alliance is dealing with adding Effect here for the first time. They've got at least the core to be able to make a big run at winning this championship.
I'll tell you who hasn't been through the trenches. It's Leave No Witnesses. They, as I guess unfortunately, are actually literally running through a trench.
Yeah, literally
but
right now.
In the purely metaphorical sense, have not really been tested on international competition. This is their first time making it to LAN, and unfortunately for them, their last time that they'll be featured in this particular game. And yet, looking at the way they played through South America, this is a team that gave the region a lot of hope. It's young blood, first time at LAN, moving on forward in their careers, and honestly upsetting a lot of other South American teams that had been around sitting at the top for a while. This is the team that took them by storm, and in international competition is having a bit of a difficult time.
And, you know, Dio, we're seeing that across all regions, right? South America is just one of them. We're seeing that with APAC North, teams that have had difficulty even trying to qualify. FC Destroy comes to mind, one of those teams that barely made it into these playoffs and now having such a successful time in some of these lobbies, getting close to, if not winning games. I'm trying to recall whether they actually got that W, but they have played very, very well over across these 2 days. Can they keep it up? We're certainly seeing them be willing to test the mettle of these teams that have found spots a little earlier without as much resistance, whether it be in North America, EMEA, or our APAC South teams.
This zone is going to continue pulling us a little further south. Alliance get themselves into a small engagement in the meantime. We'll see if Effect ends up opening things for the rest of the squad, but there's absolutely no reason lest a shield break and likely a knock to come through for Alliance to give up the scaffolding that they currently hold. It's a risky position for the mid game as teams continue to funnel in, but if they've got the meds to support it, Alliance look really good, and they've even got more than the scaffolding. They've got the full-on center of thermal station.
Alliance has loved landing here and being able to rotate very, very little in order to hold onto this position, gain a lot of points. If you kind of want to hearken it to one of the games we saw earlier, Oxygen Esports, they land at Barometer, they kind of make a very small adjustment and end up in a general top 3. Can we see Alliance do that? Right now, it is looking tough as Slab takes down Effect. There's still 2 members, and remember, even though Yuki went down, Effect and Hockeys were able to finish off that 2v2, or 2v1 eventually, against Nasky. Go next, though, all 3 alive, and so that will be a little bit more of a challenge.
It will, and a big part of this is going to come down to Causticals if you even want to recover the banner, but go next. Inspired with confidence after having taken down Effect, rocket forward. A Skynade stops them in their tracks, but it doesn't solve the problems for Alliance. They're not worried about being pushed right now. They're worried about whether they get to the end game with a 3-man squad, and importantly, Effect.
And of course, there's nowhere to go. We have a feeling, and they have a feeling, this is exactly where the game is going to end. So yes, correct. Yes, they may have Hockeys, they may have Yuki, but how do they get Effect with all of the commotion already here? Dark Zero, northeast of them. You see Bambino, Oslab, DCTZR already on the southern side, and of course KCP, who they fought earlier on the left side. And so this is getting a little tight.
Hadn't considered it even, but now that Effect is dead, Hockeys has no way back up to Yuki. He's just stranded on the ground floor.
Hey.
An unfortunate spot to be in.
You know, sometimes you know, low ground is okay. I think we actually do sometimes overvalue high ground over low ground. There are times when low ground can win you games. Certain maps, even like certain circles like Overlook, actually some of the low ground under the pills often is the game winner, even though when you're on the pills, you're usually a top 3 at very least. So there's still a chance. But in terms of cohesion, Yuki may have to make a choice to either join Hockeys or leave him behind, like Leo.
Like seriously,
Titanic,
yeah, just
unfortunately, not enough room on the raft, buddy.
Utterly different directions. It's perhaps going to be one of the things that occurs, and especially as the zone is likely going to take away from the center of Thermal Station. It's not very common that we'll go straight up on top of the POI, instead often tending down towards the south, or, as we saw in our zones just yesterday, just up a little bit further to the north by the hill houses.
One of the benefits, though, I know we're harking on this point, but one of the benefits of that high ground that Yuki is on and why Hockeys would want to be there is all the teams rotating. If it does pull left, if it does pull more towards the west, that of the KP that you can get with charge rifles, with longbows, you can pepper and spray a lot of rotating enemies and pick up some easy points. Not only that, but placement points by knocking those teams. So something they may be missing out on and obviously are trying to work out, as we still have 17 other teams alive and trying to work the same thing out, but in a different side of the map. FaZe being one of them, Furia also being one of them, sitting in 20th place, Dia. Only 8 points after 4. Not what they wanted going into the second group.
No, but this time, as opposed to last, they do have the option to play Edge on World's Edge, which is one of the things that made Furia famous in the first place. For the last couple of games on this map and in this set, there's no better place for them to be than on the edge of the ring, seeing if they can find fights. It is interesting to see Furia being one of our teams to run Rampart as well, because this is a defensive legend, and Furia commonly are anything but defensive, so perhaps having a bit of an identity crisis when it comes to how they want to play at LAN.
Well, you know, as much as she gets the rep for being defensive, with a like-minded, focused team, you can get a lot of that amped cover and actually apply damage from range that opens up. Even if it doesn't close out the damage, at least opens up some of the poke damage. They may not have a chance, though, here, as Glitch Energy is moving fast towards them.
Yeah, we're really going to have to see the defensive power of Rampart come in, and unfortunately, with the walls broken, and so are the shields, an EMP following Horizon ult is giving no quarter to the small members of Furia in this corner. Knockdown shields aplenty, but it isn't going to matter. Glitch have too many angles and way too much time.
And that is just that. Good night, Furia. We'll see you in Game 6, and hopefully things go better. Just about 8, maybe 9 points after 5. Gonna have to go back to the drawing board. Element 6, of course, 22 points right now, sitting in 8th place. Slayers finding his rhythm. You could kind of hear in the team comms, and we had a little bit of a listen in with them, just the energy that he had and kind of feeling his presence at LAN. That is the difference sometimes, Dia, in terms of having a great game or not. You're in this environment, maybe you know this person is boisterous, they like to get loud, but they're kind of a shell of themselves, maybe a little nervous. You hear that from them and you go, okay, now this is the Slayers that I know and love. And I think that's going to give them confidence heading in it. And Element 6 have been a team that's gotten a little bit better over this tournament, I think.
They have the zone calls that, as Tiff pointed out, are credited purely to Swinny, have kept E6 in a place where when they get confidence, they actually have the opportunity to act on it. They're not playing zone from an inactive position. Even this is a great example, as they're holding both of the height buildings, forcing FaZe to take a risky engagement to try and get even one safe corner of the zone.
Round 3, about 2 minutes left. The teams are already positioning themselves into the ultimate high ground before it shifts to much lower as we head into zone 4. FaZe moving into the building very next to them. Exhibits go down also, Dia.
That's 3 ultimates for one building. FaZe have no abilities to work with defensively right now, as they've used everything just to claim this one slice of land. Now this may not be pushed, it may not be punished, but let's not forget what this means about FaZe. They are very worried about what's coming for them in this lobby, because they are sparing no quarter when it comes to getting just an inch of territory.
Well, sometimes you gotta put down a big down payment to get a house. FaZe certainly have put down 3 ultimates to get that building. Let's take a quick listen in with FaZe and see if they feel it was worth it.
Hey, boys. Make sure you get here.
Let's reposition here.
I can't.
You like King?
Let's check out that area.
A lot of people are gonna die on the zone, by the way.
Yeah.
Also, look at zone. I think it might pull back. Low key.
Yeah,
like,
honestly.
Look, you see all this shit off,
Yeah,
bro?
it is. You're right.
Yeah.
It low key.
It looks like it pulls back like in the
Is
middle
anyone
of the
playing
open.
like this, like under us at the bins, like southwest?
Yes.
There should be.
Oh, we got triple hit, right?
No, I didn't get hit at all.
Bangle coming down over here. Maybe some picks.
Nice.
Horizon Q in the air. I almost killed that guy.
Okay, I'm looking.
Over
He
here.
was right behind here. I don't know where you went. They're looking to push up a bit. Be careful.
Yeah, I hit him 60.
This here was looking to push up a bit.
Yeah.
They're behind this truck right here.
I'm throwing a Q.
Where we died before.
Yeah, just be careful. This team's gonna look to walk up. They're walking up a bit.
Yeah, they are. Are they on the window?
Come up. Just come up to second.
I like the feel of that spot. Let's go.
Climbing up a bit.
Yeah.
This would be fucking.
Careful. Enemy close.
On that door because I have the 2 bottom ones.
They're just playing that whole side. You're good. 16 teams alive. They're trying to force it a little.
Yeah.
Watch out for the Q. They're gonna try to triple Q.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna play like at the staircase. Yep.
Landing close.
Team landing close. Yep.
No, they didn't. They didn't.
They
got me on
missed.
scan.
They missed me.
Same. They got me.
I'm just playing staircase. Sounds like someone's landing on them. Maybe around it.
No, you're good. You're good.
Horizon Q up here.
Obviously not much going on there, but a lot of conversation on what ifs. And Dia, that is the name of the game that you've got to play in Apex. What could happen out of the 1,000 possibilities, and FaZe seem prepared at least for most of them.
They're constantly aware of what's going on at every corner around them, and especially how they can influence those fights. As Noctum Valgulted over from staging into this northern corner of Thermal, they got in a fight with Glitch, and that was the entirety of the focus from a lot of the FaZe squad, seeing if they could pick up a little bit of KP, invest a few points for just a little bit of an advantage. Realize do go down as Onyx claim some lives. 15 teams left. Placement points, interestingly, starting to pile in, but Glitch still, after 3 minutes, are involved in this fight with Noctum that is just without end.
And they were near NRG. Unfortunately, they're finding out exactly how close they were as Nathan with the Nemesis takes down Renatricky. Is it going to be one more? Nathan taking down Zilak as well. Is it going to be Panic, who does not panic and stays calm? I feel like there's just maybe realization setting in there as NRG in a commanding position with long range and close range finishing power on the hands of one of the best in the business. Of course, Gildersons. They'll take down that one. Panic's still behind, and I think this could be an easy cleanup for NRG. Will pick up some nice KP and have transitioned a little higher into 5th place.
Having outlived their opponents in Noctum, Glitch do technically win, but in the large scale of things, being put down to just 1 member and taken out in 14th is not what you were hoping for out of this long drawn-out engagement. NRG, however, have massive benefit. Having cleared out their entire northern side, they now just have to deal with FaZe and E6, who are currently very close to each other. In fact, Moist have even gotten involved, taking on FaZe and eliminating them entirely.
It is going to be a wild migration. It's going to be like an incredible movement from the west all the way, from the east all the way over to the west, and a few teams still who are able to stay on that northern side, dropping south without much pressure, at least for the beginning part of their journey, but they will face it towards the end. Element 6 in a pretty decent spot, as well as you could see LG Chivas and Naked, who can actually move in from the west towards the east without people to fight from their back. But 11 squads left, as you can see, a little bit crowded for what this zone is going to end up as it starts to close and the movements begin.
A really nice chunk of cover for LG Chivas is available. Catalyst Ultimate, importantly, going to provide them safety up against Naked, but Horizon is what's really going to kick off a fight on either side, with Naked taking shots at them from above. Guns in the air don't quite connect. Naked instead gets sucked back into the Catalyst wall and almost taken down by nades. Riddle go down, Dark Zero are out, and Naked start to fall around us.
5th game out of 6. Teams have to make a move now if they're going to make it, but Naked won't be the one to do it. LG Chivas flying in. Yanya with an R99. He's used that weapon pretty well for quite a while, but he's going to get taken down just like that by Hayerka. And Entropic is going to find the final answer to that. Easel still alive, but how long will this last? 8 squads should be turning to 7 pretty soon as he's running out of space, and he's running out of time, and he's running into Onyx.
Shots in the G7 hipfire almost does it actually, but not quite enough. Raki manages to clutch things up for Onyx, keeping them alive for a little longer as NRG have managed to rotate down towards the south. This big exodus that you talked about put them square in the middle of at least 3 squads, but everyone just fought each other.
That's the difference. When you make it to top 15 in round 4, round 5 means you still haven't made it to almost halfway through this lobby because of how fast these teams fall and how little space there is in this type of thermal station pull towards the west. Sweet opting for the Loba, Rampart, and Valkyrie composition. It is a bit unusual overall in this lobby, but it certainly has worked for them. And if they can get a win here, that will catapult them up into the leaderboards here, make them have a chance to contend for first place and winning this group in Game 6. But there's still a lot to be done, Dia, as we take a look at the overview of where these teams are positioned.
And Tropic, with a really interesting read on this zone, had perfect timing pushing up from the south to take out LG Chivas. And now, looking at where they're going next, they've still got a decent amount of cover. They've got the opposite read to NRG, who have opted further into this small little building without a direct name. And Tropic are going to be able to control the lobby, control as much space as possible, and apparently get knuckle clustered in the mouth while doing it, but Fuse isn't going to do a whole lot when it comes to taking down Entropic from this distance.
The beauty of Entropic is they do not have to fight anyone except in front of them. Go Next is the only team there, but as you can see, it is going to be a bloodbath with Moist Esports, Element 6, and NRG. 3 teams enter a room. Only one comes out, most likely. Moist Esports loses already. Nathan, Guild, Sweet, taking a great approach outside the house. If you want to come out of here, we are going to be your first meet and greet for the day. We'll see if they can sign that autograph. I'm not sure if it'll be too easy for them because Sweet has had this covered, and an L-Star in hand with 324 bullets, it is a dangerous proposition to walk out of there.
40 seconds left as well, and with a Sheila available to NRG in just a little percent, they're going to be able to cut off an angle like nobody else, an angle that we know. Say, for example, KCP will be coming out of on the top floor. Sweet's already moving in and manages to find a little bit of safety for the squad as KCP got bloody on the low ground. He's got a massive flank, pops into the zone to take him out. Pioneers are out, and Sweet goes down immediately after the zone, as well as Go Next doing the critical tick. Go Next know it's their time. They need to secure second up against a duo that they have created, but DCTZ goes down, NRG go down, and it's time for Eclectic to push. They know there's weakness on the other side, and there's just one team left, and Tropic need to push the high ground, but they've got time to do it. Out to the zone and the gas, and Tropic claim a victory.
Huge gamble from Sweet to try to clean it up, but it starts the collapse of the dominoes, and they all fall down, and the last one standing is Entropic as they raise their hands in excitement and celebrate the win in Game 5. Dia, what a performance. Hierka should be happy about that one. Coach is happy too.
I mean, Hierka's calls integral in the end game zone. We talked about their perfect timing earlier, but when it comes to how straightforward the zone was to execute them, for them, that's what makes an IGL truly great. Being able to approach with their backs clear, watch the rest of the fight go down, and at that point, it was one of those things that I really love about Apex Legends, where everybody wins, but only one team gets to come out on top. NRG make absolutely the right play, eliminating the only team next to them, and Go Next have to push them. And then Entropic win. It's
in the name, right? Yeah. Go Next. They had to be the next one up. Entropic and all the fans that are supporting them too. One of the cool things about Hierka, Chaco, and obviously Thorfinn is they can look straight ahead and see a banner and a bunch of supporters shouting back their name, and that makes a difference in those pop-offs. It's why they celebrate the way they do, because it's a shared moment of victory. And for a team that is certainly counted out of contending for the ultimate playoff championship, this win means a lot, not just for them, but maybe for those watching at home, that they are a contender in their eyes, and they're not going to let anyone count them out of this.
And having played through all of Split 2, up until the playoffs as 2R1C, an unsigned organization or rather team, creating this legacy that got them into the playoffs and reforging a lot of the friendship that Hiarka and Uchako missed on their separate teams before coming back together is an incredible testament to what they've been able to do here.
Yeah.
And it's supported by their fans, and I'll say, Rain Day, by their family. You walk into that chunk of fans and you're gonna find Uchako's mother, father, and sister, 4 years old, cheering him on.
I mean, the green and black are doing pretty well today. I don't know if I got the memo early. I decided to wear green pants and a black outfit. But I do think that ultimately it is one of those games you're excited to win. So excited that maybe you pull out one of those moves that maybe only pull out in front of close friends and family on broadcast in front of hundreds of thousands of people. We're going to not comment on that one, but we are going to comment on the fact that that was a different type of game. Some of these games are, I would say, trying to survive in the middle of a crowded forest where anything can get you at any time, and you're just trying to eat, move along, and stay safe for as long as you can, especially when there are threats all around. Some of these games, though, are like a tactical game. They're the slow pace chess match, and I feel like that one was closer to the chess match with 15 squads in those final zones. And I would say as a player of this caliber, it's probably feeling a lot better to win the chess match game because you probably feel a little bit more superior as how you handled that.
Absolutely. I want to even double down on that. We'll get the chance to look at it in the final circle because this is where it really comes to a head. Everyone is, as we said, making the right move. Element 6 jump down to the low ground, and it's a matter of time before KCP want to finish them off. NRG punish that as well, but what we're seeing isn't just random moves around the map, over commitments. We're seeing the appropriate amount of commitment, and from only the squads nearby, the punishment that would naturally come with it.
Yeah.
It's incredible to watch how what is normally a very conservative lobby when we get to land transitions into one of measured, tempered aggression out of each of these squads. And Entropic, after ultimately coming out with the victory here, look really good.
Wow.
But they look good among a lobby of incredible teams.
Massive angle from Thorfinn there as well. Just landing on the high ground, hitting the shots at the flat line, forcing the runaround from DCTZR and squad, and just finishing it up. Go next. And they will take second place here overall in terms of placements. NRG grabbing third. They got a lot of kills. You can see why Sweep was so excited to kind of push that angle. I think they felt confident they could get it. Doesn't work out in their favor. Pioneers with 10. Element 6 in 5th place with 6. And Moist Esports and Onyx Esports doing a good job of, even though crossing that 6th and 7th place, getting 8 and 7 points respectively. With a nice surprise of Dark Zero having 9 in 10th place. So we take a look at our second half of this lot.
Talk about other surprises. This is a different team. Alliance from Stormpoint, not what we're seeing right now.
No.
And them being joined by Furia is going to surprise a lot of fans back home, especially if you're just tuning in and going, what on earth happened here? Now, this is still absolutely fine. If you're a fan of any of these teams in the bottom 10, they've all had their moments during the course of today's games. But remember, it's about being able to pick up wins when we get to Sunday's games. And those teams that even in this lobby haven't managed to find a win on either Stormpoint or World's Edge throughout the course of the past almost 2 days, those are the teams that need to start being a little worried.
I mean, I think this is, this is go time. Game 5 is typically go time. I think that's why we saw more of that chess match, the slow play. Teams knew what mattered there. Right now, if you look from 5th place all the way up to 1st, anybody can win and then win this entire lobby. So Moist Esports is there. Even a wild Entropic could make it if they do what they did last time, and Dark Zero and the rest in front of them have one of those goose eggs, which we saw earlier today actually happen with a massive win. So we'll find out if this continues, but Dia, looking at it all, I mean, what's the takeaway? Game 6, to me, the impressive stat goes towards Dark Zero because they've had to face Aurora every single start of these games, and they're still leading this lobby. Not a lot of teams have faced that early contest challenge and then still found a way to get top of the lobby.
And it's in being able to be consistent. I'm going to again credit RKN with recognizing how important it is when Dark Zero land, that they are able to effectively fight together. This isn't just jump master tactics and who gets there first, and it isn't how they approach the fight from what direction. It's coming down to way more basic things than that. The fact that they're able to move so effectively as a unit, and I'm going to credit the staff behind Dark Zero with that, and especially Zero himself.
100%. And of course, one of the people that we always love to hear from interim between these games, we've got one more to go, is standing by downstairs. Let's throw it over to Blaze. See what you got for us, buddy.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. I got my man Steve, aka JTB, co-owner here of Vex Gaming with me on the stage. Now, as you all have been watching the stream all weekend, you've seen all those red jerseys getting loud in the crowd, and they're getting loud right now. Steve, talk to me about how this event has been for you. And you got a big group out there. Where did you guys all come from?
Man, they've come from everywhere. Like we're so lucky to have a fan base that we have through Matafe and just Vex in general. Being in the UK's just allowed everyone to come through. Like it's so nice to have events in Europe.
Yo, it truly is, okay? You know, I know you probably would love to go travel super far for an event, but I was happy to come out here to London and hang out with you guys and get some more of this culture. But when it comes down to the culture of Vex, talk to me about this team and how you guys brought this squad together and why are you so dominant?
Like, it's not really much to do with me. I'm a co-owner, man. This is to do with Skin, our head of esports. He absolutely killed it finding this roster. They've just been dominating Europe for a long time. Like them, Alliance and Ascend are like an E6 to a point, just taking that placements, and it was a no-brainer to pick them up. Come with an amazing fan base. They follow us through thick and thin. And yeah, like, why would we not pick up this team? And the potential's huge. So.
The potential is definitely there for them. Now, you know, really when it comes down to the ALGS, we know how exciting this game can be, and especially on a stage like this. Talk to me about what do you love about Apex and watching this, and what has the venue crowd atmosphere been like?
Apex is special. We've been in titles from CS to smaller titles as well, and it's Apex just brings a vibe and that energy. The match point system is just unrivaled in my opinion. Some people hate it, some people love it, but having that opportunity for anybody to win at the end of the day is just, wow, like, come on.
Exactly, right? And then when we get to Sunday and it's the match point finals and all the teams out there, they just got to go out there, play consistent, and be great in the end to come out on top. Now, lastly, I got to ask you, what kind of shout outs you want to give out there to the fans that's been supporting Vex and what you guys been doing?
Just thanks to everyone that's turned up. We love you all. Yeah, that's it, man. Feeling Vex, baby. Let's go. We're making finals, I swear.
Hey, they're going to make finals. You heard it right here. But when we come back, we'll see in the last set of the day what Vex can do. That's going to do it for me and Steve on the stage. We're going to a quick break, and we'll get the rest of those games.
Back here in the venue in London, the Copper Box, smiling fans and wonderful faces. Of course, the Nessie hoodies as well. It wouldn't be an Apex event without Nessie hoodies, Dia, as we tend to know and tend to get jealous of constantly when we don't get the new ones. I'm not saying you have to give me one now. I'm just hoping that it happens. I wouldn't be mad. I mean, it's content, right? You know, give us some 2 Nessie hoodies. You know, Mark could come through and just, I mean, it's that simple.
Do you oversized hoodie or do you appropriately sized hoodie?
Oh, I'm an appropriately sized hoodie. Listen, you know, everyone knows I'm like 6'6" or something. Okay, not really. But I think an oversized hoodie, extenuating the fact that something's big on me, I don't think that's really quite the look.
I understand.
I'm trying to get every big aspect I can possibly get, you know, at this stage in my life. But that's okay. You know, that's fine.
Yeah.
Are you an oversized guy?
I'm an oversized guy.
You feel like you could hide in a hoodie, you know, hide the hair, hide everything, go low-key. Right.
Exactly. Like, I want to be one amorphous blob moving around the arena. That's actually the final form that I'm going to take. The hair will grow out, and I'm going to be like a Diglett.
Was that what you wanted to be when you grew up?
A Diglett?
Amorphous blob, Diglett?
Yeah.
All
I'd
right.
say so.
I mean, you're kind of far away from that right now, and we are far away from that in London. If you see any Diglets, let us know. But all I see is a Game 6 that is going to matter to you, because guess what? World's Edge, baby. It's always fun to cast this one, but it's even more fun when 5 or 6 of our top teams have a chance to take it all if they perform right now.
That they do, and with the, as you say, elimination bracket looming over a lot of these teams, this is the cutoff that you need to be overcoming. Interestingly enough, we're going to get some adaptations out of squads, perhaps switching up compositions to try and find what works best for them in the last game of the set. Very few challenges in terms of POIs are going on, so if you want to be as close to finals lobby quality as possible, this is the earliest that you're going to get it, unless of course your name is Aurora or Dark Zero.
Absolutely, and actually as you get closer and closer, I feel like I almost did the Hermione thing. No, but actually you really do need to realize that this is the moment that you cannot let go to waste. This is a Game 6 opportunity. You only get 6 of them, right? That's total in terms of the ones that we see. A Game 6, 6 of these brackets, but you only get 3 of them or 4 of them if you're actually playing in these groups. So everyone counts. How are you going to handle this when it comes down to losers bracket, when things are on the line, when it comes down to winners and you have a chance to secure a spot on Sunday in finals and play for $300,000? This is that moment. Every team better be ready and amped to go. And Aurora, nothing has changed for them. It is all another day's work. And that Havoc is doing some work. That is almost a kill, and they realize that Cleve is on the move.
Zainu is down, and Aurora, after switching up their composition to become more aggressive, as it turns out, simply don't need it. A jump on forward takes out Jen Burton, and with 1 member left, the smart move for Dark Zero has to be to run.
Sometimes you get an EVA 8 and a longbow, and the other team gets a Havoc and a purple mag. That's what happens.
Yeah!
With Aurora letting them feel it in London. The EMEA team saying, this is what we have been waiting to do for so long, but it's still not the cleanup they think it is. Zero is alive. Obviously, it seems like it'll be tough to get those banners back, but 1 member of Dark Zero still getting placement points.
Now, I will say, Rain Day, as a general term, I support positive play.
Yeah, generally.
In contest-specific scenarios, yeah.
The exception.
BM, yeah.
I'd say the exception to the rule. I think we could leave that at casual play. It's not that important when you drop down into your pub matches to do that to your enemies. But after what Aurora has gone through, I'd say they deserve a couple of emotes and a little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Slightly less positive play than super positive.
Yeah, so celebrate the small victories. Yeah. And now that they've got that, the big victory is, of course, the actual POI that they've been fighting over the entire time, and it is juiced this time around with a ring console to come with it, as well as a crafter. I only find myself wishing that Aurora actually were running a defensive legend that could make use of the console.
Oh, man, what a time. What a
the one
great
time
series.
they swap off costing.
I mean, but it works for them, right? I mean, in terms of the play, and this is something Aurora has done. They have run compositions that have included Maggie, that have included Fuse, that have included Bangalore and Ash, that have gone all over the place. One of the first, if not the first team in split I believe, the end of split 1 to actually run Catalyst and use it effectively and say, wait, there's something to this character. People don't give Aurora enough credit. We are seeing a team that's gone through a lot and belabored a ton in both their personal and competitive lives to get here. So much respect is deserved, yet you can't help but feel frustrated after some of the times that they've had with the constant contest they've had to deal with.
And Go Next, absolutely frustrated after last game. What could have been a first place was denied to them by Entropic, who interestingly enough are right ahead of them.
Yeah.
The rotation that takes you from Big Mod up through Geyser is what Entropic have elected to run this map. And with Go Next looking for a way to reclaim some of their glory that fell just out of their reach. They've actually got a cutoff here if they use it correctly, but Entropic sprint through the building, right through their own Arc Star to try and find a finish here. Horizon will insta-break this door, and it will be a kill secured by Entropic, but traded instantly by Slab.
Arc Star to buy some time and get at least a shield cell off. 25 more in the advantage. Slab wondering, do I push this? Knuckle clusters all around, but that's from his own team. A Thermite. He's just going to play it patiently. They've already lost DCTZR, and that means that if they pick him up right here around this corner, he can kind of bait a moment for Bambino to hold this door, and now, especially with Slab throwing his gravity lift, should be okay to do it, but another angle taken away from him and another focus of attention. So what seemed like an easy revive after that, now they don't have more movement, and they are in a worse position in terms of a team angle taken on them.
Now they've full-thirsted Uchako already, so Go Next do have an equal fight, and with a little bit of space, can still stick the res. They have the advantage in this engagement, and with Fuse, have instant zoning potential available to them on the inside. Now that you see Entropic, one Knuckle Cluster in here will change their life. A nice deflect of the Caustic Barrel. Not an interaction you see every day.
No, it's not. That Caustic Barrel wanted to go up, up, up and away, hit the ceiling, and they popped it just to give that AoE, so they didn't want to give any entrance into this from Bambino and squad through the door. It is still 2v2, and I think they're just getting a little aggressive. Hayarka gets so much damage, gets baited out a little bit, and this should be the end. Hayarka down to his last bit of health, and it is Entropic who go down after winning. So we will not see the magic 2 games in a row from them.
I have got to give a couple golf claps to how Go Next played that. The quick ult recharge off of Bambino allowed them to ult one exit and to ultimately cut off their escape routes. However, a third party is ultimately incoming after all of that, and DCTZR is down once more. We are right back in it with a duo up against, this time not another duo, but instead the trio of Naked that has walked in full shields and ready to go.
Leica, Alpha, and Pinky not worried at all to take this fight against Go Next. Leica with the Volt finds a little bit of damage. It is the Naked machine. They are moving forward, and Go Next just says, yeah, we'll go next. Bracket at least, because this one is over for us. They will be eliminated. That will be the end of them for this set of 6 games, as Naked gives them a little bit of punishment at the way that they delivered to Entropic. So what goes around comes around in that specific scenario. And we will have to wait to see them again.
I think they say it's a Pyrrhic victory. If I remember correctly. Leave no witnesses. Struggling for a victory of any kind. Do find one up against Noctum, the 2 South American teams going head-to-head in the north of Thermal Station. These buildings last game occupied by teams like E6 and FaZe.
Now let's talk a little bit about the situation Moist and FaZe are in. Snipe down, Frex on the outside, and trying to give support to Phony, who is underneath the stairs and baiting things out. Pricey, I think, actually just wants to move. MT goes down just like that. Frex finds Pricey, though, and this is FaZe trying to take down all of Moist. There's still 1 member remaining, but no, that is it. MT is down, and Moist Esports goes out like that. And talk about the different pace this Game 6 has over Game 5.
Taking a look at the kill feed, NRG are taking on Alliance at the moment from a bit of a range, but still taking them on nonetheless. A big, important fight for them as every team that NRG is able to fell, especially those that have a good chance of winning the end game, means that they climb that much further up the leaderboards. Really good fight from FaZe, by the way. Approaching the Dorito building on height is extraordinarily difficult, and they made it look pretty darn simple.
Well, they actually did a great job of letting Phony go in ahead of things and basically threaten, not only with the exhibit, which has a reduced throw range, so if he wants to get that vision, he can go underneath the stairs, stay safe, and be able to see that so that obviously Snipe Down and Frex can follow up, but more importantly, maybe an easier focus of attention, maybe just giving Frex and Snipe Down better angles for when they tried to leave the building. It seemed though like Moist wanted none of that fight, Tia, and so they were pretty much running the second that it started.
It's the direct polar opposite of what we saw last game, but the reason that we keep calling back to last game is if we can bring up the map, we're actually in a very similar situation, continuing to pull south towards Thermal Station, albeit a little bit further south than we did just last game.
And that happens to maybe be a redemption opportunity for Alliance, who we felt in a situation where they get Thermal near where they land, should be able to close that one out. It's certainly one of those things where yesterday, Chivas had 2 games in a row, same zone that benefited them, but they closed it out. It's easier said than done, looking for Alliance to do that. A team I've been impressed with is Riddle Order, and I have to go back to the point I just mentioned with Gildersons and NRG feeling the rhythm from before, taking down Alliance, one of our overall leaders in this entire tournament, in 15th place.
World's Edge is just not their place. Alliance are terrifying and unstoppable.
Has that been just consistent with them? Is it what's going on with World's Edge? Is it just unlucky? Is it the matchup here? What's happening?
I mean, it's been consistent at least during the course of LAN that they haven't been able to make World's Edge work, whether it be that other teams are playing spots that they want to, or that they're less able to take advantage of other squads, because that is a big thing about Alliance. While we have seen them at times be able to take World's Edge up until the end game and even win a game up against TSM, a big part of that has been when they can take fights into their own hands. It's a lot easier to bunker up in World's Edge and deny pop-offs to teams like Alliance. With Riddle now under siege, however, they've got to deny some pop-offs of their own, and it's increasingly difficult to do so when you can't see anything.
And you know, when you mention Riddle Order, impressed with what they've done overall in the tournament, Yukio coming in as one of the biggest streamers in APAC North. Unfortunately, they will go down there caught in between 2 teams that know a little thing or two about 3v3 fighting. That's, of course, LG Chivas, who we were just mentioning, and Aurora, who got out over Dark Zero and have made their way into a final zone. What will an Aurora final zone with a Mad Maggie look like? Well, there it is, firing just a little bit of that test to see if anyone is around that corner, pausing and giving them the space and time to loot up and get to those purples, because 2 of their 3 are on blues. That's something they need to upgrade pretty quickly as we approach the top 10.
2 tacticals, an ordnance out, none of them have hit yet, and after that, there's no reason LG shouldn't push. They've got the resource advantage, but one gets traded. Maliwan is down, but so is Jaguares.
I mean, this is actually a pretty decent move for Cleve, because not only has he been able to get one down, he's been able to help get this revive, but it's not that. Maybe it's the fact that another team slowly starts to move into this engagement, so they've got to be careful to finish this up in the right time. But if you look, they are isolated, so this is just going to be Aurora and LG Chivas who gets the better of it, and it's Aurora who've been fighting so long to try to get to land, and they say, we're going to make it count. They take down LG Chivas just like that.
Another quick reset for them, picking up Cleve and Aurora, who are already in zone, benefit immensely. 6 kills to them on this match, and World's Edge is turning around lickety-split. Aurora have looked good when they're able to take fights that they're on the front foot for, with a lot of them coming off the back of this Mad Maggie. Put another team in a corner, create space where you can sprint forward and capitalize on cracks.
Mad Maggie, great character. We don't often see her, don't get a chance to talk to her, but Aurora, again, pioneering a lot of the play with this character. I mean, Furious played her as well, but the fact that you've got changes coming that have made her a little bit more viable. Riot Drill has always been extremely good, in my opinion, does a ton of damage and a great poke tool, especially when teams are in those positions, bunkered down and don't want to move. Riot Drill is almost better than any grenade that you can have, and it resets. But the ball, has always been a little inconsistent. They've gone and fixed that. It's gotten a lot better. You still get the speed boost movement. So late game rotations when you're out in the open, yes, you don't have a catalyst, but you're moving much faster and able to reposition a lot safer with that character.
And especially, as we said, when you want to punish somebody and run across the open real quick,
right,
because you downed one of them and you just want to finish the fight.
Come on.
The little bit of extra move speed changes everything in a late game scenario. That's what the use of Mad Maggie is all about, with that benefit of mid and then later on end games. But it's something that we'll get to see play out, especially up against teams like Glitch, who are focused a little bit more on defense. With a Crypto Watson, they're one of our only teams to be pulling out this composition, and you can see why. They have consistently taken this position and literally just, that's a Revenant. That is a Revenant Octane!
My goodness. And look at that, they're gonna get hit potentially by the artillery strike from the Bangalore on the backside. E6 going into the Revenant, trying to make things count, but he gets destroyed yet again because the Bangalore ultimate was falling where he landed, so he had to take the jump pad quickly to try to get back in the action.
Zillash, the young, talented player out of South America, falls, and E6 continue on the push, but from behind, Naski and KCP come and clean up Glitch. Slayer's the last member left alive of E6, and it's gonna be a clean finish for the Kansas City Pioneers.
What a choice. Don't tell me we're bringing Revenant Octane meta back here at the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. That would be surprising. I would enjoy it, maybe for a game
I did
or
enjoy
two.
it.
I mean, I enjoyed it for a little bit. Also love the kind of understanding. I thought that 46 seconds left, that is an early artillery strike, but the fact is, if you have that rev change, they've got to go back once you take them down. So kind of planning the amount of time it would take to kill that team so that they go back to the death totem and end up taking your damage and having to walk through your Bangalore was brilliant. Did not work out. Kind of like Naski, Zane, and Pioneers skydive here. Dell trying to salvage things, and Naski trying to cook, but you know, if it's an English breakfast, we know how that turned out.
Getting cooked in this particular case. A little bit of extra damage would have taken Naski out, but one member down is almost just as bad. Naked go forth and capitalize on this with the zone closing in ahead of them. They do have to move pretty darn quick. This round 3 does not mess around, and they'll be able to move forward, hopefully taking a bit of the high ground that Pinky is already playing and is a lot safer than where they're currently sat.
Pinky is going to be the best delivery service possible if he takes that Golden Prowler and dies near a team that's able to wipe Naked here, because they are delivering the best weapon, the best possible format to the team that is able to claim it. And it looks like it could be Aurora. If they keep making this transition from north to the west, on the top of your screen. Right now, though, FaZe just trying to stay alive. 300 damage to get rid of these piercing spikes. You can see why there's such a nuisance for teams when they come in. And they made the joke ability legends, but right now you're seeing why it's so good at causing a little bit of distraction, and it allows Sweet with the charge rifle and now the triple take from range to find a pick.
And this is not stopping anytime soon. There's so much focus onto FaZe that with one member left, it's almost none. And there it is. FaZe, unfortunately, going down in a position that you can't realistically play at this stage in the game.
Caught between a rock and a charge rifle. FaZe not too happy about that one. 8 squads left. 4 rounds almost completed as we head into the 5, and then, of course, the closing circle here in our final game of our second set of the day. One more to go. Winners bracket, losers bracket, relegations, things like that happening tomorrow. Stakes only raise here. This is the moment where Naked could try to make a push. 37 points, Dia. Only a win would give them a chance to maybe jump into first.
We're running to the dead center of Thermal Station, and with Naked having a Horizon on their team, there is a better chance of them transitioning than almost any other squad, but they have to avoid the long-range shots that NRG have been abusing people with, the charge rifle that we talked about, and they're trying to loot up FaZe on the way, almost losing Leica.
And this is a great opportunity as you set the stage. Naked have a chance to maybe do something special for APAC. Let's listen in and see if they can get it done.
食らってない。とりあえずアルハ君の位置行くよ。
巻かないと無理だ俺。
俺らの位置耐えれるよ。モバリスこの辺出せるアルハ君。
手前いっちゃった。早めに降りないと阻害で殺される俺ら。
いや、こいつらが来ようとしたらこいつらも食らうよ。真ん中ランプ後だからカバーしてくれる。ね、これさ、真下なんじゃね？
何が？
真下にいるんじゃないリドル。
あ、もう。そういう方よ。 大丈夫よ。
待って、キャラ確認するわ、これ。
真下はいない。このピンのところは信号届かん。
いや、これね、上乗るだけだよ、俺ら、これ。今、グレとか使ってくれてるから、ラッキーだ、これ。
肉系デカ肉1しかない。
あげる、メディチ。
注射あるよ、いらない？注射3、13だよ、俺。
ない。
え、どこ行った俺のメディチ。
何やってんねん。
あ、取ったわ。
そっちの方が遠くて。
連打しとった。ちょっと待って、アーク取りたい、この。
また。
やったよ、気をつけて。
取れた。
まあ、来たら死ぬよ、こいつら。
肩だから肩ウルト使ってくるかも、ワンチャン。
とりあえず、次あること言っていい？次あること言っていい？上が俺らを見てないときに、ジップ1個渡る。で、こっち側入って。
オッケーオッケー。
もう一択からそこに。
ついていけばいいよね。
うん。
置いたよ、置いた。
待って、片指は壊しといた方がいいな。
Naked in a great position now. They've stayed patient, but they've kept all of their assets. The Prowler, the Volt, the range, and obviously one of the biggest assets right now is not getting shot at and becoming the focus of this lobby as we reach down into Zone 5, closing in about 10 seconds. A lot of room, but it's not an easy path as everyone is about to be exposed. Maybe the only team that has a little bit of an easier setup is Aurora, who are currently sitting on the back side, the eastern side of Zone, and that could be helping them there, especially to at least, even though they can't get damage, block off teams who might be trying to shoot at them.
And direct your focus to the top left of the screen, where Aurora on the minimap are taking up so much space, controlling multiple squads. Cleve does push forward a little bit, but keeps himself from overextending, returning back to the safety that he's allowed by Maliwan's backup. The old teammate, the synergy that has been there, has saved Aurora so many times. With a dark wall now thrown down on the low ground, Naked have arrived, are pushing up onto LNW, the former position of Onyx, and Aurora just get to watch all this happen. NRG will have to drop the high ground, but they crucially don't have to do it yet.
And this is where Alliance were. This is where Alliance wanted to be. This is where NRG took down Alliance, even though it was off screen, because this is where they land and how they hold this final zone. Remember, we said it's easy where you can pepper and spray on teams who are trying to rotate. Right now, NRG possibly in essentially the god spot for KP. But for winning the game, I actually like Aurora's position here. They can see everything happening to them. The only thing they don't have going for them is the catalyst. And that Dark Veil would be huge in cutting off, slicing this map in half, and forcing teams like Alpha to go up against Dogma and, of course, NRG Sweet to focus them instead of trying to cut across the Dark Veil.
You know what's a really fun tool for forcing teams to do things, though? It's the riot trap.
That is true.
It may not be a catalyst wall, it may not be as big, but you can deter rotations, especially in close quarters like this. They can control teams that are off to the north, like Naked, so much more easily, and focus their attention on Ganbare Oto-san by keeping peak angles denied to Naked. We'll see how they choose to play it out, as it looks like Aurora are setting up shield swaps, and NRG are dropping right onto Ganbare.
Hey, Ganbare want a piece of that. They say that looks good. Well, guess what? That looks sweet. He goes down, but there's still Gildersons and Nathan trying to survive. 3 squads left here. Aurora is one of them, but Nathan with the shield swap and the win over Ganbare. So it's Aurora and NRG who have survived here alongside Pinky, Laika, and Alpha on the southeast side.
This zone closes excruciatingly slowly, but look in the distance. NRG are trying to pull off the mobile res in the middle of all this chaos. Naked still push up onto Aurora. Could this be NRG's game, or will it, as you predicted, be in the favor of Aurora? Naked struggled to take it from them, but it is all upstaging what's happening to the south.
Maggie throws the ball
Here
down.
Comes Sweet.
Tries to get a bounce off it. Sweet goes down as well, and Aurora look to face off against Naked. Both of these teams vying for a top 5 finish, but NRG, they're vying for first place, and they're trying to come in and clean it all up.
A stall comes through from Aurora. This Horizon tactical allowing them to jump into the air, avoid a lot of fire. But with NRG back, Sweet has nothing, no weapons, no ammo. He's waiting for the Sheila to come back, and Aurora have gone down. This could be NRG's game, as they've got to take it up against Naked.
Oh my goodness, I know we're looking at Sweet's POV, but I want to see the in-game POV.
Got it.
NRG trying to have the Sheila bring it down. Oh my God!
Let's go NRG, clutching the win with the Rampart, the mobile res, the Sheila gameplay. Rain Day, I am over the moon.
A for NRG, and they will be your #1 team heading out of our second group stage here.
I am in disbelief as to what we just saw. The crowd in London equally so as NRG took this last game by storm and very quickly answered the question, what happened to this squad? What happened to everyone else?
You have to wonder if maybe NRG Sweet earlier got down, got revived, didn't have enough, and then just was doing his best with what showed up on his character. He's gonna have to take the designer of Rampart out to a nice dinner and thank them personally, because only that character could have given him what he needed to win that fight at the end. What a moment from NRG. And if we were asking the question, did they arrive in London? Certainly they are here.
That they are, and here to stay, I've got to hope. With games like that, I want to see that in my finals lobby. I want to see that level of gameplay, of last-minute critical thinking, decision-making. Great stuff from NRG, and it's why we praise Sweet as one of the best IGLs in the world, but we cannot forget about the folks that back him up, that make the calls work, because Nathan and Gildersons made the mobile res happen, and not only that, they cleared and bought space for the Ult Excel to go off.
You're right, and at the end of the day, an IGL is a leader. A leader doesn't always get given the best circumstances, but they make the best of their circumstances. And Sweet and NRG certainly have done that. That's going to be a wrap here for us. Let's go back to the desk and see what they think of Sheila now.
I think this desk probably has a lot to say about what happened in that final circle. There was so much chaos. Naked and Aurora could not focus on anything but what they had going on between themselves. NRG clutch up in one of the most insane ways we've seen in a very long time.
And we needed to see it. I mean, I said it at the start of this series that NRG were struggling a little bit. If they'd underperformed in this series, we probably wouldn't have seen them in the winner's bracket. With a performance like that, they're guaranteed to be there. So everyone who's a fan of NRG, get excited. They're going to be in the winner's bracket. Unbelievable, though, to have a game like that. Almost as unbelievable as the size of this microphone by my mouth.
Yeah, and that's just the end of that match. That's not even talking about all of the contests that we saw in the beginning of the match, Sabs.
Yes, we had a few contests. There was Aurora against Dark Zero and Entropic against Go Next. You know, one thing is important on contests, and I was getting told that since the beginning of the game, you can't take too long on a contest, or you're just gonna get third party, people gonna rotate to the zone, gonna just, you know, hear the shots and like be. Okay, I would just look, maybe we're gonna get some kills, you know, they're still fighting, they don't have much loot, because if they're splitting the POI, you know, heals, ammo, they're not gonna have anything, so they're just gonna use it against them. Compared to Aurora, they literally took a few seconds and they finished the contest. What else you can do? Just wipe them fast and go again.
All right, we need to kind of do a little bit of a review on that final moment. Mark, you were as hyped as everybody else watching it. Talk us through this final circle here and how it all played out.
I mean, this is just a brilliant play coming in from NRG. It's a great call, but difference maker is Rampart. If you're dropping on a team, there's always a worry, right? You're going to have the stun as you fall. It means your guns aren't going to be up, and you're expected to probably be the team at a disadvantage. But be able to pull out Sheila, do that damage as you fall from the skies, and then win that fight. That's difficult from NRG, and I think NRG were probably thinking if we win this fight, great, we get the KP, we don't expect to win the game from here. But from there, when they win it, they get the mobile res down as well, and then there's just a little bit of magic that happens, because it's all about finding an opportunity, an opening, because one is going to occur at some point for them to cross. They survive. They manage to elongate their lives long enough to make the cross, as the two other teams have to eventually engage with that zone starting to push them together. But, I mean, you're looking for the magic thing in the backpack, right? We all say, you know, what's in your pack? Well, Sweet finds an ult Excel. An ult Excel to bring Sheila back into that end fight makes it so perfect for him, and probably the win condition for them in that game as well.
It is just NRG doing NRG things yet again, though, isn't it? Back against the wall, when you think maybe they're down and out, is it a series result? Is it an in-game thing? Well, when you think that maybe as a 2 they might have not been able to finish this game, just getting him back on his feet, and then the ult Excel was absolutely everything. And when you get Sheila in a spot like that, it's just raining hell from above. NRG now put themselves in a position where they will be in the winner's bracket, where they don't have to worry about other points from other teams in these next 2 groups.
I mean, you look at Sweet as well. We're talking about the Sheila great, but obviously he's just been brought back into the game. You see it as White Armory at a P2020, I think. And all of a sudden, one great thing about you bring Rampart back in and you got an ult Excel, it's like, okay, doesn't matter if I didn't find loot on the floor because I got a Sheila and I can bring that into the party.
All right, we take a look here at the match 6 results. NRG on top, not only with an insane win, but 15 kills to go alongside it. To be fair, followed very closely by Naked Sabs. Some impressive numbers from to close out this series.
Yes, I mean, you know, I feel like also coming back to the contest, they literally came to the geyser and third party the fight that was happening there. And I think that was just the beginning for them. It was the whole start. They started well, they got 3 KP, and they were just keep going.
And I will say, I mean, we see Aurora there in third place, a team who was full of contests all day long, but still were able to get a big amount of points. May not be enough to get themselves into winner's bracket, we'll have to see, but I think they will still be holding their heads up high with some of the contests they went through.
It's going to be tough, of course, for these teams that haven't picked up the points they were desperate for heading towards, you know, the winner's bracket and bracket play, I should say, tomorrow. They're going to have a little bit of a longer road. Nobody eliminated yet, so the elimination bracket we've seen it's tough down there, and to scrape your way through, to fight your way through, to get an opportunity to fight in that finals lobby. That's where everyone turned up here in London, right? You want to be here on Sunday in that finals lobby, and it's going to be a longer road for some than others.
All right, well, now that the series is done, it's time for us to reveal the winner of that series. Massive performance to close out this, as it's obviously NRG going from a position where they seemed a little bit slow, like you mentioned here, Gaskin, now closing this out with an insane kind of exclamation point on their performance.
And I think a victory is very important for all of the teams who want to consider themselves potential champions here at this tournament. It is going to get to match point once we get to Sunday, once we've got through the bracket play. And if you're not getting wins on the board, the confidence won't necessarily be there. So just getting that one victory, going to do wonders, I think, for NRG. And of course, winning this entire series, crazy amount of points to put them up there for winner's bracket.
All right, well, now that we know where NRG finished, let's check out where the rest of the teams finish when it comes to these series results. Gambare Otosan at 60 points behind NRG. That's got to be a fantastic feeling for them to close this series out here, Mark, right at the top. Yeah, well, I mean, no surprise at this point. APAC North, surprise, surprise, turning up again, and everybody taking turns to be the lead runner for them. It's not like there's one or two teams from a region who are stepping up. You know, we talked about NRG, TSM, kind of the standouts for RNA. Obviously, Alliance have been the team to talk about in EMEA, but it's take your pick. With APAC North, it seems everybody turning up at a different point. You've got Naked in fourth as well, another representative of APAC North. Alliance, I would say it's a slower day for them, but just because they've just been dominating most of the time that we've seen them. But, you know, Moist Esports, a very important performance for them as well. They've been a little bit quiet, especially on day one, and good amount of points for them too.
On the flip side, Furia, 20th position. We noted them right at the start of the series. Would they have enough? Can they get enough points to get into that winner's bracket? I can confidently say it's gonna be a no with just 9 points from that series, and it's likely we're gonna see them in the elimination bracket come tomorrow. So that's disappointing for Furia. Of course, a couple of contests for them.
All right, well, now we get to see the overall standings. You were talking about Alliance having a little bit of a slower performance in that series, still at 194 in the overall, keeping themselves at the top of this, followed by Dark Zero. Sabs, which teams jump out at you here?
You know, Alliance is still keeping the position. Dark Zero the same. Even that they have a contest all the time by Aurora. I'm actually impressed by that. TSM is on their place. Energy went up. I was expecting them to go up. You know, the first day was warm-up. So they were preparing for the second day, and they're just gonna shine the next days more and more.
And what's pretty terrifying is, of course, all those teams that just played will not be playing again. So if they are outside of this top 20, it means they are in the elimination bracket. FC Destroy currently are on 92 points, I think are safe. So that's about what you're aiming for here, is 92 points for all these teams that are now going to play in the next two groups. But for those who didn't get there, it's about just saying, okay, well, we go next when we get into that elimination bracket. But I'd say around 90 is what we're looking at as a cutoff for this tournament.
All right, well, after that, we need to take a look at some individual stats, specifically on the side of NRG, as they do close out that series with our winning team. And, I mean, some of these are going to be very impressive on set. The damage out of Sweet alone.
Feels like Sweet just has the ability to flick a switch sometimes, doesn't it? And I feel like it's the same with NRG. I think Sabs is completely right, and Dan and I kind of touched upon this. It's not about how you play on the first day. It's about how you play on the Sunday and getting to Sunday and finding form, finding comfort as the games, the series, the days go past. I mean, you saw the stats from Sweet. Guild alongside him as well. Big kills and assists coming out from him. And every single thing that works for NRG starting to tick over a little bit now. And the player that I always think is kind of the catalyst for NRG is Nate as well. When Nate's playing well, you can just see a different kind of animal, and NRG look that different kind of animal. 16 kills and 15 assists for Nathan, absolutely unbelievable.
And it's all well and good talking about, is a team playing well, are they not playing well, are they underperforming, are they overperforming? At the end of the day, it comes down to crunch time, who can perform when the lights are on, when we get to the winners bracket, when we get to Championship Sunday, when the pressure's on. NRG are a team who's been here before, and they can do it when the questions are asked about them.
Well, with a performance like that, you know we also need to talk to some of the players, and I believe we have Blaze standing by with Guild for an interview.
Thank you so much, Glitter. I do have the man himself, Gilderson from NRG, as they come away with taking down that group. Gilderson, we saw a crazy ending there for you guys to take first place. I heard him talk about it on the desk, but can you walk it down for me through your POV of what was happening as you guys were reviving Sweet there?
I mean, the last game was pretty troll, I'm going to be honest. It basically died out like a scrim lobby online, so Alliance was being ignorant in the last game because they were doing really well. We just took their spot and basically won the game for free. Sweet dropped out of the dropship and got ult excels because he wanted his minigun. That was pretty funny. But other than that, yeah, we just walked in for free, and the other two teams fought and we won.
And there you go, okay, easy peasy. Now, you know, I saw you guys kind of tweeting like you guys don't like the staging location too much, okay? But after that dub, any opinions change on that one?
Staging's still terrible, absolutely horrible.
Still terrible right there, okay? Now, coming into this group play, okay, we've always seen you guys kind of make it towards that winner side of the bracket. What was one of the things that you guys really wanted to work on for group play to prepare for that championship bracket?
Honestly, we were still just figuring out the team comp that we really wanted to play. Decided that we wanted to pick up Valk and drop Seer because we weren't getting very much use out of Seer. And the beacon honestly just helped us so much with getting points on Storm Point. That's like a big change that we made.
That's awesome, and it definitely showed there in the scoreboard. Now, we still got another day of competition, and you're excited that you guys are moving forward, but what you want the NRG fans to know going into the next day?
I mean, we're feeling good. I can't wait to play tomorrow.
All right, you heard him right here. Gilderson said they are feeling good for the rest of the bracket. I'm gonna let them get on up out of here, but don't worry, folks. We still have more Apex Legends action coming up. When we come back, it's our last set of the day, and you don't want to miss it.
Fantastic day here, live in London from the Copper Box Arena.
It's a 3v3 and Ratchet gets the spray. It's perfect from him. And Cleve trying to clutch up now for Aurora. The Peacekeeper needs to connect, but Aurora. The Alliance are giving the beans. Hackers and Yuki turn the fight on its head once again. As the team we call champions here. As the Aussie is standing up for his squad. No way you're going to do this, Jen. No way. Swinny in the 1v2, E6. They might just do this. He's only got 1 HP. It's got to be perfect, but no, realize.
It is destruction from on high, with Hackers raining down Glitch are out.
Using just a little bit of help,
oh my
it's
God.
Mateo Tosan with the win. I know we're looking at Sweet's POV, but I want to see the in-game POV. In our team, have the Sheila bring it down. Oh my God!
That is the craziest conversation we've ever had. All right, chat, let's lock it in, baby. I love you guys very much, man. Thank you guys for being here again. Let's go. Game 5 on the way. That was insane that you just said that.
Why?
Nothing. Contest, again, DZ Aurora, who do you got? Who do you got? DZ Aurora contest. You good? You awake?
I was thinking about it, bro.
He said, who? Your eyes just went.
I was thinking about it.
All right, chat, put in the chat who you guys think, man. DC or Aurora? Who will take the W and who will come out on top? Yeah, baby. I'm watching Molly while I'm turning around. Oh, Ranches coming on in from the top rope. Wait, this is crazy. And he gets a dub loop.
And he punches him off the cue.
Holy shit, bro. Doing this at land is just so intense. It's insane. Flatline 2 and a Sentinel. I didn't know how to grab that so fast. That was insane.
Okay.
Flatline Havoc, purple armor for the boy Ranches. We got a blue armor for Molly. That's all good. John, actually. All right, we got DZ Aurora contest, chat.
Okay, Jen looking to take the middle here, looking to get active.
So Cleave's loot's pretty bad. Ranch's loot's pretty good. And I would say Molly Wands is probably the worst of all.
Zainu is Nemesis P20.
Okay.
Volt, and P20 Nemesis.
Okay. So I would say that 0 is the game changer for them.
R3 Prowler,
yeah. And I think Ranches is the game changer here for Aurora. So we're gonna watch both of them. Why not? We'll see. Very patient though so far. No one really over.
It's definitely a game of cat and mouse, to say the least.
It definitely feels like when DZ sees Aurora out of position, they immediately commit to the fight. When they see DZ like playing the position, or Aurora playing the position correctly, they immediately just put in like to reverse and play angles way harder.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it's the right way to play it because I think they are just.
Are they
as
backing
good.
up?
I don't know. I can't really tell, to be honest. Kind of looks like both teams are just retreating and not really taking it too serious. We'll see if it does.
I need to put in ammo.
Yeah.
For his P20.
That's interesting. Never heard of anyone crafting ammo for a P20.
Oh, he crafted an R9. I lied.
Oh my God! So an R9 for Zainu.
R9 Nemi.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
P20 ammo definitely doesn't hit nearly as hard. Unless you're looking to throw it and you have a Randy Johnson.
That's a huge Q. They might be able to need that caustic out.
I think Ranches is right there anyway, so I don't know if they're going to do that. Nice shots, though, bro, from Ranches so far. They need to try to capitalize on that damage and even just move a little bit more forward.
Huge damage there from
Oh,
Zero.
yeah. That's big.
And they're getting Q'd on and Sear Q'd.
Oh, man. What is Ranches doing? He can't even get to the spot correctly.
Good shots there from Jen as he picks up the knock on the Maliwan.
Nice, that's huge.
Zero gets swung, but Jen trades it out as well. And Aurora gets smoked by DZ. Bro, that boy Jen Burton is waving.
He's waving to their side, bro, hitting the fucking
He just hit him with the wave, bro.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my.
And they are right next to him, too. DZ saying, na, 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 na. Hey, goodbye. And now we see the zone here too, Greek. Absolutely perfect for Sweet and NRG. They're on the backside terminal as Noske and them are fighting. Oh yeah, they're gonna get some kills on the LNW. And LNW will be a solo as Karev is trying to stay alive, but Noske and them are not letting up. They want to push through.
Yeah, and Karev is low-key running right into Moist. Shit's about to get wet.
It is. We're getting wet in here, man, and it's getting wild as well. Karev is probably going to go down to Moist, if I had to guess, if Moist does recognize that they're underneath him. I think
they heard him.
Oh, yeah, they hear him, and I think it's going to be Moist taking down Karev and LNW. Yes, sir, and there it is, baby. Moist, let's get wet, taking down LNW, and they left no witness, that's for sure. GG's. NRG is going to be the backside with EIQ, and I think it's going to pull back there, right? I think so. I don't know. I don't know either.
I might go platform here.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't think it looks too
LG flying in there as well. Yeah, LG, another one of those teams where they're now playing zone.
Yeah, which never happens. So I want to put that in perspective again for you guys. teams that need to score points in order to get to the winner's bracket, because there's an overall leaderboard. If you're not in the top 20, you immediately go to losers. Okay? And then in the losers bracket, if you get the bottom 10, you're eliminated from the tournament. So getting sent to the losers is a chance at elimination, which is a big deal. So LG needs to score points in order to be top 20 in that leaderboard. So if their edge gameplay is not working and they just need points, they're going to start rotating faster, just like the boys at Fury are doing as well.
Oh, look at this. Effect is getting aggro as hell onto Go Next right now.
Yeah, this is bad for Go Next. You do not want to be on the opposite side of that L-Star. Oh my god. Good shots, good angles as well. Oh no, LG's good. LG has points, don't they?
I thought you said they were in 19th.
No, they're 19th right now. They're good though. I think on the overall leaderboard they're fine. My bad.
I thought they were in like 13th maybe.
No, I think they're higher than that.
Higher? Okay.
I think we're thinking of somebody else. I think we're actually just thinking of Furia, to be honest.
No.
I think so. I can check right now on the overall leaderboard. I think LG probably already auto-qualified. Okay. Oh yeah, they're vibing. They're in 5th.
Yeah, okay.
So I don't know why they're rotating the zone quick. Just maybe because they're underperforming anyway. In this lobby specifically.
So you got Riddle flying in there. Moist holding the hill.
Ooh, FaZe with a fight. Onto Noctum. Snipe down. Maybe gonna go down here too very soon. Noctum trying to stay alive. He did get sniped and almost went down, to be honest. It's actually almost perfect for his name.
That's the knock though on the Kings.
The Creeping Barrage. What a time to be alive when you see those getting kills. That name is fucking sick. Kings does go down, and it's going to be a snipe down in FaZe 2v3, and they're leaving. They get the knock and then just run away.
Yeah, they can't really fight Dorito.
Ah,
there's already
Glitch.
another team lurking.
Glitch does come in for the third party, and K-Swinny is going to come in for the fourth party behind Glitch Gaming. I think they're going to take this fight.
FaZe does have a tower in their back pocket.
Yeah, an evac tower maybe from staging just to get.
And
inside
they hit the map room scammed, so they know nobody's at the buildings here where the res beacon is. They might try to evac to it.
I think they're going to take those, as K-Swinny looking to take those too. So I think K-Swinny's not going to hold choke. I'd be very surprised if they do. See the zone close here too in a little bit here, guys.
See the zone?
And there we go.
It pulls up to the island, bro. To the houses.
Bro, can Energy catch a break, you think, or what? That's insane. It's going to pull back up towards the island. Onyx is going to be in a great spot for this game. They're going to be chilling pretty much the whole time. Nosuke in a good spot, depending on where E6 goes to. That's going to be rough, but damn. LG, EIQ, and Energy are in for a rude awakening next zone pull, bro.
Swinny and them take the buildings.
First I just crashed. Nope. Sweet was just literally standing still on top of a building. Okay. That scared the shit out of me, not going to lie.
Zero picks up a kill on the Hawkes.
Where is that at? Oh, over here in the middle. They actually kill Hawkes? Where the fuck is his teammates? Up top? Yeah, they are. No,
and now they're going to Q on the rest.
And there we go, man. The Alliance duo going to try to take the boys down.
Yuki really set up, though. Yuki's doing a lot of damage as he picks up one on the Gen.
No way. No way.
Oh my God. And Zainu
goes
to gas.
down to the gas.
Zero's going to get a Phoenix off and just go up there and res him.
Yeah,
they're good, though.
I think they're okay. I don't think anyone's really near them to do anything based off that. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm surprised that KCP didn't look for that in any way possible at all. I think they just know their spot's so good they don't want to risk it. Gamba right now going to hit a Valkyrie feed face. Let's see where they rotate.
I'm surprised Dell didn't slide out there and hit like a Sear Q up there just to
That's
see.
what I'm saying, right? No, nothing at all. No recon from KCP to even look towards the middle of Thermal. They were just kind of chilling in the donut and they went from there. I don't know. What do you think of this rotation?
Platform. Well, if you look at the zone here, that's a good rotation to the platform, but obviously they don't have info. Zheng He going down.
To Sweet fucking Longbow yet again, baby.
He's been rocking that a lot, man.
Yeah, I think he's been watching me, man. I get it, bro. He's watching my highlights. I understand. I would too. You did, man. I know you did.
I started sniping before you.
No, you. What are you on about? It's literally the first thing I did. I played this game when you were in diapers.
You started playing at the same time I did.
That's true.
All right, so Furia flying in here.
I don't like
They
this
might
spot.
catch Zillich.
I think Zilak is about to fuck them up, and I think the teams in the house is about to fuck them up too. I think this is a bad spot. I think this early in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Swinny and them are feeding on it.
Yeah, I think they should. I think they're putting themselves in a very tough position. I think Furia should get punished for this big time.
Yeah, well, they're definitely getting something, that's for sure.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's going to be Watson going down. Pander's going to be 30 HP. I am not a fan of that rotation. Zera Tricky is going to be 1. Zera goes down, and Panders and Furia are eliminated at 17th place. That is a desperation ulti from Furia, to be honest. I wonder if Alliance is smiling right now. I would not doubt if they were at all. That's crazy. I think that's a really, really bad play in the nicest way possible, with all due respect. I think majority of people should know that playing that early is very bad.
I don't want to, like, obviously we don't know what their comms were.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was necessarily, like, their plan.
I don't know
I think
either,
they wanted
I
to
guess.
fly over, and that was, like, the only thing open.
Fair. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt for sure. I guess I had my fair of horrible Valk ultis as well on Team Sheesh, so I can't really have that much room to judge. But if they did want to land there initially, I'm just very surprised about that because I don't think it's
Because, like, if you think about it, they definitely could have maybe forced, like, a house.
I think they could have went to one of the 2 houses in there. Case Swinny and them are holding 2 for 1.
Yeah, which obviously at the time they might not have known.
Yeah,
but
true.
I would actually rather just force a bottom floor than land.
And I think we're talking about that now as FaZe is looking to do that and force the bottom floor onto E6.
Nasky going down to a knuckle cluster.
Wow, a good old knuckle cluster coming out for the boy out Fusey for go next. Bangalore
All right,
ulti
FaZe
goes
looking
down.
to make this move here.
I like this a lot. Now this to me is a good play.
Phony gets stunned though.
By his own Bangalore ultis. Snipe down though with a good play forward. Let's see if they can get in there. They do. They force the house and they take it. It's a great job by FaZe, man. I like that play call. It's a really good one.
And look at NRG. They hit a rotation here.
Where did
and
they
I think
come
this is a
from?
good spot.
They came from the backside with an evac tower,
Yeah.
huh? That's a really good
Double
spot.
gold armor with a purple.
Yeah.
And a low ball ski.
Thank you, Mike. That's what I said.
What?
No way Nicewing messes up. He beat Prime TSM back in the day. I mean, I don't remember that really that much, but I'm glad that someone does. Thank you. And ooh, look at the zone pull. What do we think about that? I didn't even look at that one, to be honest. That's a little. It's gonna end out here, no?
What the fuck is that?
I actually don't know. I mean, that's not good for energy. It's not good for E6. Not good for Glitch Gaming. Naked now fighting the boys over at Noctum, who
The oops. And they land right where Furia landed. Let's see if they get punished by GE the same way.
I don't know.
And Nelas goes down to an 8 already. Nathan gonna pick up one on Kings. It's up to worse now. Last alive on his team. And you know NRG is gonna go right to the low ball once these guys die. Because I'm looking at their guns and they're missing attachments.
Yeah, you know what, man? It definitely pains me to see this, but it's not a bad oob late game. But again, early game, the spot is just not good. You cannot oob like that to these specific spots, bro, early game. Especially when you have no defensive character. Worst, trying to stay alive. This is going to be pretty devastating for sure for the boys over at Noctum. Yet again, not another great game for them. And Glitch Gaming is just trying to do everything they can to kill him. Somehow, he is even surviving this. I'm impressed by Worst's ability to
Here
even
comes
stay
Naked
alive.
on a Valk ult.
And Naked now with a Valk ulti in deep. I like this play. I want to see where they rotate to afterwards, though. At least they find a safe landing spot for this circle. The next one is going to be the interesting one, how they play this. As Realize, also now rotating into Greek.
Thorfinn picking up 2 knocks onto Gonbare.
Yeah, it's going to be Thorfinn on the backside, picking up knocks on the Gonbare. This kid can fry out if he wanted to, man. Really, really good player.
Yep.
Super good roller player. Super good kid, too. Always in my chat. Shout out Thorfinn. Nice guy. And they're going to take down Gonbare. Jung Hee's going to do it all by himself. That's going to be 1 man up now for Gonbare, Jung Hee. And it's going to be LG on the backside. Maybe looking to third party this now into EIQ. Greek.
And it looks like Realize getting knocked over here.
Oh, they are. And
they
they're dead.
get full wipe to Arc Stars by Onyx.
Oh my God, a man with a mission, bro. The Onyx Arcstars coming out and realize fully eliminated here. What a shame. We're gonna tune in NRG. NRG, I want them to have a good game here. I want to see what they can do, what they can work with making this rotation. There's one guy that can calculate things extremely well and extremely fast paced. It is indeed Sweet Dreams. Nice knock there by the Nathan though.
Yeah, that's gonna be Renatricky going down. And they see the zone now as Zilak goes down as well. It's up to Panic, last alive on his team, and Sweet smells blood.
Yeah, he does smell blood indeed.
He knows that's a rat, but he might think that's the rat of GE.
I'm not too sure what he thinks. He's going to go and try to kill this anyway. Worst is going to get eliminated here in the top right, and Noctum is indeed eliminated as Kings is now dead. NRG now going to fight.
Now they know that there's still one alive.
Yeah, which is great.
And so that's going to be Noctum.
Bro, they are picking
eliminated
up
as well,
and
GE facing a similar fate as Guild just got ratted by Panic. If he gets thirsted here, that's so bad.
Oh,
saves him.
Look at Gilderson's HP, Greek. Look at Gilderson's HP. Holy shit.
Gonberet eliminated.
That was actually
And Pricey gets a
HP.
knock onto Snipe as Moist is sieging the building. Now that FaZe was in, and FaZe gets rolled over like a cheap tent in a windstorm.
Wow, you heard that one somewhere, and I like how you're using it. That's good shit. I gotta say, Gilderson goes down there, man. Energy's game is completely different. That 2 HP is the literal vibe saver for NRG and the boys. That is gigantic. Now they're gonna have to rotate in, make a big time play. It's gonna start coming on in here too. All these teams gonna rotate in. NRG hitting the Valko Feed Face special kit.
And do they partake in the feeding of thy face?
I think that is almost a guarantee for
They
majority.
might land behind the blue bins here to the right.
I think they're gonna be fine, actually. I think they should be okay.
LG can pressure if they land there.
Yeah, Sweet with a little bit of a mishap there. Flies a little bit low, but they're going to be good for right now. Pressure's probably going to come here in a little while. But
if they get a lot of fences down, this actually could be playable.
Yep, and now Naked is going to be shooting LG here. The queue up for LG.
They might go third this.
I'm not too sure.
100% they third this so they can clear the whole side.
Yeah, I think they literally just try to wipe everything on this angle, and they're dying.
Dark Zero eliminated, Riddle eliminated. Sweet swinging with the Sheila.
We love to see it, man. Sweet, the boy, with the Sheila, trying to get aggressive. Naked dead. He's now moving forward just a little bit more to try to wipe this. He's keeping Guild, though.
And Onyx just tried to force on top, and Shady goes down.
He's trying to keep Guild and Nathan back, as well as trying to take these fights. LG going to be 2-man up. Thorfinn and EIQ are not going to be wiping.
E6 just took over the building.
Bro, they're still a full 3-man, by the way. I'm going to put that out there.
Yeah.
EIQ is still surviving on this backside, as NRG is looking to get a little bit aggressive now, too. Onyx is going to be most likely dead.
Eliminated.
Wow. And that boy over on Onyx was 1 HP. LG dead at 8th place.
Yep, and now Raki last alive on his team.
Yeah.
Ratting in plain sight here.
Yeah. Moist now needs to rotate in here too. We'll see what Moist can work with. Waltzy and the boys trying to get something going here for this game. They are in what place? 4th place right now. This good game here can actually advance them in the top 3 pretty easily with DZ being dead. We'll see what happens. Yeah.
And he's going to go down as Onyx is eliminated. You have NRG. I kind of like their spot here.
I do too.
They get walls set up. Not really much LOS can screw over them here. And then they know there's 2 teams in the building, and both of them are going to have to move.
Yeah, both teams got to just at least move a little bit in that building side. NRG, man, is posted. I'm a little bit worried about Moist and what they're going to do here for this end game. They have to cross a little bit of a gap and maybe make this work, but they're going to get looked at by Go Next, who's on their backside, and not clearing this, bro, might be a bite in their ass and a pinch in their side because it is tough. I don't know if they can do anything. It's going to be GN
Kraber
with
in the
a
hand.
Kraber. Oh, my God.
Yeah, he's only got 2 shots, though. A
That's
slab
fine.
eats one.
That's good. He's looking for the heat check, though, bro. He's got 1 more left.
One bullet in the chamber.
They're safe here, too. I actually really like this
decent.
rotate. Yeah, I like this rotate a lot as Moist starts to move on in. I don't know if they're going to be able to get in there. First 4, a little bit congested.
Price almost just started the storm.
Yeah, that was very
NRG
close.
looking to third it. Empty going down. Nathan picks up another one. It's still a full 3-man of KCP in the building.
Yeah, full 3-man up top for KCP, or down below.
And bottom is E6.
Yeah, so up top KCP, down below is going to be E6. NRG, though, the team to watch. good rotates, actually phenomenal rotates this game, have
and
created
Sweet with an All-Star in hand.
have created nothing but good evac towers and Valk ultis for themselves. One thing that we see teams at LAN do really bad with is literally landings. So them doing this is fucking impressive as hell.
Eliminated.
Moist does go down.
Now Nasky fighting E6. E6
Nice.
eliminated as Nathan is picking up kills now.
Yeah, really good job from Nathan to get in there, baby.
Maybe another one?
KP there.
And that's
going to
be KCP feeding face onto E6 and getting both killed. That Sweet goes down.
Yeah, there it is, bro. Pioneers.
And here goes next. Go next. They're going for the second. EIQ needs to react immediately and come in for a third party, and they're doing just that. And when a member of Go Next goes down, so it's going to be a 3v2 here. EIQ should be able to have an easy win.
Yeah, NRG eliminated, so they go out early. This is going to be EIQW, two teams low-key that literally needed it really bad.
Huge win for Entropic, man. Huge win.
And there it is, man. Entropic with the W. Low-key a little bit of a throw for NRG. Not too shabby, but I think they could have played that a little bit better. Entropic takes the first place. I don't know how they survived for so long with LG and everyone on their side. They came out of that pretty much unscathed when Naked and LG were fighting, and they're just good to go.
I don't look like,
Bro,
but I
you
look
were
like a
complaining
fucking
about it yesterday.
animated inside-out dad.
Bro, you were complaining about the fuse yesterday.
I was not complaining.
You said, why did Play Apex hit me with this?
I said there's no way they hit me with that.
So isn't that
In
a bad
good way.
thing? Oh, okay. That's good then. All right, yeah, you look like Fuse.
No, you already said what you
I
thought.
was lying to you because I thought you didn't want to look like him.
And E6 on Octane Lifeline
People
Rev.
keep saying I look like Horizon.
Octane Lifeline Rev on E6.
Do I look like Horizon?
Who?
Horizon.
Like the character?
Yeah.
No.
I get that one a lot. All right. Let's lock it in, baby.
Well, I'm trying to see if two people insta-drop and go towards Flamme.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's a little bit of a play here. No. Not happening. Furia is going to have another chance at life. E6
There's no
looks
way.
like they want to take the life out of everybody here. Literally, they're playing Revenant. So it looks like...
Is Riddle sending it to Stacks?
I have no idea what Riddle's doing. No, they're going Dome, aren't they? Yeah, they're going Dome. No.
Doesn't Naked go there too?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Oh, they're going Stacks and Naked's going Dome. Because don't forget, NTH is not in the lobby, or Alliance, or Optic. I cannot believe
Okay,
E6.
DZ Aurora.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
on Aurora.
No, shit, where's that? Oh, wait, shit. Zero! Zainu going down! Zero and Jen! Oh my goodness. All that talk in that lobby might be coming back to bite him in the butt for right
Molly
now.
on spam finishing.
Yeah. That's a... And this shit's personal.
The showstoppers. Right to the ass.
This shit is personal. Zero gonna be all by himself now.
I mean, listen, all I'm going to say is, you know, it's nice to see Aurora win one. But at the end of the day, the scores ain't talking.
Yeah. Aurora right now is in what place in this lobby here?
They need a banger last game.
13. 13th right now, but they need points in the overall leaderboard, correct?
Well, I mean, it's not only that, the overall leaderboards, but every single group that they've been in with DZ has outplaced them as well.
Yes. To be fair, though, do not forget, if DZ goes to winner's bracket and then performs in winner's bracket and gets to finals, there is a chance if Aurora gets sent to losers.
Oh, yeah, they can definitely make it through.
Well, what I'm saying is they're not going to have a DZ in their lobby at all until finals. So that would be a huge, huge thing for Aurora. They might have Onic.
They would only see each other in the finals.
Literally, exactly. So that's pretty big. It's a good thing to recognize.
It's not over yet. I'm just pointing out statistical facts.
Now it's going to go thermal. Backside.
I'm not fully convinced on that one either.
Platform?
Chieftain.
Platform, maybe? Maybe?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think that's platform.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to pull to the back house, but I think it's going to platform.
NRG with a fast rotation, and they listen to this. Last game, they took all the way back there, and it trick pulled, and now they play Island. I bet you it goes platform now. because that's just NRG luck.
Or is it just energy not making great calls? Thoughts, questions?
That's bad. That's bad RNG.
Wow. Maybe they need to raise the energy of their IGLing and get the fuck to zone, brother.
Brethren.
All right, so
Alliance is on Fuse Maggie Vantage.
Vantage is crazy. I will say that there is no more useful character than Vantage. A fight breaking out right now. Don't know what's going on. It's gonna be NRG fighting on the backside. Who the hell is LNW? What is going on? Xako now going down to go next to, and LNW. Miscom?
No.
Miscom for sure. Had to be.
Because I don't think they were ratting it. Sweet was literally running around.
I feel like he probably swerved too late or didn't make it with his team. And LNW is going to be 2-man up now with energy getting some kills.
Damn.
Or 1 kill.
That's not good.
At least they get the points. Not bad for energy though, brother. Probably really happy about that. GN's not going to be fighting over in Geyser's side versus EIQ. EIQ is now in 6th place after that win. So we'll see how this goes for them.
Yep, 2 EMEA teams going at it as Doctors is going to go down.
Yeah, and this is not good, man. I don't like this spot either. I think it's really hard to fight, be on the outside of the alleyway.
Here comes the swing as Bambino takes a lot of damage, and he does not have his Q. Huge Q there from Slab to delay the push, but it's inevitable. They're going to have to fight this.
Slab with a good delay. I mean, it's not really going to do much.
It's a 2v2 because Entropic does have 1 finished.
Yeah. It's going to be Caustic, Seer alive for Entropic, and it's going to be Horizon.
Oh, man, and Hyarka takes a lot of damage there. And Thorfinn trying to hold up, but it's not going to be enough as Bambino swings now. Hyarka going to go down, and Entropic going down.
Yeah, so Entropic is eliminated. Ranches and the boys now moving up towards DZ.
And
it's
here
gonna be
comes
0.
Naked to third it.
Yeah, Naked's going to come for the third. I want to see if they get landed on, though. Is DZ about to get landed on? The solo of DZ 0 getting landed on by Ranches and Aurora. Oh, my goodness. They're hunting them down.
Does he shoot the body?
Does he do it?
Look at Ranches, bro. He's bopping his head, dancing. Look at him. He's still bopping. I can hear, like, his head is bopping with the beat of the shots.
He's actually making a song and then dancing to it with the gunshots. As Naked takes down Go Next. I mean, he deserved it a little bit there. He did talk that shit.
That's actually crazy.
Yeah. A mid-game body shooting right there.
He actually was going like this to the beat of the song.
It's actually something we haven't seen in pretty much...
That's the first time I've ever seen that.
I don't think we've ever seen anything like that. Worst is now going to start to walk up towards LNW. LNW going to be a solo here versus Noctum. And LNW takes down Noctum. Wow. As Sweet
Yuki helped them out there. And
Alliance.
Sweet took out Effect just now.
Oh, no. That's really bad for Alliance.
And NRG crosses over from Island. They want to get the fin here.
Really good grenades from Hackus to stall the delay, but it doesn't even matter. Or to delay the push.
Hackus goes down. Yuki all alone.
No ulti. I think if he had an ulti, he for sure wins this.
There's no... NRG doesn't have a way to get up there.
No, they don't. So Yuki can stay alive just for a little bit.
They just want the fins.
I think he echoes in there and just
eliminated.
beats his face off. I like that.
Echoes off the top 360 windmill East Bay Vantage snipe.
Yeah, I think he YY, quick scope, no scope, throwing knife, ladder stall, respawn, cancel. That's what I want to see. That's what I think the play is here. I think
there's actually nobody back here, bro.
No, there's not one team in the backside of Thermal. I can't believe this man's playing Octane right now. That's the craziest part.
Oh, we didn't even see what the pull is.
What?
It looks like Jungle Gym.
Oh my God, that pull is bad.
Maybe Jungle Gym or the other platform.
Right here, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be right on that one. That's really, really bad for the majority of teams. So Energy guesses that zone wrong again, but you can't even guess that right. You kind of just have to play it. Whatever happens, happens. You think they get one successful Rev ulti in? I don't think so.
I mean, that's what I really want to see.
I do too, but Revenant and Octane are just so bad. What is Yuki doing? He is trying to set up for some snipes. Vantage, I know, is horrible, but she's pretty fun in ranked. Using the sniper in ranked is actually such a good time. The best part about her is if you mark someone you knocked, you immediately just full kill on a body shot, which is phenomenal.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, I do like that. It's a really big, like, griefing tool. It's a good time.
I just want them to rip an Octane pad so bad.
I do too. I wonder if they're going to actually do it. They're going to do it at least once. Is it going to be a good one? I have no fucking idea. But I would like to see that happen. They're taking an evac tower on to Yuki. There's going to be NRG with the evac tower on. Yuki looking for the quick scope, literally actually trying to make that happen. NRG getting super aggressive. Good shots out from Yuki. He's going to go down. And Alliance
got
is
knocked
eliminated.
from Sang Jun, though.
Yeah, it's going to be fine. They're going to get the reset up top.
Yeah, they're far.
Nathan gets a reset. They're going to get the res onto Sweet, and they're going to be good to go. It's a good play by NRG. They do use an evac tower for that, though. They have another one in their back pocket of Guild, so they're going to be fine if they rotate again.
Taking the spot from NRG.
Yeah, and Guild, NRG going down again. Sweet peaks, dies immediately, and Shady gets the knock onto him.
I mean, they're fine.
I feel bad for FaZe. They're walking right into the int zone of the boys over at E6, along with Panic and Glitch Gaming being right there too. So once you step in this area, I feel like K Swinney feels a little bit of a threat. That Rev Totem's going down, that Octane pad's coming out, and they're double gold.
What do you think
as well.
Frex's comms there when he sees the Revenant?
He's going to blame himself. He started this shit. Yukio now going down. Riddle now dying to LG in the backside. Riddle needs a really good game
Aurora's
too.
coming to third it already.
Yeah, this is really, really bad for Riddle, man. LG does stay full 3-man up as the boys over at Naked are going to, Aurora going to start to move up. Aurora, third partying. LG trying to stay alive. Yanya was 1 HP with full armor.
Here comes a
Maggie Ball coming out, baby. The Beyblade, let it rip as Furia is now dying to Naked in the top right. Speaking of them.
Zera goes down.
And they're fighting far, I believe. Aurora with the watch swing. They get no one on the seer scan. Just going to delay their push big time. I think if they got someone on the seer scan, bro, they're sending that shit immediately. And here we go. Naked trying to wipe Furia. Watson goes down. It's going to be 1 man up. All up to Panders. Furia with a disappointing start so far. We see LG fighting on the backside.
Gladys goes down.
And Furia is eliminated by Pinky and Naked.
It's going to be a 2v2 here for LG.
Oh my God, Furia is dead, and they might be in 20th place streak for the day. That is a disappointing ending on the day for Furia.
No stops it. No, the charge!
No,
and LG's going to go down.
LG's going to be dead. And Aurora taking out LG, getting 3 more KP, baby. And I'm going to tune over to E6. I'm feeling, my Octane senses are tingling. Something's got to come out of this ulti. I feel it in my fucking toes. Like when I was eating that Nutella when they were curling and stuff. I feel like I'm feeling that again. K Swinney's got to pop this ulti down. They got to get going. We got to get active.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have much here to work with.
They don't at all. We'll see how this goes.
I mean, they just got to pick left or right. That's what it comes down.
They have to send in the next, like, 30 seconds or they're dead. Like, no joke. Because by the time they get the reset and then they heal and they all die to the rep totem, like, it's going to be way too late. They have triple gold armor.
Yeah, look at his zone pull.
Pretty bad. Triple gold armor is actually insane. It was my thing. Antivirus. Triple gold and a gold helmet on the Octane. K Swinney is on one. He's actually trying to just stem his life away. He does not care at all.
Yeah, I mean, NRG is in there.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. We are live from the Copper Box Arena, and we're back to finalize our group stage action after one of the craziest final circle mobile reses I've ever seen out of NRG in our last series. This will be our team's last opportunity to climb their way into that winner's bracket or find themselves in that elimination bracket. And we know that every single squad will be fighting tooth and nail to ensure their spot at the top of our pack. Only 20 teams can be up there. We're about to find out who they will be. My name is Glitter Explosion, joined by Gaskin and Onset, ready to dive into this last series. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. I'm not being invaded by a microphone now. I've got one that's more my size, so I feel a lot more comfortable. I'm ready. I want to see what's going to happen with these group stages. You know, I like numbers. I've been looking at whereabouts are we going to be. Is it going to be 90? Is it going to be 95? Is it going to be 100? I guess we can only find out one way, and it's about getting the games going.
Mark, what about you?
I'm happy for Dan. I'm just happy for you. I know it's causing you a lot of trouble, but I mean, Dan's completely right. This is the end of the group stages. This is where we find out how bracket play is going to look for these teams tomorrow. And this is where you really start to see the test of teams' mettle, right? Because they know what they have to achieve. You've got that magical number in the back of your head, and you're thinking, is that one win? Is that 5 good average get? You're trying to kind of accommodate your play style as to how you think you have to situate yourself in these groups. And I think it's going to be a very fun set of games to close things out, and a lot of pressure on these teams too.
All right, well, you guys keep talking about that magic number. What will it have to be that these teams need to hit in order to get themselves into that winner's bracket? Let's take a look at the standings, see where we are at.
Standings are always a good way to start. So I think I'm going for around 94, where Pioneers are at 14th. Maybe Realize could just sneak in at 92. I was speaking to a couple of guys on Twitter. Realize had 3 victories, right? And they might not even make the winner's bracket, but that's because they were underperforming in World's Edge. But I'm expecting 94 to be the target for everyone here, so any of the squads who just played who are outside of the top 20, they're going to be guaranteed in the elimination bracket. But are we going to see any of these teams just be able to push themselves in, Mark? Because there is a big opportunity for a couple of squads just to scrape through.
Yeah, there certainly are indeed, and I'm sure there's a lot of teams that are kind of on that bubble that listening to you, basically, and that's the reason that I was pointing at you, going, he's the man who's worked this out. He's trying to work out the number, where you're going to be safe, and what is that target. And you can see there's a lot of teams still involved in that conversation. I mean, the one surprise to me, I have to say, Xset have got to have a pretty good set here, and they have to put those points on the board, but we've seen how good they are. We know that they've got the capability to do it. Elimination bracket run wouldn't be something that would be the end of the world for them, but I think with the expectations on their shoulders coming into this event, they need to make that winner's bracket.
Well, you guys started calling out some of the squads we're going to be keeping our eyes on here in this last series of matches. Let's start talking about those two groups. This last series will be between B and C. Who's jumping out at you?
Well, you've got the big hitters. You've got the likes of Ascend in there. They've been playing amazing. TSM, of course, are already going to be qualified as well. Then you've got those who are going to have to perform. Mark's already mentioned the likes of Exet. You've got Northeption who still need to go big. Vex, I want to see what they can do. Dreamfire still a job to do. Complexity still a job to do. There's a lot of question marks around Group B and C here, but there is always going to be a chance to rise to the top when you get different drop spots. You get two groups going up against each other, and that means we might see a team that hasn't shined yet finally get their chance to do so.
I'm looking at Optic. Optic have been a little bit, let's say quiet. A little bit quiet's been a little bit polite as well. 38th position at the moment, 41 points on the board. And it seems like a long way away, that magic number, but Optic have shown previously that all of a sudden they can go on these hot streaks, but there hasn't been too many signs so far that one of those streaks is approaching, so we're going to have to look to drop Nox and Skittle.
Continue to narrow this discussion down here just a little bit and talk about our teams to watch. Mark, you picked Complexity here. Let's start with your choice.
Hey, I love a bubble team, right? I love a team who has something to prove, who has the opportunity to go one further and push themselves into the winner's bracket. You know, everybody knows about Mon. You know, his two teammates have been fantastic alongside him as well in Cody and Ludo, and I think this is where they stand at the moment, just to paint the picture. They're in 27th place, 59 points on the board, so a very achievable thing for them to do, to hit that magical 90 or so points, 94 points that Dan is talking about. Monsoon, he's got a tissue up his nose, which is the universal sign for I'm ready to get these points. And I think that they are a team, certainly, that can prove to everybody here that they're not just a team who qualified late, they're not just a team who's happy to be here, but they want to go on and be one of the biggest contenders that we have.
And I'm just really impressed with what Complexity have been able to do in some of the games, but that's the big thing, it's been some of them, right? They can be consistent, but as we move on, and I can talk about maybe one of the squads I wanted to look at, Lauren, is going to be Northeption. Now, they were the most winningest team, I hate that phrase, but it is an actual phrase, coming into this tournament with 9 victories in their region. A lot of them were on World's Edge, a few of them on Storm Point, but we haven't really seen Northeption shine yet on the international stage. They are down in 33rd position at the moment at 50 points, so they're going to need around 40 plus. So we're going to need to see some of those victories come through. They like to play edge, they like to play slow, they will rotate in after the zone's already closed, but maybe these might be the groups that really give them the opportunity to show what they're made of and get some big kill games.
All right, I'm feeling both those choices. For me, I had to talk a little bit about Fnatic here. Now, heading into this event, they were the only APAC North team that had already qualified for ALGS champs. And now, after this event, that entire region as a whole has really, really been popping off. Coming into the start, 78 points, and if we're going off of your number, that is a very achievable gap for them to close, considering all of the games they have in this series. And if their last performance was, even though their last performance was a little bit slow, their first one was a lot stronger. And this is a team that has the capability to give us the type of performance that we're looking for in order to get them into that winner's bracket. But the reason, or one of the reasons that they have some of these incredibly strong performances is, of course, their incredible IGL, Yuka. And we actually had a chance to sit down with him before this event, thanks to Nice Wig and Greek, and chat with him a little bit about himself and his expectations for the team.
What's up, guys? Nice Wig here, along with Greek. And we're going to be interviewing one of the best players in the world, Yuka from Fnatic.
Glad to have you, Yuka.
Yeah, glad to have you.
Okay.
You want to go first or me?
No, you started off.
Yeah, a lot of people would say that you're the most mechanically gifted player in the world. Would you say that's true?
No.
No?
No.
No.
Okay. If you don't think you are, then who do you think is the best mechanical player in the world? A tough one.
ちょっと昔の人でもいいですかって聞いてもらってもいいですか
For sure, totally.
セリー。
Selly.
Selly.
Selly,
Yeah,
okay, that's a
Selly.
good answer.
Okay.
I like that answer, that's a good one. Good
Selly.
one.
Number one, Selly.
Number one, so good, so good. All right, so APAC North was one of the most feared regions at the start of the game. Do you still think that APAC North is the most dominant region?
No.
No?
上のチームが抜きんでて、上の日本チームが少しだけ抜きんでてて、韓国勢はずっと強いみたいな感じで、なんか一部だけが強いリージョンになっちゃってる感じはしますね。
We wanted to ask you about Umichan Lovici. Was there a prior friendship before he joined the team? And what role does he take on now on the team?
もうベストフレンド。
Best friend? Best friend. That's so cool. Oh yeah, that's awesome.
海ちゃんの役割は、まあそのファイトしてる時の火力と声出しがまあ一番でかいかなって って感じですね。
こっち少ないって感じで。
In the regional finals, you guys won in just 4 games. We wanted to know, how did that feel, and what were you guys doing very well that day that helped you win that fast?
Lucky.
Lucky? No, not lucky. Never lucky.
He's so humble, man.
Yeah, he's too humble.
No lucky.
You're too good to be
No
lucky.
でもなんだろうな。まあ、運も一つだし、運が良かった。噛み合いが良かったとかですかね。うん。いや、その試合のっていうか、だからもう本当運が良かったっていうか。
You guys have been, Fnatic specifically has been in finals lobbies throughout pretty much every LAN and everything. For this event, when you make it to finals, is there anything different you're going to do this time around?
いや、もうなんだろうな。まあいつも通りの力が発揮できればいけると思ってるので、まあ本当何も考えずにいつも通りを出せればなって思ってます。
Is there any Apex pro players slash streamers that you watch pretty often that you just enjoy being in their streams and being in their community?
Imperial Haru.
Imperial Haru, of course, yeah, okay.
Other than Fnatic, what team can you see being the champions here at this LAN?
TSM, Dark Zero, Exit, Alliance.
I like those picks.
Good answer.
So we wanted to know, is the B stream your favorite watch party?
B ストリームがあなたの一番好きですか？Yes, yes, yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank
I
God.
love you.
Oh, okay. Thanks for that. That would have hurt if you didn't even know who we were, man. Holy that would have hurt.
Oh,
okay.
For a second there, I was like,
oh, wait a minute. He doesn't even know the B stream. It's crazy. Oh, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for stopping by and talking with me and Greek, but more importantly, Yuka from Fnatic, the incredible player himself. Stay tuned. Watch some more ALGS. We've got a lot coming through. More coverage on the way.
We are just getting to know our players more and more this event, and he called out some heavy hitters as squads that he thinks could take this whole thing home.
Yeah, and a lot of the teams that have been performing as well. I'm not really surprised. It's some of the giants from other regions. Very humble, though, of course, throughout that interview.
What would you say my role is on the team? Is it best friend?
Your best friend and also the aggressor. You are the one that I send in to do all the damage, and then I clean up all the pieces and get all the praise.
Amazing interview, though, and I think it's really good, like you say, Lauren, that we're shining a light on as many pro players as we can, because they all have great stories. You can see what the chemistry is like between different teams, and shout out to Fnatic, shout out to Yuka. Again, just puts a smile on my face, and I'm sure a lot of fans at home as well.
Yeah, that was an absolutely lovely piece of content. So shout out to everyone who's putting those together. It's time for us to talk about what everyone at home can get for themselves, okay? You want to be a best friend? Maybe help your friend get some cool stuff for Apex Legends? Well, don't forget we have our Twitch drops that are active all 4 days of the Split 2 playoffs. Right now, you have a chance to get all of these drops if you do miss those individual days when you're watching finals in one big bundle, but all you have to do is watch for 60 minutes each day to claim these skins. You can get the R99 skin Charboiled, the Wraith skin Fiery Fractals, the Hollow Spray Ratting, and the Gun Charm Predator, as long as you're hanging out with us in the stream, watching all of our ALGS Split 2 playoffs action. So make sure that you get your hands on those. But that's all we've got down here on the desk. It's time to send it back on up to Tiff and Gino.
Thank you so much, Glitter, Onset, Gaskin. You guys absolutely killed it. But first off, I just want to talk about that ice-cold interview that I just witnessed from Yuka. That open was beautifully sick.
Oh, yeah, the editing was awesome on that. Ice cold? What do you mean? He was talking about the power of friendship.
There was a lot of power of friendship, and that's a nice Naruto arc that I really enjoy watching as well. It's all about the power of friendship in anime and here on the stage.
So cool when you can have that that energy in the team as well. I think like it genuinely does help your mental. When you're having a bad time, right, you can at least rely on each other. You don't have that, like, you know, that resentment seeping through like you do see sometimes in esports. So definitely one of the reasons why Fnatic just keeps making it to the finals, just keeps running far in these LAN tournaments, and they're the stalwart of APAC North.
I thought it was really interesting how he kept mentioning luck and lucky, and when we play a battle royale on the stage with 20 other teams, a certain luck factor, but when you think of luck, it's you're doing the hard work, and it's when opportunity meets that right moment. It's not necessarily just luck.
I think that's like classic APAC North humility. You know, that's a cultural thing. No, for sure. It's not luck. These guys are absolutely bona fide killers, and they put it out there time and time again. And look, with their position at the moment, 78 points. You know, obviously we're going to be talking a lot this series, Tiff, about how these guys are going to make it into that winner's bracket, because that's what they're all looking to do.
Exactly. I know Onset on the desk earlier, he was like, some of the teams that have really secured themselves a position in the winner's bracket, but a lot of these teams have already sealed their ticket to the elimination bracket. So for the teams that are on the bubble, the cusp, that need to perform, now is your last chance to get one step closer to Championship Sunday.
Definitely some that are closer than others, obviously, with a game left to play. You know, FC Destroy, who knows, maybe they're already in, maybe they just need to grab a few KP to get up there. Teams like Ascend have got a little bit more work to do. And then when you go down to favorites like Exit, they actually need to have quite a big series here, Tiff, to make it across that point threshold and be in the running to, maybe even grab some seeding points going into Sunday.
Ooh, that is going to be the biggest compliment to that Sunday finals day. But let's talk about some of those teams. We talked about complexity on the desk, but North Epshing currently coming into this series with 50 points overall. Now, if you remember back in Split 1 playoffs, they were second in the group stages, but couldn't put it together in the bracket to make the finals. Now, things are going to be a little different here because there's a lot more on the line. They've obviously changed up their play style. They're playing that hardcore edge, and they've been getting caught up in groups on edge fighting with other heavy-hitting teams like Fire Beavers.
Yeah, there's definitely some scary teams out there in the sort of outer reaches of World's Edge or Storm Point, depending on where they find themselves. We, of course, will be starting off with Storm Point this time. Okay, we've got our spirit Pokemon here that we're coming out with. Bellsprout, Geodude, and Snorlax. Oh, man. I love the Peter picture that's coming with that one.
Maybe we can get a Poke-Flute and wake him up real quick.
Huh?
Hey. No, but for real, I do love the Pokemon. Gino, if you were a Pokemon, what would you be?
Trying to think if there's one on my jumper somewhere that I should go here with. Pinsir?
Okay.
He was my favorite. I don't know.
I mean, that's an interesting pick. I wouldn't have picked Pinsir. I mean, I'm going for Pikachu myself. Get a little Pika.
Actually, I mean, I'm a cabbage, so I don't know. Maybe it should be like another vegetable one. Maybe I should be the Bellsprout.
Maybe. But enough about that. Back to our teams, MDYW. We were looking at some of the contests that are possibly going to be happening on Storm Point, and that one in particular caught our eye because earlier today they were kind of contested against Leave No Witness, and that was where things got challenging because they actually went to split the POI at Thunderwatch and Stormcatcher, but this time, there's two other teams in the mix of that POI.
Exactly. These guys are used to coming from APAC South where they do get both Thunderwatch and Stormcatcher. No real problems there. But yeah, when someone else is going for the other one's fine. They split it. This time, are they going to get contested at one or the other? Are they going to try and go somewhere else on the map? Perhaps into Jurassic, Bean. There are some options if they wanted to take a lesser POI in that sort of scenario. But it's really interesting because, CR off drop. Fascination Color Destroy have been playing fantastically.
Yes.
That said, just theory crafting even a step further here. If they had to contest against, say, FCD, would they have to change up their playstyle? You don't want to take a contest with Newcastle Watson.
No, you really don't, because that Watson's just going to start fencing up the entire place. But meanwhile, we continue on that. We've got the kill leaderboard so far for the Split 2 playoffs. I called effect the Grim Reaper, and you can see why. 53 eliminations so far. He is just looking for his next victim, but Sweet had a lot of pop-off moments. And did you see the sign that Nikki's holding up out there? She's like, it's my 4-year anniversary, and he's playing Apex. I mean, hey.
Not getting in the middle of that, Tiff.
I don't blame you, honestly. He's just breaking out the Sheila, and I think it was like just ending that fight. Guild and so did a lot of the work there. But look at the rage plushie!
There was also having a look at that kill leaderboard there. You know, something I was bringing up during the split actually was, you know, the concept of 20 bombs in Apex, right? Like a single player getting 20 kills throughout a series. Apparently it's happened 3 times so far.
Wow.
With Hal, Effect, and Sweet at the end there pulling that through.
Wow, that is absolutely impressive. Was it Hal yesterday, right before his interview, when he said he was here to crush dreams? Because that would make a lot of sense. We were talking about the Wraith plushie. There's the Fire Beavers mascot right there. Maybe that will bring them some good luck. But let's keep talking POIs, because we were discussing MDY White and where they would potentially be going. There are a couple locations that are free, but obviously they won't be nearly as good as Stormcatcher or Thunderwatch. You can see Jurassic. Also Bean over just south of the mill is available as well. But look at Complexity and Fire Beavers in Cenote Caves.
Yeah, that's another one we'll have to keep our eyes peeled for. Fire Beavers, that's a pretty tough one for Complexity to go up against. We keep talking about Complexity being one of the teams that needs a good game here, sitting on 59 points at the moment. They would probably have to crush Fire Beavers like all 3 games in a row to give themselves a really good chance of getting on there. I mean, Dreamfire get milled to themselves. That's a pretty good pickup. Potentially one over a checkpoint. Interesting to see if who I still think are probably the luckiest team in terms of POIs in this entire competition. The fact that they get siphoned and some of the other things they've been able to pull off, but wild.
Oh, and the Vex crew is here. They've got the face paint on the headbands. Are you guys feeling Vexed up there? Oh, they're ready. They want to see Matafe, Tyler, and Unlucky pop off here because, you know, thinking back to Split 1 playoffs, they did not make the finals lobby, and it all starts here in groups and trying to seed yourself appropriately, and they only have 49 points right now, 2 points more than Fire Beavers who are in this lobby, and I feel this is the moment for these teams that really need to secure a mass amount.
Yeah, and look, if we're trusting Dan, which I don't know if we should, but I'm
Dan
just
is really
going
good
to.
with numbers. I like that.
Okay, all right, I'll take your word
vouch.
for it. 94 then, we'll take that just as a, you know, a number to work with for the moment.
Yes.
That means we're going to need, is that 46 points or something like that, for 45 points for Vex there if they want to get over the top. And
yes.
They've got so many fans here. They obviously want to be seeing that team play throughout the weekend. There's many games tomorrow and then hopefully on to Sunday when it all comes down to it and these teams actually get to start putting that cash in their pockets.
And I look at this, right? And you look to the 20th place, that's going to be Fnatic with 78 points, tied with Onyx at 78, and they basically have already played all their games, so Onyx did pretty much know that they're going to be in that elimination bracket for all the teams that are just sitting underneath that threshold in points that are playing here in the lobby. So it's a matter of who is going to perform here and how many players that are currently situated in that winner's bracket that will get knocked down.
Yeah, and then moving further up, you've got teams like Riddle Order, Go Next, Realize, you know, high 80s, low 90s. These guys are basically hoping for the you know, mathematically impossible outcome where the teams don't overtake them and a lot of the either higher or lower place teams steal the points away. But it does seem like they probably will get overtaken. It's someone like KCP and Moist actually who are going to be probably out there in the crowd somewhere, just, you know, with you know, just really holding on tight to that spot and hoping they get just across the line.
You know, when we were talking to them, Walty told us not to talk about them, so we can't even, I don't even want to talk about it. We don't, shh, no caster curses allowed. Okay, but it makes sense. Apex South, we can stand backwards and talk about them. Does that help? I'm sorry.
Evil eyes right now.
Look, it's an Apex South thing for you. I mean, right, mate?
Wow, there's the APAC South support. That is what I'm interested in. And they certainly have shown up in the crowd so far. And they've given them some really great moments to go off, honestly. I mean, MDY White, the team that coming into this, I genuinely had the least expectations for out of those 5 teams that did qualify. And yet, you know, they have been doing pretty damn well. 60 points at the moment. You know, not the most out of any of those teams after 2 games, but it's a solid effort.
Solid effort indeed, but they started out with 18 points on their first matchup, 42, so they're already on a skyward trajectory. Thank you so much for holding on. We had a player step away, but they are back, and let's check out the map rotation. Kicking things off, the first 3 matches will be on Storm Point. And then moving on over to World's Edge, let's chat on this. The Digi threat. Oh my God, Gino, times are changing. Talk to me, crafting.
Exactly. So we've got Digi Threat, and the purple energy extended mag has now come into the crafting rotation. This does change things. One of the most impactful crafting rotations that we do see in pro level Apex. Thus far in the tournament, Bangalore's been sitting at about a 50% pick rate. Pretty damn high, right? So, you know, it's a big deal, and having the Digi threat in there, it means that teams who are crafting, it means that edge teams who might be thinking about going for those Bangalore compositions are probably more likely to do so, because they're going to have access to those guaranteed digital threats.
All right, well, Bangalore's get ready, because Digi, threads, and mags in the crafter. What more could you ask for? You've even got the bag and the helmet, which you should definitely be crafting with as many people that have been sniping. But as our teams get ready to cross over, they're locked and loaded in the dropship. I heard a couple TSMs out there. That's right, they're in this lobby, and we were always talking about kind of their new responsibilities, and like Reps now being the refrag potential for the team, and Evan moving to anchor on the Catalyst. And I really appreciate it, because sometimes I drop into his stream and I watch, and he is consistently grinding on the Catalyst, solo queuing, playing ranked, just trying to get better.
It's a bit of a shake-up for that team, and looks like we're even getting a bit of a shake-up as the teams drop in. Ascend do get checkpoint to themselves. Ath look to be contesting Dreamfire at Mill, in addition to some other ones that might be happening around. MDY White, where did they end up going? They've actually gone mid-map. It's barely even a drop spot anymore, but they have changed it up, letting FC Destroy take Thunderwatch. Those Stormcatcher, there's no one there. They've miscalculated.
MDY White, though, they can loot through Jurassic and kind of rotate on through Stormcatcher to hit the beacon information. But Dreamfire contesting Mill, we saw just how this played out in several other groups, but they're going in right now. They're grabbing all the loot, but Dreamfire in one building. There is a Trident over there. They may decide to get out of dodge.
As a quick update to the other one, we saw Complexity actually taking Bean, or taking the Trident away from Cenote on the northern side, and then going into the Armory. As Dreamfire, as you said, also rotating via car. So Ath are actually going to get most of the loot over in Mill. A bit of a wild situation there, and does look like MDY White might be getting the information that Stormcatcher is unoccupied. Don't know if that was planned or not. You know, if they obviously would go there afterwards, and then, you know, maybe work out that they can just drop there for free next game. Either way, lots of changes already.
Lots of changes indeed. And Dreamfire, they take the Trident straight into the IMC Armory at Bean, where Complexity is currently in. They're like, no, bro, we got to keep going. It was a little bit of a drive-by, and our rotation has continued. We're looking like we're playing a little hot pursuit here.
Does allow them to get into the circle, of course. They wouldn't have got any beacon knowledge, having rotated straight away, so they're gonna have to take a wild guess and potentially even run into Crazy Raccoon, who are currently in Jurassic.
Crazy Raccoon, they need to have a pop-off moment by a massive numbers here if they want to find themselves in the winner's bracket tomorrow. But in the meantime, I look at where that zone could be potentially going, because we had a lot of that mid-map, right? Cascade, they had a ring console available to them, and immediately once Xset hit that and got that information, they started rotating.
This is one of the slowest rotating groups I have seen so far.
Yes.
Or, you know, lobbies so far, we should say, I suppose. You know, only 5 teams in, you know, we're a minute or two into the game here, and it doesn't seem like, you know, there's a good sort of 5 or 10 teams who are, you know, well outside the circle, looking like they're wanting to stay there. So tempo of this game could be a little different to something else we've experienced so far.
It definitely has. We were earlier, we had 18 teams in Barometer, and right now,
yeah, bring 4.
Yeah, it was wild. As for a position on the map that I was like, no way, but Monsoon, look at him go. PK shots going out. Luda already able to grab one knock, but the trade comes back in. 2 plays are left alive on each team. Monsoon stepping away to heal, but Cody kind of repositioning, just trying to get inside that door. This is really tough. You have to retreat. They've left Luda outside, and here comes the Seer Scan.
Oh man, you can see the orders getting barked out of that mouth, coming, you know, at a rate of knots here. But Fire Beavers are coming in, and they don't think they're going to be denied here. Taskmaster does go down though, 9 Impulse. Ah, there we go. And I think that was all. Complexity? No, there's still.
Here we go, it's still going. 9 Imps locking in and focusing. Oidrain not able to get Taskmaster back up, but just like that, Complexity is down and out. But this is going to give ATH the moment in time that they need to position a third party there. But Taskmaster likely to get reset. Fire Beavers are one of the quickest rezzing teams. They prioritize that immediately.
TSM also in some trouble here.
Vexed. Vex over here, they rotated immediately. It seems like TSM has made it all the way from the wall to the area, and Reps now in the refragging position is about to get in the night and do all the damage. Great catwall weaving their way in and out, just ducking in, trying to get some good damage, and nice, just like that. Unlucky is going to go down as well, and honestly, is this a definition of feeling vexed? I mean, TSM might be.
Well, it needs to make it through. This fight still, it's anything but certain, I'd say, at this point. Verholz on the cat, really good at using his ability to dodge through his wall and others without taking that stun to great effect. He's just such a smart player, and how many times have we seen this man clutch up?
Plenty of times. I was watching some old school ALGS, and it's just been so exciting to see the journey of them, and bringing in Verholz, most recent, the newest member of this team. It feels weird to say newest because they've been together for so long at this point in time, and just watching the growth.
I think it's genuinely one of the best pickups of all time, like roster moves, honestly. Yeah. I mean, you know, he was doing well on, was it ESA at that time, I think, before they, you know, got him, but, you know, went from essentially being like a rising star to possibly the best controller player in the world. Oh, nah, actually I can't. After how Effect's been doing this weekend, I don't know if I can say that. Maybe the most clutch.
I mean, I'm never going to count out Big E, let me tell you. You cannot count him out, but watching him succeed and be adaptable to changing roles, I've been really impressed. And talking about changing roles, Strafing Flame here on Stormpoint, enacting the Seer, no Wraith here.
No, that's very much a World's Edge composition that they put together. You know, POI dependent there, but with Blackhand landing down in Fish Farms, this is something they're a little more comfortable on. I mean, they played it throughout the split. Of course, Mirage Voyage was in then, so it was a little easier. You just had infinite loot. That IMC Armory, it was just perfect for them at that point. But yeah, look, they've been struggling, honestly, so far, so they probably need to get a good amount of points on Stormpoint with this much better POI if they want to do any better here.
Pulverex on your screen. I'm really digging the fact that they brought out the Bangalore as well. If you remember correctly, it was Loba, Rampart, Crypto previously. Hey, crafting rotations change, and everyone wants to get a little bit of a Bangalore in the mix.
Yeah, I'd be interested to find out what the actual stats are on that, with, you know, percentage of bangs in this lobby versus what it was when the crafting rotations were different. Surely higher, but as you say, some teams seem to be proving that.
Ascend on the left side of your screen, coming through the choke point. They did land at checkpoint, and that was quite interesting, right? Because that's a good position for them, but that's completely different. Throughout the regular season, we saw a lot of barometer action, even some contests going down, and they have had to adapt to so many different new landmarks and practice their rotations through it. I know Dio is really hyping up Kashera as one of the best IGLs, and they put in so much work to even change a lot of their legend compositions, right? Dabbling on Newcastle, but when I see him on Crypto, I'm just like, this is something different.
I think it's something he's so comfortable on, right? But, you know, when they can make up these, you know, go for these different compositions, Rampart, Loba, Horizon, okay, something awesome.
That is
here.
way new for me. That is way new for me. I don't think I've seen Kashera play Rampart in particular. I knew he was dabbling. That just goes to show you that in group stages, throughout bracket stages, you have to be ready for anything. And it pays off when you get to finals, when you hit match point.
And it's not like this is some, oh, we're having fun pick, right? Ascender at 83, they need points in this series to make sure they get through to the winner's bracket.
Ooh, but you know who doesn't really need points right now? It's Oxygen Esports. We saw them get 2 map victories earlier today with like the calmest style. When you hear some of these players' comms, they can get really hectic and a little bit misplaced and you're just like, I don't know what I'm listening to, but this team, the ability for them to remain calm, and you even heard an interview with Psycho earlier, they had him down on the floor, and oh, not a Trident rotation! Bro, you see Vayne just know that he's gonna light this up. We've seen a lot of Trident rotations go south incredibly quickly, but I think at this point they were just gonna do some friendly damage and then say bye.
That was a pretty quick 150 pulled out there with the Floody. All right, Oxygen playing in this central location. Most teams are more northerly of this position, though. You know, sticking around Stormcatcher at this point.
Interesting.
Not having as many of those early scuffles as we would have thought. Maybe it'll be on the closing of Zone 2 that we get that. But, you know, Blackhand just down crafting a launch pad. Firebeavers have finally made it into the ring for yet another go at the craft. So then we've got Fnatic and Crazy Raccoon up at Command Center, which, you know, could come to something soon.
Ooh, but we're on here with Optic, and let me just tell you something. Skittlecakes is an impressive caustic, but every time he brings out the Horizon, it is time to play. I was talking about this earlier. I've seen impressive movement with the utility on Horizon, whether he's using the grav lift to throw and deny space, or even to pop enemies out of cover to like just destroy them. But it just seems like they haven't been able to find their flow here yet in Split 2 playoffs. They push a fight, they start taking a couple shots, and they immediately back off. And Genome, that's where I start to worry about their performance.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're way down in, I think it's 38th spot at the moment, Tip, so they've got so much work to do. They would genuinely have to have an absolute banger of a series, and that's not a good start to the fight. Dropped is locked behind this tree.
Oh no, Dropped is gonna get dropped. Noct and Skittlecakes last standing here for this. Fire Beavers, they know exactly what they want to do. They are that hard edge playstyle, which has been sticking a thorn in a lot of teams' side there. That Arc Star didn't go where he wanted to do, but good piercing spike to try and deny that push, but it's already been destroyed now, forced to reload. The Prowler is so impressive that if you can just hit 3 bursts every bullet, it can take down a red shield, and early on, this is where it's going to be the most beneficial, but they're not going to be able to get dropped back up yet.
Yeah, I mean, look, a couple of cracks might perhaps buy them time to get away, but Noct, why are you still trying to re-engage? Does he have the option to actually exit out here? Perhaps another third party could save them. Oxygen, I think they're going to stick in the house. They're probably the closest team to this.
Oh, there goes the full on dropped. 5 eliminations for Fire Beavers. Now, we were talking about them a little bit earlier and how they really needed a strong performance. 47 points thus far throughout these group stages, a 28-point series and a 19-point series, and that leaves a lot of room for improvement. If we're going to start out Storm Point like this, maybe that's exactly what they need.
Somehow, they have gotten away with it. I don't know for how long, though. It does look like Fire Beavers are still on the hunt. They've got the scent, and they're closing in now. CRQ means that they're going to be locked out of abilities as well as slowed and just sat in this corner here for Fire Beavers to take the rest of the kills.
Optic Gaming, they got away, got one member back up, but the Fire Beavers, they wanted more. Now 8 points just from this so far. 15 squads remaining, and Oirein is going to be your kill leader. That is everything, and only with less than 500 damage. I've seen people north of 1,000 without able to grab that initial KP. They have come to fight. They've already hit the crafter. They've gotten their Digi, and let's check in with MDY White as they are navigating the southern point. They've got this tunnel, and sometimes zones tend to end in this vicinity, and you can see they have the ring information.
Yeah, that's the thing that's really surprising me. I mean, without crypto in this day and age, getting a 4th ring? That is incredibly rare here, so this is a huge advantage for MDY White. Can they actually use that, you know, in the correct way to really set up? They've got the Catalyst. Let's see if they can.
Ooh, 100 Thieves. They had Command Center all to themselves here in this group series, and they've kind of set up just south of Stormcatcher in the Zip building, but MDY White, that's a really strong position in that area of that corridor. So the thing is, will another team try to come in and fight them for that location, because it's pretty prime?
I think there's definitely a high chance of that as we close in. It looks like the circle's going to be somewhat similar. We had one game before where it was like Dark Zero, Alliance, and someone else, I think. You know, just finishing just around the gravity cannon, you know, that's below Stormcatcher. So I think we're going to get something in that sort of vicinity here, which means teams playing around Stormcatcher are going to be good for the moment as they fall down together. TSM, Exet in fantastic spots for that.
All right, Fire Beavers, see your exhibit coming out. They just landed on Oxygen Esports, and if there's going to be a major 3v3, this is going to be it. Meanwhile, Ascend and Exet are also duking it out. Let's go ahead and jump into it, listen in with Fire Beavers.
Окей, подождите меня чуть-чуть.
Суперфайты.
Зачем? Мы не можем взять, мы забежим. Я понимаю. Я бегу. Мы без кнопок, пацаны, мы без кнопок. Один склад закрыли.
Но нас не ждут,
Чуть-чуть можете подождать, чуть-чуть подождать. Нет, вообще не можем, Лева. Вообще никак. Я тогда посюда иду. Я вот могу тут еще будет. Не видел ты тебя. Там ничего, блядь,
нам надо в спину слева вот этих вот разъебать.
Они дерутся все. У меня сейф чуть-чуть, можно подождать.
Да,
Не спешим. У меня есть, да. Найс, убиваем, поможете? Да, помогу, я ульту потрачу, наверное, сначала.
Ага, найс.
Я добить, пацаны, добейте, не надо, не ульту, добить. Чел ушел на меня. Все, давай резетнем, похилимся.
Смотрите спейс.
Да.
Под нас идут в спину, я приму.
Я стою тут, окей? У меня тут чел, я контролю их.
Я вот отсюда сыграю, окей? Я далековато, пацаны, ничего страшного вообще.
Very impressive. They decide to disengage from that fight with Oxygen and push straight into Exet. And now they're really just trying to clear out their back and take home this west side of the ring. You have 9 imps right now looking down the barrels at Oxygen, just trying to put pressure on them and deny them a rotation, but they're almost on double digits.
A good start there, but Exet, who we just praised for having a fantastic position, unfortunately you've got to win the team fights to maintain those, and Fire Beavers, it's going to be an interesting decision for them now. Do they actually sit in this fantastic spot, or do they just keep hunting for kills as they are prone to do?
Ooh, Blackhand as well, popping off on 4 eliminations, about to be in top 10 squads, but they have their work cut out for them because they have Oxygen Esports straight in front of them, and the longer this engagement goes, you know that 9 Impulse is going to want to keep dabbling in this fight. It looks like we have a lone member standing of Vexed Gaming trying to play for placement, but here's the shot of this, right? You can see the focus of attention going in on Vayne and strafing immediately, pushing in and taking down Oxygen Esports.
Yeah, look, this has cleared out so much of the southern circle now for Blackhand, right? I mean, they're going to be going against the grain up towards TSM here, but it looks like they're missing Imperial. Hell, it's only Reps and Verhulst. I guess, yeah, in that fight earlier, they haven't found a way to get him back into this. They've got a Kraber. I don't know if that makes up for having the CEO out of action, but it's certainly going to put some fear into the heart of Blackhand and give them some pause as they do try and make their way up that hill. That said, teams making rotations now. Looks like some evac towers, perhaps a Valcold, CR and Pulverex making their way up into where Blackhand are.
Don't be fooled here. Looks like Reps is channeling some big E energy with that Kraber. 8 bullets in the chamber. And this is going to be solid if they can just hold this position. But when everyone north of them starts to collapse in, you are trying to maintain and deny people from walking up on you, and Reps connects 1. Let's see if he can go another. That team is going to have to move out of there eventually. If I'm that team, I'm using every bit of smokes available, but Blackhand forced to use the Catalyst Wall.
Oh, it's been a big start for him. These guys, as we said, CR go down. There was the Valcold in, and Blackhand have got it. But we talked about Fire Beavers looking for more kills. They're definitely hoping to take advantage of this chaos. Yugi is going to go for a very risky res here. I don't think he's going to have time to get it off. Has to dance around a cat ball, a bang ult. He's trying to do everything he can to stay alive and just heal through his problems.
Well, if there's one thing that Glitter says about the Fire Beavers is they always position themselves around rocks, and just like that, Blackhand has been lifted from the lobby, and they're going to continue forward straight into TSM. We know it's a duo. They never got Hal back. Reps and Evan, yes, they have the Kraber, but will it be enough?
Well, there's our answer. Fire Beavers don't care about the position at all. They want as much KP as they can handle. TSM, they're playing big right now. They know as a duo they need to try and keep some space for themselves, lest Seer work out that it's only a duo and just full send them. They've managed to do that so far, but with the Fire Beavers finally taking a hit, they are bleeding here against Pulverex, but I think they may still have time to reset.
Oh, this is going to be tough. Yes, they've got a smoke, but not another one for 21 seconds. And I was curious, would they smoke and try to res? Yes, that's exactly what they're doing. Trying to get Oirain back on his feet as mission possible. Does not have the Bang ult available, and they had already burned the grab list. So sometimes when you're on a 3v3 fight, it's best to take out the Horizon first because that's their mobility.
Okay, so we've seen where a lot of these teams are set up on the south side here. As you can see, Jayling's playing in the tunnel. They just need to deal with North Eption from behind with both of the exhibits going down now. And once that fight is over, those teams, similar thing happening on the left side there with MDY White and 100 Thieves, they will be in a great position to take control of the gravity cannon.
Look, I say a lot of things about Taida, but there's something that he's so good at. You put a Mastiff or a PK in his hand, and he's going to pop off. Fnatic taking out Fire Beavers, and NTH trying to hold on to this position. This is a game-winning position if you can withstand all the teams that are trying to challenge you for it.
Yeah, he's one of the very few players at the moment that actually makes shotguns look playable, and he does it in such style. MDY White, we looked at them a little bit earlier and said, can they hold on to this position? Well, they burned a Seer ult just to try and buy some time, and now they're going up against North Eption. They seem to have rolled through Jailing, but if they take too long here, it could be 100 Thieves coming in off the back of them. TSM as a duo, still top 5.
Oh, we're on board with Umi-chan taking out TSM. We're just catching the end of that, but Verholst and Reps, they are no match for Umi-chan. Yuka said it earlier in that video, that's my best friend, and there was no luck involved in that one.
MDY probably needed to clear out their back there, so they do go down in between North Eption and 100 Thieves. If they had have done that, they probably could have played out the back in the tunnels for a little bit longer, like 100 Thieves is doing right now. So North Eption, they sort of won the tunnel wars, I suppose, and Fnatic have made their way all the way to the top of the mountain. Will they stay there, though, with 3 squads left?
Ooh, this is going to get interesting. 100 Thieves is surviving where MDY White was. North Eption, though, they are going to take a gander, but I like this. Maybe you take that Trident and they're get a little bit more cover, but they're just going to wait here, right? Because if 100 Thieves and NTH fight, this is a free game for Fnatic.
Oh man, look at these positions for 100 Thieves. Literally any tiny ledge they can find, but no, the final round closes and forces them out into some absolutely unplayable positions.
Scurry not going to be able to survive this. Throws the black hole just to try to stop the bleeding, but it's not going to be enough. And now Yuka on your screen here, just as I have arrived. I am here. It is now a 3v3 Fnatic versus North Eption, and honestly, Fnatic's really got a good upper hand, but Taida able to throw down the wall. And if you've got a Newcastle and you immediately start rezzing, it doesn't matter. They are just better in this moment. Congratulations to Fnatic for taking map 1. Can we get some hype here in the Copper Box Arena?
$13 kills for Fnatic in that first game, and I'm not going to lie, Tiff, you know, the players, they often knock it up and go to the bathroom in between the games, and I think when Fnatic do that this time, they should probably roll past the 100 Thieves booth and just give them a quick handshake on the way and say, yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for catwalling our only real opponents into a corner, and then Horizon ulting them so that they really had nothing that they could do and we just roll up and destroy them.
We knew that was exactly what was going to happen as soon as NTH and 100 Thieves started engaging. What we didn't know was that Scurry was going to be a little ratty himself. You mentioned that little ledge that he's playing on, and you think back to some of the comms that we've here, I feel like that's a give me a duck moment.
And even the other one we had on Thermal Station, where it was Onmu, right, who was again playing this absolute spoiler role. I mean, I don't know if 100 Thieves have actually taken out a game so far in this LAN, but if they haven't, they've certainly been deciding some.
It's so interesting, and time again, the storyline, you know, after APAC North lost that 10th qualifying position for playoffs, they are throwing it all on the line and showing us why, honestly, they're fighting for another one.
It seems like they're kind of mad about that.
I mean, maybe they came back with vengeance.
It's been an awesome tournament from our friends over in APAC North. And yeah, look, that's a solid win there from Fnatic. I mean, they had so much to deal with down the bottom. I'm wondering how many points Fire Beavers got in that game. Obviously, there was quite a few kills coming their way. We'll find that out in a bit, I'm sure, because I'm just trying to calculate, you know, was it worth it? Was it worth it to just chase down team after team when they could have said, all right, we killed Exit, let's stop. Let's just chill out for half a second and maybe respect this position that we're in and grab the kills at the end. We don't have to grab them right now. We could just, you know, keep teams at bay for a little bit, grab some placement points, and then grab the kills at the end.
That's great, but I think it's more funner to kind of just chase everything down. If I'm the Fire Beavers right now, they have nothing to lose, right? They came in 36th place. If they're not taking home all those eliminations, then what does it even matter? If they're going to be starting in that elimination bracket, why not just full send?
I can kind of get behind that mentality if it was, say, like Game 4, Game 5, and they knew they needed to have 2 or 3 big games. But in this last series, I personally would have played maybe just a little bit more conservative and said, hey, let's just get a solid 10 points at least on the board, and then, you know, just work the kills from there. Look, as a great man from APAC South once said, the kills will come. If we play well, the kills will come.
As a wise person once said, it's one animal, one element, and that's Fire Beavers, and they're not gonna stop until they've taken everyone back to the lobby. So aggression is their nature, but we're gonna go ahead and pull back to that final circle. You're going to see here Fnatic immediately decimating TSM. That's how quickly they were able to just show up and eliminate the duo.
I mean, nuts the TSM lasted that long as a duo, though, honestly.
It is true, that is
like,
true.
A massive shout out to Reps and Furhals for pulling that one off.
That was tough. They were able to find some good success. They did have a Kraber, and I kept seeing them pop up in the feed, getting downs on Pulverex and kind of taking down the last members of standing teams. So they probably ended this with a couple of KP, but Fnatic, you see Yuka here break out on the Crypto. Wants to survey the damage that's going on. Now that they know they've got him on scan, they can just pop over and just end this.
Bang ult forces them back for a little bit, or was that Meltstera? Not exactly sure. Either way, this is where they popped around and were like, oh, they're all just kind of sitting there in the corner for us. That's nice, thanks.
But Taida's reaction here with the wall is the reactionary thing that this is all they have to do. They're already stuck in a corner and just tries to res, but this is the power of, you know, maybe if we would have had a gold knockdown, it would have stalled it out just a little bit more, but I think it would have still met the same ending.
So getting a look at the stats from our winning team here, you can see Yuka. You can see why Wig and Greek were asking if he is indeed the best player in the world. 1,800 damage for him, 5 kills as well, and the new pickup Umi-chan there on 5.
I mean, that's really impressive. So the thing is, Umi-chan typically has the most eliminations from this team. Yuka does a lot of the damage alongside Meltstera, and Umi-chan kind of comes in and cleans it up and helps them reset if necessary. When Yuka goes to pop a shield bat, this is when Umi-chan comes in for the cover.
It's a positive way to put it. If I do that, my teammates always just call me a kill stealer.
That is true. I usually show up and put, like, you know, 1 bullet in them, and I'm just like, haha, cheers.
All right, here's the overall points for that game 1 here. You can see with the 13 kills, Fnatic are going to pick up 25 points. Before this, they were sitting on 78. That, I would say, one good game here has locked Fnatic in for the winners bracket. Going down there, we've got North Eption, who of course were on 50 points and definitely looking to pick up some swag. They've done pretty well there with a 15, but still not out of the woods just yet. There's the answer to the question I was asking before. Fire Beavers finish up in 7, but they take 4 teams with them. 12 kills and 15 points is a solid start to their push.
So you asked, was it worth it? So was it worth it, Gino?
12 kills is a lot of kills.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was worth it to me. I'm telling you, look, they came in with 47 points, so just starting off with a 15-point game is everything that they need. But the bottom half of the lobby, we had so many teams soaking up a lot of those eliminations, so it makes it rather tough for teams that are going to be fighting to get in the winner's bracket, not able to get anything. XSET only taking home 4 points, and that's the most of anyone on this page.
Yeah, not a lot of going the way of the bottom team. And, you know, that probably shouldn't surprise us because, as we just saw from Fire Beavers, everyone who is chasing points to get into that, you know, that winner's bracket is kind of on a race against time as well. They know there's only so many games left for them to eke out those points and make it a bit further. So, you know, they're not going to be playing as conservatively necessarily.
Yeah, we saw a lot more bangs in the lobby this time around and a lot more aggressive fighting. And for the teams that play Edge, it's starting to pay off. Maybe it's just the groups that are in this lobby, or maybe not. But you got to think back to this, right? Had TSM rotated so quickly from the wall, maybe if they hadn't lost out on Hal on rotation, could have been a different story for them. But when you think about a different story, it doesn't really matter at this point. They've already locked in winner's bracket. Now it's kind of just trying to learn more about the teams that they're facing up against on land.
Yeah, TSM looking fine at this point, and I mean, just because of the reputation almost, it feels like that they have. They also don't have to, you know, play DZ's game and have to start, you know, trying to grief other teams that are worrying about their POIs. Siphon's pretty much locked up. The wall is pretty much locked up. The, you know, TSM gets what they want. I don't know how much plot armor is involved here, but it always seems to happen.
Well, I mean, it's not like they don't have international scrims for a month leading up to this, and they did a really solid job of trying to defend their POIs, the wall, and Lava Siphon. And there was a team that was looking to try and take Siphon from them that's actually in this lobby, and just a week prior to LAN, they decided, no, we're actually not going to drop Lava Siphon. Not naming names, but it's definitely not Vexed or anything.
Oof. Oof. All right, match 2. Looks like it's going to be getting underway very shortly. Teams dropping out. Bit of a different ship this time. We're going south to north.
You know, I say that about the wall, and we talk about TSM, and who has the hot zone? Who has crafting? You said TSM plot armor, and at this point, do they even need it? They're already guaranteed winner's bracket. They're just here to have fun.
Yeah, ring console on top of that, you know, why not? While you're at it.
Give them all the goods, but check out Fire Beavers taking Cenote Cave once again. Complexity landing in the IMC Armory. If you got a couple players, they're sending 2 players to secure the Trident and 1 to start the IMC Armory. I like that, but what's more better?
Straight up, we've got the contest again. It is ATH here versus Dreamfire. You want those southern bins, and as they pick them up, you can see why Blue Armor and Nemesis comes out already, taking down 2 of the Dreamfire members. This is a nightmare start.
Trinity's opens 1 supply bin, grabs a blue Evo and a Nemesis with ammo, immediately hits that Seer scan. They have nowhere to go, side swings it out. That was so textbook, but that's everything that you want in a contest. Typically, a lot of the contests that we've seen earlier, squads are like, oh, I've got a P2020, what do you have?
Last time they rolled out with a Trident, this time Roy rolls out with his life, and that's just about all he can ask for. Around the map, you've got MDY White. Yes, they're landing at Stormcatcher. That does seem to lend some plausibility to the story that they weren't exactly sure where everyone was landing in the first game. And it was, you know, maybe not like a mistake, but certainly a misread of the situation to take their time to get there. That said, this time they land on top of it with a beacon and the ring in their backyard.
Oh, wow, check that out. MDY White, they do not go Jurassic, or if they do, they rotated immediately over to Stormcatcher and peep those zones. It's absolutely ridiculous that we just keep getting some of the same repeat zones, so very similar to what we withstood the first time.
FC Destroy are trying to beat them to the best spot in this circle. As you can see, it is very much touching on that eastern side, so the teams are going to predict that it is pulling all the way out there, assuming they do have the ring console. And MDY White, are they actually going to meet FC Destroy this early?
That would be a really interesting fight to go ahead and hit the head on the nail just now. And you can see FC Destroy taking that high ground, peppering down MDY White, and now they almost are retreating a little bit, trying to get behind the rocks because FC Destroy, 2 purples, a blue shield, looking pretty kitted. That's not a good challenge. I know a lot of teams, what they like to do is just kind of armor check in a sense. You hit a couple shots, you know, hey, I'm sitting on 2 perps, I feel more confident.
I mean, is this just gone from the luckiest pull possibly for MDY White to like the absolute worst scenario? Because Blackhand pull up on the south of them, blocking their rotation away from FC Destroy to try and reset. This could be horrible for the APAC South team.
Oh, wow, you can see on the top, match 2 pick rate, 70% Bangalore.
Wow.
A lot of teams making those useful changes, but MDY White still on trying to retreat 5 shield cells, and they don't even have time to heal, but so thankful for the teammate to drop a bat, and that will be so much easier to get a nice reset. But will they be enough?
Well, that means Digi's changed things up a lot, or maybe it's just this lobby. We'll talk about that after.
You are so unlucky. Matafe gonna fall. Can Tyler FBS clutch this up? We know he's a young roller phenom coming in with the Mastiff, trying to take one from Tyda's books here, but he cannot connect around the knockdown shield. It's a dance that you don't want to be a part of. Come on, just a couple more bullets, but just shy on. But they're right out the back. 100 Thieves, they're making an appearance.
Easy Flash just books it there.
What?
Blackhand were involved as well, and it does look like we're getting a bit of a messy fight here. MDY White, I think they've managed to save themselves just a little bit as we see Pulverex lying in the smoke in wait.
That was interesting. We saw Easy Flash run out. They are going to be eliminated as Pulverex come up. They want to join the fight. Bang ult incoming. F-Chan smoking around the perimeter and continuing to rotate around. You know they were talking about their playstyle, trying to get in the zone, be a little sneaky, hold onto a solid position. But with FC Destroy making the quickest rotation that we've seen in this lobby, all of these teams are going to be in a tough position with them having a line of sight on them.
So FC Destroy starting off at Thunderwatch. They do manage to get there before even MDY White, and that was what caused all of those issues. Does look like they've stabilized for now, but TSM and J-Lings are in there. Exit, Oxygen are joining them. Rampart setting up. And Complexity, unfortunately, they're locked out a little bit further up against Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, here it comes. Parka with the EMP, doing a good chunk of opening damage, allowing Raz some time to slide on in, looking to find the players. Drone back up in. Ping's coming out, so there's information going around, but they're playing it a little more safe. If you can keep the high ground, use the head peaks of the rocks and the topography of the map, but you also don't want to leave a safe positioning, right? Keep that advantage, because as that ring continues to pull forward, you're essentially gatekeeping.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there was maybe even like a ping on the player banners to say, you know, X teams are in the area or something, because it did seem like a very safe way to approach that fight for Crazy Raccoon after getting the EMP engage.
Pulverex gonna play off the gravity cannon. I don't mind it simply because they have the Rampart with the amped covers to just kind of try and stay behind that. If they can secure themselves and keep their back against the rocks, it's just tough, right? When you've got a lot of aggressive teams. Similarly, 100 Thieves, they've been playing so strong here, and they can essentially just walk up on this, smoke them out, piercing spike it, and if the moment comes to it, all they have to do is catwall and push.
Onmu looking fierce with the headband there, and honestly, 100 Thieves have looked fierce this entire tournament. It's been really a breakout, I feel, for these guys. They yeah, I'd say they're probably just about qualified already, sitting on 99 points. I think unless things go a little bit crazy here, they should be fine. So time for them to have some fun.
Yeah, I think they're pretty much locked in. I would feel really confident about that. I think Gaskin earlier said 94 points was that threshold for them on the desk. And, you know, being above that, you would need something spectacular from every team that was underneath them to really shift them down and out. But here we go. While Pulverex is chilling in that spot, we're going to go ahead and look at that map and where it's continuously going. You said this was the slowest rotating group we've seen thus far. North Eption, they're still chilling in their lightning rod. They are able to have that POI of theirs today. Optic Gaming have extended out into North Pad. They typically land down Beast. ATH, they haven't even left checkpoint, and Fire Beavers finally making their way out of Cenote.
So as expected, the ring continues to pull in a very linear direction here towards the eastern side of the map. And teams who read that early, FC Destroy and MD White, are looking okay. I'm interested to see what their positions are, considering you know, it wasn't an easy quick rotate in there where they just set it up. They could just set up as they would want to, because they had to worry about all the teams around them when that happened.
All right, 100 Thieves, they found themselves an Acorn and they're okay with it. And they've got Vaxlon kind of out and about scouting, and I like this, right? We're talking about scouting characters that have the ability to do it. Once you have that double time passive enact, they'll be able to shoot back to their teammate or smoke and run, but they haven't been able to pick up one elimination thus far, so not too bad. But as our teams make their way north, Eption, we were talking about them still being in lightning rod. They're about to join the party, and Xset is going to be the first team that is looking to gatekeep them out. And if you play hard edge, you take the most ring damage, which lo and behold, North Eption is the team that has the most. They can run into this issue quite often.
Yep, not surprising at all from the APAC North lads. What is surprising has been you know, the fact that they're struggling coming into this series, but 15 points to start off with gives them just a glimmer of hope. I mean, they're used to glimmers. I wonder if these guys sleep at night and have like the ring tick damage just kind of like in their head the whole time. It's just this like constant presence, because they play more in it than they do. They may play more outside the ring than they do inside the ring.
At least when they come inside the ring, they've got fully leveled Evos, a beautiful amount of bats, and they are just ready to like full send at anyone is in their way. And FC Destroy, they've had a lot of pop-off moments here today, and I respect the positioning. The moment they got here and immediately used the Newcastle Watson to build a fort.
They've been fantastic at finding these spots, right? At finding these awesome positions to play from. And as we saw, they actually got #1 priority. They could choose any spot they wanted in this area to fortify, and that is the one they chose.
Oh, every time I see a Trident rotation, my heart kind of pounds a little bit similar to a Valk rotation, because you never know how it's going to go. Evac tower in hand, so they do have that available if they need any bit of pressure when trying to get into that next zone. But there are so many teams that have already set up shop in that next zone.
Optic, you can see they do have the information long rotates with the Catalyst. Obviously, they've got that character there, the controller character, to make sure that they know where it's going. Doesn't mean they're necessarily going to be playing in the ring, because of course that doesn't necessarily work with the strategy they want to be running. But other teams like Crazy Raccoon, Complexity, and who is that? Another esports team. Let's just have a look at the map, the brown one. Oxygen Esports, there we go, are down near Stormcatcher with them. So a couple of teams there that they have to think and worry about.
Ooh, Xset constantly putting the pressure on, utilizing seer scans. They've already burned through a seer exhibit. I don't believe any ult excels are available, because I'm sure it's the first thing that they can calm, because if you put out a defensive seer exhibit and try to force NTH to stay back where they are, now you've already burned that, because some teams will essentially bait your utility out.
Seems to happen the most often with seer exhibits, doesn't it, honestly?
You wanna burn those.
Maybe that or the cat walls, but definitely they can be as defensive as they can be offensive. It's why the characters are picked. It's why they're in the meta, that versatility that, that you have from the ults, as well as some of their passives and tactical abilities. So Xset here. You can see they don't have the best of cover there, kind of having to dodge around as they trade some blows with other teams. Skynade comes in, does manage to dodge it.
All right, well, here's the deal. I want to see what's going to happen with Xset. They're surrounded by teams, so let's jump on board with a nice listen in.
They're in on that side. I have 4 cells right now. No, this team East is still here. It's fine, it's fine. I'm saying, hope. I don't see them. I have Catwall for the 3v3 East.
I'll have Bangle too.
If we get to their Newcastle wall, it's actually just a nasty heady for us that looks down the hill. I got purple. I have 1 minute.
Okay.
Thanks smoking us?
Yep.
Walking up, maybe? We can't take a long time to do this, though.
Yep. Should we just look at third party west and go down the hill? Kind of traps us.
Yeah.
I don't think we win against NTH, do we? I mean, we can.
Well, we're gonna have to try. They have triple digital. We could look to third party west instead. I mean, West is not really fighting. They're just standing. They're just standing, holding. They're waiting for us to fight them.
Yeah.
Careful. Enemy close.
Yeah.
I think we do. I think we do. Honestly.
Okay. All right. You want me to back up this?
Yes. I'm walling it. Okay.
Okay.
All the bombs. Fine. We're still good here.
East is gonna push us. We need to go forward.
Yeah. Reloading. Can we?
East is
here. Can we slide here? No one's here.
Okay. What?
No one's here. Slide. Getting charge rifled. You're good on me for now.
I'm gonna go shield cells.
I have one. I literally have nine. I'm dropping four. Four right there. Against the wall. Okay. I need some. You're good. We have a Rampart team in front of us. Oh my god. Sliding above.
Looking. They're sliding forward. Nice hero.
Come for EMP.
No sights on them.
They have a bullet. They low bolted.
Can we run south now?
Yeah. They're Valkyrie.
Okay, never mind. They're Valkyrie? Okay.
Yes, they Valkyrie. It's good. Yep. We just have to kill us in front of us.
Yep. I'm taking their top mountain. Climbing on my left. Below us, 70 blue.
Scanning.
Below us?
Scanning to the left. Yep. I missed.
They ran.
Screen right.
I arced the wall. Arcing the wall.
We need to go south. Come to me.
Wait, we can kill them.
Okay.
We can kill them.
Okay.
They're getting pinched. Let's work on this.
27 blue. Scanning 15.
Flash.
70 on Valk. Valk 1, down. Valk dead. I'm sliding in. Rampart cracked. Dead. Last guy by Valk. Got it knocked.
Nice. We're safe again, boys.
Jumping over swaps. Be mindful around us. Play together.
I am.
Xset Genome. That was so tough rotation, but they made all the right calls.
Yeah, look, they got Fnatic to Valcolt out behind them. That worked out for them. And then popping down into Ascend, really have to question how they played that fight. They were inside the ring. They gave up ground for, I don't know, it seemed very questionable. And all three of them turned their backs at once to Xset. And that you just saw free damage. The fight was pretty much over at that point.
Speaking of fights, Fire Beavers, they're in some action here. They're making their way into that next zone, but they have to take down 100 Thieves. But ATH on your screen, trying to get in the zone as well.
Okay, what can Af do with Sleep King on the floor here? Try and heal up. Oh, nice use of the gravity lift to get the reset.
That's a risky move, trying to stick that res, but Oxygen, you cannot get up there, but Complexity has joined into this fight. Complexity eliminates Fnatic and immediately turns their tides on ATH, decimating them. Complexity, a bubble team that needed a strong performance here, but it's not over. Job's not done. We see another Crypto EMP, Cody going down in the distance. There's no way they're gonna be able to jump down and try to retrieve that. Yes, Monsoon on the bank can go for a smoke and res, but with all the line of sights surrounding them, it's gonna be so tough.
He was in the middle of two teams, and the rest of Complexity is a mile away. That was, again, a sus decision there. As you say, they really need the points. They can't be taking risks, I think, that are that large. They need to be playing together and getting caught out there. Bit of a tough trying to enter that fight for Complexity here. All right, so some of these Valk teams here, we're seeing more of them in APAC North, it seems. And, okay, another fun fight here. Xset look to be in trouble against Oxygen.
Oxygen have been such a heavy-hitting, mechanically fighting team, and they are really destroying a lot of dreams here. I know that Hal said he was the destroyer of dreams, but you can't sleep on Oxygen. But now, with that all being said, Oiderain from Fire Beavers, they've shown up. They need all the points as possible, too.
Yeah, they do, but I'm not sure they're going to get them against Fire Beavers here. And Bane, he's gotten a lot of credit here from so many people in the Apex scene for helping Oxygen get this far, but he take the 1v1 against 9 Impulse.
Oh man, 9 Impulse. We need a little bit of Joker going on. Vayne falling incredibly low, able to grab a banner, but 9 Impulse is trying to prioritize healing and shield talk, able to get it off just in time. You thought Taskmaster was impeccable at it. 9 Impulse just as good.
Not bad. Looks like the whole team's been training that one, but 100 Thieves here are going to steal away some of the kills from the rest of the lobby. Pulverex is on their back though, and Vaxlon almost gets taken full kill there. Are they going to be able to save him? It seems tough. They have a wall to be able to deal with this, maybe by themselves. Something doesn't look like. Pulverex come in at full strength. Oh, that's a massive PK shot, followed up by the 9.
Shunmi on your screen has to rotate, dropping down the amped covers. Here comes the Sheila, but I don't know if that was a misplay because it looked like they really need to prioritize healing. Now, within an inch of health, trying to stay alive, J-Ling's Esports, 100 Thieves are out. So just by a little bit of luck and some spare fighting, they could go for a reset.
Oh! The huge nade comes in. We thought Pulverex were going to be able to get the reset off there, but that's actually a very impactful use of Ordnance. You can see here, FC, we talk about these Watson and Newcastle teams being able to play on roofs unlike some other teams, and this is the perfect spot for FC Destroy to be able to do that towards the right in front of them. You can see North Eption, TSM have been lurking on the shadows further up the hill.
North Eption never pushed down into TSM. Instead, they rotated around and crossed. And if they're going to get that pull, it's not a bad push, but FC Destroy immediately leave that high ground. Full sending reception. But this is tough. If you're going to get everyone slowed, you can basically just shoot down upon them. Both walls have been executed here. And now NTH able to grab a knock onto one. This should be an easy finish, but you don't want to overextend out because TSM, Complexity, Pulverex, they're all going to have a line of sight onto the 2 members that are standing.
I'm a little surprised North Eption didn't send that. As we said, they do need the points here, and getting all 3 on the focus of attention, that is an opportunity that they might not get again. Then again, FC Destroy kind of are locked into that little space, so I don't know, maybe they are. Either way, look, Complexity have just taken out Pulverex as a duo. Solid, I think that might have just been the one member left alive. Obviously no Moby reses in all of those beacons. There we go. They don't waste their opportunity a second time. North Eption with a clean wipe, and TSM, again, like Raven, lurking in the shadows.
Well, look, here's the deal. As a wise man from APAC South once said, the kills will come, and North Eption are going to be focusing on that. Complexity, a duo, playing in the building originally that FC Destroy was in, but have moved in to live underneath TSM's building. So here's the deal. Basically, TSM and Complexity are going to be duking it out for second place. Lo and behold, North Eption will be waiting for this engagement.
Waiting and wondering who will be the team they have to deal with.
Satsuki, look at him overextending. He wants to get some angles on this. He wants, you said, all the kills, right? He's just going to go over there, take some pop shots, maybe he can find a down.
They kind of need them. I mean, they're in 3rd place already, so they've secured 7 placement points, but there's still 5 left on the table. 5 points can easily be the difference between them making winners or losers.
I really like what they're doing. They're split, calling in Mobies for space, but just like that, Complexity taken out. So now, a pure 3v3, TSM versus North Eption.
And that's exactly what TSM needed, a very clean fight win here so that they don't get caught off guard by North Eption.
Oh, beautiful third right there to do some instant damage. The CEO himself able to grab one before the trade comes in. Now Rex looking to do some damage with 1 inch of dreams. Now can Big E, that anchor position on the Catalyst, take down North Eption? We would need a 1v3.
Seems like it's a lot to ask for Big E and North Eption. 15 points in the first game, a win in the second. They are storming home here in our final series of group stage.
That is exactly what we needed for them. I know when I spoke to Taida, he said that he needed to get into that bracket stage, but first, he wants to also make sure the finals are on the mind. They always say, I want to win everything, but first, we just have to get there. All the signs, here we go. Can we get a hashtag NTH win going on Twitter? I believe that's their hashtag that they're running there for. I know there's like hashtag APAC N win. Those are good too. You gotta get them going. Get them
There's
trending.
been quite a few of them this tournament, hasn't there?
APAC North, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, has been the most wins of every game. They're north of 10 by this point.
Oh yeah, of all the regions, right?
Yes.
And that's even with Alliance, you know, storming home with almost 200 points.
Oh, and we got the match results. You were asking how many kills were they going to be able to get, but that's an NTH there with 22 points. TSM only able to grab 3 eliminations. Majority of those were going to be on Complexity. Complexity rounding out, finishing in 3rd, tying TSM on points. But FC Destroy, granted, they were the first people to rotate and take that high ground, able to pick up 6 eliminations.
So we were saying they were going to need, sitting on a clean 50 at the start of this, they were going to need roughly 44 points if we're taking 94 as the magic number. They've just picked up 37 in 2 games. North Eption now within striking distance.
Well, you think about that, right? 37 points, and after 2 of their match series, the first series being 22 points, the second series totaling 28 points. If they've already almost hit 40 points after 2 matches, they want winners bracket. They are coming for that.
Yeah, it feels like they're actually very, very close to that now. Would expect them to make it in. Meanwhile, other teams like Exet and Crazy Raccoon don't know about that. Exet, they need a pop-off series. 7 points so far, not it.
It is definitely not it. Let's take a look at the series results. There's that 37 points you were mentioning. Fnatic, your map 1 winners, 26 points. But Fire Beavers, they have been picking up so many eliminations, trying to do their best to find themselves in the winners bracket. 100 Thieves rounding out the top 5. But you mentioned it, Start of Fight Esports, Optic Gaming, Ascend. It's just been so tough here at Split 2 playoffs for Optic.
Yeah, it really has. There's been a couple of teams really struggling to get going there. One of them, Ascend, only a single point so far. I mean, if you look at the overall standings, right, they were 83. We said, oh, come on, it can't be that hard for them to pick up the extra 11. 1 after 2 games.
Ooh, well, we've only got 1 more map on Storm Point, but I know we've got a fan favorite member of our team down on the floor. Blaze, what do you got going on for me?
Well, Tiff, what I have going on is the best fans out there in the venue having a fantastic time watching this matchup. But you know what? I really want to see how loud these fans are, okay? Ooh, they already chanting right now. You hear it? Okay. Now, but crowd, I got a question for you guys. Where are my Dream Fire fans at? Where's my MDY fans at? MD who? Okay. Fnatic fans, are you guys out there? Fnatic fans are out there, okay. Ascend fans, what about you guys out there? There go the Ascend fans up there on the top. Crazy Raccoon fans, are you out there? A few Crazy Raccoon fans up on the top. Pulverex fans, are you out there? The Pulverex fans out there too as well. On this side, TSM, are you here? There we go. Vexed, are you here? The Vex fans are up top too as well. Well, you know what? Everybody's ready to get up into this next match, you guys, okay? So without further ado, Tiff, Giono, let's go.
Thank you so much, Blaze. It's so funny, at the end of that, I just heard a nice quick Exet right there. And Exet, we need you to hear that right now. Look, we're asking for you to start that upward trajectory. I know you've got it in you. We heard a lot of the decision making. And Gino, that's really tough, right? They were trying to think of plan A, plan B, plan C, and figure out what was going to be their best course of action, forcing Fnatic to Valk rotate and immediately meeting their demise. But that is tough.
It shows you just how many decisions you have to make, how important that IGL role is in Apex, right? Because they made so many correct decisions in a row, taking out Ascend, managing to stave off North Eption, Fnatic, all these other teams that were coming in behind them, but even still, they don't get that many points. And this is something that I really noticed. You know, we were talking about that other game before in Barometer where we had 18 teams left alive in round 4, and it's like, compared to the normal split, right, there's so many decisions you can make and still just not get rewarded with it by a single point.
You can make the proper decision and it not be executed, or someone does something so wild that just completely ruins everything that you had going. As you can see on that map rotation, Fnatic, your map 1 victors, North Eption, your map 2. This is the final map on Storm Point. We will have 4 more maps.
I was just wondering, I doubt we've ever seen this.
What?
But I'd love it for it to happen, is for a single region to take every single game of a 6-game series at LAN.
Genome, are you manifesting? Are you manifesting right now?
Let's do it. Come on, Fnatic, North Eption, run it back.
I mean, please, I'm down with it. North Eption typically lands Lightning Rod, I believe, in the regular season, and they're actually able to get it here in this matchup, because you think of Furia, you think of Alliance, they're the ones that typically land Lightning Rod, and they're uncontested on that.
Maybe they'll get some help from FC Destroy. Pulverex is in here as well. So, yeah, look, a couple of those 9 APAC North teams ready to chip in, I bet.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen. This isn't the first time I've seen APAC North take the first 2 maps of a series. And here we go. We're locking into that dropship. Match number 3 about to be underway.
I love that we got the legend stats up the top there at some point during that game, Tiff, because what it showed was, as we predicted, right? Bangalore had come back in a big way. Before this game, I believe we were sitting at something like Horizon at a 50% pick rate. We had Bangalore at a 50% pick rate, and then Seer was up the top at somewhere around 75%. Now with the Digi coming into crafting rotation, we've actually seen Bangalore take over Seer as the most picked legend in this lobby.
It's pretty wild. You think back to prior metas, right? Seer at 1.90%, but Dreamfire, the contest is... Oh my god, the focus of attention. He grabs a P2020. At least he has an alternator, and now 3MC does not have a weapon.
Not a good start. The scout on the iron sights for Roy doesn't bode well either. Dreamfire, another team fighting to stay away from that elimination side of the bracket. And meanwhile, Ath rolling out with purple mags, PKs, all the kind of loot you'd want to see if you're taking someone on this early in the game.
You know what's really fun about contest, and maybe I'm just evil, every time I take a contest in my games, I will pick up every stack of ammo so that the other team cannot have anything. It doesn't matter what it is or if I need it, but here goes the grab, lift, sleep, taking to the rooftop alongside his teammates. This is a power position.
Well, Tiff's feeling a little bit greedy, and Ath certainly want to be taking all those kills as well. They've got only a couple for themselves. Sure, they might have won the contest last time, but they didn't really follow it up with anything particularly impressive. Of course, this is an org that's actually been around in Apex for quite some time. For years, they've supported APAC South teams, and finally switching it over into South America has netted some success. We find them at LAN.
Oh, flat out, instant down, Peanut from Dreamfire, getting easy, opening up that opportunity, immediately thirsting. That is how you do it, but not able to get a shield swap off it. Roy going around and swinging. ATH, goodbye, stand up, Dreamfire fans! Oh boy!
Crowd's loving it. They want them to pump every single round of ammo into that box.
I mean, might as well. Now they've got the mill for free. They've got the 3 buildings to the north. They can do what they want, and they have an easy rotation to the next zone.
And luckily, Mill is such a quick POI to loot that even after that context, it was relatively quick. I still think they'll get a decent position in this next ring because of how close it is.
Complexity typically landing in that Bean area, IMC Armory, but Oxygen Esports have already noted that zone call for them. They've begun their rotation, rotating straight to Cenote Caves. Fire Beavers taking on Oxygen Esports could get a little wild.
The Vexed fans also trying to G up their teams on the opposite side of the arena. Glad to see the Copper Box is getting into this one as the stakes finally starting to sharpen up a little bit in our eyes on that scoreboard.
MDY White bouncing around near Jurassic. They had to uproot their POI for the drop spot, but Crazy Raccoon is on the rotation. Looks like Vexed has left launch pad, and I think this is a respectable move, taking that Valgold, trying to get over the high ground and jump over CR.
Straight over the top. Valk, I think, who was it that was making this prediction? One of the pros I talked to is 100% right, and they said as teams, they get towards the end of the series where things are getting a little bit more important, they're going to go back to those comfort picks. They're going to go to something that makes them feel like it's getting back in their hands, and that is playing the Valk and having those rotations available.
Even with the addition of the evac tower, they still want to have the reliance on Valk doubly available. CR able to enact that EMP onto MDY White, but when you have Catalyst and you can just bunker down and just hold a building, Crazy Raccoon can only stand outside in this position for so long, and LD right here is like, I'm gonna take this chance to get the survey beacon. No Bangalore to even smoke out, but you're just standing there.
Bam, there we go. Can tell them exactly where the next Valk ult can take them to find a free position here as the ring does pull over to Barometer. By the look, or is it a Cenote cave kind of circle here? I don't know if the circle is far enough to the edge of the map that the fact that the circles are touching will keep it pulling that way. There's a lot of mountains in the way, a lot of factors to consider here for this circle here, but certainly quite a few teams are setting up in Cenote, a couple in Barometer.
Ooh, and that's tough. Sometimes these will pull straight out to the water and can get a little mixy there. But Fnatic finally making their way down. And Crazy Raccoon, we talk a lot about APAC North, but they haven't really had the most best tough time, and it is group stages, and they kind of just want to figure a couple things out, and once we get to the bracket stage tomorrow, I'm sure it'll look a little bit different. But Vex fans going loud, 3 points on this match series so far in 17th place.
I mean, shout out to the fans at least. It's not looking great for them, but hey, they're still turning up and still supporting the boys. That's what we like to see. All right, Vexed, they have made themselves, available in a nice position there towards the south of that zone 2. And it'll be, look down the bottom of Barometer. Sometimes it will continue pulling down there towards where the gravity cannon is. Vexed are kind of hoping it's going to do that at least. And then, look, we said Dreamfire could have got into things quickly. That's not what they've done. They've stuck around Mill. I don't know, maybe they were just sort of enjoying the view of the boxes that they had in front of them.
Well, it's not bad. You think Optic Gaming, they land down Beast. They've rotated around and then in the front of the mill, looking towards that IMC armory. They're holding this rock, and this is a really strong position because you can look all the way across into Cenote. You can look down on the sites at Mill and get a lot of information on where these teams are starting to position themselves. And with Dropped having a charge rifle in their hands, essentially farm your Evo shields before going into that end game.
Optic playing Godrock here as if it meant something. Not sure it really does, honestly. You can see they do not have the next ring information on their mini-map, and that means they're kind of taking a guess that, maybe this is a mill zone. If it was a mill zone, they'd be laughing. It's not, so they might be crying.
I'm trying to figure out what intentions they have for this. I'm going to stick with the leveling, getting the information on how people are rotating. But with this pulling to where it is, and about 80% of our teams, 18 squads remaining that have already found themselves in that next zone, finding a livable space that is comfortable and knowing that you can withstand it as that next zone comes in. I would love to pull it up because we want to see what our teams are going to be fighting for and who has the best priority to taking the win.
Does look like it could be a hard pull. Zone continues to go towards Cenote. Xset may have read this very well. I believe they're set up in the Spider Cavern, the throughput there in Cenote. Optic will continue their way down. They've just realized now that the zone has shifted. It's it's definitely not a mill zone, but Dreamfire still up the top. We've got Ath all the way up there as well. Look, a couple of teams sort of late rotating in.
Optic just making their way. We are going to stay here and just watch them rotate, but let's check in with Crazy Raccoon. You know, they were just taking a little bit of poke damage, finding themselves on the outskirts of that next zone, going up to the top of Barometer. Now, we were talking about Barometer zones early on and how that had 18 squads nearby this region, and Oxygen Esports won that zone from this position. Now, granted, the next zone will pull away from here, so they will have to rotate, but at least they were able to get some shield bats.
It's a nice thing to have in your kit.
I do
just
like it.
Occasionally.
Just want to craft up a little bit. Sometimes just getting into a crafter mid-game and making sure that you have the utility for endgame can make or break you. We see so many teams run out of ammo in that final circle or get poke-fighted enough and not have that, but Optic back on rotation with that Comfort Valve ult. Getting poked and prodded, Skittlecakes taking about 75 HP of damage, immediately trying to control space, utilizing that Fiercey Spikes.
Yeah, they do actually find a spot. They were pinging out Oxygens in the building just south of where they Valk ulted. Certainly not a spot they could play. They're split right now. I don't know if that's going to stick around or cause them some issues if another team starts pulling in. Fire Beavers just north of Oxygen's position.
Yeah, they're taking the building. So here's the deal. Fire Beavers and Complexity, they love to land Cenote, so they're going to know this area very well. But Optic, they are finding themselves surrounded. I feel like the decisions that they are just making are not, I don't want to say not the right ones, because it's an option, right? You never know what's going to pan out, but you dump yourself down off of Valkyrie immediately in between two mechanically insane teams that are going to be kill hungry and look to assert their dominance.
They honestly may have been able to stick around on the north side of the map for a little while longer before having to pull the trigger on that. Maybe they was hoping that there was I don't know, a lower percentage play that might have worked out really, really well. Instead, they're going out in 18th.
Unlucky for them, but they have 3 more maps on World's Edge after this to try and get some things together. Crazy Raccoon have not left this area. J-Lings making their way finally all the way down from High Point have entered the Barometer area.
Yeah, massive rotation from them. The only people who have it any worse are North Eption, who frankly aren't too worried about where the circle goes because they're outside it, of course.
I remember standing here on this stage at Split One Playoffs with you, and this is 90% of our conversations. You're like, wow, where? North Eption in the ring? Of course it is, but Yuka, FNC on your screen, Dreamfire on the northern side of the rock. Just a little bit of utility going out, but not committing to it just yet.
Well, I like that they're orange on the map screen as well, because it means they blend in. They've got camo in the ring.
Lufka, we finally get some Ascend action on the screen. Kashera, though, going back to the Newcastle comp that I have seen him dabbling with post-kill and epic Watson. Let's jump on board with Ascend and hear how they're going to approach this.
I'm going to queue. I'm popping back.
Us out.
Just shoot through the smoke.
Catalyst. Crack the kata.
One is flash.
I'm gonna shot it from the back. I need to pop him up.
Yeah, play here. They move to Jurassic, I think. They move out Jurassic. Can we get some space?
Crash, be careful.
I'm popping bat, Cash. Just heal, boys. They're gonna pick the other door. I'm getting shot on the back. We can't move. Guys, they're gonna pick the other door. We need to slide down. We can't, like, to the river. I'm gonna fucking die if I go to the river, boys.
There's a team there.
I know, but we are getting pinched.
The river wasn't the option.
Go river, post. There is full team here, Cash. I have 100 on seat. I'm low.
I'm getting shot hard from the top. They're on top, careful.
They're pushing.
Yeah. Use me.
Gold knock or not, Ascend cannot make it out of there. As we move further into Cenote Caves here, you can see Fnatic on top of Fire Beavers as well as Black Hand. All of these teams have taken up some of the buildings inside of Cenote Caves where the ring is going to be ending up. Actually, it could be slightly outside, could be just to the east, but either way, it's in this vicinity.
Speaking of in this vicinity, I think back to Split 1 regional finals, and it was my first time commentating on a match point, and I'm just gonna go ahead and say who won that match point finals in the EMEA region. It was the Fire Beavers. Very similarly positioned, not necessarily inside the building, it pulled out more towards the rocks. Glitter really might be onto something.
Yeah, as you can see, Xset also behind the blast doors there in the connecting cave. That's a fantastic spot. The entire entirety of that little throughput there is actually in what's that, ring 5, I believe, as you can see up there. So, you know, anyone trying to rotate through there, probably going to have a bad time. Xset are going to have options on which way to rotate out. It's so hard to find a spot that, you know, is safe and has multiple, like, very defensible rotation options. Just absolutely nuts how good that spot is for Xset.
We were talking about different rotational options. Well, here's North Epson. They finally arrived straight in the face of Dreamfire. You've got the Bang ults being enacted, and this is a really good way, right? You throw the ult, we're all out and open. You've got to either force Dreamfire to back up a little bit out towards zone because that ring is coming in. North Epson trying to gatekeep. Pita throwing in the black hole while 3MZ is looking to find an opening, maybe swing in one clip.
Okay, 3MZ is trying to hold it down for Roy right now, who is struggling, the first to go down. Not going to have any more smokes to try and retreat here. Pita, does he have anything to help his teammates? North Epson's going down.
Roy being rezzed, they're throwing out the defensive seer exhibit to make sure that no one pushes. They can go for the reset, get the shield swap enacted. They're currently sitting in 14th place. Not a necessary bad positioning because they will have their northernmost side, but the issue is they have to worry about the team coming in on their right, TSM.
Yeah, TSM, so obviously they're coming down from the wall, nowhere near having priority to this zone, so they have to switch up their style. It's very much an edge game for them. To have a look to see if they've got any kills so far this series. Has it worked out for them? A little bit, yeah. They do actually have, they've picked up 4 kills so far, and they're even, you know, looting themselves up further. You can see they've pinged out that L-Star ahead of them. Do they have an opportunity to go and get that?
If they can make that rotational pattern 2 over there, but the thing is, Xset is holding that chokehold building on that edge of ring.
Yes.
Pulverex is occupying the bridge. It's gonna make things just a little bit more difficult. But going into that end game, Burles having a Hemlock, picking up an L-Star, 2 care package weapons that will just absolutely decimate.
They don't have a Valk though. I think we maybe haven't seen Reps' POV yet, but unless he has an evac tower, this actually could be a very hard push for TSM. They've got to cover a lot of open ground, essentially. They're going to have to run past maybe Complexity in the orange down there, and then potentially into the waiting arms of Xset, Fnatic, Dreamfire. Obviously, they're having some problems of their own trying to get past Blackhand Fire Beavers and Fnatic, who have essentially just set up a shooting gallery in the buildings towards them.
With 3 seconds on round 4, looking to close, TSM has to move. They're essentially mirroring Dreamfire's rotation, but Fnatic has been occupying the building just on the inside of the ring. Dreamfire, Roy last alive, have everything stacked against him. Incoming Bangalore ultimates, and now Cat ults are coming out to force the rotation.
Yeah, so many teams just getting into it down here in the building. TSM, they're just taking things one step at a time. They get in, they try and deal with Dreamfire. Why don't we have a listen to TSM to see what they can do in this next ring?
They walled me off, they walled me off. I'm batting right now. I'm gonna barricade that door. Yes, take the door, finish one outside. There's a down outside, I'm finishing him. Please help me. I'm with you. This guy here. I need white ammo, I have 14, I have 14. I have a Genji though. I think there's a solo in here. Can you scan down the building? There's a solo in there, I think. I can't tell. Wait, solo's west, solo's west. Solo's west right here. Can we pick this together? That's it. I don't see him there. Walk the tunnel, people, speaking to you. Tunnel's looking at us. I can't help you, Evan. I can't help you. I'm trying to look. Dead. I'm good. I'm good. I got some for you. Give me a second. Don't get swung on. I'm looking for the. Yeah, you look at the door, Evan. I'm looking at this door. Look at the door in the building. I'm dropping some light. I have 40 only. I dropped a little bit. I have 70 now. Chilling. Evan, reinforce that. I'm looking. Reinforce that, bro, when you can. Yeah. They might swing out the balcony. Be careful.
You guys have extra syringes? I have no syringes.
No syringes. No syringes. I can drop you back. You need ultic cells. Any ultic cells. No, I'm good.
Yeah, actually, no, I don't.
Here, take my wall. A light mag. I need a light mag. Take my ultic cells so you get wall, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to get it.
Can you scan down the building? How many people are in this other building? Bro, there's a solo somewhere.
I'm pretty sure it's a full team. Wait,
okay.
No, it's one, I think.
I got scanned. They might jump out.
I think it actually is one.
I can't swing that.
Because I'm scanning the people above us. I can't tell.
Can you not walk out right here? I think it is, bro.
It's one guy. It's one guy. It's
Can
one
we
guy.
walk?
When he comes out, no?
No. Yeah, that's true. I just wasted a nade on that.
Also, I can wall
I have
to
an
the right.
start. Do you need it?
Yes.
Drop it.
I can wall straight this way, and we'll be in the zone on the right. Maybe we take height even. Listen, we can maybe go up to height with my wall. Like,
yeah, but are we not
that would
going to
be
get shot
insane.
at?
That might be insane, actually.
Why don't we do it now? We do it now, then, maybe. I think we do it now.
You ready?
Yeah.
Finish on the back.
Queue up.
It's open.
I'm batting right now.
Play me.
I'm 1 HP. I am 1 HP.
Peek out.
There's a team below us.
I'm looking out.
I'm popping a medkit. You guys peek. I'm popping a medkit.
They're playing underneath. They're going to fight here.
Yeah, they're about to run out.
Wait, there's one in the cow wall. There's a guy in the cow wall. I got him dead.
Look at this right here.
The evac tower next to us. I might take this.
Yeah.
Watch that, Evan.
Look at the evac tower.
I got one.
I'm on scan.
I got one over here.
1 HP on one. Got him. Q. Look at the Q cross. Horizon.
I ulted that. I'm nading that.
Horizon 1 dead.
Nice.
Get the thirst. Got the thirst on that.
Yeah, we need to wipe this, I think, right? Is it
I can scan the team below us, I think.
Wait. No. Okay.
There's not. I don't know if there is. I don't know.
It's top three.
Okay, let's kill them then.
Yeah, go for second. Screw. I stun one.
I'm on scan.
One touch here. Dead.
Nice. I'm swinging out.
With you. One's knocked.
70, 80, cracked, 100 on the left.
On the right.
He's one shot. Play me. I'm going on.
I'm batting. Slow. I have no ammo.
I'm swinging him. Dead.
Excuse me? You're telling me they can have high ground, drop off, take a 3v3, be on, I don't know, a collective, let's say, 400 health, and still win a 3v3 against XSET, one of the best teams in the world who are coming at them off the back. Utility unused at that point. What?
The moment they finish that Fire Beavers engagement, they go, it's top 3, right? They push Fire Beavers, they turn around and instantly annihilate one member of XSET. That gives them the opening moment. Sure, they start fighting it out and you're starting to get some drops, right? But that moment, Evan went hard there.
Look, honestly, all of TSM went pretty hard to make that happen. Damn, that's insane. There's no way they win those fights back to back. That's just... look, struggling to comprehend apart from, I don't know, they're informed to win another LAN?
I mean, look, you heard it last night in Hal's interview. They want to go back to back. They want to crush dreams. Glitter, I want to hear your opinion. Let's get it broken down on the desk.
I mean, as we were watching that, Sabs, you were saying, could this be a TSM win? It most certainly was. And that final kill wrapping around 15 ammo at the end of it all. I mean, come on.
I mean, he had moments like that, you know, the last LAN, remember the 1v1 against Yuki and Hal? There was no ammo. It was actually so close, so he actually needs to remember, there's so many situations, guys, I need light ammo, you know? We need that. So I think he needs to watch out for that, but overall, since top 9, I was thinking, that's the game. That's the game that they're gonna win, for sure.
Figured out the absolute God spot in that final circle. Here, Dia, what jumped out at you for those moments?
I was a doubter, honestly, Sabs. Like, looking at the way that the ring played out going into the last zone, Oxygen held so much space, and Oxygen have looked really good today. So seeing the way that they were able to control the map and the entire eastern side on the exit of Cenote Cave, the fact that TSM came in through the north, splitting off from Exet, and were then able to run through the entirety of teams that sat in Cenote, it's statistically improbable, and I don't know what to tell you. I didn't think it was going to happen.
I mean, they didn't need it, but they got themselves another dub in the win column for them. So this is also going to be a really strong way for them to at least close out this map. We now have 3 more games or matches. That's it. On our group stage, we are very, very close to closing this whole thing out. And when things like that happen, where the teams that don't need those points get them, it makes it that much harder for everyone who's fighting at the bubble to get themselves in a position where they want to be, Sabs.
Yes, exactly. I feel like, you know, TSM, actually the moment when they took the high ground, that was the biggest play for them. That was literally just a win from the beginning. I feel like, you know, they have their moments. They have the big moments.
All right, well, you're talking about these big moments. Let's take a walk back through this final circle. Break it down for us here and tell us what you saw in those moments.
Okay, so from the high ground, of course, it was 3 kills. You could literally walk everywhere. I was actually kind of scared when he dropped down. I was thinking that might be the misplay. But actually it was not. It kind of bait them to actually look at him, and Verhulst and Rebs could do their job and clean the whole fight. They actually didn't take any knocks. I think that was the biggest play because of that. It was just the win from the beginning, I'm gonna be honest.
Verhulst plays anchor for a very long time in the course of this engagement, and you can see it because even on the minimap, he's turning back to watch the Exet approach. This first knock, though, where he turns around and takes down Fun, that is the difference between Apex Legends being a chess match and you literally having mere seconds and these explosive high adrenaline moments. Verhulst should never be able to do that. In a perfect scenario with 2 teams of equal talent, of equal ability, but Verhulst is built simply different. The course of this game brought him 8 kills overall, but even on his team, he didn't do the most damage. This isn't a team built off of just Verhulst, and that's what makes it so incredible. All of these players can achieve ridiculously high highs.
Yeah, and almost dead even in the damage as well. Everyone is really kind of putting in their effort, lifting their own portion of the wave as far as his team is concerned, and this was a phenomenal performance. I mean, 11 assists on Sabs.
I mean, that's the role for him. You know, he needs to watch out for Verhulst and Hal, so who's gonna save them other than Rebs?
I mean, strong performance out of TSM. Definitely not surprising. We'll take a look back at the match results, see what that means for them, because in the end, it's almost a 30-point win for TSM here. 16 kills is massive.
An incredible way for them to end their performance on Storm Point for the day and for the entire group stage. Oxygen come up behind them with Fire Beavers and Exet placed right above, and Fire Beavers also having a pretty nice day themselves, specifically in this match set.
I feel like Fire Beavers got the zone, so that was pretty predictable that they're gonna get like at least top 5.
Yeah.
They just needed to do the right play. But I think over in Northampton, we need to look at them. First game, they got 2nd place, 6 kills, and then the second game, in the second game they won with 10 kills.
I really like that point of tying in Fire Beavers and Northampton, because the interesting thing about this game for them has been that where at the beginning of the day we saw a lot of Edge teams running into each other. This was specifically over Geyser on World's Edge. In this game, we had Northampton and Fire Beavers approaching from opposite sides of the map and being able to clear things out. So these 2 aggressive Edge teams, with albeit quite different styles, weren't stuck in positions where they were mirroring each other, making it much easier for both squads to clean up kills, and as you mentioned, Glitter, be able to get crucial points for their overall standings.
And one of the things that I did notice when we were looking at those results as well on that second page was actually start a fight. They were down there at the bottom, no points to their name, and they were somebody that we had talked about at the beginning of yesterday having a much stronger start to that group stage. Well, we have some clips of them here. This is a situation where we saw them find themselves in a little bit of a tough spot. They go out, right? And this is the reaction that we see here, especially with your experience, Sabs, as a pro. what is it like when you have like this type of back and forth? Clearly they're disagreeing, upset with their performance there, and how do you bring back your mental in those moments? This is 10 minutes later. They've been arguing for 10 minutes.
It's pretty rough. I feel like on LAN you have a lot of more emotions than on actually Pro League. So I think it's harder to actually control that. I think they just need a small talk with like after the games, I would say, even to just chill and bring it back.
I mean, we talk about how important mental is in these tournaments. Sometimes it's not even about one bad performance. It's about your ability to either recover or not recover from that bad performance. And you know, what does that mean for you here when we see clips like that, Dia?
It's been a difficult day for, of course, Start a Fight. As we move over to World's Edge, I suspect it'll actually get more difficult because their game plan does mesh really well with Stormpoint, and the biggest thing to consider when working as a team is, I think, trying to understand each other's perspectives, and specifically with Start a Fight, their biggest problem has been these small micro mistakes that they're making. They actually have a really solid game plan, but when it comes to the international stage, the gameplay that we're seeing from a lot of our players is extraordinarily consistent, and sometimes Start a Fight, whether it be their comms or individual decision making, are a bit disjointed, and it's costing them on a consistent level throughout the course of the group stage.
All right, well, we'll take a look back at our series results now, see where everything is shaken out. We're at the halfway point, 3 maps, 3 matches down. TSM, 49 points at the top of the leaderboard, followed by Northeption, like you were saying, Sebs, having a very strong first match in this series, getting themselves the win as well. Things are still very close here, though.
Yeah, but Northeption actually needed it for a group stage. They needed the points. They had 26th place before this group. So it's actually great for them. They're gonna keep it up for the World's Edge, and I think they're gonna be great.
I'm continuing to pull for Start a Fight. I've continued my train of thought off of the last point. I'm just sort of going over it again and again, and looking at this, a lot of the teams that we see towards the bottom of the pack are teams that have come in with a game plan and have not adjusted it moving into game, or rather day 2. The lobbies that we're seeing today are very different. Yesterday it was all about playing conservative, figuring out what you're doing at LAN. Today it's about testing your limits so that when we actually get to the elimination stage 2, the finals lobby, you actually know when you can start to push people, what teams you're comfortable against and when you're not. Those teams that are sitting near the bottom of the leaderboard have either started out too aggressive and haven't managed to dial it back yet, or started really conservatively and now aren't adjusting to the fact that people are willing to take more risks.
All right, well, we are constantly talking about items or weapons that are influential or impactful in any of our games here during this tournament. We're about to talk about one because it's time for WD Black, What's in Your Pack? And this is probably going to be something that comes up a lot when it comes to those contests here, Sabs. We've got the Mozambique.
You know, actually, I love Mozambique for the contest. You know, you're gonna sometimes get P20 on a start, but I feel like Mozambique is pretty consistent, even on like a small range, not only in a close range. So I think that's the perfect answer.
Especially in early contests, as we've talked about, Mozambique fits in really well, and I think it can fit into a late game style as well. The big thing with the Mozambique is going to stand out is the attachment that comes with it. Being able to grab hammer points does wonders for your game. However, even before that, consider that Apex Legends is also a game that revolves around managing your optimal ranges, and Mozambique slots in really well if you are somebody who wants to play at mid-range, a team that perhaps wants to gatekeep. I'm thinking specifically of the way that Northeption played over by Stormcatcher at the time, trying to keep teams farther away from them. Mozambique provides the damage of a shotgun at a consistent basis, but from very long range. And so if you are somebody who wants to run, say, something like a 301, but have a little bit of a close range burst option, the Mozambique can do really well to be able to allow you to do damage from afar and then close the gap a little bit while playing within a comfort zone.
And that's why this time around it was the Mozambique, and that's been WD Black, What's in Your Pack? Now, everyone at home, obviously, we're going to keep reminding you, make sure you're following us on social media. Keep yourselves up to date with all things Play Apex Esports, all right? You want to make sure you're keeping up to date with our group stages. We've got the bracket stage coming up right around the corner tomorrow, obviously finals, so you don't want to miss a single second of any of it. So make sure you're on there so you are constantly up to date, because that means it's now time for us to head into the last 3 matches of our group stage. On set, Gaskin, let's close this thing out.
Send this thing up here. We're ready to go. We've got 3 more games to get through. through today, Dan. And one thing you didn't see is that I left my glasses down and just at the last second, someone come and rescued me so I can actually see the screen. But Dan, 3 games to go today. As you can tell, I'm very excited about them. And we get to cast some World's Edge, buddy. How about that?
I thought we were going to be like an old couple having to share glasses just so we can see the stream and see what's happening. So I'm very thankful that's not going to happen. But yeah, World's Edge, what's that map? I don't think I know because we've done so much Storm Point today, but that's exciting because it means we've got a couple of teams who are far better when it comes to World's Edge. In particular, I want to focus on 2. Xset and Northeption. Now, we've already seen Northeption get a win on Storm Point, and they are starting to creep up to around that 20th position, that winner's bracket line, that benchmark that we've been talking about. A little bit more work to do, though, for the likes of Xset.
Certainly indeed. This is the story so far. You just saw it as we head over to World's Edge. 3 more games for all the teams in this lobby to solidify their spot in that winner's bracket group. For the rest of them, it's going to be down to the elimination bracket, where they will have to fight, where they will have to claw. They have to hit some pretty nice shots to have an opportunity to get towards that finals lobby. Here's your drop spots, what we expect to see from these teams. Might be a little bit of a little contest going down around stacks between HH and Optic Gaming, although we do see that split a little bit of the time. But Fire Beavers, they like to take most of Fragment when they can, but MDYY are going to be landing over the new POI monument.
Yeah, we also might see a contest happening for Ascend over at Geyser. It potentially could happen, but there's a few that have changed throughout the day. But certainly, this is crunch time for so many of these teams. 3 more games to try and put yourself into a position where you'll be in that winner's bracket tomorrow. Otherwise, you have to face the elimination bracket. And that's not just 1 set of series tomorrow. That is guaranteed to be 2 sets of series if you go into that elimination bracket and want to make Championship Sunday.
Now, let's kind of set the scene here as we're about to hit World's Edge. What teams are where? Who are the teams who are just outside of that top 20 right now? You're looking at Ascend, the team who almost won the Split 1 playoffs. You've got Complexity in there as well. Xset, of course, Fire Beavers, all chasing down that 20th position, which is currently held by Go Next, and they ain't playing.
Go Next are not playing, and they'll just have to hope that somehow these teams behind them don't get points. But bad news, they will be getting points. We've got 3 games for all of those teams to have that chance, even if it's just a few kills. Now I'm wondering whether Crazy Raccoon will maybe find themselves over towards Geyser, but we'll have to see when these drop spots happen and if we're going to get any sort of contest. But actually, we are going to get our first one. You were completely right, over towards Stacks. There is going to be a potential battle here.
Well, Optic Gaming have had what can only be described as disappointing showing so far, but of course, it won't be the end of their tournament today. They will have an opportunity, unless they drop a couple of bombs, of course, in these last 3 games, to fight through the elimination bracket, and they're going to have to deal with the contest, and that's not what you want when you're in their position, right? It's going to slow you rotate, even though you might get the KP, where that zone's popping up, which, by the way, is looking like it might be a little bit of a siphon zone, just to give you a bit of info. We're going to have to be slowed down on the rotate, could be overtaken by a few teams, and then the game plan has to change.
Well, with it being a slightly southern zone, you've always got to be mindful of where these rotations are going to be happening, and this is going to be an isolated fight for the most part. However, Crazy Raccoon are in the area enough to potentially third it if they are quick, but at the moment, Optic are trying to get this done as fast as possible.
Drop gets the first, Skill Cake almost gets the second, does get the second, and that will be a little smile on the faces of Optic Gaming. Not been too much to smile about, but the contest will be won.
Optic Gaming at the moment in 38th in the overall standings with 45 points. So by the math that we've kind of worked out, they would need to get maybe 50 points in these next 3 games if they were to try and push themselves up, or of course 50 as their total. And it is not going to be an easy way to achieve that. But World's Edge might be a little bit more of a home for them, especially winning that contest. They can get a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, and we can see everyone else is pretty comfortable. Ascend, they're going to have Geyser to themselves at the moment. There's a couple of teams hovering in and around Harvester that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. But look at TSM. They've already left Siphon. They're heading towards where they believe this end game is going to be. We do see them some finishing just on that lava to the left as well. You can see TSM on your screens right now. So the rocks they'll be holding should be pretty good for that end game.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that they've got, because TSM, when they get the ring location, you've really got to understand that they will be moving to what they consider the priority position. So it gives us a big indication of where that circle should be going, because TSM are very good at predicting it. Pulveric's also on their way, as are Fnatic. But I did say Geyser could be an issue for Ascend. It wasn't a contest, but it does seem like the rotations, a lot of teams are making their way from the likes of Overlook and trying to go down through the south here.
Lucas trying to find some entry damage here. Doesn't quite get the damage with that arc start. You can see there's also some walls for him to have to deal with. The rest of his teammates are trying to get in a position to give him a little hand here, and a decision to be made by Ascend. Do we leave this? Do we fight? Do we try and out-rotate and hold down this choke? And looks like the call's been made as Lufka takes to the skies.
Takes to the skies, but I think Ascend at the moment, they just want to... They don't want to find themselves being constantly overtaken by teams in Geyser. They know there's going to be more arriving, so it's about not necessarily chasing, but also moving at the same time so you don't get left behind in said race. Because everyone at the moment is heading down to the southeast side of the map, over towards the likes of Stax, well, between Stax and Lava Siphon.
Polvarex trying to hold out at the moment. Fnatic on that Vault tunnel, and Saku full CCTV mode right now on the drone, on the crypto, trying to find out where Fnatic went and if they're going to be a threat. And it looks like they won't be a threat, and they'll be able to hold that down for some considerable time. Speaking of Ascend, they did go through that choke. You can see them on the bottom of your screen right now, heading towards Big Mord, maybe looking for that rotate through Stax. I mean, Stax is a great place to be, right? But we always talk about, even though, you know, you might be able to find somewhere safe here, when you have to leave and that zone pulls away with everyone stacking up, excuse the pun, on top of each other, it becomes a little bit of a rat race.
But there is some of my favorite circles when it's near Stax or even when leaving Stax, because everyone kind of piles out at the same time and you get some very exciting fights, and we've had some amazing ALGS memories as well. One of my favorite, snipe down with the heirloom. Now, we were temporarily on Ascend there, 22nd at the moment in the overall leaderboards, 84 points. So around 10 to 15 points across the next 3 games. They should be in a comfortable spot. But there is an entire possibility where you could just get 0 for the next 3 games. We've seen a few teams really struggle on certain maps.
Interesting note here, Stax did have a ring console that Optic would have had access to. So this point that they're playing, they believe this is going to be the best one for the end game, or certainly one that's going to give them a lot of line of sight of teams who are going to be rotating in. You can see everybody else who might have hit them on the way through as well is choosing Stax as the place to be. And if you need an indication of where this game's going, well, that's as good as any.
Yeah, it's very much a safer approach than TSM's, for example. TSM moved to a more open area where you really have to fight to hold your ground, but maybe TSM are confident in doing so, whereas Optic, who are struggling a little bit today, perhaps go down the safer route because of that, because maybe their engagements haven't been as successful. But there is still a chance that they could find themselves in the winner's bracket if they have some pop-off games, but it is going to be a big ask, and it might be the elimination bracket run that we have to see from them.
Complexity having to take a much, much longer route, dropping over near Epicenter and Survey Camp. They're going to have to smoke things off and get the info here from the Survey Beacon to find out where they want to try and approach things from. The Complexity, we all know, no fools and no slouches when it comes to playing edge and fighting their way into zone. Is pretty much where they made their name, especially Monsoon. It was quite some time ago, but he's going to have to rally the troops here and direct traffic as to how they want to approach the ending of this game.
So Complexity, with that Survey Beacon, will know that Lava Siphon is going to be available to take, but they'll also have seen Vex making their rotation, so they're just probably going to try and mirror them slightly and just be behind them enough that Vex don't turn around and take a fight, but they might be able to then third it if Vex get involved in an engagement of their own. So that's why the Survey Beacon's so important, to try and gather who is where, can you get ahead of them, are they going to be taking a fight? So much information that you can grab from it.
Double evac tower here for Complexity as well. One dropped in Fragment, one dropped here in the choke, and I tell you what, wouldn't surprise me if they think about a little bit of a Geyser redeploy as well, but instead the height and the distance is going to take that out of commission for them, so they don't even need to use it. Landing in and around that choke, and good news for Complexity fans. This will be owned by Complexity, even with the shots raining in, but they're all the way from Big Board.
Yeah, they're able to just get ahead of Fire Beavers, and they can choose to play this choke for a short while if they would like, but they would have also seen on the Survey Beacon the heavy congestion down over towards Stax and just the southwest area of Stax. So it's about, do you try and take some KP here? Do you start to move into a position where you can consider winning the game? I think it's probably the earlier. You have to accept that you're not going to get into one of the best positions right now. Hope that some damage goes down later, and then maybe you can take one of those positions off them.
Jailing's currently over at Big Mord at the moment, trying to kind of scope out what's going on and around the area. It's a very difficult thing to say, especially a little bit later in the day.
And on and around.
We've got somewhere near it. Charge rifle in the hands here of Noises, just trying to spot out what Complexity are doing, keeping their eyes on everybody who's trying to approach on their position. And it's going to be interesting to see where this zone does pull. We do see a finish which is a little bit messy outside of Stax, but sometimes we see it pull towards that eggshell as well. So for Jailings, it will be a longer game for them to play. This is a home that away from home, so to speak, if they want to be cool champions.
And J-Lings, formerly Invictus, or 2 of the 3 were anyway, were one of the best World's Edge teams that we had last season, but have not really lived up to that, and at the moment find themselves in 35th position in the overall standings, and a lot of work to do if they would like to find themselves in that winner's bracket tomorrow. But it could all start here if they can find a little bit of momentum in World's Edge. But certainly with how the form has been from some of the big hitters and some of the point sponges, it's not going to be easy.
TSM, this is the spot they've been holding down for the entire time that we've seen them. Reps POV right now in-game, Verhol's POV in-cam, but still TSM for sure, and you can see maybe just thinking about conserving some bats and some cells here. Reps not happy to heal up quite yet, knowing that the inventory is a little bit low. It's Northeption who keep poking in and around them from the dome as well. They are to their north, and you can see that Reps is extremely aware of that position.
Very aware. Northeption now on the other side. I did say that World's Edge was really their home throughout the online season, and they've been able to give themselves confidence with that victory over on Storm Point. They were disappointing up until today, really, and I was wondering when they were going to come to life, and maybe similarly to what we saw from NRG a little bit earlier, they finally are finding their form, and all it takes sometimes is the right lobby, being given a POI, for example, not having to retreat to your secondary POI. I certainly feel like they were far more comfortable on Storm Point than what we had seen so far. We'll have to see if World's Edge can treat them a little bit better too.
Yeah, Northeption do have an evac tower to play with as well, and the cover of that eggshell over at Dome is going to allow them maybe to redeploy a little bit later and overtake some teams from the north side. So, Crazy Raccoon, they're inside of stacks. Looking out at the moment. See, with a lot of work to do, of course, in this lobby as well. But work that they certainly can pull off. Optic Gaming have lost one, though. As you can hear, the Skittle Cakes has to be brought back to his feet. So this is not looking as comfortable for Optic as it was a few moments ago. And as the game progresses here, with 19 squads still remaining, Dan, they control all of this building, every single floor. But you would imagine someone at some point has to try and steal one of the floors off of them.
It may have been one of the most important contests that they have won so far in this tournament. The fact that they were able to hold stacks and now they could just dominate it, control it, and try and assess what's going to be happening around them. They need to be picking up big points here and actually finding some success. As now TSM will make their move, Dark Veil, as they head over towards Northeption. So 2 heavy hitters very close to each other here at Dome.
I mean, there's only one thing to say, right? I think that TSM want this fight. They want to clear the north side, but there's some shots coming in from deep, from a charge rifle. As the utility will now go down. The black hole not going to be a good one here from Hal. Doesn't drag anybody in, doesn't give any line of sight to the rest of his team, and you can see how quickly they're rotated. I mentioned how Reps was pretty low on heals. Well, Alternator Nemesis is not what Hal would pick if he could choose.
Very interesting that TSM decided to leave the area they're in finally. They must have smelled a little weakness here, but Northeption holding strong at the moment. A couple of ticks might encourage a fight here as TSM's Hal pushes out.
Oh, he's going in.
Boy, does he shred!
Alternator, doesn't matter. Hal gets the first knock here. Verholst and Reps trying to follow up, but Northeption, they've been as good as anyone, but Verholst! Verholst! Wins it for TSM again!
And has the gold res and the ability to get TSM back up unless FC Destroy are able to get there quickly, but it looks like they've been stopped by some of the other squads, so TSM should be able to reset. And that's a real shame for Northeption. Their chances of getting those points and keeping in that top 20 for winners bracket starting to be taken away from them by TSM. But of course they will still have 2 more games to do so, but TSM once more asserting dominance. Over at Stacks it's starting to get even busier, but you don't say you don't fancy this one. Maybe it's a little bit too busy for them as they leave, and then it encourages a fight here for Black.
My goodness, you can see the Optic Gaming all of a sudden have got to try and retreat because numerous teams are trying to assault the building they've held down for such a long time. And MDY White heading out towards Lava Siphon. They've seen what is going to happen. They got a little bit of rinkhole information, and everyone who was in Stacks, well, guess what? Time to leave.
Yeah, it was honestly a surprise to see it shift that heavily towards the western side. I mean, all those squads who were arriving late and had to take Lava Siphon will actually be laughing a little bit now, saying this is a great pool for us. Fnatic being one of those sides, but they are inside one of these trucks, which is one of the hardest positions to hold, I find.
Yeah, certainly though, going to be helped by the fact that they are playing Rampart, so you can kind of reinforce the windows, so to speak, and give yourself a little bit of extra cover where those grenades get thrown in. You have all those sorts of problems, but I mean, that zone pull's crazy. And who's that zone pull great for? We mentioned one of the teams who needs to find points. Exet are here at the moment, inside a lava siphon, and they're going to be smiling.
Yeah, they are a little bit further north, but Dreamfire also there, as well as Firebeavers. Blackhand still having this battle, by the way, with Optic Gaming, and now you've got to go huge here with the flatline. It's not going to be good enough, though, and now suddenly it's a 1 versus 2.
Easy Flash has to try and stay alive. Optic hold strong once more. Drop trying to find the final pieces, trying to search down the final player, but for now, Optic still stand tall, and a little bit of a ping coming in from Dropped as well, because you've seen a couple of people trying to escape, trying to scarper away from Optic Gaming. Trying to body finish as well.
So Optic are managed to doing the damage. Elsewhere, there is kill feed action as TSM are taking the fight versus FC Destroy and will win that engagement. Crazy Raccoon, though, are very close, so TSM will not get the chance to reset here. They're going to have to take the fight as a 2, and Crazy Raccoon will try and take this advantage.
Verholst as well, he should be taken down. The EMP slows everything down. And now Hao is left on his own to try and escape here for TSM. The question is, has he managed to do so? No. TSM will be eliminated. We're down to 14.
And of course, if you are just joining us and you're wondering how TSM are doing, they've already qualified for the winners bracket, but I'm sure they'd like a big points total.
My goodness.
As SAF just raining down at the moment with that flatline as all the teams from the east are starting to shift over to this western side. This next circle pull is going to be a big one. If it goes back southeast again, then all these teams are going to be absolutely fine. But if it continues to go to Lava Siphon, it's going to be big.
Oh, the ult is massive! As they come in, Optic Gaming, and wipe this side of things. Crazy Raccoon eliminated. Jailing's gone again. Blackhand eliminated as we're down to 11 squads. That pull away from Stagstan has completely changed how this game has looked.
And I mean, and it's pulled even further. Southwest, Oxygen Esports, the only squad in this next circle. And there are so many teams who are down in that vault tunnel who are having to take fights against one another because they're being forced. And then you've also got this little stack of teams over towards the bridge. Complexity, Firebeavers, Exit, and 100 Thieves. All in the same area.
And Complexity dispatching with Firebeavers at the moment. Optic Gaming have gone down on that rotate you were talking about just a few seconds ago, but the team who needs this, the team who needs it bad, is on your screen right now, taking out 100 Thieves. Exet might have been gifted this zone and might be gifted a game.
They were the best World's Edge team in North America coming into this in the online season. Vex down to just 2 at the moment. Unlucky, very weak. Needs some help from Matafe, and it is going to be a revive as Pulverex do get eliminated, and Vex will hold this vault tunnel, but they're very aware of other teams that could be in the area.
Well, they're going to have to leave at some point. That's the thing here for Vex, and they're going to have to go through Complexity. Currently still trying to deal with the final member of Firebeavers as we jump on board with Oxygen Esports. Look at where they are, bang center in zone. Catball going to have to be used here by Aiden the Destroyer to escape, but Oxygen, I mean, what a day they've had, Dan.
It's amazing, really, that Oxygen have played this well today as Firebeavers get eliminated and Oxygens continue to find themselves in these final circles in these prime positions. Fnatic are below them, SAF are just to their right, but it's Oxygen who hold the best building in the game right now.
Oxygen looking for more KP. It's been zoned for them. There's been... I couldn't really have dreamed of anything better, to be honest, with the position they were in. But now it's about holding this position. Complexity, though, versus Vex does take place. This is the potential fight we were talking about. The entry damage has been done by Monsoon. My goodness! We're seeing all sorts of big numbers pop up, and they're all in the favor of Complexity right now. 7 squads remaining. Complexity hunting down the final players of Vex. They find them, but here comes that third party.
Yeah, SAF are going to be in the area. Exet are also making their way down as well. So Complexity have to do this quick, or SAF have to do it quick. But it looks like SAF are forcing the narrative here of Complexity, you need to leave or you need to come at us. And it looks like Complexity say, we're happy to try and get out of the way here, as everyone now is shoving themselves into this next circle.
I mean, we saw some of the strong discussions going down between start of fight, and maybe it's been effective. Complexity trying to hold strong. They did lose Cody on their way down that hill. Monsoon still on his feet, gets Luda alongside him as well. So a 2 is going to be all Complexity have to try and see themselves through to the end of this game. But SAF, I mean, some people react to hard words, right? And we're going to have to see what they're saying to each other. SAF looking great. Let's jump into a listening.
Onde eu tô bom, viado? Eu consigo virar o time da casa.
Vai, eu vou segurar.
Só vai. Tu
A gente quer matar esses caras, elas são dois, não são Nix.
Eu miro o time do lado do Não dá pra ver. Eu consigo virar o time deles.
Então, eu vou abrir atrás.
Aberto. Aqui, Horizon.
Quebrei.
Tá um. Hello dano. Não deixa ela passar, não deixa ela passar. Eu tenho visão dela. Ela já passou, acho. Consegue olhar a esquerda? Consegue olhar a esquerda, sim. Consigo. Espera. Vai ter que correr aqui.
Não sei se vocês conseguem jogar de cima. A gente consegue no carro, não consegue?
Consegue.
Quanta bala pesada você tem?
Tem muito espaço aqui. 0. Tá aberto. Oi, eu tenho 10 fora da minha frente. 10.
Tá.
0.
Tem alguém no meu raio, não, né?
Não, sou eu. Não. Oi, ele só raio pra ver, será? Tô indo.
So how they're listening back into the game, and the team who are holding down Godspot have just been eliminated. They are out of here, Oxygen, as SAF's esports now hold this head glitch for all the end game.
I do wonder, were they just having to watch too many things and got caught off guard a little bit? It's now Dreamfire who hold the platform above everyone else. SAF can just walk their way around, hug the wall, and also push themselves into the circle, so they're in a great spot. Complexity have the hardest route into this next circle, has to be said, especially now Luda's been taken down, as SAF should be able to put themselves in a position to potentially win this game. This is a real chance to pick up points for SAF.
I mean, it was a 20-minute, and we'll call it a heated discussion between coach and players before this game got underway, and boy, it looks like it was certainly the perfect medicine for their performance. Exet, they're out of here as well. You can see that Nocturnal was the solo player alive for them. Fnatic down on that low ground. And Monsoon holding on for dear life for Complexity.
He is literally clinching on to whatever he can find to hide behind, as Fnatic were making it difficult for him. Fnatic done very well at surviving down here, by the way, and just avoiding the pressure from the teams above them. And it will make for a very interesting last circle, as Monsoon again makes a wild dash to try and avoid any sort of cover from Fnatic. But it's still going to be Dreamfire who are above them, and Monsoon eventually falls, which leaves us in our final 3.
3v3v3. SAF, Dreamfire and Fnatic. Nothing from NA, nothing from EMEA. And it's going to be Dreamfire who control the inside of this building. Now, do Fnatic have a way up? Can they wrap and find a climb to be involved in this endgame? You have to say Dreamfire control things for now, especially with this Caustic able to clear so much ground in front of them.
And look where that circle's pulling to as well. It's just right outside the doorway for Dreamfire. So you'd have to imagine this is going to be a tough one for Fnatic, especially when Dreamfire have got eyes on them and they keep on pressuring them and poking them and frustrating them and making them use any sort of resources that they've been saving throughout this. At some point, Fnatic are going to have to come up. If they can delay long enough and maybe force the fight between Dreamfire and SAF, they might be able to just clinch this one away. But Dreamfire just have to be as patient as possible. They are the ones who hold the ticket to the best position, as Fnatic are having a poke, they're having a look, they're trying to assess how on earth they're going to take some height here.
Or maybe Yuka's just trying to start the fight, right? I know it's on to SAF, yes, it's a play on words, but if he can see damage being done, is that going to force Dreamfire to make the play? There is an evac tower for them to play with. Roy is trying to hold the ground, but also they do have Valkyrie in this comp Fnatic. They can take to the skies and be involved if they need to.
And at the moment, Dreamfire are blind because of this Dark Veil as well. This is so tough for watching angles. They have to look at this evac tower, but at the same time, SAF are taking center point on this platform. But Fnatic, they're just waiting. They're hoping that this fight goes down, as almost positions are swapped here by Dreamfire and SAF.
Well, SAF have managed to take the platform away, which means that they will be able to be in the center of that zone for the longest. Fnatic swinging around, they're on top. They're going to try and drop from out of bounds, delay for as long as possible, but at some point they're going to have to fall. Umachan is going to be the player to watch on the Valkyrie. If he can survive, maybe he can do something.
And Dreamfire will just wait inside and they'll poke out at the right time. Caustic gas going to be massive here.
It's an absolute mess. The Rampart wall might be the difference maker. Polar is left on his own here for start of fight. Fnatic have survived. All three of them still alive.
And Dreamfire, they're stuck in. They're going to take a little bit of damage here, and Fnatic could be in prime position.
They're swinging out, though. They're swinging out here, Dreamfire. They want this win bad, but Fnatic, they want it just as much. Yuka, can you do it for APAC North? Takes his time. Can he get the reset? Can he get the heals to win this fight?
Roy, what have you got?
Roy goes in. It's a 1v1 for the ages, and Fnatic win it! Fnatic win it! Yuka with the ice! And APAC North stand up again!
They had no right at all to win that game, and they know it. They jet up into the skies, they delay for as long as possible, and they make it an absolute madness on that platform. And Dreamfire, because they forced themselves back inside, the ring kind of tickled them a little bit too much. They waited patiently, but it was Fnatic who took full advantage.
Oh, give it up for Fnatic inside the copper box. What a 1v1 it was to close things out in our first game on World's Edge. Yuka, there's some things that you can't teach in esports. One of them is having the ice.
Fnatic will definitely be in the winner's bracket tomorrow, and we get to re-watch this final circle, but this time completely from Fnatic's POV. So it starts off, they put the evac tower down, remember, as a distraction, but they use the skyward dive instead to get up. They oob ever so slightly just so that they are not carelessly dropping. Instead, they can purposely drop. And it is going to be one of those situations, as the Valkyrie, you always have that extra responsibility, and it always helps having a rampart to set up some extra cover.
This off angle as well, Sheila had something to say about it, not too much. Black Hole goes down as well, and you can just see that everybody had their utility and ultimates available for this end fight. But the crazy thing is, right, they didn't do the hugest amount of damage. It came down to straight gunfire in these final moments, and I've got to say, I was somewhat surprised to see all of Fnatic healthy enough to hold off this push in these final moments. But Dan, the 1v1, knockdown shields, we're going to see how Yuka wins it.
He had a charge rifle, he had a car, I was a little bit concerned. He gets the shield swap, not good enough. Gets the reload and has time to do it, and at this time it's just a merry old dance. It's a little bit of a tango in the middle of the ring, and it's Yuka who comes out clutch and gets the 10 from the judges.
I was worried there for a few seconds. 2 bullets, and then he swaps. The wonderful thing about the car, right? Switch to the heavy ammo. All of a sudden he's got enough to finish off that gunfight. Fnatic on top. 20 points total for them. First place with 8 kills alongside it. Dreamfire though, what a performance from them. 18 points as well.
So that puts Fnatic within the winner's bracket tomorrow. As for Dreamfire, it does get them 1 step closer, and SAF as well. Maybe about 10 to 15 points off a potential winner's bracket. So these is when we need to see teams get in those big games. And you mentioned complexity. With those points, they push themselves to the top 20 now. They are within that top 20. Of course, they can still drop out, but they've at least pushed that narrative of, okay, we can get there tomorrow.
8 kills for Optic. I mean, it's a zone pull they won't want to remember, though, because everything looked like, hey, it's a stack zone. It's got to be a stack zone. Surely it's a stack zone. It wasn't a stack zone, and Optic would know it better than anyone, but at least on that rotate, they managed to cut down 8 players on their way towards 9 points. A little bit quiet one for TSM, still 6 points, of course, as we take a look at the series results between Groups B and C after 4 games have been done.
And there are so many teams who have a lot of work to do, and there may be a few teams that might just be resigned to that elimination bracket as well with what's happening right now. I mean, Optic have probably got to go back-to-back with victories to get themselves into that winner's bracket. That's how tough it's going to be. Jay Ling's also maybe looking a little bit dicey at this point as well. FC Destroy, though, they should have done enough at this point. Even with 13 points, they were on 92 coming into it, so they'll be up to about 100 plus. So a fantastic effort from them. I've got to say, I mean, APAC North has absolutely shown up here in London.
I mean, yes, that's all I'm going to say. Yes, the perfect way to send us to a break. Everybody bow down to Yuka F.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Make sure everyone makes it home.
We're a team. We look out for each other.
I won't let you down.
Let's go.
That was a sick game, dude.
No one gets left behind.
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to London, everybody. Welcome back to the Copper Box Arena, and what a time to join us. It has been a phenomenal start to World's Edge here, with Fnatic clutching up a 1v1, UKF going huge in the final moments to give them the win. But the chasing pack, who are desperately trying to force their way into that winner's bracket tomorrow, they had some pretty good games and things are looking dicey.
It is getting tight around that top 20 spot at the moment. Northeption hold 20th with 88 points. We still have 2 games to play. There is a dangerous situation for some of the squads that are currently sitting in the top 20.
Optic Gaming on contested again, straight into the action after the break. Things we love to see here in London in the commentary booth, and Optic look like they might have a little bit of control once more here. Down 20 squads remaining. Of course, nobody completely taken out of the game as yet, but Optic look like they've chased them off.
Well, with ATH at the moment being in dead last in the overall standings, it's probably the best time for Optic Gaming to be taking these contests, and they'll be delighted with the consistency they are finding themselves in these fights, but it still wasn't enough in that previous game. And as I mentioned, Optic are going to have to go nuts in these next 2 matches if they find themselves in the winner's bracket. Otherwise, it will have to be an elimination bracket run for them, which still doesn't mean they're out of the tournament. Of course, there is plenty of games to play tomorrow.
Plenty of games to play tomorrow indeed, but it is a long road and it is a tiring road, an exhausting one.
Would you say it's treacherous?
It certainly is treacherous, Dan. Very good use of the dictionary. Do you know what it means?
No.
Get the thesaurus out tonight, put it alongside the dictionary, and then come back to me tomorrow. For now, it's going to be ATH still escaping, though. You can see that Asleep has managed to at least keep the game alive for them, and he's still on his way downtown.
Well, when we do get to see the map, you can have a good old look at where this circle is going to be going. We're heading southwest. We're going towards Thermal Station. Now, SAF with a fantastic game 4 there. Now with the chance of trying to go back-to-back, getting to the final circles, with it coming towards their POI. To give you an idea of how far SAF are behind the top 20, 11 points. Very much achievable in the next 2 games, but of course the points can still be gathered by those above them as well. So you need a big one when the POI that you land at is where the circle's going to be finishing.
I will say, though, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword for SAF, because they played really well in that last game, right? Got into that top 3, decent KP to go alongside it. Now they get a POI of where the zone is coming towards them. If they have success here, are they going to get screamed at before every single game by their coach for 20 minutes?
It was a long old yell, wasn't it?
Apparently it was timed, 20 minutes.
20 minutes, someone's stopwatch. Was it 20 minutes on the dot? Maybe he just...
Tough to say.
They give him 20 minutes allocated time every day to yell at them, but it seems to have worked. It got them into the right place, and now we'll have to see what they can do from Thermal Station. Not always the easiest when you have the zone coming towards your POI. I mean, I remember when Alliance used to hate it when it came towards Thermal. They used to prefer rotating away first, but for SAF, I don't think they'll be given that option. And now MDY White taking a fight, also TSM in the kill feed.
Oh, TSM in front of you. Quite simply, good spray coming in over Host. Once again, making use of anything that's in his hands. It will be TSM who come out on top of this one, just clearing their way forward.
This is bad news for MDY White. 29th at the moment in the overall standings. They need to start catching up those who are pushing into the top 20, but there is going to be another team. FC Destroy in the area, looking to see if maybe they could pick up a few pieces, but they notice that TSM are more than healthy. Dark Veil also goes down as extra protection for TSM, so FC Destroy says, you know what, we're booking it, we're out of here.
Yeah, it's really smart from FC Destroy. There wasn't any knocks on the side of TSM either. Wouldn't have seen that in the kill feed, so He'll be able to just escape for now and not overextend and give away what is a strong position here as well to someone who's trying to kind of hermit crab in behind them and take that spot away. But now, though, it's a little bit of target practice here. You can see the Sentinel in the hands, and speaking of targets, you do a good job to hit this one as TSM will redeploy and try and find themselves deep into Thermal Station.
Pulverix and Fnatic are already here, though, so TSM need to assess which building is going to be free for them, and they have found one. So there we go. Everyone is going to be occupying a building here in the far southwest of Thermal. I was going to say, where do you hedge your bets? Do you think it is going to be the natural pull to the southwest, or are we going to see a crazy shift just like we saw in the previous game?
I always feel like it's Reps who get shot out of the air, by the way. I don't know why it is. Whenever TSM land, it's always Reps who's like, dude, I'm going to die. Like, he must be last up, or whatever it may be, last to land every single time. But TSM are safe for now inside the Dorito building. You can see where Fnatic are finding themselves at the moment as well. They've got the rampart walls down. They are set up for the long game. And from the info we can see on where that zone will be going, we are going deep into Thermal Station by the looks of things. So Pulverix, TSM, that you can see on your screen, alongside Fnatic, are set up in some fantastic late game positions.
Jailing's still hovering around Lava Siphon at the moment. Optic Gaming are going to be following them shortly and could actually fight with them shortly if they decide they want to. But Jailings are just kind of surveying the land at the moment. They do have a survey beacon and ring console to work with, so they can be patient, wait for round one to close, get all the info, and then they start to make their move. But once they realize that most of the positions down in the southwest of Thermal have been taken, you kind of just have to hope for the best as you approach and maybe hope that other teams are going to do the damage for you and wipe out another squad that you can take advantage of.
Long way to go here for Jailings. Long way to go here for MDY White, but will look like a lonely game. Becomes a little bit more of an occasion to invite some friends. Two players going to be rejoining the lobby here, as Feiyu does a great job of getting away from that initial battle with TSM, getting his two teammates back in, and he's saying, hey, there's a couple of guns for you to play with too.
And they are safe for the moment. No one to pressure them from the spawn, so they can loot up a little bit, but of course the loot will have already been mostly stripped down here at launch site. ATH are still over towards Dome, so they might join MDY White shortly, especially if they heard all that commotion of the dropship coming in to bring the players back. That's great news for MDY White. It was looking pretty dismal as a one, but as we've seen already so many times this tournament, it's not over till it's over. The likes of E6, for example, in the previous series, when they found themselves down to one, they come back, they get full red evos, and then they're in the final circle.
And they go wacky mode.
They go absolutely mental.
The official technical term for it. Well, MDY White are going to hope to take some inspiration from that story, like you say, as Optic Gaming needs to take some inspiration from maybe a Rocky film or two, as they have to make a crazy, crazy comeback to find themselves qualifying for that winner's bracket. But, you know, who knows?
I wonder whether Optic, they saw that dropship and they've positioned themselves accordingly to try and pick up some KP. We saw Jailings earlier, by the way, next to the ring console and the survey beacon. They've tried to make their way in, and they are now being kind of pinched here by several teams.
Razor Raccoon, one of those teams, like you mentioned, trying to find the KP somehow or other. I'm not quite sure how. Jailings managed to kind of get away and go into that tunnel, so pretty good job from them to navigate away from the attention of both of those teams. Going to have to take a few seconds to reset here, but Jailings will be safe. But exiting this tunnel down, it is so tough.
It is, but again, that's down to the survey beacon information that they had. They knew they could get into this tunnel. It's not the best position, yes, but at least you're within that circle, so it's one less thing to think about.
Certainly you can use the catalyst a little bit more to escape and cut off some of those angles of teams looking at you. It's a little bit of a different tunnel than it used to be now that Cat is such a prevalent figure.
Although they did just use Dark Veil to get into the tunnel, so they need to hope that they can stay there for quite some time, but of course, with the ring being another 2 minutes and 25, they should be absolutely fine. Nags on white armor isn't the best, so he could do with poking and prodding if they can, and maybe utilize some of these longer range weapons to try and get his shields up, as the circle is going to continue to pull to the southwest. Now, Optic, they made their move towards launch site, I think, because they saw the dropship, they saw the res ship come back in, but they just can't seem to find MDY White.
Those sneaky, dastardly MDY White players just not giving them free KP. How dare they? Skittle Cakes, though, he will find one. And that is probably the trigger being pulled here for Optic Gaming to try and hunt down the final two players. They found one and managed to get that finished as well. And Optic, this is where I always feel like Optic is scariest, right? Backs against the walls, working their way in from edge, but more importantly, just playing with confidence in fights.
But like sharks in the water, Vexed are lingering around. They heard the noise, they heard the shots, and they're trying to just slowly walk up on Optic Gaming at the moment, so Optic have to be careful. Keep their eyes peeled just in case a random Vex player does approach them. It looks like Vex are going to make the rotation to try and hold off Optic Gaming, but MDY White were at least able to escape as a 2. Whether they got the banner or not, I cannot confirm, but it's certainly a lot of damage that's being done on the southern side. And here is Vex I was talking about. They are going to make this rotate around this mountain and potentially could hold out Optic Gaming.
I'm going to say it right now, by the way. If MDY White win this game, I'm going to go absolutely insane.
Absolutely
just get
insane
prepared for that one. So, 2 players still alive from MDY White who did manage to escape now, kind of scarpering their way towards Lava Siphon. And I tell you what, they get another res, which there is one available at the no-name just to the north of them on the ridge. Then they will be back up to 3 once more. The question is, can they find guns this time or some shields on their way? Because it's going to be so tough to work their way in with such little to play with.
So little to play with, and it's one of the most frustrating things when you get back up.
But they do have a Loba.
They do have a Loba, that's exactly what I was going to say. You can craft that banner and get back up.
There it is.
One of the advantages of playing Loba, I mean, we've seen a few of them throughout, and having the ability on a support character to craft now, it does just add that extra element of getting a full 3 back on the board. You need to be well aware of it, especially if you are trying to track. If you've killed one player on a team and you know where they're going to be rotating from, they very much could be a healthy 3 yet again. Round 2 going to be closing in 5 seconds. We've got about only 4 teams outside of this circle. Everyone else has pretty much found their way over towards Thermal or in and around the general area, but it is starting to pull down towards the likes of Pulverex, Ascend, Fnatic and TSM that you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen there.
I mean, some of the best teams in the world are predicting where the zone is going to go. No surprise to see that they are going to be deep inside of it and looking to play for that end game. It looks like TSM have managed to kind of take a little bit more real estate away from that Dorito building that they were in. Such a tough building to hold that, by the way. Just, it's not only hard to tough because of the 2 doors, essentially one way in, one way out on either side, but you're not able to get any lines of sight, right? You don't have any angles that you can hold to level up Evo shields, to do damage, to force teams away. So being able to move away from that to the 2-story building gives them a few more options towards the end of this game. Fnatic, though, they've been here for the entirety of the game, and they don't have to do too much more, and they're going to guarantee some placement.
I mean, out of the 4 teams that find themselves in the best spots right now, TSM, Fnatic, Ascend and Pulverex, far more meaningful for Pulverex and Ascend to pick up points here to secure themselves in that winner's bracket. TSM guaranteed, Fnatic guaranteed, although I will say what TSM still have to play for is breaking records, is getting as much points as possible in the group stages. One of the best efforts we've seen in recent times was Alliance getting 200 plus last year. TSM are already on 185. They could very easily surpass 200.
Optic Gaming work their way from tree now towards Thermal, just up on this high ground, the grassy ridges which kind of overlook the large structure inside of Thermal. A lot of work to do. 20 squads still alive, by the way. Good news for MDY White fans. They are still in this game, even though they are still deep in zone. ATH are trying to kind of hunt them down at the moment, but I think they've been given the wiggles, and well, welcome back for you. This is going to be MDY White take 3.
Never say die, as MDY White will continue to try and survive here and try and have their best effort at getting into that winner's bracket. ATH are just ahead of them in Harvester, as you mentioned, and XSET just a little bit further than that. It is a big difference, though, between where these MDY White players are. They went all the way up to Landslide to get that res.
just to put that in context, I was like, they're over near Harvester, and there's one MDY White player that we didn't see, who is at Harvester, by the way, still. The rest of them are Landslide, we just saw on our screen getting that res.
But who knows, maybe they can just force their way into the zone and have the miraculous comeback story after the double res, really putting Loba to full effect. Optic Gaming now, who still need to have a massive game to give themselves a chance of winner's bracket, are just going to be holding this eastern side next to the tunnel. As we check in once more with Vexed on their rotation, they have to move in, they're still outside of this circle, but they do have eyes on the likes of Optic and J-Lynx.
Well, Vexed currently on scan. They've got 35 seconds to formulate a plan on how to get into zone. It's a perfect time to jump into the comms, so let's do exactly that with Vexed.
Wall off so these guys can't look. Unlucky, you're gonna have to play the wall, and Tyler, you and me have to force forward away.
Yeah, he's just playing BT, yeah.
Wait, this might be the duo, just ratting and choke.
By the way, just saying, I can't make the wall up this rock, it doesn't go up.
Looks like we have enemies here.
It only stops here, I can't make it up.
You can make it if you make it from me, but it's not so high. Like here.
Yeah, then
you can make it like this.
I have to come on you then.
Okay, we're
scanning the guy.
think they're... We just... Come.
Play the wall, play your wall on the key, play your wall on the key.
Okay. That's
it didn't go all the way up.
Yeah, it didn't. It didn't go all the way up.
They're looking at us.
Yeah, I'm shooting. I crack him almost. I'm gonna peek for a wall. They're gonna come behind us.
Yeah, the bangers coming behind us, I think.
Dude,
Just jump to the room. I'm in scan, I'm going into the room.
Yeah, same. We all here?
Yeah,
one top.
Looking to stabilize.
Good. I'm looking around.
We can have 3v3 in the building now, because if the other team didn't follow us to choke, okay?
Yeah, popping a medkit.
Wait, let me scan. Our building is free.
Okay, nice.
Choke is free as well.
Right, I'm playing up then.
Watch your right side, what's happening right side, otherwise we need to siege this.
I think we do, just need to fight west.
Yeah, I think we do.
Right now.
Do we know they're on the door? Can we break that door?
No one on door.
ATH eliminated. There's a fight going down though, and it's MDY White who just seem to not want to die in this game, but they're going up against Dreamfire.
Dreamfire on the back foot ever so slightly, having to back off, but now they look to re-engage, and Roy doing Roy things as he gets the first knock, and surely MDY White go down now. Surely there's not another redemption story for them.
He's queuing him in the air, he's teeing him up, and he's knocking him down.
Unbelievable from Dreamfire. Northampton also got eliminated. Exet now make their move as they use that as a distraction technique. And it does seem like the kill feed's starting to light up here as people starting to realize there is very little time to make your way to the southwest side of Thermal here. There is a long way you have to make over that lava if you want to be putting yourself in one of those primary positions. But let's be honest, those primary positions have already been taken by the teams right at the start of this game.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams who are on this side of Thermal at this point are probably thinking, hey, let's try and third-party some teams, let's try and create kill opportunities and work our way into the top sort of 6 or 7 and be happy with the points that we can accrue. Crazy Raccoon are going to win a fight as well, and it's Vex who feel the pain. The res should come in pretty comfortably as Raz will be brought to his feet.
It's getting so close now for a lot of these bubble teams who are so close, but Crazy Raccoon try and hold. Prowler in hand, is it going to be enough? They have to back off, but they've done the damage to at least get the knocks. They just need to group up and work together.
Well, the big thing is they control that door now. Unlucky left on his own. Going to be able to get the finish, maybe, and does onto Raz, but there's still 2 players alive. They should be able to come back and cause some problems. He can't escape at the moment. They're trapped him in jail.
And the red is coming. The zone is going to be a third factor in this fight. Crazy Raccoon from above. L-Star in hand for Parker as he shreds through that drop shield and makes sure the knockdown shield is not going to be enough to keep him alive, as Crazy Raccoon now will just wait and hope that Unlucky will walk into their sights.
100 Thieves on your screen as well. You can see the Exeter trying to make their way across some of those horrible lava pits that you can see. FC Destroy down on the low ground trying to hold off. Dreamfire get taken out in the meantime, and look at the carnage. Goodness. It's absolute war outside of Thermal Station.
And meanwhile, all the teams in the southwest are just watching us laughing because everyone is dropping like flies. But FC Destroy are still a healthy 3, so 100 Thieves. Janelings are starting to lose players. Oxygen still a full 3 as well.
Exet went out though. Exet are out and are still outside of that top 20. Oxygen Esports involved in this Royal Rumble of Apex Legends as Creed says, hey, I need KP, I want KP, but he comes away empty-handed.
100 Thieves have managed to keep the high ground here. They've done so well to just keep away from the bullets, keep that height, and then rain down from above. But even if you win this engagement, even if you hold the northern side of the circle here, you've still got to move across with all those southern teams watching you. But it has been a great effort from 100 Thieves right now.
100T, I should say. Having to take their time to use a few shield cells and bats to make sure that they're ready for this fight. Fnatic eliminated in the meantime, who were in one of those positions that they've been holding down for quite some time. You can see the zone has slightly pulled, and it looks like it's going to pull towards that platform. Kashera and Ascend in position here to make a late run. The God Spot has become theirs.
Ascend as they get into the top 6 now, pushing themselves into the overall top 20 with their current position and making a last-ditch effort to secure winner's bracket. Now, they've had a couple of good games so far throughout this tournament, but they would love another victory here. 5 squads remaining. They hold the southern side, but it's Pulverix and TSM who hold some of the best positions at the moment.
Pulverix with the only building still inside of this zone. TSM still as a 3. On the north side, you can see FC Destroy. 100 Thieves still alive next to them, and Ascend will round things out. Ascend inside of the zone, though, down alongside Pulverix. Everyone else has to inch their way in here.
And who do you look at? Who do you prioritize here? Are you thinking more about yourself and TSM? Yes, they're going to be saying we just need to get in. But suddenly they get tagged on. They get Sheila through. Sheila goes ham as TSM will lose 1.
Sheila rips through the Dark Veil. A couple of security bollards are going to keep him alive for a second, but it's Pulverix causing problems for them. Shouldn't be, goodness me.
FC Destroy on the northern side, 100 Thieves are starting to make their way in as well, but you called it. The only building that is available to play is held by Pulverix, and they are absolutely a thorn in the side to TSM right now.
TSM eliminated, they are pummeled by Pulverix, and Shunmi is not missing with this 30-30 repeater at the moment. They will have to leave, but the good news is they've got that low brought down. The black market means they're going to be booted for this endgame.
Ascender jumping in, they're diving on 100 Thieves here. They want to take this fight